The world of slaughter across dimensions begins. A vast universe is connecting to the battleground. Countless races stand together, beasts roam free, both opportunities and dangers await. Everything gained in the world of slaughter can be brought back to your home planet, including power. This is a feast for the strong. Planet ID, YHTY004. Transmission begins in 10 minutes. There are no safe zones here, only life and death and pillaging. Want to survive? Then kill. Planet ID, YHTY004. The slaughter officially commences. Buzz. Every mind echoed with an explosive noise, like rolling thunder crashing into their souls. The deep, pounding sound was like a hammer striking hearts. Billions on Blue Planet stared at each other in disbelief. No one doubted this wasn't a dream anymore. In Dacia, Great Xia. Slaughter across dimensions? A game become reality. In Oceanica, we stand for peace. We reject slaughter. This violates human rights. In Asen, India. Beasts. Huh. We fear nothing, not even venom. In Little Sakura, Japan. Bring it on. We're not afraid of anyone. The next moment, a white beam of light descended from the sky. In an instant, countless pillars of light blanketed the globe. Everyone from age 15 to 65 was enveloped. Spatial distortions appeared, vortexes ripping through the air. Whoosh. When the white light faded, 6 out of every 10 people on Blue Planet vanished. In Longwa, the Dragon Nation, in Qingzhou City. In an internet cafe, Chu Yin was wildly upgrading his gear. Just as he clicked plus 25 reinforcement. Bang. Damn it. Broke. Before he could confirm, bright light engulfed his vision. The world spun violently, as if his soul was being sucked out. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself inside a small stone house. Wooden beams and ceilings framed what felt like a starter village from a video game. The air was silent, filled only with a faint grassy, woody fragrance. Chuyin froze, dumbfounded. Did they seriously toss me into the game itself? Outside the door, 2 torches burned bright. A hunched old man with a cane paced back and forth. Chuyin stepped out, and the old man greeted him warmly, smiling. Welcome to the Blue Planet Sector Beginner Village. I'm Village Chief number 10086. Each village holds 10,000 people. Every 10 days, 10 villages merge. This place is dangerous. Your little hut is the only truly safe zone. But safety is limited. It only applies if your opponent is below level 10. Predators or killers over level 10 can invade by force. Once you lift the beginner restrictions, you'll be able to return to your world via the cabin. His tone remained calm, but Chu Yan's heart sank. This wasn't a game. If you died here, you wouldn't respawn. 1,000,000 villages, merging every 10 days. In 60 days, only one would remain. Within 2 months, the world would devolve into carnage for survival and resources. And then what? An interface popped up in Chu Yan's mind, eerily similar to a game panel. Character info *_empty _. Level 0. Equipment none. Talent not awakened. Combat evaluation 1. Silence took over as he stared at the screen. He focused on a passing ant. Name, Ant. Level 1. Combat evaluation 5. Kill reward 1 experience point. The ant's combat power was 5 times his own. How was he supposed to play like this? Chu Yin felt the bitterness rise within. This was a world where death came at any moment, and he couldn't even handle an ant. Should he just lie down and wait to die? Exhaling in frustration, he clicked the only active feature, the public chat channel. Messages came flooding in, drowning the screen. Everyone's avatars showed their unfiltered and unfortunate, real faces. For many, this was worse than the danger. They couldn't hide behind filters anymore. What kind of hell place is this? I'm about to lose it. I just fell, and the pain was real. This isn't fake. I want to go home. Panic spread like wildfire. Tossed from normal life into a slaughter-driven nightmare, no one could keep calm. Are there legit deaths here? Damn it, my savings are untouched. I'm not ready to die. Same here. +1. Chu Yin skimmed the messages. Most people in the beginner village were young, around 15 to 25. Not only were their faces laid bare, basic details about everyone were visible in the system too. Hiding wasn't an option, at least for now. Suddenly, A stunning female avatar popped on the screen. Hi, everyone. I'm Jiang Shuer, daughter of Jiang Wansheng. Calm down and check your stats, people. The system mentioned that the resources here can be brought back to the real world. Power is the only way forward. Her words stirred the crowd. Jiang Wansheng? You mean the tobacco tycoon? No wonder she looks so elegant. And then people started reporting their combat stats. 2, 3, 6. I got 9. The highest was 9, the lowest 2. Chuyin quietly hid his stats. He was the lowest of the low, just a pathetic one. The consequences of pulling an all-nighter at the internet cafe haunted him now. Villagers quickly formed groups. No one dared venture out alone. The rules were explicit. Death here was permanent. Eventually, the strongest, the one with a combat power of 9, emerged as the leader. I'm Long Wu, from Longwa's Dragon Family. A collective gasp filled the chat. Dragon Family? No way, the Dragon Family. That's elite family. I heard their family has an ancient martial arts heritage. No wonder their combat rating is a 9. That's insane. As soon as everyone discovered Long Wu's identity, they crowded around to flatter him. Brother Long, we're sticking with you from now on. This world is just too dangerous. Please look out for us, Brother Long. You're the only one here with a combat rating of 9. You'll level up the fastest for sure. Take us under your wing, Brother Long. Long Wu smiled confidently. You guys are too kind. I just picked up a few tricks here and there. Looking out for one another is the way to go. A few fangirls also gathered around, asking him for protection, secretly inflating his ego. But with danger looming, nobody dared to truly let their guard down. Chu Yan, on the other hand, kept a low profile, silently observing. He quickly deduced that physical strength was only a small part of one's combat rating, and it wasn't even the most critical factor. What determined survival were enhancement items, weapons and equipment, talents, and skills. Just then, a voice like a thunderous boom erupted directly in everyone's mind. Multiverse announcement. In 10 minutes, everyone will randomly awaken a talent and receive one item. Talent levels, F to SSS. Equipment levels, white, blue, purple, orange. Talents of S level and above are unique talents, with a 100% death drop rate. Orange grade and above equipment also has a 100% death drop rate upon death. This is a world of slaughter. Trust no one. The announcement stunned the entire multiverse into silence before chaos erupted. The newbie village channel for Area 10086 exploded immediately. Finally, some good stuff. Random awakening? Feels like opening a loot box. Praying to the gods of luck. Give me an SSS. I'm not greedy. I'll settle for an SSS talent and orange gear. Keep dreaming. Even an S is one of a kind. I'll be happy if I get a C-level talent. The crowd buzzed with excitement, dreaming about starting their journey with a game-breaking advantage. But Chu Yin felt uneasy, thinking deeply about what lay ahead. An S-level or higher talent was unique, but it came with a 100% death drop rate. In other words, if someone had a 50% chance to drop you upon death, that chance would double to 100%, and your talent was gone for good. The system didn't specify how such talents could be inherited, but Chu Yin was sure of one thing. If the mechanic existed, there would surely be a way. Similarly, orange grade or higher equipment came with the same 100% death drop rate upon death. The stronger you were, the bigger the target you painted on your back for the entire world. A chill ran down Chu Yan's spine. The system's parting words echoed again. Trust no one in this world of slaughter. The better your talent, the greater your risk. The most dangerous thing of all wasn't the world itself, but people's hearts. While everyone else was excitedly discussing the talent they might awaken, Chu Yin painstakingly analyzed the rules. He meticulously parsed through every single word the system provided. It was this habit that had made him invincible in games. Back in the day, even a +16 cursed demon blade was enough to show up in newspapers and sell for a fortune. But Chu Yin? He figured out a hidden method to push his sword, Apophis, all the way to +24. Whether it ever made it to +25, well, he'd never gotten the chance to find out. Suddenly, the sky roared like thunder. Beams of brilliant white light shot down from the heavens, countless in number, blanketing the entire world. The sight was beyond breathtaking. It's here. We're about to awaken. SSS talent, here I come. The surrounding crowd erupted in wild cheers. A faint, dim white glow surrounded Chu Yin as well. So faint it was barely noticeable. His heart sank like a stone. Great. The most garbage-level talent. Could his luck be any worse? But then, a voice exploded in his mind. Congratulations, Slayer. You have awakened an SSS-level talent. Unlimited enhancement. 1. You can enhance any equipment without risk of destruction. 2. Enhancement costs reduced by 90%. Upgradable. Asterisk asterisk. 3. Enhancement cap increased by 50%. Upgradable. Asterisk asterisk. 4. 1% chance to bypass enhancement rules, jumping one level instantly. Upgradable. Asterisk asterisk. 5. Acquired special role, Master Enhancer. A buzz. A warm sensation swept through his body. Chu Yin nearly laughed out loud. This was insane. Insane beyond reason. Enhancing gear past +10 was a death wish. One failure could reduce it to dust. Enhancement protection scrolls, rarer than god-tier items, and even filthy rich players couldn't get their hands on one. But with his new talent, absolute zero-risk enhancement, do you even know what that means? It means he could keep stacking enhancements endlessly. Others had to gamble their luck, rolling dice for success. He didn't need luck. Add in a 90% reduction to enhancement costs? This wasn't just broken. It was outright cheating. Another surge of warmth rushed through him, leaving him almost tingling with pleasure. The deeper he thought about it, the more Chu Yin realized just how unfairly powerful this was. The higher the level of gear, the more absurdly expensive enhancements became, resources that even top players would struggle to gather. And he could just skip 90% of those costs altogether? Plus, with his enhancement cap boosted by another 50%, there was no ceiling. Warm currents rushed all over his body. Anyone who's played games knows that the power boost from late-stage upgrades is absolutely explosive. Take a +0 magic sword, for example. Its attack power is 811. But once upgraded to +10, it shoots to 2011 attack power. The catch? The success rate for upgrading to +11 is only 1%. Fail, and your sword shatters, gone forever. Most people's attack power hits a ceiling around 2000 because they don't dare gamble. But if you could upgrade to +25, the base attack would skyrocket to a jaw-dropping 15,000. And the further you go, the crazier the boost gets. If the upgrade cap jumps to +50%, this magic sword could potentially hit level 37 or even 38. Imagine the sheer monster-level attack power it would carry. Chu Yin was so thrilled he trembled from head to toe, not daring to think too deeply about it. And then came his fourth talent. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Ignore probability. That pesky 1%? For him, it's a guaranteed success. While others in late game couldn't even dream of upgrades with absurdly low probabilities, Chu Yin had insurance. A 1 in a million chance. Not a fantasy for him anymore. And these abilities? They could be leveled even further. Chu Yin was ecstatic. This was his bread and butter. As a seasoned upgrade veteran, he had an insane knack for numbers and resource management. An SSS tier talent, living up to every bit of its hype. The next moment, a flash of orange light. You've obtained a level-free orange tier chest plate, Titan's Ruin. Defense +50, HP +500. Activates Titan's Guard, increases defense by 20% and provides a 20% HP shield. Power boost, +106. System notifications rolled in, and Chu Yin was beaming with excitement. Sure, it wasn't an SSS tier talent, but the system already stated that orange tier items ranked at the top. Getting an orange tier gear this early? He was more than satisfied. And it was armor, no less. In a hellhole like this, survival trumped everything. If your defense was lacking and someone took you out in one hit, no matter how strong your talent was, it'd end up benefiting someone else. Once you're dead, there's no crying your way back. In an unfamiliar world, you could never be too cautious. Without hesitation, Chu Yin equipped the chest plate. Personal stats panel activated. Name: Chu Yin. Level 0. Weapon: none. Top: Titan's Ruin. Talent: SSS Infinite Upgrade. Skill: Titan's Guard. Power Evaluation: 107. Personal Attributes: Attack: 1. Defense: 51. HP: 510. Chu Yin couldn't help but pull a face. His stats were downright pathetic. But his top priority was clear: upgrade this chest plate to plus 30. An orange tier item upgraded to plus 30? The power boost would be insane. If someone tried to kill him for his gear, he could just stand still and tank their hits. They'd need ages to even make a dent. The thought made him chuckle. It's good to have goals. They give you motivation. He opened the chat channel for newbies at Starter Village number 10086. The channel was flooded with complaints. Ugh, F-tier talent. Speed plus 20%. What the heck is that even good for? I feel you. My F-tier talent is defense plus 20%. At least I'll survive a bit longer in here. It's not like dying here is just a game over. Most people were stuck with F-tier talents. A few, however, were excited. I got E-tier. Full body hardening, double defense. Guess I'll be tanking hits. My E-tier talent is power punch, guaranteed crits. I'll be the DPS. E-tier here, double speed. Looks like I'm the team kiter. With that, E-tier talents suddenly didn't seem half bad. Higher tier talents, however, were extremely rare. Chu Yin smirked and closed the chat channel for now. Talents were important, but not everything. As long as you stayed alive, you always had a shot at turning things around. The chat remained upbeat. It was good to see everyone staying positive. It made for a lively atmosphere. Reading through the chats, Chu Yin smiled. Having the right mindset made all the difference. Before long, someone spoke up, grabbing everyone's attention. Dude, I awakened a D-tier talent, Flame Enchantment. All my attacks deal bonus fire damage. This is OP. LOL, same here, except mine's Frost Enchantment. I can freeze enemies. Guess I'll be the CC specialist. Wait, does this mean abilities are synced with our home planet? If so, I'm gonna be unstoppable back home. D-tier talents began surfacing, sparking a wave of envy. Sure, it was a huge advantage, but given they were teammates from the same village, jealousy didn't get out of hand. Meanwhile, someone else grumbled. I got enhanced smell. What is this crap? Even a dog could do better than me. Ha! The chat erupted with laughter. Sure enough, being worse than a dog was comedy gold, and the entire channel lit up with jokes. The majority of people here were young and carefree. Their banter and humor showed they hadn't yet faced the harsh realities of this world, or the darkness lurking in human nature. Suddenly, a message dropped that silenced everyone. I think I got a C-tier talent, returning Snow Willow. I can heal others. The speaker was Jiang Shuer, daughter of one of the top 10 tycoons in the Federation, Jiang Wanqing. The chat exploded. Holy crap, the first C-level talent. Is this the kind of insane luck rich, privileged girls get? Just then, a glowing screen lit up, showing everyone's awakening grades. It was a broad overview, no intricate details. The crowd broke out into another buzz of chatter. Chu Yin, however, quietly exited the chat channel. He didn't need to know all the specifics. As it turned out, his talent was even rarer than he'd imagined. Innocent people get targeted when they have treasures, he thought cautiously. If his SSS-level talent were exposed, people would probably be lining up to kill him every day. And if that wasn't enough, his talent was linked to Blue Star's power system. The world was about to change. Drastically. For now, his priority was clear: strengthen his armor to stay alive. If his defenses were high enough, even sneak attacks wouldn't result in instant death. But he couldn't help but worry. With such low attack power, how am I supposed to farm resources? At that moment, people started walking out of the safe house. Let's go, guys. Time to hunt monsters. Level up, grab some gear, and flex on Blue Star when we return. Charge. Are we doing this, bros? This might be our one shot at becoming superhuman. I'm Liu Gang with an E-level talent, starting the Diamond Unbreakable squad. Who's in? Wang Ming here, E-level talent too. Tiger's Descent squad recruiting now. A bunch of people with E-level talents were hyping up their squads, talking a big game. And quite a few F-level individuals scrambled to join them. After all, E-level was already considered impressive in their beginner village, number 10086, which only had around 800 people. Then, D-level talent Zhang Yang, forming the Eternal Sunshine Squad. D-level talent Hai Fei, Smooth Operator Squad, is now recruiting. The crowd went wild. Zhang Yang, take me. I can shield. Smooth Operator, pick me. I can heal. Please carry me. D-level talents were rarer, The moment they opened their rosters, spots were snapped up instantly. Right then, a system announcement blared out. Beginner area announcement. You cannot stay in the safe house for more than 16 hours per day. Squad size is limited to 10 people. Equipment distribution is decided by team leaders. Area number 10086 will merge into a larger zone in 10 days. Rankings for combat power and levels will go live, along with the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Rewards are wonderful. To survive, level up with everything you've got. Leveling up, hunt anything. Boost battle power, level up, enhance talent, obtain equipment, and strengthen equipment. Note: strengthening significantly improves combat power. As the announcement ended, a beam of light descended from the sky. Everyone had a new item in their hands. Holy crap! Free gear drop. Haha. I got a blue longsword, looking badass. I got a purple chest plate. Defense is insane. Enough chatter. I got an orange item. Lady Luck's on my side. The crowd boiled with excitement. Chu Yin glanced at the gleaming item in his hands. Holy! It was an orange short sword, little shadowless sword. Congratulations! You have obtained an orange tier weapon with no level requirement, little shadowless sword. Attack plus 80, critical rate plus 1%. Special effect, 10% bonus damage. Combat power increase, plus 203. Chu Yan's heartbeat quickened. Didn't I just claim a reward earlier? Another one? Is this a system bug? It didn't matter if it was or not. The equipment was his now. That was all that mattered. He immediately equipped the sword. His combat power shot past 300 in a blink. While some around him were shouting out in joy, others wore sour faces. The gap was already widening. This time, the system was clearly being generous. Many people scored purple gear, and even orange. Orange was still rare, though not as unobtainable as high-tier talents. Once the distribution ended, the crowd went wild again. Anyone with C-level or B-level talent, could you lead us, please? Actual combat will happen soon, and people will start dying. We need protection. We barely have 10 total C and B talents in the whole village. They're literally our only hope. We're the big shots. Let us bow down to you. Suddenly, a tall, well-built teenager with strikingly good looks stepped forward, his expression icy. My name is Long Wu. I awakened a B-level talent. Dragon Martial Intent starred. The crowd erupted anew. One of only 3 B levels? That's insane. Dragon Martial Intent. That name just screams overpowered. Long Wu, take me under your wing. I'll follow you. Pick me, and I'll be your girlfriend. No strings attached. Some were fawning over him, while others turned to spamming chat channels. Long Wu clasped his hands together like a true leader and surveyed the group, his tone commanding. Where are the other 2 B levels? Join me. All C-level talents are automatically accepted. No screening required. I'll handle the resource distribution fairly. No hoarding gear. The crowd fell silent. Reality was harsh. High-level talents only wanted to team up with their own kind. Soon, Jiang Schwetter stepped forward and joined Long Wu's group, her tone sweet. Chu Yin glanced at the scene and shook his head. For now, he decided against joining a team. Better to keep a low profile for now, he thought, opting to focus on grinding experience points and gear first. After all, his talent might require minimal resources to enhance, but the further he progressed, the higher the costs would be. The abyss was like a bottomless pit. Very quickly, most of the people grouped up and set out, the thrill of killing monsters overpowering their initial fear. Some walked with their arms slung around each other's shoulders, whispering lightly. Bro, you nervous? Nervous as hell. I can't even kill a chicken. Does your chicken play basketball? How did you know? The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Chu Yin kept his composure, quietly moving to the edge of the protective barrier in the newbie zone. Once he crossed this light curtain, the protection would vanish. The system had been very clear. Outside, the wilderness was teeming with beasts, and survival meant killing. Charge. Grind monsters, get loot. I'm getting a full bag of orange gear today if it kills me. Some young men, adrenaline rushing, shouted a few war cries before charging forward. Long Wu's roar thundered through the crowd as golden light exploded from his body, and a string of numbers appeared over his head. Asterisk, asterisk, 209. Asterisk, asterisk, combat power, 209. Follow me, he barked, leading a team of 9 out of the barrier. Breaking 200 already? I'm still in single digits. To be over 200 just after the starting zone? That's insane. Don't just stand there, follow the boss. The crowd surged like a tide, pouring out. Chu Yin took a deep breath and mingled with the group, finding a relatively safe spot for himself. It wasn't long before an announcement rang out. Team Diamond Steel Haluas has been wiped out by level 1 Blood Beast, Rune Rabbit. All members killed. During the initial 24-hour protection period, death can only be reversed through specific means. The announcement sent a chill down everyone's spine. Eyes widened. Hearts raced. It wasn't a game. It was real. Resurrection? Chu Yin had already done his research. A revival token, 10,000 gold coins each. Usable for 1 resurrection if under level 10, but only within 24 hours. 10,000 gold coins. A sum as unreachable as the moon. Stay cautious. Long Wu's voice lowered into a sharp command. Team Long Wu, follow me. Let's deal with that rabbit. The crowd rushed to the scene. Scattered body parts littered the ground. The air reeked of blood, gore, and death. A Rune rabbit's low growls echoed as it gnawed on the corpses, its sharp crunches on bones sending shivers through the crowd. Some people gagged, their faces going ghastly pale. Others were so terrified their legs gave out, wetting themselves right there. This wasn't a game. It was a slaughter. When you died, you were really dead. Fear swept over everyone like a tidal wave, drowning them. Attention! Its combat power is 300. Long Wu's voice was strained. He was at 209. He had expected to easily dominate the weaker monsters here. Instead, the very first creature they encountered had a combat power of 300. 300. The crowd erupted in whispers, limbs turning to ice. Don't panic, Long Wu barked. If we want to survive, we have to kill monsters, level up, and get stronger. This Rune Rabbit, everyone. Together. Hit it with everything you've got. Remember, the only way to live is to stick together. Stay steady. Long Wu's shouting finally woke up the crowd, and people scrambled to coordinate. Buffs were applied. Tanks stepped forward. Damage was divided among many. Nearly 1,000 people swarmed the single level, 1 blood beast, and unleashed chaos upon it. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of battle. Everyone was fighting for their lives, one talent skill after another raining down on the target. Leveling up turned out to be far harder than anyone had imagined. From a safer distance, Chu Yin observed the chaotic situation, his thoughts heavy. His own combat power was just 310, not particularly extraordinary. He didn't join in the fight. He stayed calm and calculated. In a world like this, the first thing you must do was not to rush into battle recklessly. First, because doing so would literally get you killed. Unlike a video game, there was no infinite respawn here. Second, because it wasted precious time. Time was everything in the early stages. Many top-tier players in classic rankings relied heavily on strict time management to climb the charts and seize rewards early. Charging in headfirst was inefficient. Gathering intel and understanding the land were far more effective priorities. After some time, Long Wu's group finally felled the Rune Rabbit and began advancing deeper into the area. Chu Yin took his time, observing everything along the way. He carefully memorized the terrain, the mess of grass and trees, the sporadic dirt slopes, and murky swamps. Further in the distance, he could spot a towering mountain piercing the clouds, its summit hidden from view. The wilderness was desolate and chaotic, filled with strange and menacing plant life. Thankfully, the immediate vicinity of the new B-zone seemed to have relatively few ferocious beasts. The pungent smell of decay, blood, and vegetation was heavy in the air, diluted only by a fleeting breeze here and there. Chu Yin cautiously moved closer to where Wang Gang and his team had met their fate, suppressing the wave of nausea that hit him. Suddenly, he noticed a swarm of fist-sized ants dismantling the remains of the corpses and carrying them back to their nest. Smaller mobs. His eyes lit up with realization. Every seasoned gamer knew that in the early stages, densely packed low-level mobs were cash cows. Even if the drop rate was abysmal, killing enough of them would rack up decent rewards. Most importantly, the risk was manageable. Without hesitation, Chu Yin checked their stats. Name: Bloodthirsty Ants. Level 1. Combat Power: 105. Traits: Fearless, Bloodthirsty. Skills: None. Drop Reward: 1 EXP. Drop rate. 1 in a billion. A surge of tension gripped his chest. Even a small ant had a combat power of 105. Yet among the crowd of players earlier, hardly anyone had surpassed that threshold. Let alone the fact that in this swarm, they were everywhere, countless in number. Once surrounded, even he couldn't hold out. With resources this good, it'd be a huge waste not to grind. Today, I've got my eyes set on you. He sneaked through the bushes to the other side, targeting the ones that wandered off alone. His palm tightened, a flash of white light streaked by. A sword hilt appeared in his hand. The sword had only a hilt, with no visible blade. Looking closely, there was a faint shimmer flowing through the air, mysterious and sharp. This was the little shadowless dagger. Chu Yan's gaze fixated on the bloodthirsty ants scouting ahead. Catching them off guard, he willed the blade to action. An invisible sword light suddenly slashed out. Shu shhhshhh. Leaves scattered in the air. When the dust settled, 10 ants had been wiped out instantly. Killed 10 bloodthirsty ants. EXP plus 10, coins plus 10, enhancing stones plus 10. Holy crap. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. 10 kills with 1 strike, and he hadn't even alerted the swarm. The drop rates weren't bad either. This type of monster? He could farm them until nightfall. But when he opened the enhancement panel, his smile froze. From level 1 to 5, the resources required doubled with each level. The success rate dropped from 100% all the way down to 60%. And after level 5, the costs skyrocketed. The resources required went up 5-fold, and the success rate fell off a cliff. Plus 6 only had a 30% success rate. Plus 7, just 20%. Plus 8, barely 10%. Plus 9 gave a mere 5%. Plus 10, that was downright ridiculous. 50,000 coins per attempt, and the success rate was dismally low. Enhancing was nothing but a massive pit for resources. Suppressing his stray thoughts, Chu Yan went back to farming. 1 strike, 10 kills. Another strike, another 10. Where the sword light passed, ants fell in droves. Coins kept popping up with crisp sounds. This fast-paced grind was addictively satisfying. The stench of blood soon attracted soldier ants. Combat power? Below 200. Chu Yan took them down just the same, with a single swipe. In the overgrown, desolate bush, a lone boy swept through the monster swarm, slaughtering with unbridled intensity. Time faded away until, suddenly, the system notification rang out like an explosion. Triggered a 1 in 10 billion drop rate. Obtained a unique God-tier accessory, the tier of MOUA. Broadcast on the entire server? Yes/no. Chu Yan's heart was pounding. No. Name. The tier of MOUA. Wear requirement. None. Grade. God tier. Max enhancement. Plus 50. Base stats. Luck plus 100. Special effect. MOUA's blessing. Luck doubled. Crit damage doubled. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown. 1 hour. ***. Combat power bonus. Plus 1,000. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind as Chu Yan blanked out. A warm surge shot up his spine and blasted straight into his brain, coursing through his entire being. Every cell in his body was celebrating. Euphoria. Peak euphoria. This was insane. God tier. This is actually a God tier item. His voice quivered. The highest gear anyone had seen so far was orange equipment. God tier items only existed in Legends. And this one? It wasn't just strong, it was over-the-top broken. 100 points of luck meant his success rates multiplied by 100. And it was a single instance drop. This kind of probability was even lower than 1 in 10 billion. And it just so happened to land in his lap. Chu Yan's eyes burned red, trembling with overwhelming excitement. The skill buff alone could double his crit damage, pushing it to absolute maximum. With this kind of start, how was anyone else supposed to compete? He immediately equipped the item. The gear automatically bound to him, making it impossible to steal unless he died. Opening his stats panel. Name. Chu Yan. Level 3. Equipment. Little Shadowless Dagger. Titan's Relic. The tier of MOUA. Talent. SSS Unlimited Enhancement. Skills. Titan's Protection. MOUA's Blessing. Combat Power. 1370. Inventory. Coins. 3,300. Enhancing Stones. 3,300. Attributes ***. ATK 111, Def 81, HP 560. Critical rate 1%, Luck 100. Chu Yin nodded in satisfaction. The success rate up to level 10 was now 100%. When Mo Yoei's blessing activated, he was ready to grind even harder. But the next moment, he frowned. Enhancing still devoured way too many resources. The further he went, the bigger that bottomless pit became. Shaking off the thought, Chu Yin dove back into the bushes. Any ant he saw, he killed, piling up corpses to use as bait. Wave after wave, he couldn't stop farming. The more he killed, the more there were. Coins stacked in his inventory, glittering and clinking melodiously. It was addictive fun, but utterly exhausting. Before long, Chu Yan's fatigue gauge hit the limit. Just like stamina in a game, overextending in this world reduced his combat power and could even result in instant death if pushed too far. He was about to call it a day when a thunderous screech roared through the air. 1,000,000,001. Chu Yan's heart sank. The bloodthirsty ant queen had arrived. Boiling with fury, the entire ant colony only had 100,000 members. Yet just while cleaning up dead bodies, over 10,000 had been slaughtered. A quick investigation revealed that it was the weakest of humans hunting its offspring. If it weren't for the protective barriers, these humans would have long been devoured clean. Yet, they dared to counterattack. With an enraged roar, the entire ant colony swarmed out. A dark and overwhelming mass of bloodthirsty ants surged forward. The frontline soldier ants were as large as 2 fists, and the queen ant stood as tall as half a person. Its body was slender, fangs sharp, pincers deadly, its eyes glowing crimson with bloodthirst and malice. Chu Yin narrowed his eyes, not letting his guard down. In this world, death was real. No matter how strong your innate ability was, it was useless if you couldn't survive. Thankfully, Chu Yin had already planned an escape route. But an all-out swarm from the ant colony was equivalent to a pile of 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 enhancement stones being delivered to his doorstep. Chu Yin couldn't hold back his greed. Check the stats. Bloodthirsty Ant Queen, level 7 purple rank boss. Combat strength, 1,350. HP, 6,000. Attack power, 700. Skill, Shadow Strangle. Chu Yin drew in a sharp breath. Even a random ant boss had combat strength exceeding 1,000. If Long Wu and his team encountered it, they'd likely be wiped out instantly. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yin gritted his teeth. This was a rare opportunity. He had to go for it. Clang, clang. Enhancement initiated. The Shadowless Blade, Titan's Relic, and the Tears of Abyss were all upgraded simultaneously. Booms rang out, golden light bursting forth. Each sound signified another success. Enhancement successful, Shadowless Blade +8, Attack Power 824, Critical Hit Rate 8%, Combat Strength 2024. Enhancement successful, Titan's Relic +8, Defense 500, HP 5000, Combat Strength 240. Enhancement successful, Tears of Abyss +8, Luck 80, Combat Strength 12,000. Chu Yan's combat strength rocketed to 15,634. He broke through 10,000. Warm energy surged through his body, and he almost laughed out loud. This level of enhancement was utterly ridiculous, completely exceeding his expectations. An accessory that merely boosted luck jumped his combat strength by over 10,000 when enhanced to +8. Low-level orange gear at +8? Anyone could achieve thousands in combat strength with that. A base attack of just 80 was now jacked up to over 800. And with a 9% critical hit rate now in hand, low-level beast's defenses posed no challenge. One slash could deal up to 2,000 damage on a critical hit. Satisfying. So damn satisfying. While others were still struggling with combat strength in the double digits, Chu Yin was already leagues ahead. But he stayed level-headed. ***, play it safe. No unnecessary risks, ***. With 581 defense and 5,560 HP, Chu Yin activated his shield. The very next moment, the bloodthirsty Ant Queen launched its assault. Shadow Strangle. Its pincers crossed, propelling it into a supersonic charge with sonic booms exploding in the air. It was determined. This strike was a guaranteed kill. 700 attack power, with a guaranteed critical hit for 1,400 damage. No human could survive that kind of impact. Yet, Chu Yan's shield barely took a dent. His heart tightened. A few more hits like that, and the shield would really shatter. He couldn't afford to drag this out. The bloodthirsty Ant Queen swiftly turned its head, spotting Chu Yan completely unscathed. It froze in place, cold sweat pouring. My ultimate move didn't kill him. Terrified, it started backing away frantically, its heart pounding in terror. How could there be such a monster-level human in a beginner's village? All I wanted was to survive. Why did I have to meet someone like him? With a screech, the Ant Queen ordered the entire swarm into a frenzied charge. Chu Yan's gaze turned icy as he gripped his blade, readying a blade draw slash. The sword flashed, slicing through the air. Slashing again. The Ant Queen tried to escape, but it was too late. None of its life-saving skills worked. With just 2 slashes, its HP was drained instantly. It glared at Chu Yan with bitter hatred, attempting a desperate last stand. But it couldn't even scream before it was completely obliterated. The Ant Queen, along with 100,000 ants, was annihilated in the radiant sword light. Blood splattered, body shattered, and the sound of loot dropping was relentless. The battlefield was cleared. Sparkling treasures littered the ground. Coins and enhancement stones flooded Chu Yan's inventory crazily. What a rush. What an insane rush. Warm energy surged through his entire body. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Yan immediately looted the battlefield. Such a victory would terrify anyone if word got out. All of this, on day 1 as a beginner. He had slain a level 7 boss with a combat strength over 1,300, casually wiping out a colony of 100,000. And what was more terrifying was, his combat strength had soared past 10,000. An orange gear item dropped. Boots, Whispering Kiss. Movement speed dramatically increased. Chu Yan was ecstatic. If he couldn't win a fight, he could still run like hell. Survival was key. On the spot, he enhanced the boots. Straight to +8 in one go. Opening his stats panel. Combat strength, 15,840. Gold coins, 90,000. Enhancement stones, 90,000. At this point, Chu Yan had only one thought. With his current speed, he was completely unstoppable. Satisfied with his stats panel, Chu Yan smirked to himself. With most of the gold and enhancement stones enough to push one piece of gear to +10, he wasn't in a rush. Right now, the priority was to continue gathering intelligence and dominating fiercely, making money and gearing up. He had every bit of information he could. Staying low-key was the key to survival. The protagonists in novels who stir up trouble everywhere, without the authors protecting them, they'd be dead hundreds of times over. He was just an ordinary guy. Caution was his only option. After finishing his tasks, his mood lifted significantly. This move paid off big time. Time to restore his stamina and check with the village chief for any worthwhile items. As soon as he returned to the beginner's area, he was greeted by a chorus of complaints. This game's insane. It could actually kill you. Our D-rank leader pushed himself to the brink just to take down 2 basketball-playing chickens. The XP is pathetic. I'm only level 2. You're level 2? We're all F rank, and we barely managed to kill 1 mutated mantis after risking our lives. That thing was half a man's height. If Longwu hadn't shown up, we'd all be goners. The beginner area was filled with people sprawled on the ground. Some were injured, some completely drained. Luckily, they could retreat back to their cabins to recover slowly. I just want to go home and eat my mom's cooking, someone muttered. A sympathetic hand patted his shoulder. Snap out of it. It's time to save up gold. Revive tokens go for 100,000 apiece. Your mom might be fighting for her life in another zone right now. If you get stronger, you might save her. Stay weak, and all you can do is watch her die. These words came from Li Chong, a B-rank talent. The brutal experience had completely grounded him in reality. His speech hit like a slap across the face, waking up many. Chu Yan fell silent. He had no parents, just a younger sister he had picked up on the streets. The girl was incredibly talented. By the age of 10, she was already making enough from gaming to provide for the both of them. She was leagues ahead of him. No idea how she was faring now. Chu Yan opened the chat channel. Cross-zone messaging was possible, but you needed a megaphone item to speak, and those were priceless treasures. That's when a tearful voice rang out. Help, please help. Something's happened. Someone's in danger. Everyone turned toward the sound. Jiang Schweder stood there, her clothes torn, her body covered in wounds. Large patches of skin on her arms, waist, and legs were exposed. She looked both pitiful and distracting. She cried, alternately sobbing and begging for help. Long Wu and the others are in trouble. Please, someone help them. Chu Yin had just spent a small fortune at the village chief's, buying 5 stamina potions for 2,000 gold each. The exorbitant price felt like a punch to the gut. Everyone here was a noob. Gold was ridiculously hard to earn, yet even the most basic consumables were absurdly expensive. Still, recovering in your cabin to regain stamina took 6 hours, time he couldn't afford to lose. If he didn't fight to get stronger now, then when the zones merged and the martial arts tournament started, there'd be no way he could secure the top rewards. So what if he had an SSS tier talent? There could be others just like him, or worse, people who worked even harder. This wasn't just a game. It was survival of the fittest. If he wanted to stay alive and protect the people he cared about, he had to grow stronger. Shaking off his thoughts, Chu Yin refocused. Jiang Shuer, still crying, had run up to Li Chong, pleading desperately. Li Chong, you're B rank. You're the only one who can save them. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stopped to save that injured rabbit. I didn't mean for everyone to get hurt like this, but it looked so pitiful. I couldn't just ignore it. It's only 2 giant rats. They're not that strong. If we all team up, we can definitely beat them. I'm begging you, please help. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him like a tragic heroine. Li Chong glanced at her, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. She had dragged the entire team into a death trap, yet somehow managed to escape herself. Still, the fact that she came back to ask for help meant she wasn't entirely heartless, just painfully naive. Li Chong took a deep breath and spoke seriously. We're all descendants of Yin and Huang. When our people are in need, we can't just stand by. All right, brothers, let's go. If your stamina's back or you're not afraid, step forward. Any loot we get will be divided according to contribution. The first few lines were a rallying cry of camaraderie, but the last one appealed squarely to self-interest. It worked. Several people stepped up, fueled by either solidarity or greed. Chu Yin frowned. Jiang Shuer's bleeding heart attitude was the kind that got people killed. Hell, she'd even risked her life for a monster, nearly wiping out her team in the process. This wasn't child's play. Here, you only got one life. But Li Chong, he had potential, a sense of responsibility, but also a clear grasp of incentives. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yin melted into the crowd and followed them. Squeak, squeak. Boom. The clash ahead was deafening. Long Wu had already lost an arm, his entire body drenched in blood. His chest was so torn up that you could see bone. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm, channeling every ounce of his fighting spirit as he battled 2 2-meter-tall mutant rats. Of his 10-person team, only 5 were still on their feet. The rest weren't dead yet, but they were barely clinging to life. One more hit, and they'd all be finished. Jiang Shuer ran forward, still crying. Do something. Save them. Why are you just standing there? Help them. But Chu Yin noticed something strange. On the shoulder of one of the giant rats, there sat a pure white rabbit. Its crimson eyes gleamed like rubies, its expression eerily calm, like it was watching a show. The demon rabbit's gaze landed on Jiang Shuer, and its blood-red lips curled ever so slightly. With a faint smile, Chu Yan's heart sank, instantly catching the subtle change in its expression. Damn it! A chill ran down his spine. This was no ordinary beast. It spared Long Wu and the others and intentionally let Jiang Shuer go, just to lure her into bringing more people to their deaths. This crimson rabbit was far too cunning. The 2 giant rats were merely its underlings. Sure enough, Jiang Shuer took the bait and even falsified the military intelligence. Chu Yin gritted his teeth. He finally understood why those saintly do-gooders in novels always got criticized. Such stupidity could truly cost lives. If it weren't for his own strength, everyone would have been sent to their graves today. In this place, you don't just guard against enemies. You also have to watch out for foolish teammates. Chu Yin activated his detection skill. Giant Rat Slave, level 7 purple monster, combat power, 750, high defense, savage, HP, 3000. On to the next one. Crimson Blood Rabbit, level 7 orange boss, combat power, 2300, attack, 1000, HP, 6000. Chu Yan's pupils contracted sharply. An attack of 1,000. No one here, except him, could survive even a single blow from it. No matter how many people came, they'd just be throwing their lives away. While hunters sought out beasts, humans also became prey for monsters. Jiang Shui's reckless shouting had led everyone straight to death's door. Hidden behind a pile of hay, Chu Yan hesitated. If he left now, no one could stop him. But if he made a move, his strength would inevitably be exposed. Just then, Jiang Shui's cries echoed again. Kill those two big rats already. I can heal. I can treat the injured. They're our comrades. We can't just let them die. Crying and shouting, she pushed everyone toward the monsters. Some hot-headed novices, emboldened by their gear, decided to charge ahead. They're our comrades. We can't just stand by. Let's go. I'm a tank. I'll take the hits. The next moment, Li Chang's face changed drastically. His veins bulged as he trembled and roared at the top of his lungs. Fall back. Scatter. Run. It was only then that he realized who the hunter was and who the prey really were. With a thunderous crash, one of the rats smashed the head of a defensive player, sending brains and blood splattering everywhere. The stench was nauseating. Some people froze in terror, wetting themselves on the spot. Reality wasted no time teaching them the brutal meaning of survival. Bang, bang, bang. A few more players were obliterated on the spot. Golden light enveloped Li Chang, making him look indestructible with an imposing aura. He punched one of the rats back, gritting his teeth as he shouted in rage. The real boss is that rabbit. It's hunting us. Run now. The rabbit's gaze was unflinching, mocking, greedy, bloodthirsty, as if everyone before it was mere food. Chu Yan sighed quietly. People like Li Chang, who played the hero, often died the fastest, knowing the danger, yet stepping up for others. But this wasn't a game. No one was obligated to sacrifice their lives for strangers. Panic spread through the crowd. Run for it. This thing's too strong. We came to rescue people, not to die. That rabbit isn't right. It's definitely the boss. Jiang Shui stepped forward, blocking their path, crying out to stop them. Rabbits are so cute. How could it be a boss? I even petted it. It's harmless. Don't leave. Save them, please. The crimson blood rabbit's lips curled into a sinister smile as its figure vanished in a flash. In the howling wind, it landed a single punch squarely on Li Chang's chest. With a deafening crash, his chest was blown apart. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud, lifeless and decisive. Silence blanketed the scene as fear swept through the crowd. A B-rank talent powerhouse. He couldn't even take one blow? Jiang Shui stood frozen, trembling all over, her lips quivering as she muttered under her breath. Rabbits so cute. How could they kill? Chu Yan shook his head slowly. In the end, he chose not to intervene. He figured that on the first day of the killing game, the system would most likely hand out resurrection tokens, an intentional design to push people to adapt to its cruelty. Even if resurrection wasn't guaranteed, he had no reason to recklessly expose himself. Heroism demands a price, but why should anyone else pay it? If Chu Yan made a move now, he'd be instantly spotlighted. The entire Blue Star would know of a man named Chu Yan who killed an orange boss alone on the first day. Without absolute strength, that was equivalent to courting death. He stayed low, carefully scouting for an escape route. The person responsible for this massacre was Jiang Shui. Run! Get out of here! We're no match for it. The crowd erupted into chaos, scattering in every direction. Jiang Shui snapped back to reality, stacking every buff she had on herself as she fled faster than anyone else. While running, she sobbed. I'm sorry, I didn't know. An apology was hardly enough to erase the loss of lives. Chu Yan clenched his fists, feeling a chill creep through him. Compared to the beasts, the true, he despised this type of saintly act even more. The crimson blood rabbit curled its lips into a cruel grin, its eyes brimming with disdain. Clearly, these bosses weren't dumb. Just as it prepared to chase after the crowd, Chu Yan suddenly bolted in the opposite direction, casually picking up a rock along the way and hurling it hard at the rabbit's head. HP minus 200. Squee. The blood rabbit crushed two people with a single blow, then swiftly locked onto Chu Yan with a fierce glare. Right in front of it, Chu Yan hurled another rock. HP minus 200. Its furious roar shook the skies. The new players panicked, running desperately, each clinging to one simple truth. As long as you're not the last one, you'll live. This was the law of the jungle. Two giant mutated rats were dispatched to chase after the group, while the crimson blood rabbit set its sights solely on Chu Yin. Chu Yin slipped into the underbrush, a bloody scent thick in the air. Up ahead, a giant silver-ringed snake, over 30 feet long, was in the middle of devouring its prey. The 9 silver rings on its shimmering scales glinted coldly under the light. Hisses! The serpent's eyes locked onto Chu Yin. A sense of dread prickled down Chu Yan's spine. Name: Silver-ringed Serpent. Level 9 Purple Boss. Combat Power: 2000. Traits: Bloodthirsty, Murderous, Savage. Skill: Death Constriction. Reward: 20,000 XP, 1% drop rate, up to Orange Grade. Attack: 750. HP: 5,000. Another beast with 2,000 combat power. Chu Yan's eyes darted to a giant tree just behind the snake. On its branches hung 9 blood-red fruits, swaying and releasing an alluring aroma, as though they might drip blood at any second. Jackpot! The hissing grew louder as both the rabbit and the serpent inched closer with disdainful eyes. Clearly, they'd teamed up, marking Chu Yin as their inevitable prey. Duck down, use the terrain for cover. In the next instant, Chu Yin exploded into action, leaves swirling in a whirlwind behind him. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted to the tree. In one smooth motion, all 9 fruits were swept into his bag. Not a single one was left. Blood Giant Fruit, Orange Grade Spiritual Fruit. Permanently plus 1000 HP, max 5 uses. Upon consumption, will gain hostility from nearby serpentine creatures. Combat Power plus 100. Chu Yan's heart pounded. Massive score. Without hesitation, he scarfed down all 5 fruits in one breath. A warm flood of energy surged through his body, and his HP skyrocketed by 5,000. Previously at 5,600, now he had over 10,000 HP. Amazing. The sense of security was overwhelming. He still had fruit left over to sell. Orange-grade consumables would undoubtedly fetch a hefty price. The two beasts roared in fury, their killing intent reaching the heavens. But Chu Yin stayed calm. Resource collection first, then we fight. Now that's called playing it safe. The heavy pounding sound of forging echoed. Let's go, Golden Legend. Golden light shimmered and sparked. Success. For other players, making it to plus 9 enhancements had only a 5% chance, plus 10 enhancements only 1%. But Chu Yin soared straight through them all, flashing streaks of golden brilliance. If anyone saw this, they'd jump up and down in envy. Cost: 60,000 gold coins, 60,000 enhancement stones, Little Shadowless, Sword plus 10. Attack plus 525, crit chance plus 3%, combat power plus 1200. Chu Yin was absolutely ecstatic. From 0 to plus 8 gave only 2,000 combat power. From plus 8 to plus 10, a whopping plus 1,200 in one go. Unreal. And on top of that, his success rate for further enhancements was still 100%. Now, Chu Yan's stats looked like this. Attack: 1,460. Crit chance: 12%. Damage bonus: 10%. HP: 10,000. Combat power: 17,000. Though slightly inflated, dealing with two 2,000 combat power beasts shouldn't be an issue, right? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yin steadied himself, double-checking his surroundings. Shield activated. 2,000 HP shield, nearly 700 defense. Now he could relax. The two beasts simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, smashing their combined attacks down toward him. Chu Yan's face changed. Damn, so brushing shoulders with danger counts as taking damage now. Man, they're strong. They even broke through 6 layers of my shield. I can't handle this. The two beasts exchanged a glance, clearly feeling insulted. Seriously with that acting? Is this a joke? You two are formidable, laughed Chu Yin. The next second, the beasts turned and tried to flee. Chu Yin grinned, sword in hand, and darted after them. 70,000 XP, and you think you can just walk away? His sword gleamed, a flash of precision in the air, landing a Iato strike. HP minus 3,100. The two beasts froze in shock. Half their HP gone with one slash, while they had barely scratched his shield earlier. Death loomed closer as Chu Yan's sword aura sliced through the air. The cries of beasts were cut off. The gleaming little shadowless sword left glistening trails of gold as faint sword marks filled the air. It was undeniably dazzling. Chu Yan's favorite ability was always the unsheathing strike. The crimson blood rabbit clutched its throat, crimson gore spurting out. The silver-ringed serpent's scales shattered. Its weak spot at its 7-inch mark was split clean through by Chu Yan's sword, blood gushing like a fountain. The shrieks of pain from the two beasts were horrifying as they writhed in agony. Despite the immense fear and searing pain, the beasts mustered all their remaining strength for a final counterattack. They knew there was no escape. The giant serpent bared its bloody fangs, its rancid breath rushing at Chu Yan as its jaws aimed to engulf him. The crimson blood rabbit roared in rage, swinging its massive fists down in tandem. Chu Yan shifted sideways at the last moment, unleashing a series of precise slashes. Two muffled thuds echoed in the forest. Collapsed instantly, life extinguished. Soon, a system notification sounded. Killed silver ring snake. Obtained orange equipment. Silver ring pauldrons. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. This skill was a game-changer in critical moments. 30 seconds of damage reduction was incredibly valuable. Right after, a new message popped up. Killed scarlet blood rabbit. Obtained gold equipment. Crimson belt. Chu Yan's body shuddered in excitement. Gold tier equipment acquired. His health and armor penetration skyrocketed. The passive skill even stacked additional armor penetration. Tanks would be powerless before him. A warm surge coursed through him. This feels amazing, utterly amazing. Experience shot up by 70,000. Just another 20,000, and he'd level up to 8. Without hesitation, Chu Yan equipped the gear instantly. The next moment, the entire beginner zone was alerted by a global announcement. Beginner zone announcement. The first gold tier equipment has been obtained, activating the free trade market. All players involved in combat have received 1 resurrection coin. Deceased players have already used them automatically. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes. As expected, the system revived everyone. The first day of trials was more than enough to expose the brutality of this world. To survive, one had to grow stronger, much stronger. He didn't hesitate for even a second. Strength brings security. Only when you're strong can you truly feel at ease. His years of gaming experience whispered a valuable tip. Don't hoard resources in the early game. Dump everything into combat power upgrades. It's the most cost-effective strategy. Compared to the late game, early game resources are peanuts. Why sit on them when you can fully maximize your strength during the power curve? He picked up his iron hammer once more. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. The crisp sound of forging echoed in his ears. And there it was. Legendary gold. Golden light shimmered. Enhancement success. Spent 2,410 gold. 2,410 refinement stones. Silver ring pauldrons +8. Defense +500. Crit resistance +15. Combat power +300. Spent 2,410 gold. 2,410 refinement stones. Crimson belt +8. HP +7,000. Ignore defense +300. Combat power +840. Boom! Combat power surged by over 1,000. Chu Yan immediately opened his stats panel. Combat power evaluation, 19,290. Almost hitting the 20,000 mark. Asterisk sweet. So damn sweet. Asterisk. A full day of grinding. This was basically his current limit. He still had 40,000 gold coins and refinement stones in his bag, just enough to push 2 pieces of equipment to +9. But he wasn't in a rush. 4 Blood Giant's fruits rested in his inventory, each one permanently adding 1,000 HP. The free trade market was now open. Time to exchange for more resources. His short-term goal was simple. Complete a full set of equipment and upgrade everything to +10. This was his baseline before merging realms. SSS tier unlimited enhancement was truly overpowered. While others' combat power lingered in the tens to hundreds range, he was already nearing 20,000. The gap was crushing. And the scariest part? This innate ability could still be upgraded. The thought fired him up. Chu Yan's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Just how far could he go? Blood Giant fruit. Orange tier's spiritual fruit. Consumable. Requires minimum HP of 5,000 to use. Permanently adds 1000 HP, maximum 5 uses. Attracts hostility from snake-type monsters after consumption. Add 100 combat power per use. Chu Yin didn't hesitate. He threw one blood giant fruit into the trade market with a flat price of either 200,000 gold coins or 200,000 refinement stones. Seeing the 5% transaction fee, he silently cursed the system as a bloodsucker. He lazily opened the chat channel to take a breather. The instant he did, chaos erupted in the chat box. Holy crap! Wasn't the Scarlet Blood Rabbit the boss that almost wiped out our entire squad? Dragon Wu and Li Chong both died to it. Who could have taken it down? There's someone this strong in the beginner zone. Could this player be from another region? The crowd was clearly shaken. 2,300 combat power boss. With my measly double digits, I won't even try. If the resurrection mechanic hadn't triggered today, thousands would have died. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice chimed in. Bunnies are so cute. They wouldn't hurt anyone, right? All fingers quickly pointed at Jiang Shuer. If it weren't for her falsely labeling the rabbit as harmless, no one would have died. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, she sobbed. I just thought it was cute. Someone sneered coldly. You sprinted away the fastest when things went south. Dragon Wu stepped in to reprimand the group. Enough. A bunch of you ganging up on a girl. What's the point? Schwenner's just kind and pure-hearted. What kind of men are you? In tears, Jiang Shueter spoke again. I was just scared. I didn't want to hurt anyone. My dad found out that the one who killed the rabbit is from our village. He didn't bother to save anyone. Honestly, I don't really like him. Dragon Wu, who had nearly died thanks to her misinformation, still stood up for her. In his mind, this was his moment to shine as a knight in armor. Asterisk hero saving the damsel, asterisk. Leaving someone to die as a fellow native of Yanhuang? How despicable. I only respect Li Chong. Li Chong responded indifferently. If I could relive that moment, I'd never step forward to save anyone again. Chu Yin smirked coldly as he scrolled through the chat logs. As expected, all attention was now squarely on him. It's too hard being a good guy. Make one mistake, and you're scolded to death. A bad person does one good thing, and they're praised to the heavens. This kind of nice guy? Whoever wants to be one, go ahead. The next second, an announcement echoed through the game. Announcement for beginner zone number 10086. Player Chu Yin has surpassed level 5. The leaderboard is now open. Levels couldn't be hidden, and Chu Yan's existence was instantly exposed. Even without the leaderboard, checking his info showed he was ahead at an impressive level 7. He simply decided to hide his enhancement level, leaving only a bit more than 2,000 combat power visible. As for his equipment, he refused to show it. It was way too eye-catching. With the announcement, the chat channel erupted instantly. What? Someone hit level 5 already. Who is it? That's insane. I'm only level 2. Did this person ascend or something? Could it be Li Chong or Long Wu? The players rushed to check profiles, quickly noticing something wasn't adding up. Nope, not them. They're still stuck at level 3. Highest so far was barely level 3. Could there be a silent badass hiding among us? Even Li Chong and Long Wu were dumbfounded. Who would have thought their beginner village harbored someone even stronger? Jiang Shuer pouted, visibly annoyed. But it's that jerk with no conscience. So strong, but won't bother helping anyone. Waiting for everyone to die before stepping in to kill the boss. Typical. This guy probably got the first gold gear too. No sense of justice. I could never like someone like him. As the holy glow descended, the leaderboard officially appeared before everyone's eyes. Beginner Village number 10086 level leaderboard. First, Chu Yin, level 7. The rest? All levels 3 and 2. When the leaderboard popped up, chaos broke loose. Some were thrilled, others envious, and many locked their gazes firmly on that top spot. Chu Yin. His name shone brightly at the very top. In that instant, all attention turned solely to him. Seeing his name dominate the leaderboard while others didn't even make it, Chu Yin sighed. It was only the first day, and most were still playing it safe. Hardly anyone had leveled up. But then they saw Chu Yan's level. Gasp. What the? Who's Chu Yan? First time hearing that name. He's never even spoken in the chat before? Is that how real pros act? Silent and deadly. Level 7. How much EXP is that even? Beats me. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Pretty sure none of us over level 3 could even imagine. As everyone speculated about Chu Yan's identity, Jiang Shuer tagged him in the chat. Chu Yan, you were there at the time, weren't you? You saw people getting killed. Why didn't you help? Why did you wait for so many to die before stepping in? You're selfish. I hate you. Her words brought the chat to an abrupt silence. Some began chiming in to agree. We all saw our comrades in trouble and rushed to help, even knowing we might die. Chu Yan, letting us act as bait to weaken the monster and then swooping in? That's way over the line, don't you think? This came from Lu Gang, who had just revived. The guy who had far away during the fight was now pretending to be a savior. Li Chong snapped. Shut up. The one who caused all this wasn't Chu Yan. It was you, Jiang Shuer. No one owes you anything. Stop trying to guilt-trip people with your self-righteous nonsense. If Chu Yan hadn't killed that blood rabbit, there'd be way more corpses. And you want to go and blame him? Chu Yan, next time you see these people in trouble, don't help. Especially her. Li Chong's words made Chu Yan feel somewhat better. At least someone had some sense. But some people? They love that moral high ground. Chu Yan couldn't stand that kind of manipulation. First day, and they were already throwing accusations around. It was disgusting. Forget saving this woman. If she ended up alone down the line, he wouldn't mind finishing her off himself. Jiang Shuer started to cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, asterisk asterisk. I just wanted to save my teammates. Was that wrong? Long Wu stepped in to mediate. All right, enough, Li Chong. Stop going after Shuer. If it were you in danger, she'd have risked everything to save you too. She just made a mistake. Any normal person would have done the same. She already apologized, so let's drop it. Sniffling, Jiang Shuer added. I contacted my dad. He's transferring me 20 million as compensation. Everyone who got hurt gets 200,000 as an apology. I'm really sorry. She was talking about Blue Planet's currency, not the coins in this game. But with the world so changed, did 200,000 federal credits even matter anymore? Still, something was better than nothing. With her softening tone, some clueless bystanders started siding with her. Chu Yan glanced at the chat and was about to go back to grinding when the system chimed in once more. Beginner Zone announcement. A player with over 10,000 combat power has been detected. Martial arts tournament will commence ahead of schedule. Rules. Beginner Zone versus Beginner Zone, with 3 rejection opportunities per team. Once you accept the challenge, you must fight to the end. It's a massive battle, tens of thousands on each side, and it only ends when one side is entirely wiped out. Each participant gets only one chance to revive, and if you die again, it's permanent. A maximum of 3 battles per day is allowed. The winner plunders 10% of the loser's resources to be distributed by the team leader. Inside the tournament, time flows at 1% of normal speed. Rankings will be announced on the 7th day. Top rewards asterisk. First place, resources times 1,000. Second place, resources times 500. Third place, resources times 300. Top 200 receive prizes. Note, the highest ranking fighter from each novice village gets to choose their opponent. Battles begin 24 hours later, asterisk asterisk. As soon as this announcement hit, the chat channel blew up. No way. My power level is barely 20, and some people's are already over 10,000. Losing means losing 10% of our resources. At 3 games a day, my gold won't even be enough to fill their pockets. Forget fighting. I'd barely be able to scratch their armor. Everyone realized this wasn't a fair fight. It was pure domination. Our strongest player, Li Qianlong, barely has a power level of a few hundred. If he goes up against a 10,000 level pro, he's done for. Wait, don't we still have Chu Yan? He's level 7, and he even killed that blood rabbit boss. His power must be close to 1,000, right? The chat exploded again. Everyone was frantically tagging Chu Yan. Chu Yan, where are you? Dad, please respond to your son. Daddy Chu Yan, show us your power. Chu Yan sighed at the flood of friend requests and only accepted one, Li Qianlong's. He pondered for a moment, then replied in the group chat with a simple, grinding mobs. The chat immediately went berserk. OMG. The big boss responded. He actually spoke. That's so cool. I love it. That profile pic is killer. Chu Yan, can you give me a chance to be your partner? Chu Yan daddy, take me grinding. I can do the Uwu voice. The young crowd had thrown all their dignity out the window, and the girls were openly flirting. Practically everyone did the same thing next. clicked on his profile to see his stats. The moment they did, an audible gasp rippled through the chat channel. 2,300. For a moment, total silence. No avatar blinking, no one typing. The entire group chat went dead for 3 whole minutes, an eerie kind of silence. Finally, someone managed to speak up. Did I read that wrong? Nope. His power level is 2,300. Chuyin Daddy, I only have 20 power, but I can cheer you on. Take me with you. Step aside. Chuyin Daddy, I have 50 power and can cook anything you want. Out of the way. Chuyin Daddy, I'm fair-skinned, long-legged, and I can keep you warm at night. Team up with me. The chat spiraled into chaos once again. Chuyin was already done with the group. He closed the chat and continued grinding mobs. Across the globe, news of the martial combat tournament sent shockwaves through every novice village. Each nation had their zones. The Great Summer Nation, Dashiagwa, 200,000 novice villages. Oceanic Nation, 100,000 novice villages. Sakura Nation, 50,000 novice villages. Hung Shui Nation, 250,000 novice villages. On a global scale, 1 million novice villages all received the same announcement. Their group chats plunged into absolute chaos. In Oceanic Nation's novice village #94-250, people were already arguing. What kind of martial combat tournament nonsense is this? How could they force this on us without our consent? This is so undemocratic. We should protest. This whole violent world is messed up, dragging us here against our will, and now making us compete? We stand for peace. I say we strike. Yeah, boycott the tournament. Refuse to fight. We should start a march against the system and show them what democracy looks like. At that moment, the strongest player in #94-250 village, Robert Kenny McMap, selected Great Summer Nation's novice village #10-086 as their opponent. The local chat erupted. Oh my God, McMap, you picked an opponent without our approval? That's disrespectful. Yeah, we need a vote. This is undemocratic. If we lose and 10% of our resources are deducted, are you going to compensate us? McMap, you hothead. Who even gave you the right to pick? McMap finally appeared in the chat. His blonde, blue-eyed profile picture popped into view. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. As the strongest here, it is my right to choose. If anyone has a problem, feel free to challenge me. I'll take any fight. Ugh, bullying people weaker than you is so unethical. This goes against democratic values. Say one more thing, and I'll kill you, McMap stated bluntly. The chat instantly fell silent. No one dared mention democracy again. McMap continued. I chose a village from the Great Summer Nation. It was the optimal choice. Oh my God, the Great Summer Nation? Those sick men of the East? I heard they're all short and weak. Hell yeah, they'll be easy pickings. Nice, no point worrying about backward civilizations. In this world of carnage, they're the perfect opponents. Suddenly, someone opened Mac Mippy's stats panel and gasped in disbelief. Oh my God, combat power of 3,000. Holy crap, Mac Mippy, you're insane. How can I be your lover, even just for one night? Mac Mippy chuckled. I have a +9 enhanced weapon. In the entire beginner zone of Blue Planet, not many are stronger than me. Besides, I've awakened an A-level talent. Being in the same starter village as me is a blessing for you all. Oh my God, this is a gift from above. Chu Yin received a declaration of war from novice village number 94250 and clicked into the channel, but it was quickly blocked. Shorty, sick man of the East? Humph. He sneered coldly, strode with the wind, and headed straight for the depths of the plains. The fierce beasts in the shrubland are no longer worthy opponents for him. He wants to try a stronger existence. Roar! Just as he stepped onto the beast plain, 2 fierce beasts were locked in a brutal fight. One was a plain wolf, 8 meters long, with silver-white mane, sharp horns on its head, and a bloody stench overwhelming the air. The plain wolf tucked its tail, its back fur bristling, growling continuously. Roar, roar, roar. Chu Yin crouched in the grass, and the ferocious beast at the other end also became clear. It was a plain crocodile, 8 meters long, with a back shell rising half a meter high, opening its mouth emitting a foul stench. He quickly gathered information. Both are level 12 purple bosses, with 950 attack, 6,000 health, and power levels around 2,400. One is fast, the other fierce. Neither is easy to deal with. Chu Yin felt a sinking sensation in his heart. They had just left the plains, yet the beast levels were already this outrageous. His panel combat power is close to 20,000, but the 13,000 is just a boosted virtual number, and in a real fight, it's far from stable. With his temperament, he originally didn't want to engage anyone with combat power above 5,000. Let alone beast fiends. Fighting the small ones easily attracts the big ones. Resurrection coins can only be used once a day, and even then, revival is not guaranteed. If things go wrong, it means death. The drop rate was only 1%. Although the luck value could accumulate, he wasn't sure exactly how much. After weighing the pros and cons and confirming there were no stronger monsters around, he decided to make his move. Experience, equipment, I want it all. The next second, Chu Yan's fighting spirit burst forth. A woo roar. 100 meters away, two fierce beasts simultaneously spotted him and turned their heads in unison. The wolf's eyes were blood red, the crocodile's eyes icy cold, both fixed firmly on Chu Yan, their roars deafening. The two originally opposing beasts instantly became allies. This scene made Chu Yan's heart tighten. As before, whenever outsiders appeared, they would join forces. There was a problem, but there was no time to think it through. Chu Yan took a deep breath and faced the two bosses alone, still refusing to retreat. Whoosh. The unicorn on the plain wolf's head lit up, and a white light shot straight out. A black shadow rushed fiercely forward, stabbing directly at Chu Yan. Sizzling. The shield instantly dropped by 300. A heavy weight sank in Chu Yan's heart. The 3,600-point shield was cut down by so much in a single strike. Too ruthless. Howl. The plain wolf growled lowly, rushing like a whirlwind, fiercely lunging to intercept the gale's thrust. Chu Yan's speed was simply not enough to dodge it. He also wanted to launch a sneak attack, but these monsters had extremely sharp senses. Approaching would immediately expose him. The fierce wind swept by. Another heavy blow. 800. Damn it. Sweat beaded on Chu Yan's forehead. A beast with 2,400 combat power shattered over 1,000 of his shields in just 2 hits. A few more hits, and the shield would shatter. The thought of the shield breaking made him feel weak inside. He couldn't fight head-on. He had to be careful. Roar. The plain crocodile opened its blood-red jaws, the stench hitting his face, and lunged fiercely at Chu Yan's neck. Chu Yan's pupils contracted. The next moment, he drew the small shadowless sword, slid to the side, and skimmed the ground. Sword into the air. Sword aura exploded. A sword thrust straight into the throat. 3,000. Chu Yan was delighted and followed up with consecutive stabs. Uft, uft, uft. 3 swords struck in succession, and the plain crocodile died instantly. He turned around and slashed at the plains wolf. The clash of sword and blade rang out with the sound of metal. 300. Chu Yan was stunned. Only 300 damage after hitting the head. Is this one made of iron? Howl. The plains wolf howled to the sky. Chu Yan's heart sank. Wolves live in packs. Was it calling its companions? One alone could break through his 1,000 blood. If dozens surrounded him, he would surely die. Can't delay. Chu Yan stepped on the wind and struck again. The plains wolf was dazed by the sword just now, and seeing its companion die miserably, it realized it was no match and retreated while howling. These demon beasts are very cunning. It suddenly launched a counterattack. Chu Yan's heart tightened. Bronze head, iron bones, tofu waist. The waist is a weak point. The moment the wolf pounced, he slid again, skimming the ground. Leaping into the air. Sword chi exploded. A horizontal sword slash. Howl. The sword edge struck the waist. The plain wolf screamed miserably and fell to the ground, blood gushing wildly, almost losing its combat strength. The next second, it used the momentum to kick back, suddenly sprang up, and bit fiercely at Chu Yan's throat. But Chu Yan was already prepared. A cold flash gleamed. The sword's edge pierced the throat. Uft. Blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood hit him in the face. The plain wolf raised its paw, still wanting to fight back. Chu Yan swung his sword again, ready to finish it off. Whoa! The plains wolf growled in pain, full of unwillingness. It didn't expect to die at the hands of a human who looked so weak. Hell! Before dying, It mustered all its strength to let out a long howl toward the sky. Chu Yin frowned. His blood level was almost depleted, yet he could still roar. The numerical mechanism was clearly flawed. The sound waves dispersed, vibrating over 100 miles, conveying anger and unwillingness to yield. Soon, wolf howls echoed continuously from all directions. Chu Yin was completely certain now. This group of guys was really not to be trifled with. Not engaging with ferocious beasts above a combat power of 5,000 was his wisest choice. In an unknown world, the first rule of survival is to be cautious. Moreover, the system had indicated that in certain scenarios, dying would render revival coins useless, so he dared not risk his life. Ding! Ding! A prompt sound rang out. 100,000 experience credited. With a clang, leveled up. Immediately after, gold coins and enhancement stones were added to the bag. The orange light flashed, and Chu Yin felt exhilarated. Obtained orange helmet. Unicorn battle helmet. Increases defense, attack speed, and has a burst skill. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, finally making up for the weakness in attack speed. Bueling. Obtained orange leg armor. Desert leg armor. Increases critical hit, boosts health, and grants a chance to refresh skills. Chu Yin was in a great mood. Critical hit rate is directly increased. Output is more stable, and you can also take a risk to refresh skills. Steadily reach level 8, with 2 pieces of orange gear in hand. As long as you reach level 10, the full set of equipment is complete. Even as transitional gear, it's enough for him to keep pushing forward. We still have to wait for everyone's levels to rise. Fortunately, he has already saved up 45,000 gold coins and enhancement stones. At this rate, reaching 1 million today is not impossible. Keep pushing forward. Newbie Village number 94250 will declare war on number 10086 tomorrow. Since they dare to call the Yanhuang people the sick man of the East, let them see what true terror really is. Chu Yin opened the chat channel and sent a message. The Newbie Village number 94250 in the Ocean Country has declared war on us. Then he threw out a screenshot. In the screenshot, the people of Daon Country are wantonly mocking the Daxia Country, saying we are weak, stupid, and backward, the easiest soft targets to bully. The group chat instantly exploded. Chu Yin is the only person with a combat power over 1,000 in 10086, and although everyone verbally disagrees, they still rely on him at critical moments. The martial arts tournament came too quickly. Each new player zone can only refuse battles 3 times a day. Used 3 times, whoever declares war first must face the battle. You can also proactively declare war on others to seize the initiative. This is the rule that forces everyone to fight. Once defeated, 10% of the entire district's resources must be handed over. Moreover, the flow of time inside the conference is very slow, which does not affect leveling up. Seeing that screenshot, everyone got angry. Dare to call us the sick man of the East. Let's hit them hard. Treat us like soft targets? Let them see who's tougher. Brothers, keep grinding and leveling up, then go all out to take it back. Some people calm down. What if we can't win? How about avoiding the fight for now and developing a bit first? We have Chu Yin, a level 7 with 2,000 combat power. Can he really hold out? The speaker was Lu Gang. Zhang Shueta spoke softly. Can we not fight? Isn't peace better? You can be revived once if you die in the martial arts tournament. But if you're killed again, it's really over. Woo-woo. Dying once is painful enough. Who would want to go through it a second time? Someone stepped forward to analyze. The most important thing now is to save resources, don't spend them recklessly. Everyone only has 1 or 2 pieces of broken equipment. It's not worth upgrading them. Wait until orange gear drops, then dump all your resources into it at once. The first thing you must upgrade is your weapon. It boosts combat power the most. If you get beaten down every day, you won't even be able to protect your resources, let alone develop. Combat power gaps will only widen, and in the end, you won't be able to turn things around. Some people couldn't help but curse. This system is disgusting. I want to quit the game. Not friendly to free-to-play players at all. And no paying to win. How are you supposed to play? Someone sneered. Want to retreat? Simple. Just die and you can retreat. But by the time you return to Blue Star, others will have become strong, while you're still worthless, making life even harder. The power in this world can be brought back to Blue Star. The result is simple. Money became worthless. What truly holds value are resources like gold coins and enhancement stones. The previous top spenders had their advantages completely reset. Li Chong said in a deep voice. Hiding is useless. Each newbie zone only allows you to refuse a fight 3 times. If you refuse once, they'll still target you next time. Once you've used up your refusals, they'll just keep focusing on you. If that really happens, our newbie village number 10086 will become a complete joke. So if you can fight, you must fight. If you can't fight, you still have to fight. The group chat instantly exploded. Right, fight aggressively. Being taken advantage of and just tolerating it? Are we supposed to be Ninja Turtles? I'm going to farm gear right now. In a battle with 10,000 troops, it's about coordination and tactics. Who says we will definitely lose? Chu Yin only replied with 2 words. Accepted. The group fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Haha, nailed it. Boss Chu made a move. So cool. The atmosphere suddenly ignited. Everyone fought monsters more fiercely and also became more united. The rules of the martial arts tournament were indeed brutal. The strong grew stronger, while the weak were repeatedly harvested. But this world also had miracles. If a divine weapon is revealed and then successfully enhanced consecutively, the combat power will surge, allowing for a comeback. Even the weak can strike down those weaker than themselves. Moreover, no matter how strong someone is, they can only plunder up to 30% of the opponent's resources in one day. Fortunes will turn. You are strong today, but not necessarily tomorrow. Don't underestimate anyone. Put aside distractions. Chu Yin continued forward. Today's goal is to reach level 10. Just after walking 10 miles, howls suddenly rose all around. He leapt on a higher ground and saw that 30 or 40 one-horned plain wolves were closing in from all directions. Most were level 12 blue monsters, but among them was a purple female wolf, clearly the leader. The female wolf bared her teeth and growled lowly, her red eyes fixed dead on him, as the wolf pack quickly surrounded him. Chu Yin, on the contrary, smiled. I'll take the experience served on a silver platter. He charged straight ahead with his sword raised. The shadowless sword collided head-on with the she-wolf's monohorn light beam, sparks flying everywhere. The she-wolf was pushed back, while the pack of wolves pounced simultaneously, a bloody wind hitting their faces. Chu Yin sidestepped and slashed horizontally with his sword. Cold light skimmed past. The wolf's head flew off, blood gushing like a spring. The blue wolf didn't have much health. He took them down with 1 sword each, straightforward and decisive. Walking with the wind, sword shadows fluttered. The second wolf head fell to the ground. The third one. The fourth one. Blood mist spread, with continuous agonized howls. He weaved through the wolf pack, leaving severed heads and broken bodies wherever he went. The enhanced shadowless sword was incredibly sharp, killing without any hesitation. The wolf pack's momentum collapsed, and the she-wolf snarled angrily as she lunged again. Chu Yin sneered coldly, and the sword light rose once more. The prey has changed. Alert sounds rang out in succession. Killed the plains wolf, gained purple equipment, 10,000 experience, and 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations, Slayer. You killed a plain wolf and obtained purple equipment. Experience 10,000, gold 5,000. The alert sounds kept flooding the screen. Half an hour later, 30 to 40 blue plain wolves were cleared by Chu Yin, almost 1 per minute. Experience skyrocketing, gear dropping one after another. Gold coins and enhancement stones filling up the backpack. Incredibly satisfying. Haha, feels great. Chu Yin shifted his gaze and fixed it on that purple female wolf. This is the hope for the orange gear. For ordinary people farming bosses, the drop rate is less than 1%. And those who can defeat the purple boss are even rarer. A level 10 orange item can easily be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Chu Yin charged directly forward. A woo. The she-wolf howled toward the sky, almost no longer resisting. Still able to recruit people? Could it be that she's calling her lover? Chu Yin really guessed it right. This she-wolf is exactly the Wolf King's lover. The furious roar of the Wolf King came from afar. The next second, it was silenced by the she-wolf's shout. Chu Yin no longer hesitated and struck down with one sword. The purple boss died on the spot. The smell of blood mixed with the scent of fresh grass spread everywhere. The ground was covered with wolf corpses, yet Chu Yin remained as clean as ever, his expression indifferent. In this world, being soft-hearted only leads to dying faster. Ding! Orange light burst forth. Congratulations to the Slayer for killing the purple plain wolf boss and obtaining the orange weapon, Shatterblade. Shatterblade, wearable at level 10. Attack plus 80, attack speed plus 1%. Stack attack speed, with additional armor penetration and damage increase. Chu Yin simply compares. The attributes are good, but the lesser shadowless sword is still stronger. A level-less item. One more level to go, up to level 10. No need to switch small shadowless sword for now. Critical hit is stronger than attack speed. The next second, Chu Yin felt a shock in his heart. This wave directly gained 450,000 experience points. A warm current surged through his body. His whole body felt light, and he leveled up again. Chu Yin immediately opened the panel to check. Name: Chu Yin. Level: 9, 330, 000/500, 000. Weapon: Little Shadow Dagger plus 10. Armor: Titan's Relic plus 8. Shoulder armor: Silver Ring Pauldrons plus 8. Helmet: None. Belt: Blood-colored belt plus 8. Pants: None. Shoes: Whisper's Kiss plus 8. Necklace: Demon Infant Weighs Tears plus 8. Bracelet: None. Earrings: None. Talent: SSS Infinite Enhancement. Skills: Active: Titan's Guard, Blessing of the Magic Young, Silver Ring Entanglement. Passive: Walking on the Wind, Blood Mark. Backpack: 375,000 gold coins, 375,000 enhancement stones, 3 orange equipment pieces, 40 purple equipment pieces. Status: Full. Attribute panel. Attack: 1,500. Defense: 1,150. HP: 18,500. Ignore defense: 330. Critical hit: 12%. Attack speed: 1. Movement speed: 161. Damage bonus: plus 10%. Luck value: 180. Combat power: 19600. Chu Yin felt a burning sensation in his heart. Finally, there was some capital to work with. He suddenly remembered that someone once revealed a plus 16 magic sword, which sold for 100,000 coins. And now, he was holding a level 10 orange weapon in his hand. What if he enhanced it to plus 10 and put it up on the trading market? It would be this ridiculous on the very first day. A level 10 orange equipment plus 10, no one would believe it if told. But since the trading hall can hide information, he's not worried. No sooner said than done. In the enhancement space, Chu Yin swung the hammer fiercely. Clang clang rang out, golden light bursting forth. Done. Consumed 62,410 gold coins, 62,410 enhancement stones. Damage cutter plus 10. Damage cutter. Attack plus 1,200, attack speed plus 10%, combat power plus 3,200. Chu Yin smiled. For a normal person to upgrade to plus 10, it would take at least over 600,000 resources. Stuck at plus 9 trying to upgrade to plus 10, it costs 500,000 gold coins at once, and the success rate is terrifyingly low. With bad luck, even tens of millions can't make it succeed. That's a real deep pit. But for him, it only took a few tries. This is the difference in talent. Chu Yin turned around and entered the trading hall. The blood giant fruit has already been speculated up to 200,000 per piece. Private messages are overflowing, with tens of thousands of people scrambling to add him as a friend. At Chu Yinxin's whim, he directly changed the rules, limiting the trading area to the Daxia Kingdom war zone only. Other places? Sorry, no matter how much money, I won't sell. The next second, he listed a broken damage knife in the Daxia Kingdom novice zone. Congratulations, Slayer, successfully listed plus 10 enhanced broken damage knife. Please set the trading method. Auction. Please set the starting price. 10 million gold coins or enhancement stones. Mixed payment accepted. Please set the bid increment. Not less than 100,000 each time. Successfully listed. As the first Slayer to list plus 10 weapons, you are granted one server-wide announcement. Use it. Use. Moments later, the announcement echoed throughout the Newbie Zone. Newbie Zone announcement. Daxia Kingdom Trading Hall. The first plus 10 reinforced orange weapon is now on sale. Welcome to bid. Chu Yin is very restrained. He did not reinforce and sell other purple equipment together, only took out this one. One weapon is an honorary emperor. A pile, and it will be targeted. Once the news came out, the entire newbie zone of Blue Star exploded. The Ocean Nation angrily denounced it as unfair. The Hongshui Nation prayed desperately to the gods, and the Sakura Nation clamored for a nationwide auction, only to find they could not participate in the transactions. As for the Great Xia Nation, it went completely insane. You're selling all your plus 10 orange weapons? Are you crazy? Adding over 3,000 battle power. I don't even have 200. This is so lucky. Someone please lend me some of that luck. Everyone was looking for this mysterious powerhouse. Private messages were popping up like crazy. Bro, I'll trade you a Thompson mansion in Magic City for this knife of yours. One set isn't enough. 2 sets, you'll profit for sure. You're selling such good gear? Your family must have never lived in a nice house. Take your family to live there once. Don't sell it. Think it over carefully. Seeing this private message, Chu Yin sneered. If the power in this world can't be brought into reality, then what he said isn't wrong. No matter how good the equipment is, it's just game items. But the problem is, the combat power here is real. Would someone with over 3,000 combat power lack a place to live? Ridiculous. Not just one person is this ridiculous. Bro, I'll trade you a Sihiyuan in Beijing worth over 100 million. Once you have a house, what girlfriend can't you find? Besides those trying to snag a bargain, some are taking shortcuts. Hey cutie, I'm a top-tier female celebrity. Give me your weapon, and I'll be your girlfriend. This is still considered subtle. Some are ridiculously confident. Handsome guy, I'll give you a chance to chase me. Give me your weapon, and I'll consider being your girlfriend. I'm 160 centimeters, 130 gene, have a great figure, and good looks. You'd be making a great deal. This is my second marriage, and I have a child, but I deserve this weapon. If you give it to me, I won't ask for a bride price. I'll marry you right away. Chu Yin twitched the corner of his mouth. Compared like this, exchanging for a Sihiyuan and Tangshan Epine actually seems normal. If someone really succeeded, the killing world would probably become an inspirational story. Remarrying at 40 with kids, marrying a strong and handsome guy in his 20s. Bride price includes a set plus 10 orange weapon, instantly shooting to the top of the combat power rankings. As long as a woman believes in love, it's never too late. Thinking of this, Chu Yin shook his head. Some people are not joking, they truly believe it. He directly closed the trading hall and walked deeper into the plains. The only purpose of selling the broken injury knife is to exchange for resources. He wants nothing except money. A woman? Huh. In this world, killing is the rule. Maybe one day someone will stab you in the back. Without any distractions, drawing the sword is faster. Chu Yin withdrew his scattered thoughts and continued grinding monsters. First rush to level 10, get the equipment complete. Once fully equipped, strengthen everything that can be strengthened and invest all the money into it. Combat power maxed out. Who knows if monster-level warriors will appear at the martial arts tournament tomorrow. He had previously glimpsed that Robert Kinney Marmot's combat power was 3,000. But every newbie village has 3 chances to be challenged. Stay steady, you can't go wrong. At the same time, the chat channel of newbie village number 10086 exploded. More people were complaining. This game is way too hard. Our combat power hasn't even reached 100, while they are already trading with weapons that have plus 3,200 combat power. The strongest in our server, Chu Yin, barely has just over 2,000. This gap is ridiculous. Don't even mention Chu Yin, our entire server is shabby. In the newbie village, he's a big shot, but put him in another village, and he probably wouldn't even reach half of theirs. Don't think about it. Care for yourself first. I've never even seen the shadow of a plus 10 weapon, still just white gear. The gap is right there, painful and helpless. Some people are quietly getting stronger, without complaints. Teaming up with good talents to farm monsters, gear drops all along the way. Strengthening to plus 6 is not considered hard. Starting from plus 8, resources burn through quickly, and the success rate is frighteningly low. As for plus 10, no one even dares to think about it. If they knew failure would directly destroy the gear, they'd probably break down on the spot. Stop chatting. Li Chong and Long Wu are both grinding monsters. Their combat power has already exceeded 1,000. Complaining is useless, just grind hard. Soon, everyone formed their own teams, with only one path, getting stronger. Chu Yin was farming monsters when suddenly the announcement flooded the screen. Lu Ting was killed by a bloodthirsty pig, completely dead. Wang Yin was killed by the bloodthirsty dog, completely dead. Huang Kuang was killed by the bloodthirsty chicken, completely dead. The chat channel instantly fell silent. This time, they were really dead. After a moment, Li Chong spoke. Try to team up. Those with low combat power should avoid the plains. If you encounter a boss, run first, or find out more before fighting. You only have one life. The monsters I've cleared, I'll post the strategy. He's not putting on a show, nor does he seek any reward. He's just soft-hearted. Chu Yin, however, knows clearly that people like this often end up putting themselves at risk. The ferocious beasts beyond the plains can cause even someone with Li Chong's combat strength to fail at any time. Chu Yin looked at the chat records and was silent for a moment. Then, he anonymously mailed a set of purple equipment weapons enhanced to +10, with the rest enhanced to +8, to Li Chong. He didn't want to be a hero, nor did he want to be praised. He just respected such a person. Not only the 10086 newbie village, other newbie villages are also experiencing deaths. Revival coins are too expensive, and most people can't afford them. Moreover, they are only effective for those under level 10. Farming monsters and encountering bosses have a terrifyingly high death rate. Without a high-level leader, once you encounter an orange boss, it basically means a wipeout. What's even more terrifying is that the orange bosses are very intelligent. They will even set traps to lure and kill humans. It's too difficult. Without a high-level leader, going to farm monsters is just suicide. Encountering the orange boss, even high-level top players might not survive. Revival coins cost 100,000 gold each and can only be used once a day. Who can handle that? This game is too scary. I want to quit. High-level top players, please carry us. But everyone knows that quitting the game is impossible. This isn't a game. The only option is to keep moving forward. At this moment, someone noticed a new item in the beginner village shop. Exploration Stone, a one-time consumable that allows you to view the strength of beasts within twice your own combat power. Price: 100 gold coins, limited to one purchase per day. As soon as the news came out, the channel exploded. Brothers, good news. We can now scout. Finally, no more reckless rushing. The reckless monster before was really terrifying. Lu Gang shouted. Brothers of the King Kong Mutual Fund Group, everyone by one. Let's start. Hai Fei also yelled. Smooth brothers, hurry up and buy. Let's go. With the reconnaissance stone, it's like having an extra life. Chu Yin also bought a piece and held it in his hand to examine it carefully. Can it be enhanced? He suddenly realized that he was able to see monster information before solely because of his talent. Once he thought of it, he acted on it. Enhancement. A ding sounded, a black light flashed. Enhancement failed, insufficient gold coins and enhancement stones. Due to the influence of SSS talent, assets will not go negative, and backpack supplies have been reset to 0. Note: assets must not go negative more than once per day, otherwise the backpack will explode. Damn! Chu Yan's face turned dark. More than 300,000 gold coins, enhancement stones, and over 30 pieces of purple equipment, all gone. Luckily, the orange equipment was in the trading hall. But the next second, he suddenly realized. Wait, this is a bug. Assets can't be negative. In other words, as long as I keep one coin, I can strengthen for free once every day. The cost of strengthening in the later stages is huge, and resources are nearly impossible to save up. Now it's good. No matter how difficult the enhancement is, he can try it once every day. Making a fortune. This value is simply immeasurable. Chu Yin got more and more excited the more he thought about it. From now on, clear the resources every day, and then put all enhancement chances into the tier of the Demon Child. This is his only artifact. This piece of equipment is ridiculously powerful, and the luck value is even more extraordinary. That feeling was like being personally protected by the heavenly Tao. Chu Yin continued to move forward across the plain. He casually cleared out small monsters, but his experience was pitifully low, and all the drops were blue equipment. He was 17,000 experience points short of leveling up and could only continue further into the depths. The plain stretched endlessly, and the distant mountain remained insurmountably high. After walking for a long time, it was still unreachable. The cold wind howled, chilling people to the bone. Suddenly, a loud bang. The ground shook violently, and Chu Yin almost lost his balance. A stench of blood and an overwhelming sense of pressure hit him in the face. He looked up and saw a silver giant wolf descending from the sky, 50 meters long and over 20 meters tall. A single golden horn gleamed, its silver fur fluttering, its huge mouth slightly open, the smell of blood mixed with the scent of grass, making one's scalp tingle. Its crimson wolf eyes were almost as big as his head. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. This thing was fiercer than a house. He immediately checked the information. Unicorn Plain Wolf King, Level 12 Mutated Orange Boss. Combat Power 8,000, HP 60,000, Attack 1950. Kill reward of 500,000 experience points. Chu Yan cursed loudly on the spot. His attack was only 1460, and his health was 18,000, completely crushed. The Wolf King growled lowly but did not attack immediately, staring at him coldly. Chu Yan cursed silently. If it really charged at him, he would have already turned and run away. High risk is not worth it. Your life is more important. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed. Hundreds of prairie wolves surrounded them, baring their teeth and growling lowly, full of murderous intent. Chu Yan couldn't understand wolf language, but he knew it wasn't good news. He tightly gripped the little shadowless sword and curled his finger. Come on. In the next moment, with a thought, he entered the trading hall. Seeing the auction information, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Plus 10 armor-piercing blade, already bid up to 20 million gold coins. Chu Yan didn't hesitate and directly terminated the deal, selling the Ruins blade. The buyer was Zhou Xiaoyi, a famous female streamer in Daxia, known as the Mute Bride. He didn't think much and put all the coins he received into his backpack. The other party used mixed payment, 10 million coins plus 10 million enhancement stones. After deducting the fees, he received 9.5 million coins and 9.5 million enhancement stones. The reason is simple. He's targeting the experience of this group of wolf cubs. Before coming, he scouted around and found that the strongest nearby was only the Wolf King. Since there are no stronger monsters, he might as well kill a bunch and secure the experience firmly. Time to start strengthening. Plus 11 success rate 0.5%, 1 million gold coins, 1 million enhancement stones, equipment breaks upon failure. Plus 12 success rate 0.1%, 5 million gold coins, 5 million enhancement stones, destroyed upon failure. Plus 13 success rate 0.05%, 10 million gold coins, 10 million enhancement stones. Plus 14 success rate 0.01%, 50 million gold coins, 50 million enhancement stones. Plus 15 success rate 0.005%, 100 million gold coins, 100 million enhancement stones. Plus 16 success rate 0.001%, 500 million gold coins, 500 million enhancement stones. Chu Yan looked at the consumption chart and gasped. This isn't just burning money, it's pouring mountains of gold into the fire. Bang, bang, bang. Consume 1 million gold coins, 1 million enhancement stones. Demon Youngwei's Tears Enhancement plus 10. Luck plus 120. Combat Power plus 18,000. He first enhanced Demon Youngwei's Tears to plus 10, stacking luck to 300. Having 300 luck, only plus 12 gives confidence. Continue to strengthen. Golden light flashes continuously. Now plus 11 is guaranteed. Plus 12 success rate is 31%. Plus 13 only 2.5%. Consume 600,000 gold coins, 600,000 enhancement stones. Little Shadowless Sword enhanced to plus 12. Attack plus 1,000. Critical hit plus 7%. Combat power plus 4,000. Chu Yan was delighted. 31% was directly achieved. Strike while the iron is hot. Bang, bang, bang. Spent 600,000 gold coins, 600,000 enhancement stones. Titan's Ruins enhancement plus 12. HP plus 5,000. Defense plus 500. Combat power plus 300. It worked again. Incredible luck. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yan kept hammering hard. throwing all the resources in at once. The hammer sounded wildly. The more he smashed, the more thrilled he became. Power, rise for me. Golden light, explode for me. Ding. The crisp alert sounds keep ringing, more exciting than anything. Consume 600,000 gold coins, 600,000 enhancement stones, silver ring shoulder armor enhancement plus 12, defense plus 800, critical resistance plus 20, combat power plus 600. Consume 600,000 gold, 600,000 enhancement stones, blood-colored belt enhancement plus 12, HP plus 10,000, ignore defense plus 400, combat power plus 1,200. Consume 600,000 gold, 600,000 enhancement stones, whispering kiss enhancement plus 12, movement speed plus 100, combat power plus 300. 7 million resources spent, all equipment plus 12 across the board. This luck is already heavenly. Normally, it would require at least 4 million as a base. With his 31% success rate, he should have suffered a massive loss. Instead, he only spent an extra 3 million and got all of them. Possessed by the luck of a royal, combat power took off immediately. Chu Yan's hands were shaking, and he quickly opened the panel. Name, Chu Yan. Level, 9, 330, 000/500, 000. Weapon, Little Shadowless Dagger, plus 12. Armor, Titan's Relic, plus 12. Shoulder armor, Silver Ring Pauldrons, plus 12. Belt, Blood-Colored Belt, plus 12. Shoes, Whisper's Kiss, plus 12. Necklace, Tear of Magic Seedling, plus 10. Talent, SSS Infinite Enhancement. Attributes, Attack, 2,460. Defense, 2,431. Health, 33,260. Ignore defense, 730. Crit resistance, 40. Critical hit, 19%. Movement speed, 261. Damage bonus, plus 10%. Luck value, 300. Combat power, 43900. 43,900. Chu Yan almost burst out laughing. This combat power already crushes his peers. But he didn't stop. The blessing of MOUA lasts only 30 seconds. Double your luck within 30 seconds, soaring straight to 600. Plus 13 success rate 5%. Not high, but you can gamble twice. What's more ruthless is that critical damage is doubled. In these 30 seconds, he is the god of killing. 1/crit. Damage exceeds 8,000. 30 slashes can be made in 30 seconds. Wolf King? Beat it to death 10 times. Chu Yan's figure flashed, rushing straight at the Wolf King. Speed doubled, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. A woo! The Wolf King growled lowly, and the pack of young wolves lunged wildly. But at this moment, Chu Yan's killing power was astounding. With one sword strike, a whole group fell. The flash of the sword light, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The wolf pup at the very front was split in two by a single sword strike. Even its wolf head cleaved open. The strong wind whipped up a blood rain, instantly staining the grass red, the metallic smell sharp and pungent. The Wolf King was completely enraged. It let out a furious roar and pounced, its gaping maw wider than a door, the stench rushing straight at the face. It wanted to bite Chu Yan to death in one bite. The wild wind howled, a giant shadow looming down. Chu Yan's gaze turned cold. He stepped aside and drew his sword. Flash. Health minus 8,000. Do not retreat, strike again. Health minus 8,000. The Wolf King howled miserably. One glance and 16,000 health was lost. The 60,000 health immediately fell to 44,000. It was both shocked and angry. The little wolf pack continued to pounce. Chu Yan showed no mercy, striking boldly and decisively. Sword light crisscrossed, blood fountains splashing everywhere. At this rate, the wolf pack would be wiped out. The Wolf King finally moved. Its figure flickered, blending into the wind. A furious roar exploded. The crimson streak pierced through. Chu Yan's heart tightened. The ultimate move was coming. A whirlwind suddenly rose. The Wolf King transformed into a blood shadow darting back and forth. One flash, two flashes, 5 penetrations. HP minus 1,000. HP minus 1,000. HP minus 1,000. HP minus 1,000. HP minus 3000. The shield trembled wildly. A full 6000 damage, nearly shattered. Chu Yan's back chilled. Just a little more, and it would have been his real blood spilled. 100 meters away, the Wolf King stared intently at him, its gaze heavy. It had thought it could kill him with one strike, but it didn't even break through the shield. Chu Yan didn't dare to delay. His true combat power was just a little over 10,000. If this drags on any longer, even if I win, I'll be seriously injured. Chu Yan naturally remembered this scumbag wolf. It also has an even fiercer female wolf wife. The Wolf King tensed all over, emanating a deadly aura. A woo. The Wolf King growled low and lunged fiercely. Chu Yan stepped forward with the wind, the little shadow sword poised. Howl! The blood-red maw pressed close, a stench assaulting the face, the golden horn buzzing. The next second, a burst of golden light exploded. Little shadowless sword enhanced plus 13, attack plus 840, combat power plus 3100. It worked. Chu Yan was ecstatic, his luck defying the heavens. Warm currents surged throughout the body, and momentum skyrocketed. Passing slash. 3 swords fell, splitting the waist, legs, and throat simultaneously, blood gushing wildly. The Wolf King's health plummeted instantly. Counterattack strikes. Chu Yan's shield is depleted, he is smashed away and spits blood. He grits his teeth, flips over, and gets up, flashing forward closely. Slides in with a tackle to the abdomen, leaps and thrusts the sword through. Slash again. Spine shattered, blood count dropped to 0. Before it could struggle, Chu Yan sliced its throat with a backhand, ending it completely. Shield depleted, he quickly turned towards the wolf pack. Stay steady. Kill. The wolf cubs charged wildly. Chu Yan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Flashing blades and shadows of swords, blood flowed like a river. Counting after the battle. 500 wolf pups, blue quality. 1 wolf king, orange mutation. Experience source. Level up sounds ring continuously. 3 million experience points obtained. Haha. 2 levels up in a row, level 11. Chu Yan was filled with joy. A total of 3 million in enhancement stones and gold coins obtained. The next second, the system notification sounded, equipment exploded. Congratulations, Slayer. You have obtained a mutated golden helmet, golden horn war helmet. Level 10 required to wear. Plus 70 absolute defense, plus 7% attack speed. Skill Wolf King Fierce Battle. Attack speed doubles for 60 seconds. Critical hit plus 5%, cooldown 1 hour. Combat power plus 300. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Previously, resources were reclaimed, and even 2 orange-grade items were lost. This mutated gold equipment perfectly compensates for that. Absolute defense and attack speed are what he lacks the most. Without absolute defense, even monsters with lower combat power than him can take away most of his health with a single ultimate move. Just now, the Wolf King's strike took away 6,000 of his health, and the shield only held 6,000. With absolute defense, the damage can at least be suppressed. As for attack speed, he now swings once per second, terribly slow. In 1 second, the beast had enough time to counterattack. Chu Yan no longer hesitated and directly enhanced his attack. The iron hammer fell, bursting with golden light. Enhancement plus 12 has only a 0.1% success rate in others' hands, and failure means it breaks. He has a 31% success rate, but it costs 500,000 gold coins each time. He only has 3 million on hand. Can't afford to gamble. Chu Yan decided to use a cushion. First, lose 7 times using white gear, then succeed once. Then throw away the main equipment. 1 strike down. Golden light flashes. Golden Horn Battle Helmet Enhancement plus 13. Absolute Defense plus 300. Attack Speed plus 30%. Combat Power plus 1,200. Chu Yan laughed loudly. All at once. White gear consumes less, making it the most cost-effective for padding the blade. This is the classic 7+1 enhancement method. Back then, he enhanced the magic sword to plus 25 using 99 plus 1. First destroy 99 pieces of high-strength equipment, then gamble on the main weapon. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. Ordinary people simply can't handle this kind of technique. Chu Yan withdrew his thoughts and immediately opened the panel again. Name, Chu Yan. Level, 11, 1.83 million/2 million. Equipment: Little Shadowless Dagger plus 13, Titan's Relic plus 12, Silver Ring Pauldrons plus 12, Golden Horn War Helm plus 13, Scarlet Belt plus 12, Whispering Kiss plus 12, Tear of the Demon Seedling plus 10. Talent: SSS Infinite Enhancement. Skills: Titan's Guard, Blessing of the Demon Seedling, Silver Ring Entangle, Wolf King's Fierce Battle. Passive: Walking on Wind, Scarlet Mark. Backpack: 1 million gold coins, 1 million enhancement stones. Combat Power Assessment: 48,500. Chuyin smirked. 48,500 combat power, not bad. He squinted his eyes and sneered quietly. Robert Kinney-Mampy, you take us for soft targets. Don't cry when you get crushed. Night fell, and Chuyin stretched lazily, not planning to grind monsters for now. Night is dangerous, that's common sense. The next second, the Heavenly Tao announcement sounded. Beginner Zone Announcement. Nightfall is approaching, danger level X10, it is advised to return to your residence. Note: meditating at your residence grants experience, with a very small chance to improve talents. The chat channel instantly exploded. Damn, X10? Who dares to go out at night? A monster starting at 10,000 power? That's suicide. Don't go out. Whoever goes out will die. Even Chuyin can't withstand it. Chuyin's heart sank. 10 times more. The Wolf King he encountered during the day had 8,000 combat power. At night, it was 80,000. One skill, and he himself was completely gone. Play it safe, Chuyin said softly. The plains won't do, but the shrubbery or forest might still be survivable. Chuyin had already prepared a backup plan and had the revival coin ready. He would never act recklessly before maximizing his means of survival. Damn, you actually gain experience by training on AFK, and it can even enhance talents. Isn't this tailor-made for me? I love AFKing the most. If I could AFK while watching videos, that would be awesome. It's too dangerous outside. On the first day, over 50 people died in the newbie village 10086, and they were completely dead. There is only one life. Quickly hold tight to the big boss. Do you know? It seems that the #1 combat power now is not Chuyin, but Li Chong. The group chat instantly exploded, everyone frantically tagging Li Chong. He is steady at farming monsters. Following him is the safest. How much power does Boss Li Chong have? Tomorrow's martial arts tournament depends on you. Those foreign devils are too arrogant. Beat them hard. Li Chong only replied with one sentence. Go check the ranking list. Everyone clicked open. The next moment, the entire room gasped. No. 10086 Novice Village level ranking. First, Chuyin, level 11. Second, Li Chong, level 6. Third, Long Wu, level 5. Damn, is this for real? Level 11? Did he overturn the lair of the demon beast? We're still at level 3, and he's already level 11. Comparing yourself to others just makes you frustrated. Just as they were arguing, someone suddenly shouted, Look, Li Chong has made all the information public. The chat channel instantly went silent. Everyone stared at his equipment bar, covered in purple gear. All enhancements plus 10. Did I see that wrong? I consider even 1 plus 6 to be strong. The success rate for plus 10 is only 1%, and it costs 500,000 gold coins and 500,000 enhancement stones each time. How much money must have been spent? Slap. Does it hurt? It hurts. Then it's not a dream. Damn, why don't you hit yourself? I'm afraid of pain. The group chat fell completely silent. The gap is just too big. So strong it brings despair. The main problem is still that the success rate of enhancement plus 10 is too low, costing 500,000 gold coins and 500,000 enhancement stones at once, which ordinary people simply cannot afford to burn. Moreover, it's only the first day. Where would the resources come from? Unless everyone pools their resources to one person. But this is completely unrealistic. The power in this world is truly in one's own hands. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Big Boss Li Chong, how do you enhance your equipment? Any tips? Li Chong said directly. No need to guess, my equipment was given to me by a stranger. If this big shot can see these words, as long as he needs me, Li Chong, I will go through fire and water for him. Li Chong's full body enhancement is plus 10, plus talent and level. His combat power directly reaches 3,500. Once the talent activates, one strike breaks 1,000, damage explodes. Between Li Chong and Chu Yan, who is stronger? Judging by combat power, Li Chong is stronger. But Chu Yan's level is ridiculously high. His combat power might not have been updated. I'm still on Li Chong's side. I heard he's already reached the plains border, where purple bosses are everywhere. Then for tomorrow's martial arts tournament, just follow Li Chong. Haha, let's mess up those scumbags from the oceanic country. Chu Yan watched for a while, and then left. The more popular you are, the more trouble you attract. Never use twice the effort when one can do the job. If you can get someone else to do it, never do it yourself. 2 words, steady. Also called making a fortune quietly. He set a goal for himself to reach level 20 or above before the server merge. Then to work on a plus 16 reforged weapon, and also push Tears of Moyo way to plus 16. But now upgrading this equipment to plus 10, trying for plus 11 once costs 10 million gold coins and enhancement stones. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Fortunately, I can do one free enhancement attempt every day. First set up the equipment, then go all in one go. After losing 8 times in a row, I directly threw the magic young Micro's Tears on to go all out. The plan was set. Chu Yan returned to the novice village wooden house, auto-battled while meditating, and began to prepare his equipment. Ding! Blood Giant Fruit has been snapped up by dumb little sister. 400,000 gold coins credited. Congratulations on obtaining Bronze VIP in the trading hall. Transactions under 1 million are fee-free. Ding! Daixiomi and Zhou Xiaoi request to add you as a friend. Chu Yan didn't even look, he just ignored it. He had heard of top female streamers, but had no interest. Chu Yan usually watched streamers like Zhazhong, Woohoo, Reverse Japanese God, and Big Malaysian Monkey. You sneaky old fox, I really admire you. Today is a good day for tomb sweeping. Ward off. I got stabbed. Quite interesting. He refocused and continued clanging away at the iron. 8 plus 13 pads, indeed troublesome. Fortunately, he could still afford the gold coins and enhancement stones spent on upgrading the white gear to plus 13, as his backpack could still hold them. Time passed little by little. Soon, the next day arrived. A mighty voice exploded in everyone's minds. Beginner's Zone announcement. The martial arts tournament officially begins. Both parties of the duel will be teleported to the martial arts space after 300 seconds. The time flow rate in martial arts space is 1% of the killing world, with a time limit of 24 hours and 1 revival allowed. In the event of a draw, both sides will lose 10% of their resources. Point system. Winners gain points. Losers lose points. Challenging higher score zones yields more rewards. Losing to lower score zones results in heavier deductions. Up to 3 battles per day. Cannot declare war if the point difference exceeds 100. Rankings announced after 7 days. First place, 1,000 times resources. Second place, 500x resources. Third place, 300x resources. Fourth place, 200x resources. Fifth place, 100x resources. Rank 6 to 10, 50x resources. Rank 11 to 50, 30x resources. Rank 51 to 100, 20x resources. 100 to 00 people, 10 times the resources. The top 10 can choose their own merge targets. Blue Star's million-player newbie zone, making it nearly impossible to reach the top 10. Chu Yan's heart sank, but when he saw 1,000 times resources, his breathing grew heavier. What kind of concept is 1,000 times resources? It's no exaggeration to say that rare materials and treasures can be picked up anywhere. This first place, I must fight for it. Although it is counted by district, the right to allocate resources lies in the hands of the strongest. How resources are distributed and which districts merge are all decided by him. As long as you are strong enough, the entire district listens to you. That is power, and also the authority granted by the Tao of Heaven. Chu Yan squinted his eyes and began to strategize. At this moment, the chat channel of the 10086 Novice Village was already exploding. A 10,000-person group battle is about to start, so tense. How can so many people fight? Won't it turn into a chaotic mess? I heard the opposite side is Oceania, not sure how strong they are. If we lose, 10% of our resources will be deducted. It's really either dry to death or drown to death. The first place gets their resources multiplied by 1,000. Oh, I don't even dare to imagine. 1,000 times the resources, even fools can take off. When the opportunity comes, even pigs can fly. By then, the spiritual fruits will be all over the ground. I'll just pick up the fruits to sell, gather a full set of +10 equipment, and killing monsters will be as easy as chopping vegetables. Still afraid of leveling up slowly? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the channel was daydreaming. If there really were 1,000-fold resources, even scavenging scraps could make you rich. Gold would be everywhere, and the poor would also be overwhelmingly powerful. Wake up, Blue Star has billions of people, 1 million new players in the newbie zones. Why do you think you can be in the same zone as the strongest? Exactly, the strongest in our region is only B level. Above that there's A, S, SS, SSS. Liu Gang looked arrogant. If I were really in the same region as the strongest, I'd livestream eating 3 tons. 3 tons of what? The giant porcupine, the smelliest one, eating 3 tons. The channel was filled with raucous cheers. This brother is easygoing. If there's shit, he really dares to eat it. Jiang Shuer pouted and said, if the strongest is in our district and leads us to win the martial arts tournament first place, I'll marry him. Damn, Chu Yan's heart sank. This almost made him dare not compete for first place. Marry her? That would be 8 generations of bad luck. Immediately, a girl sneered. Are you worthy? This world is a fight of hard power. First place in the martial arts tournament means the strongest on Blue Star. Just with your saintly heart and C-level talent? Jiang Shuer blushed from being retorted at and began to cry. I was just saying. I am gentle and will love him well. Unfortunately, you are not worthy. What if he actually likes me? Too bad you're not worthy. Chu Yan felt a chill in his heart. If he really was the strongest, would he marry Jiang Shuer? He even wanted to grab a knife in the middle of the night and stab her. On the other side, in the Oceania War Zone, Novice Village number 94250. The channel also exploded. Oh yeah, got the weakest opponent, this is a sure thing. By focusing on the weakest newbie zone in Daxia, we can keep winning, break into the top 200, and get 10 times the resources. Mr. Robert Kenny Mamapi, you are truly brilliant. Mamapi smiled confidently, his fighting spirit soaring. Everyone, do not underestimate the enemy. In Daxia, there is a saying. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses full force. They are called the sick man of the East, but they have been rising in recent years, so we must crush them with full force and completely shatter their confidence. Pop the champagne to celebrate the win. The newbie village number 94250 was in an uproar, with shouts rising one after another. Completely crush them. Mommy Pie spread out his hands, and an orange +9 dagger appeared, glowing faintly. He looked up and sneered coldly. The goddess of fortune is on my side. You're doomed. My combat power is 4,000, awakened with an A-level talent. Who can stop me? With a swish, a white beam of light descended from the sky. Countless beams of light fell simultaneously, engulfing everyone. The martial arts tournament officially begins. As the white light faded, everyone appeared in an unfamiliar world. The surroundings were utterly vast and empty, with no mountains or rivers, no obstructions, resembling a giant bowl 100 miles wide. The air was eerily silent, with nowhere to escape. There is only one ending here. Fight until only one person remains. Is it about to start? What's there to be afraid of? Get them. As long as you don't actually die, it's fine. At least you won't really die. Getting scolded a few times is nothing. Life is more important. Nearly 10,000 people crowded together in the newbie village number 10086, with no formation at all. No one understood team fights, so they could only huddle together for warmth. Low murmurs of discussion arose, all lacking confidence. Li Chang's combat power is 3,500. Can he win? Chu Yan's level is high, but his combat power is less than 3,000. First place? 1,000 times the resources? Don't even dare to think about it. I just want to die quickly. Last time I was bitten to death by a demon beast, it was too torturous. On the first day, the Tiandao system gave everyone a resurrection coin, which would be used automatically upon death. Therefore, quite a few people had already died once. At that moment, tap, 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 orderly footsteps approached. Everyone looked up, the air instantly tensed, and their breathing grew rapid. They're here. 500 meters away, the newbie village number 94250 of Ocean Country formed a square formation, facing directly the newbie zone number 10086 of Great Xia Country. Oh yeah, Mr. Mama Pie's decision was absolutely right. These guys look really weak. Oh my god, wouldn't attacking them be too much bullying? None of those above 180 reach half, just little dwarfs. Mamie took a step forward, sneering as she spoke. My dagger does not kill the nameless. Great Xia Kingdom, who is your strongest person? Everyone looked at Li Chong, but he shook his head. I'm not. His gaze searched for Chu Yan in the crowd. Chu Yan wore a baseball cap and blended into the crowd, low-key like a passerby. If you can kill secretly, then don't come out openly. The key is to be steady. Li Chong was helpless and could only grit his teeth and stand forward. Mamapi sneered, a face full of contempt. Thick shell crab, are all the people in the Great Xia Nation cowards? The strongest one doesn't even dare to step forward. Laughter exploded instantly. Ha ha, the Eastern sick man is just a coward. How about you just stop moving and let us finish you off directly? The strongest one must be that 170 little black guy, right? Li Chong's face flushed red. He hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Silence. In an instant, the minds of everyone in Oceania went blank, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. A 188 centimeters tall youth stepped out from the crowd, wearing a baseball cap, his expression indifferent. The two words fell calmly, yet they weighed down the entire scene, forbidding anyone from making a sound. Number 94250 Newbie Village suddenly fell silent. The crowd looked like ducks with their necks strangled, faces flushed red, mouths open but unable to say a word, only suppressed coughs remaining. At number 10086 Newbie Village, all eyes were fixed on the young boy. Someone recognized his avatar at a glance. It's Chu Yan, our district's highest-ranking big shot, Chu. He definitely won't back down. Big shot Chu is level 11. What about you guys? The atmosphere instantly reversed, and the morale in the number 10086 Newbie Village soared. In contrast, in the Ocean Nation's Newbie area, everyone turned pale, their hands and feet trembled, cold sweat pouring down, yet no one dared to speak. There was only one thought in their minds. If we make a move, we will die. Robert Kenny Mom Weepy secretly scanned with a probing stone. 2900 combat power. He was taken aback, then sneered, forcibly suppressing his unease. With a combat power of 2900, you still dare to step forward? Chu Yan raised his eyes, holding the sword with one hand, white sword light flowing. He spoke in a calm tone. Come, I'll cut you down. The voice was not loud, but it made Mamapi's scalp tingle. My combat power is 4000. The words were left unfinished. Chu Yan's figure flashed violently, sword chi slicing through the air. The next moment, a head fell to the ground, blood spraying like a fountain. The entire hall fell silent. Someone's voice trembled. So strong. How could a 2900 possibly one-shot a 4000? Killed with just one move. The novice zone of the Great Ocean Kingdom completely collapsed. They stared at the corpses, their teeth chattering. No, impossible. How could the Great Xia Kingdom have such monsters? It's over, completely over. Chu Yan didn't want to waste time. No matter how slow the time flow was here, it couldn't afford any dawdling. He had long seen through it. The strongest in Novice Village number 94250 had a combat power of no more than 4000, with high attack but low HP, unable to even withstand one of his sword strikes. So Chu Yan killed them instantly, without any hesitation. Exposure of strength is only a matter of time. To compete for resources, one must kill, and he never hesitates. Then, Chu Yan glanced over the people in the 10086 novice area, his tone cold. Resources are divided based on battle achievements. The more you kill, the more you get. Before distribution, I will take half of all resources first. Li Chong, the statistics are on you. After speaking, he lowered his baseball cap, stepped into the wind, and charged straight towards the Ocean Nation's position. His tone left no room for objection, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Jiang Shueter stomped her foot in anger, muttering softly, "So domineering, dividing 10,000 people's share, and he takes half by himself. So annoying." But soon someone reacted and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill quickly. Otherwise, there won't even be any soup left." Chu Yin pushed through ruthlessly all the way, leaving corpses strewn everywhere, and directly attacked the core position. At this moment, he squinted and saw Robert Kinney Mamaki had already revived, standing at a place resembling a spring. As long as they didn't go out, the opponent was invincible and could wait safely for the end to escape. Mamepi, relying on his invincibility, snarled fiercely, "Eastern sick man, you will pay the price for today. I am a member of the Edward family. You can only atone by committing suicide in front of me." A clumsy provocation. He wanted to force Chu Yin to rush into the spring for a counterattack. If it really doesn't work, then let my sister, who has awakened an S-level talent, come and kill him. Mamepi sneered coldly and continued to insult him, but before he finished speaking, Chu Yan's figure suddenly vanished. The first second, HP minus 10,000. Shadowless Iajutsu, slash. A flash of sword energy, the head falls to the ground. In the second, HP is emptied again. At the third second, Chu Yin was already standing outside the spring. Mamepi couldn't believe it even to his death. Chu Yan's blood volume actually broke through 20,000. Heads rolled in the spring water, eyes wide open, fear frozen on their faces. He was completely dead. The system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the A-rank talent mark. Bloody Embrace. Recovers 5% health every 10 seconds. Health limit plus 20%. Combat power plus 1,500. Amazing." Chu Yan's whole body trembled as a warm current surged through him. He just killed a smart-mouth guy and ended up with such a defiant talent. Fully recovers health in 200 seconds and also increases maximum health. It's simply ridiculous. Amid his excitement, his heart sank. If A level is this exaggerated, what about S level and SSS level? Such a talent will only attract endless greed. Unless you are strong enough. Chu Yin calmed down and put the mark into the backpack. Enhancing to plus 15 is still out of reach for now, so it can only be kept hidden. On the battlefield, newbie village number 10086 has completely turned things around. Awesome. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Keep being cocky. Let's see who the pushover really is. Both sides tangled in a chaotic fight, hacking at anyone they saw, with no strategy at all. Newbie village number 94250 completely collapsed due to Mamepe's death. Damn it. Why did he have to provoke the Greater Xia district? He's long stopped being the sick man of the East. Now he's the overlord. One sword and he's dead. He's basically useless. Do we really have to die once? The rules of the Heavenly Tao system are cold-blooded and cruel. You can't give up. Maybe you won't die, but you will definitely experience the true fear of death once. This fear forces you to become stronger, forces you to kill. If you want to suffer less, it's fine. There are paralysis potions in the shop, very cheap. Brothers, charge. I've killed 3. These foreign devils are just like that. I can still kill with 500 combat power. I have 700 combat power, already 5 kills. Hurry up, send them back to the spring. The early battles were simple and brutal. Everyone charged forward, raising their knives and slashing. The sound of metal clashing filled the air. There's a strong fighter here, surround him. There's a beautiful one here. Let's keep her alive and kill together. Damn, the combat power broke 1,000. Quickly call Long Wu and Li Chong. Hold on, the big boss is coming soon. That person from the oceanic country with combat power over 1,000 attacks ruthlessly, specifically targeting the weak. Heads rolled, blood sprayed all over the ground. Chu Yin passed by, glanced briefly, and continued walking forward. Stop right there. Jiang Shuer spread her arms to block him, her eyes red with anger. You clearly saw your compatriots being killed. Why didn't you save them? This is the second time. Is your heart made of stone? You are so powerful, yet you only care about yourself, and even took half the resources. Don't you think you're very despicable? Her eyes welled up with tears, her face full of grievance. Last time, because you stood by and did nothing while someone was dying, I was badly scolded. I'm just too kind, but you're selfish. I wanted to use love to reform you, to make you better. She blinked, looking gentle and considerate. But inside, she was scheming. Was he moved by me? Could he possibly be falling for me? But my boyfriend has to be a top-tier strongman, always protecting me, giving me divine gear, and helping me level up. This guy is cold and unfriendly, probably not qualified either. Chu Yan, you might like me, but I have high standards for a boyfriend, and you don't meet them. Under the baseball cap, Chu Yan's expression darkened. He really wanted to end her with one stroke. But killing someone from the same camp was too sensitive. Acting now would only bring trouble upon himself. If he wanted to kill, he had to wait until no one was watching. Many people gathered around. Why is Jiang Shuer crying? Did Chu Yan bully her? Looks like a couple having a fight. You see her eyes? It's like she's been hurt by a scumbag. Chu Yan's way of chasing someone is pretty ruthless. Hearing these words, Jiang Shuer felt a sickening sweetness in her heart. If everyone thinks Chu Yan is chasing her, that's not bad either. In the 10086 newbie village, he's the strongest. If she's his rumored girlfriend, who would dare mess with her? If he's really chasing her, she won't refuse or accept. Just keep him hanging. Don't talk nonsense. Not at all. She blushed and lowered her head, but secretly looked at Chu Yan, which seemed more like tacit approval. But Chu Yan just felt disgusted. Lu Gang suddenly started heckling. Give a kiss. Be together. The atmosphere was completely thrown off course. Under the baseball cap, Chu Yan raised his head, his gaze icy cold. Shut up. The air instantly froze. Everyone's chest tightened, and no one dared to speak. Lu Gang and the others opened their mouths, but it was as if their throats were strangled, cold sweat pouring down. That kind of pressure made people shiver to their bones, like facing a boss who can defeat them with a single move. The next second, Chu Yan raised his hand. Snap! A crisp sound. Jiang Xuan's face instantly showed a bright red palm print. The blood streaks were clearly visible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Yan withdrew his hand, turned around to clean up the battlefield, and left directly. Not a single explanation. That slap was a warning. Jiang Shuer froze on the spot, her face pale, her body trembling. It was as if her soul had been drained. A few seconds later, she let out a piercing scream. Chu Yan's heart remained undisturbed. He even found it laughable. The chat channel exploded. Chu Yan is really ruthless. Such a beautiful girl. He really went through with it. Slapped her in public. Her face is all swollen. That's just too much. TSK, the #1 at ruthlessly destroying beauty. The world of the big shots is really hard to understand. There were also people who stood up to speak fairly. Jiang Shuer brought it on herself. What right does she have to question? If they want to save, they save. If they don't want to, they don't. Why moral coercion? Even if we are all descendants of Yan and Huang, we don't know each other. Just because someone is strong, must they save you? Saving you is a favor. You should be grateful. Not saving you is also justified. What do you have to move Chu Yan? Expecting people to risk their lives without giving anything in return. That slap was well-deserved. This statement quickly became mainstream. Li Chong also spoke out in the channel. Is there a problem with Chu Yan taking half the resources? Even if he takes them all, none of you have the right to criticize. Without him, your resources won't increase. Instead, they'll be cut by 10%. What right do you have to complain? Who among you can defeat a Mamai match with a combat power of 4,000? The channel instantly went silent. In the end, it all comes down to greed. They only focus on how much is allocated, but fail to see that Chu Yan's overwhelming strength on the field is the key to victory. The system gave him control over all the resources, but he only took half. That is already quite benevolent. Many people have just entered this world and do not yet understand the meaning of might makes right. On the other side, the first martial arts tournament has ended. Newbie Village number 94250 completely blew up, with the chat channel filled with whales. Profile pictures flashed wildly. Damn it. Resources are down by 10%. I'm about to break. Losing so much at once. How can we catch up with others? This is over. We're done for. How could we lose to the great Xia? Aren't they the sick man of the East? They're obviously not as tall and strong as us. So how can they be stronger? How could the great Oceania lose to a country like this? How could number 10086 have such a monster? One sword to instantly kill Ma Maipi. It's all Robert Kenny Ma Maipi's fault. A +9 enhanced weapon, A-level talent, and still killed in one move? Trash. Mom might be come out. Give an explanation. The channel is completely out of control. Everyone is cursing him. He was the one who decided to choose Daxiao and even confidently guaranteed a sure win. But in the end, they lost miserably. At that moment, an announcement sounded. Martial Arts Tournament in Rookie Zones 10086 and 94250 has ended. 10086 won. Resources obtained. 10 million enhancement stones, 10 million gold coins, 1 orange equipment, 100 purple equipment. Announcement. Newbie Zone number 10086 points plus 10. Announcement. Newbie Zone number 94250 Slayer Robert Kenny Mamapi has died completely. Announcement. Newbie Zone number 10086 declares war on this zone. Do you accept? A flash of white light. All resources instantly reduced by 10%. The martial arts points in Newbie Zone number 94250 were also deducted by 10 points. Everyone from Daeong Kingdom was stunned, then erupted into wails. Mamai Pai actually died. This useless guy, raising him was for nothing. It's over. The Great Xia Kingdom has declared war on us. Who can save us? Suddenly, someone in the group exposed some information. Don't you know? Ma Maipi is the illegitimate child of the Edward family, and he has a half-sister from the same mother, Edward Jane Nimicido. The whole audience gasped. Someone's voice trembled. Is that the one awakened with the only S-rank talent, Slaughter of the Evil Dragon? All talents above S-rank are unique and ridiculously powerful. Hurry and inform Miss Nimicido. Let her take revenge for us. Chu Yin is too terrifying. He can kill people through spring water. Absolutely cannot engage in battle. On the other side, the announcement also rang out in the 10086 rookie zone. Chu Yin had just declared war, but felt a bit regretful in his heart. Number 94250 already has negative points, and continuing to fight yields too little gain. He was more eager to rush to the martial arts tournament ranking and double his resources. Ding! Challenge failed. The opponent used a protection order. 10 points added to martial arts score in Newbie Zone 10086. Chu Yin was stunned, getting 10 points for nothing. Not bad. But today, we can't call number 94,250 anymore. The opponent's challenge attempts haven't decreased either. Chu Yin frowned. Isn't this a loophole? If many districts declare war on one district at the same time, and the other side activates protection orders, wouldn't that allow for crazily acquiring points for free? He only understood after reading the rules. The premise is that you must kill the opponent's strongest player to have such a privilege. Chu Yan's heart trembled. I see. Another rule hidden within the slaughter. No wonder this world encourages killing. Privilege comes only after murder. His understanding of the rules deepened further. For the sake of efficiency, Chu Yin straightforwardly accepted the challenges from the other two novice zones. The great battle was about to erupt. These two regions also come from the Oceanic country. Not just them. Sakura country, Hengshui country, Eagle Sauce country, all are prioritizing the Daxia country. In their eyes, the Great Xia Kingdom is the easiest to bully. A pushover should be squeezed first. The battle ended very quickly. In the next 2 rounds, Chu Yin took down the enemy leaders with a single strike each time. What followed was a chaotic melee. It is worth mentioning that in the next 2 martial arts tournaments, Chu Yin completely eliminated the opposing leaders one after another. This move immediately made several beginner zones in the Oceanic nation remember his name. Dying once does not mean you're safe. It all depends on who you encounter. Because some people can kill you with a single spring. After 3 martial arts tournaments, Newbie Village number 10086 achieved a great victory, earning 40 points. Chu Yin began to count the spoils. The next second, he burst out laughing. Damn, these resources are flying in too fast. 30 million gold coins. 30 million enhancement stones. For orange items. 400 purple items. 2 orange spirit fruits. 30 purple spirit fruits. There are still 2 B-level talent seals. Robbery really brings quick money. Only a few minutes have passed since the killing spree, and tens of millions have already been earned. Chu Yin checked the attributes of the orange spirit fruit, and his eyes lit up. Add critical hit. Without hesitation, swallowed it directly. Critical hit plus 2%. There are no pants in the orange gear, but there is a weapon. Chu Yin stayed behind to prepare for enhancement before selling. The purple spirit fruit is too trashy, not needed. Keep half of the gold coins and enhancement stones. Keep the talent marks. The rest was left to Li Chong to distribute. Obtained mutated orange weapon, bloodthirsty blade. High attack, causes bleeding, combat power off the charts. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. This weapon is already on par with the little shadowless sword. Without hesitation, smashed directly. Clang, clang, clang. Golden light flashed. Enhance +8. Try again. Enhancement +10. Feeling ecstatic. Continue. Enhancement +12. Consume 1 million gold coins. Consume 1 million enhancement stones. Enhancement failed. Chu Yan frowned. Using +13 white gear as a base, 5+1 method, directly throwing the main weapon. With a bang, golden light exploded. Congratulations to the Slayer, bloodthirsty blade enhanced to +13. Attack +800, additional damage +3%, combat power +3100. Comprehensive attributes expanded. Mutated orange, enhancement cap 20, attack skyrockets. With bleeding effect, combat power exceeds 10,000. Chu Yan's Adam's apple moved. His heartbeat slowed by half a beat. The long sword was slender, wrapped in scarlet flowing light, exuding a murderous aura. With a casual swing, a blood-colored afterimage tore through the air, ridiculously cool. Wow, these attributes are ridiculous. Keep in mind, the success rate for +13 is only 0.05%, and failure means the equipment explodes immediately. Even for him, the success rate could only be pushed up to 30%. If such a weapon were put in the trading hall, it would definitely cause an uproar. Chu Yan decisively expanded the trading range to the entire newbie zone. He wanted to test the waters and also see the foundation of other planets. More importantly, save up to +15 to unlock enchantments. The next moment, Bloodthirsty Blade +13 is listed. Please choose a transaction method. Auction. Set base price. 100 million gold coins or enhancement stones can be mixed. Set increment. Not less than 1 million each time. Listing successful. You are the first Slayer to list a +13 weapon. A district-wide announcement will be given as a gift. Would you like to use it? Use. Would you like to hide your personal information? Hide. After a moment, the announcement exploded. Zhong. A majestic voice swept across the entire beginner zone. Beginner zone announcement. The Slaughter World Trading Hall has listed its first enhanced +13 mutant orange weapon. Those in need may head to the trading hall. Silence. The whole world grew eerily quiet. Chu Yan also confirmed one piece of information simultaneously. All the newbie zones in the Star Wars zones have just opened at the same time. In other words, the server's first +13 weapon trade came from his hand. Perhaps someone succeeded in upgrading earlier. But only he, alone, holds two +13 weapons. Chu Yan felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least before the merge, he wouldn't be directly crushed. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao system's protection of information was also sufficiently strict. After 3 minutes of silence, Beginner Zone completely exploded. Ocean Country. OMG. What kind of joke is this? +13 mutated orange gear. Actually put up for sale? God above, I'm completely dumbfounded. We have to record this. We're so lucky to be part of the deal this time. The moment the attributes and combat power were revealed, the entire world of slaughter was like boiling water poured into hot oil. Hengshui Kingdom. Ha ha ha. I only have +7 but gained 1,200 combat power. Already invincible. Wait. +13. Combat power over 10,000. God of the Ganges, are you messing with me? Sakura Country. Bakayuru. Bloodthirsty Blade +13. Combat power 10,500. I must bid. This belongs to Big Sakura. The strength of the whole nation, dedicated to the Emperor. Whoever fails, drinks nuclear wastewater. At the same time, the Great Xia Kingdom has also gone completely mad. Newbie Village number 10086. The chat box was flooded like snow. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. A +13 enhanced mutated orange weapon. Is someone really selling that? Is this even a human? Exchange the president's position for mine? No way. Who is that crazy? Not even wearing it themselves. Attack 2380, damage bonus 24%. One strike takes over 3,000 HP. Who just slapped me? Am I dreaming? Smack. I was joking. Someone was staring at the stats, drooling. Put it on. 2 hits to kill the boss. If this weapon were given to me, I'd give my life for it. Jiang Shuer also flooded the screen with comments. Wow, so awesome. I really want to get to know this big shot, become his girlfriend. I hope he's a bit gentler, not too fierce. The seller's information is kept completely confidential, and no details can be found in the back-end private messages. Many people are going crazy with anxiety. It's also possible that he has more than 1 plus 13. This person's enhancement talent is godlike. Or he has long since figured out the enhancement mechanism. Everyone in the beginner zone gasped. The success rate of enhancements decreases the further you go. Plus 12 to plus 13 enhancement. Each attempt burns over 10 million gold coins and enhancement stones. Failure directly destroys the equipment. When this piece of equipment appeared, everyone's scalp tingled. I'm still struggling to break 1,000 power, and they break 10,000 with just one piece of equipment? Don't even mention it. My power hasn't even passed 100. I'm worse off. I gave up yesterday, and it's still in the single digits. The channel was filled with wails of despair. Blue Star War Zone, Thunder Star War Zone, Andromeda, Ares, Big Dipper. New strong players from each war zone almost simultaneously made up their minds. I would sell everything I have just to take the shot. I must befriend the person behind it. The channel completely exploded. Countless people frantically messaged Chu Yan. The messages were flashing wildly. He roughly estimated over 1 billion per second. The entire novice zone's creatures probably numbered in the tens of trillions. Chu Yan directly set a threshold. Net worth below 100 million. No private messages accepted. Jiang Shuer excitedly prepared to send a private message to Chu Yan. She thought over the text again and again, carefully choosing each word, just wanting to catch his attention. Your humble servant has fallen for you. This little heart can only hold you. Remember, you belong to me. Don't close your window tonight. I want to enter your dreams. Heartbeats like this are rare. Cherish it. Don't let me lose. Reach the word limit. She took a deep breath and clicked send. The next second, a red pop-up appeared. Sending failed. The other party refuses private messages from players with a net worth under 100 million. Jiang Shuer completely broke down, her face turning pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "You stinky man. If you dare hit me, you will definitely regret it." And through it all, Chu Yan knew nothing. He was casually scrolling through private messages, preparing to gather information before going to grind monsters. The Steady Grinder's motto was simple: level up, make money, and avoid trouble. Past life experience told him that information is power. The world of slaughter is like a game, yet brutally real. A message popped up in the private message list. Daxia Kingdom Warzone, Newbie Village, Chunyener. Can I add you as a friend? 1 friend slot, 100 million gold coins. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. So it's this girl. Nyener is the little sister he found. No name. He named her Nyener. Since she was 10, making money to support the family became her responsibility. Buying equipment, recharging cards, it was all her. Chu Yan became a couch potato, and it was also because of her spoiling. Chu Yan looked at the avatar, his smile growing deeper. Net worth over 100 million? Doing better than brother. Just 1 friend slot is worth 100 million. But he didn't add immediately, because the information he needed was still insufficient. It wasn't that he didn't trust his sister, but he didn't want to take risks, as such risks could also implicate Nyener. Not adding you as a friend for now, but I can reserve a spot for you. Thank you. People worth over 100 million are rarely outright fools. When he sold that plus 10 weapon, some offered a bottle of Thompson Reserve, others offered a courtyard house. The most absurd was someone proposing to be his girlfriend in exchange for the equipment, acting as if he was getting a huge bargain. Sakura Country War Zone, number 1 Newbie Village. Asami Yuka sent a private message. Honorable Sir, I am the most beautiful woman in the Sakura Kingdom. Sell your equipment to us, 10 billion gold coins. I myself will also be a gift, becoming your most loyal slave, still a virgin. Chu Yan sneered coldly. The daily life was indeed as usual, kneeling and licking to the point of nausea. He continued to check the private messages. Hengshui National War Zone, number 1 Newbie Village, New Delhi, Assam. Hello, mighty one. I am the apostle of the god of the Ganges. If you give me the bloodthirsty blade plus 13, you can befriend the god of the Ganges. Chu Yin was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Third brother's confidence is truly ingrained in his bones. He ignored the private message and focused on something more important. Chu Yin walked swiftly against the wind, heading straight into the depths of the plain. At this moment, the Novice Zone Channel 10086 exploded with activity. The village chief has issued a task, and it's a no-level limit task. There's a cave deep in the plains. Collect the nether fruit and earn 1 million experience points, 1 million gold coins, 1 million enhancement stones, plus special items. Damn, let's go. Chu Yin had long known about this mission. In these 2 hours, he leveled up to 12 by grinding monsters, but never encountered a boss. After the Wolf King was killed, the low-level beasts had long since fled. Suddenly, the chat group went wild with mentions. Several profile pictures kept flashing, their tone filled with panic. Master Chu Yin, Master Chu Yin, come quickly to the Sorrow Cave. We're about to break. So many people have died. This place is too eerie. Passing by, please help us. The monsters here are off. Ah, help. Only after Chu Yin finished reading the chat logs did he realize that this was the first quest issued by the novice village chief. But the mission system was still grayed out, not officially started at all. He was originally searching for the boss without success, so he simply went over to take a look. Location. Soon someone sent the coordinates, southeast direction, 125685. The positioning is very accurate. Great, the boss is coming. I'm about to be scared crazy. Hurry up. 10 minutes later, Chu Yin arrived. This was the junction between a shrub forest and a grassland, a small hill about 30 or 40 meters high, looking very ordinary. But as soon as he got close, a pungent smell of blood mixed with rot hit him, like an old house sealed for decades, cold and oppressive. He followed the smell to find the entrance of a cave. Half a body lay at the cave entrance, blood dripping, eyes rolled back. It was Liu Gang, the most active one in the group, still leading the King Kong Halua's squad. Now they are probably all wiped out. Chu Yin checked and saw that Liu Gang's lower body was bitten off in one bite, thrown out like trash, with the wound neat and brutal. Liu Gang's combat power was 900. To kill him instantly, the creature inside the cave must have at least over 3,000. Chu Yin looked towards the inside of the cave. Pitch black, the closer you get, the stronger the stench of blood and rot. Dripping sounds come from deep within, one drop after another, like water, yet like blood, sending chills down the spine. Intuition was warning him, danger. But now his combat power was 48,000, and even without the illusion battle, it was close to 20,000. No matter how strong, could he be stronger than the plain Wolf King? Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and walked into the cave. As soon as he stepped in, he immediately checked the resurrection coin. Notice, special scenario, resurrection coins cannot be used. Chu Yin's whole body stiffened. His scalp exploded. Sizzle. I should have known not to come. He hated places where things could go deadly at any moment. With his current resources, he could only enhance up to plus 14 at most. To be honest, it feels a bit hollow. Chu Yin was dressed entirely in orange, with his weapon enhanced to plus 13. As long as the system didn't deliberately screw him over, he wouldn't die so easily. The SSS talent inherently carried a bit of a protagonist aura. Clang, clang, clang. He looked back and saw that the cave entrance had already disappeared. The whole person was trapped in a pitch-black space. Brush, brush, brush. Torches were lit one after another, illuminating the surroundings. Along the walls stood eerie statues of demonic beasts, each lifelike, as if they could move at any moment. Chu Yan's scalp tightened. It's not like. All of these things are real. Beneath his feet was cracked black marble, cold wind rising up from the gaps in the ground, and a gloomy aura rushing straight up his spine. At the end of the cave was a tightly closed black door. Runes flowed, emitting a faint blue glow. Kill to the end. Open the door. There is only one way to survive. Chu Yin took a deep breath, not daring to relax even a little. At this moment, clack, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. The roar exploded inside the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. The next second, all the statues came to life simultaneously. 30 giant horned snakes, each 30 meters long, opened their eerie blue eyes, all staring at him in unison, their tongues flickering wildly. A 5-meter-tall monster slowly emerged. It had a humanoid body, covered in wrinkles, with 2 horns growing from its head, dragging a huge spiked club in its hand, and emitting a piercing, sinister laugh. Their gaze had only one meaning: to eat him. Whoosh! The monster charged forward without hesitation. Chu Yin fiercely retreated. Bang! The spiked club smashed onto the ground, the stone slab shattered, and the impact made his ears ring and his head dizzy. Information probe appeared. Crimson Flood Dragon, Sorrow and Solitude. Level 20 Purple Boss. Combat Power 8,000. Attack 1,200, Health 80,000. Bloodthirsty and Brutal, Skill Poison Fong Frenzy. Killing Reward 1 million experience. Wolf Fong Tyrant, Sorrow and Solitude. Level 20 Mutated Orange Boss. Combat Power 25,000. Attack 2,600, Health 180,000. Skill Wolf Fong Explosion. Kill Reward 5 million experience points. After Chu Yin finished reading, he cursed angrily in his heart. Combat Power over 10,000, health points in the hundreds of thousands. Liu Gang and his group's combat power is still below 1,000, yet they dare to take on such a mission? Standing still to let them cut, they would be scraped clean in half a year. Are you crazy? No wonder Liu Gang got thrown out. It's not that he can't fight, it's just that they think he's too weak and not worth bothering with. And now, this group of monsters is staring at Chu Yin, their eyes burning with intensity. It's like finally getting a decent meal of flesh and blood. Level 20 Mutated Orange Boss. Attack 2,600. Chu Yan's expression tightened. He now has 2,400 defense. Absolute defense 370. The advantage brought by equipment enhancement is obvious. Every time this boss is hit, the damage is kept below 500. The next second, the Wolf Fong Tyrant slams the ground with a hammer. Gray damage minus 300. Dark attribute damage minus 100. Chu Yan's heart sank. There was actually a hidden injury. Fortunately, the value was not high. He currently had 33,000 health and 6,600 shield. He had to clear these monsters before the shield was depleted. He didn't dare to be reckless. Previously, the Wolf King's big move had cut his health by 3,000. This is a level 20 Mutated Orange Boss, with only more ruthless damage. Clang! The small shadowless sword was drawn. A flash of light, the figure shifted. One sword stroke fell. Critical hit, minus 5,000. Chu Yin gritted his teeth. 180,000 HP, 5,000 per hit, at least more than 30 hits needed. The Wolf Fong Tyrant roared fiercely. 30 flood dragons pounced simultaneously, their bloody mouths wide open. The stench of blood hit the face. In the next moment, the skill was activated, Wolf Fong Explosion. The Wolf Fong club crazily expanded. The snake swarm blocked all retreat. A giant club slammed down overhead with a crash. Enduring this assault, he was surely doomed to die. A matter of life and death. Swish! Chu Yin charged back into the snake swarm. The giant snakes had blood-red eyes, raging with fury. The snakes hissed together. Chu Yin directly unleashed the Wolf King's rapid strike. Critical hit and attack speed maxed out, specifically targeting the weak spots. Slash, slash, slash. 2 strikes per second. Within 15 seconds, 30 giant snakes were severed at the 7th joint. Their spines shattered, their combat power plummeted. Could only collapse on the ground and roar. Chu Yin had no time to finish him off. The spiked club had already been brought down. Bang! Chi and blood surging, throat tasting sweet. Gray damage minus 5,000. Damn, the shield is depleted. He has no healing skills. Losing health is like stepping on the line of death. Shield break means the limit. Chu Yin gripped the sword tightly. The flowing light exploded. Taking advantage of the swift battle, he cut wildly close to the face. Sizzling. 2 strikes per second, each blade drawing blood. Die for me. 15 seconds later. Wolf Fong Tyrant's health plummeted by 100,000. Only 80,000 left. Its eyes were blood red, completely berserk. Warning, the Desolate Demon Beast is charging its Desolation skill, releasing in 15 seconds. A chill ran through Chu Yan's heart. Desolation skill? It was the first time he had heard of it. It wasn't on the attribute panel at all. No need to think twice. This is definitely a special move exclusive to a special scenario or a special monster beast with explosive damage. What's even more outrageous is that this is just the beginner area's shrub jungle. Even with plus 12, plus 13 enhancements, he can't withstand it. How can ordinary players survive? Air surged wildly toward the Wolf Fong tyrant, its body glowing with eerie blue light, staring fixedly at Chu Yin, grinning menacingly. Chu Yin gritted his teeth and drew his sword, executing a quick double slash. Only 1,000 HP was lost. Damn it! Wolf Fong Tyrant's absolute defense exceeds 1,000. His defense penetration is simply not enough. It can't be killed within 15 seconds. He can only watch it fully charge its skill. Chu Yin was upset and confused. The only way now was to continue strengthening. With over 20 million resources, all in on one piece of equipment, betting on that 1% guaranteed success. If life was on the line, hesitating any longer would be suicide. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yin directly forged, enhancing the tiers of MOUA. A flash of golden light. Success. Enhancement plus 11. Luck plus 150. Combat power plus 20,000. Keep going. Another golden light. Enhancement plus 12. Luck plus 250. Combat power plus 35,000. Chu Yin was ecstatic in his heart. The fierce battle surged wildly, and that sense of oppression from a strong warrior was impossible for even the demon beasts to ignore. Previously, with just one word, silence, he scared the group from the ocean country into not daring to utter a half-sentence, like ducks with their necks squeezed, only able to cough softly. The reason was simple. Chu Yan's combat power was overwhelming, and his aura directly dominated the entire scene. Bang, bang, bang. Start forging. The success rate after strengthening to plus 13 is not high, but the first two successes stacked 400 luck, pulling the probability back up. A flash of golden light, a ringing sound. It's done. Chu Yin was ecstatic. Enhancement plus 13 successful, luck plus 400, combat power plus 60,000. With a buzz, a warm current flowed throughout the body. Damn, directly adding 60,000 combat power, ridiculously unreal. A divine artifact is truly a divine artifact. He could even dub himself the virtual battle little prince. Bang, bang, bang. Next comes a losing streak. Take off the equipment. 15 consecutive failures, clattering. All right, put on the equipment. Chu Yin took a deep breath. Bang, bang, bang. The golden light flashed again. Success. Enhancement plus 14 successful, luck plus 600, combat power plus 90,000. Chu Yin almost laughed crazily, with 90,000 combat power in hand. Terrifying as ever. But time was running out, so he went all in. Give me the main character aura. One last time charge. As long as you have plus 15, you can enchant A-grade talents, maximizing health and survival. The sound of hammering iron rings out again. Kai. Enhancement failed. Chu Yan's heart sank. Shua. Only one last chance left. Blow up the backpack, gamble with life. Chu Yan opened the system warehouse. He stuffed everything into the warehouse. Chu Yan had studied this matter long ago. Spending some money could rent the system warehouse, which had a huge space and could store anything. This is the last time. Don't mess up. Fortunate magic god. Magic Yue, bless your husband. Charge. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and raised the hammer to smash down. Go. Bang. 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 He simply closed his eyes, not daring to look. So thrilling. The next second, a ding sound. Golden light exploded. It worked. Congratulations to the Slayer, who spent 20 million gold coins and 20 million enhancement stones to enhance tiers of the Demon Child to plus 15. Attribute. Luck plus 1,000. Combat power plus 150,000. Chu Yan trembled all over. Succeeded? WTF. 150,000 combat power. His whole body went numb, hot blood rushing straight to his forehead, exploding with pleasure. Tip. Enhancement plus 15. Enchantment feature unlocked. 3 enchantment slots opened. Chu Yan laughed wildly. 3 slots. Making a killing. God tier gear is truly God tier, directly 3 slots. His other equipment has at most 1. Chu Yan immediately checked the talent mark. Crimson Embrace. Grade A. Recovers 5% health every 10 seconds. Maximum health plus 20%. Combat power plus 1,500. First fighter. Grade B. Critical hit plus 5%, with a chance to increase critical damage. Combat power plus 1,000. Blitzer. Grade B. Attack speed plus 20%, chance to accelerate further. Combat power plus 1,000. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Changing once only costs 10 million gold coins, small money. Equip everything. Upgrading added a few hundred combat power. 3 seals added a total of plus 3,500. Plus the 150,000 from the tier of the Demon Infant. Chu Yan immediately opened the panel. Name, Chu Yan. Level, 12, 100, 000/2, 000. Weapon, Little Wooing Short Sword plus 13. Armor, Titan's Ruins plus 12. Shoulder Armor, Silver Ring Shoulder Armor plus 12. Helmet, Golden Horn Battle Helmet plus 13. Equipment Panel, Blood Red Belt plus 12. Whispering Kiss plus 12. Tier of the Magic Child plus 15. Others vacant. Talent SSS Infinite Enhancement. Skills maxed out. All points in HP, crit, and attack speed. Backpack with millions of gold. Materials piled up like a mountain. Combat Power Assessment. 407,000. Holy shit. Chu Yan was completely stunned. 400,000 combat power looks impressive, but it's actually quite hollow. When it comes to real fighting, it's just a little over 20,000. Luck value, 2,700. This is no longer luck. It's being cradled to sleep by the god of fortune. Forget it. This round is insanely thrilling. The next second, the Wolf Fong Tyrant goes berserk. Eyes blood red, fangs protruding, darkness converging in madness. It leapt up, bringing down the spiked club. Boom. Health minus 15,000. Chu Yan was smashed away on the spot, his throat tasting sweet. Pervert. He cursed wildly in his heart. A level 20 mutated orange monster nearly one-shot someone at half health. No chance given. Chu Yan charged forward, maxing out attack speed, with critical hits flashing wildly. After a few strikes, it was an instant kill. This level is not difficult. The difficult part is enduring without dying while it is charging its sorrow and silence attack. There are only 2 ways to survive. Either a one-hit knockout, or tough it out against its tragic solitude, Wolf Fong Explosion. Chu Yan, with high defense and absolute defense buffs, still lost 15,000 health. Ordinary players who haven't enhanced beyond plus 10 would lose at least 30,000. Who can withstand this? Chu Yan raised his hand and struck with the knife, finishing off the remaining giant snakes that weren't completely dead. It was time to count the spoils. His heart raced. Here it comes. He dodged. The next second, he froze. Just dodged once. With his luck stat, shouldn't every monster drop equipment? Taking such a big risk for just one item? Chu Yan's face darkened. At this moment, the level jumped first. Congratulations to the Slayer for gaining 35 million experience points and leveling up to level 16. Leveling up so fast. Golden light flashed again. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the mutated golden leggings, Sorrowful Tyrant leggings. Basic attributes, plus 1% critical strike, plus 1,500 health. Special effect, Tyrant's Mercy, critical hit plus 10% for 60 seconds. 1% chance to refresh on crit, cooldown 1 hour. Combat power bonus, 500. Chu Yan exploded directly. WTF, 10% critical hit, equivalent to 2 B-level talents. With the refresh mechanism added, as long as there is a critical hit, it can be extended. He has the Wolf King Battle Helmet, which doubles attack speed when the skill is activated. Now it's 3 strikes per second. In 60 seconds, nearly 200 strikes can be made. Trigger once, and you can keep the critical hits going continuously. Plus a basic 1% critical hit rate and 1,500 health. These stats are godlike. Also added 35 million gold coins and enhancement stones in the backpack. Awesome, got rich again. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. His heart was pounding wildly. Congratulations, Slayer. You have obtained a dark gold item, Abyssal Desolation entry ticket. Requirements, combat power 20,000. Effect, enter the special dungeon Abyssal Sorrow, with a 1 in a billion chance to obtain this Sorrow Demon Sword. Chu Yan's breath caught. Demon Sword, my whole body is numb. Sorrow and solitude, Tyrant's trouser leg. Sorrow and Solitude, Demon's Sword. This is obviously a set. He actually stumbled, by accident, into the threshold of the Demon's Sword dungeon. 1 in a billion? Others see despair. He sees opportunity. If the ordinary set of Grief and Solitude is all mutated gold, then how powerful would that magic sword be? Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Perhaps he is the first person to step into the Grief and Solitude dungeon. The main weapon is a magic sword. 99% of the time it's dark gold, and it might even be a mutated dark gold. Its attributes absolutely crush the small shadowless sword. If before the server merge, you collect the Sad Solitude set and wield a magic sword, before level 30, his attributes are basically invincible. Chu Yan immediately made the decision. Go for it. In the following days, he worked like mad on Beiji, losing a Yuaning Beiji entry ticket each time he cleared it. But he didn't rush to use them. Firstly, because his strength was still not stable. Secondly, the 1 in a billion Demon's Sword, too metaphysical. Thirdly, he has to rush to level 21st and equip the complete Tranquil Despair set. Soloing Tranquil Despair is not easy. It takes an hour to clear it once. And the drop rate is touching. After 10 hours, 2/3 are all duplicate items. Killed the Crimson Giant Serpent, 1 million experience, 1 million enhancement stones, 1 million gold. Killed the Wolf Fong Tyrant, 5 million experience, 5 million enhancement stones, 5 million gold. Level 20 mutated golden equipment, Tyrant chestplate. Congratulations on obtaining the mutant gold armor, Tyrant helmet. Experience, gold coins, and enhancement stones are skyrocketing wildly. The more Chu Yan fights, the smoother it gets. His state is maxed out, feeling awesome. As soon as night falls, he immediately retreats. The Heaven's Way system clearly warned that the night is 10 times more dangerous. If the Wolf Fong Tyrant goes berserk, one strike could send him back to the city to respawn. Equipment is important, but life is more important. Moreover, he realized that level 20 is already the upper limit of the newbie zone. Back at the cabin, Chu Yan began to tally up the haul. The best part was that the tiers of the Demon Youngling Micro were directly enhanced to plus 15. 2,700 luck points. He was practically the favored son of the heavens. While others' drop rates depended on luck, his were always top-notch. Chu Yan laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, feeling completely refreshed. In a word, it was incredibly satisfying. Level 20, max level reached 8 days early. Next, it's all about focusing on farming resources and stacking equipment to the limit. Currently in the backpack, there are 380 million gold coins and 380 million enhancement stones. Looking at the string of zeros in the backpack, Chu Yan felt incredibly pleased. So pleased that he wanted to laugh. Then he looked at the desolate set. Now he has collected the Sadness, Tyrant helmet, chest armor, leggings, and shoes, just 2 pieces short of the 6-piece set. Moreover, he has 3 of each helmet and chest armor, with a terrifyingly strong foundation. Chu Yan smirked. If he put the full plus 15 Sadness set on the market, how much of a storm would it cause? Just now, that plus 13 Bloodthirsty blade had already been bought up like crazy. Not to mention, he also had 11 Abyssal Despair entry tickets in his hand. Entering the arena guaranteed a burst of magic sword drops. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's whole body tingled with excitement, feeling incredible. Before merging servers, first farm 7 or 8 sets from him. Keep 1 set for Nyener, exchange all the rest for money. Brimming with wealth, it feels so good. Meanwhile, in the Danyang Kingdom War Zone, Rookie Village number 5438. Edward Jane Nima tightly held a strange rune token, his gaze cold. Use the token to launch a raid on the Dachau Nation Newbie Zone 10086. The next second, the Celestial System announcement exploded. Ocean Nation Warzone Newbie Village 5438 launches a raid war against Dachau Nation Warzone Newbie Village 10086. Plunder War. 3 consecutive martial arts tournaments. The winner plunders all resources, the loser drops at least 1 piece of equipment, and points reset to 0. Battle starts in 12 hours. Plunder order appears for the first time. The rules are simple and brutal. Fight until one side is completely wiped out. But soon someone found a loophole. Hiding in the spring water, directly judged as dead, no need to die. Those with low combat power, afraid of fighting, simply gave up together. But giving up also has its costs. If you don't fight, you can only depend on the strong, and your life and death will be controlled by others. WTF. There's even something called a plunder order. Wait, isn't newbie village number 10086 us? The number 10086 newbie village channel immediately exploded. Avatars were twitching wildly. Everyone was baffled. Wang Ming, why are they targeting us specifically? Haifei, plundering all our resources and still dropping equipment? Isn't that deadly? The newbie village number 5438 in Ocean Country must be cursed. Why do they keep bothering us? Someone jumped out and said, I saw in newbie village number 94250's chat that their strongest, Robert Kenny Marmee, was killed by Chu Yin at the martial arts tournament. Everyone was stunned. No way, didn't he resurrect? How dare he come out to get himself killed again? That person lowered his voice. I heard. He was killed in the spring water. Silence. The chat channel instantly fell silent, all avatars frozen. Jiang Shuer couldn't help but ask, You mean? Chu Yin kills people with spring water. That should be the case. Once again, there was complete silence. Everyone finally understood. The spring water is not safe either. Someone's throat tightened. So what does this have to do with the 9438 newbie village challenge? Robert has a half-sister from the same mother but a different father, who is the strongest in novice village number 9438 and has awakened an S-level talent. Gasps of surprise came one after another. Everyone suddenly dared not discuss Chu Yin anymore. This big shot is extremely cold, speaks little, and his strikes are fatal. If you provoke him, you won't even be able to keep your life in the spring. Can Boss Chu beat her? At Chu Yin, do we have a good chance of winning? No one dared to speak their true thoughts out loud. Jiang Shuer, with red eyes, whispered a complaint. As long as we win, why must we kill? Now that sister has come for revenge, what if Yu Quan also kills us? At Chu Yin, could you please stop killing people? Chu Yin looked at the chat, sneered coldly, and looked up at the moon. Who isn't living to survive? In times of chaos, kill the Saint Mother first, or sooner or later you'll be dragged down. He changed into night clothes, the sword handle hidden in his sleeve. Using the cover of night, he walked into the novice village camp. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Soon, Chu Yin found Jiang Shuer's beginner house. He looked inside through the window. Jiang Shuer was lying on the bed, resting her chin on her little hands, swinging her little feet back and forth, looking unhappy, and muttering to herself nonstop. Why is Chu Yin so annoying? When will I be able to find a man stronger than him to help me kill him? Dare to hit me. One day, I will make you wish you were dead. That expert selling plus 13 weapons must be stronger than Chu Yin. It would be great if he could be my boyfriend. You still need 100 million net worth to add friends. Where do I have that kind of money? If only I had a foolish boyfriend to give me money and gear. She flopped on the bed twice, muttering irritably, so annoying. She didn't want to work hard, didn't want to take risks, just wanted to get everything through a man. Outside the window, Chu Yin lifted the friend restriction and soon saw the message she sent. So childish. The next second, Jiang Shuer suddenly brightened her eyes. Wow, he accepted my friend request. He must have been attracted to me. Hee. I'll trick him later and get him to give me weapons. He'll just be my foolish boyfriend who listens to everything I say. She smiled with her eyes curved, feeling even more excited at the thought that someone would soon avenge her. Chu Yin sent her a message. Come to the entrance of the novice village, plus 13 weapon for you. His message was still hidden, and Jiang Shuer did not know who he was. The moment she saw the message, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over, it's love at first sight. He must have fallen for me instantly. I'm so beautiful. How could he resist? Plus 13 weapons add more than 10,000 combat power. With it, what is Chu Yin worth? Anyway, his combat power isn't high. She fantasized while feeling conflicted. What if he's not handsome? Forget it, just be the fool. Jiang Shuer dressed up carefully and headed straight for the village entrance. She never thought that newbie villages were not connected, nor did she feel anything was wrong. She only believed in one thing. I am so beautiful. He must have fallen in love with me. Under the night sky, the moonlight poured down. Jiang Shuer hopped cheerfully to the village entrance, hands clasped behind her back, speaking sweetly. Hey, where are you? Schwer is here. Let me make it clear first. I'm not here for your plus 13 weapon. I'm not materialistic. Speaking seriously, but secretly scheming in my mind. How to trick him into plus 13 all over. It's too dangerous here. The armor must be maxed out. I'm here. A hoarse voice sounded close behind. Chu Yen, clad in a night cloak, suddenly appeared. Jiang Shuer turned around and saw the man tall and stern. Her heart suddenly raced. You scared me to death. He hadn't finished speaking. Chu Yen drew his sword close to her. The little shadowless sword pierced straight through her heart. With a pop sound, blood splattered. Jiang Shuer widened her eyes, staring at the face covered by the mask, full of disbelief. She couldn't understand. I clearly didn't provoke anyone. Wasn't he supposed to be captivated by me? Why did he have to kill her? Life was rapidly slipping away. Today, she had already died once in the Cave of Sorrow. Having used up all the resurrection coins, this time she was surely dead. Just in case, Chu Yin swiftly swung his sword, slicing her throat. Blood spurted out once again. Jiang Shuer clutched her chest and throat, her consciousness collapsing. It was only at the moment before she fell that she clearly saw the sword hilt. Shadowless sword. You are? Chu. The corpse collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Successfully killed Jiang Shuer, obtained a looting order. Chu Yin was stunned for a moment, then burst into joy. Not only no punishment, but also a reward. Plunder order, double points. Collect all resources, ranking artifact. Completed hidden mission. Kill the Saint Mother in turbulent times first. Title obtained, Junior Apocalypse Seer. Maxed critical hit, critical damage, and shield, combat power plus 2000. Chu Yan's heart was pounding wildly. This attribute was simply absurd. The sense of security instantly maxed out. The Stone Man's main champion, the soul of the top lane ignited. Chu Yin couldn't wait to put on the title. A flash of light, divine aura enveloped his whole body, instantly raising his prestige. If only I had taken down that saintess on the first day. Feeling great. Jiang Shuer's death was even more satisfying than the exploding demon sword. Awesome. I'm going home to check how my plus 13 Bloodthirsty Blade is selling. Once I save enough money, I'll switch to the Desolation set, all plus 15 strength. Then maximize my combat power. Just thinking about it feels great. Chu Yin quickened his pace. Chu Yin directly took on the plundering battle of Newbie Village number 9338. He could refuse, but he would have to give up half of the points and resources, which was very domineering. He also had a plundering order now. Chu Yin opened the trading hall and checked private messages. Adding friends can hide information. He accepted requests from New Delhi San, Asaba Mika, Chun Yinner, and a bunch of aliens. Alien text was incomprehensible, like garbled code, so he gave up on communicating. Asaba Mika was the first to send a private message. 100 million gold coins have been offered. Meixiang will belong to you from now on. When the servers merge, please include the server I am in into your territory. Chu Yin was stunned. This woman was so certain he would break into the top 10 martial artists that she directly spent money to sell herself. The aura of Great Cherry Blossom truly stirred excitement. The money has been collected, but let's not worry about the person for now. Free gifts are not accepted. That wouldn't be right. Wait until after the server merge when the combat power is overwhelming. Then see if this Sakura girl is good or not. Chu Yin suddenly brightened his eyes. Look at the martial arts points in Sakura country's number 1 newbie village. If it's high, just plunder directly, double the points, rush to first place in martial arts. Take all the resources, explode all the equipment, and capture people as slaves. Hee hee. The harder they draw, the more happily they wag their tails. At this time, the strongest person in Daangwo's newbie village, Wozuki Yubing, also added him. Chu Yin took the initiative to send the first message. Eat supplements or eat Yubing? It is evident that Chu Yin values Mr. Yubing very much. When the big shot took the initiative to greet him, Yubing immediately floated with confidence bursting. Yeah, I'm Yubing. Respected strong one, we hit it off at first sight. Can you give me a discount on the plus 13 Bloodthirsty Blade? Chu Yan's mouth twitched. Why not go to the auction? Great. So you understand Minzu too. I'll make the highest bid right now. Next was a private message from the Indian in New Delhi. Great strong one. Have you finally acknowledged the god of the Ganges? We have strong bodies because we have been drinking Ganges water since childhood. After the merge you into the Ganges district so you can drink it every day. Chu Yin almost vomited. This good fortune is better left for you yourselves. Finally, it was Xiaoyan. Enhancement stone has been given. Don't want plus 13 weapon. Want. Call me brother. I'll give you plus 15. No thanks. Then plus 16. Absolutely unnecessary. Say that again, and I'll beat you up when we meet. I have plus 16, you can't beat me. There's a kind of challenge at the #1 newbie village in the Great Xia Kingdom. Chu Yin remained silent. If he truly encountered a plus 16, he might not be able to win. He only knows how to forge, not how to increase combat power. This girl might have taken top-tier combat talent. All right, I'll call you brother. That's really unnecessary. Chu Yin was speechless. Forget it. He came to the trading hall. Plus 13 Bloodthirsty Blade has already been auctioned for 600 million. Killing World has only been open for 2 days, and earning gold coins is ridiculously difficult. Anyone who can spend 600 million at once is definitely a top-tier big shot. Someone like Chu Yin, after grinding for so long, has only managed to save over 300 million. The most eye-catching spot in the trading hall displayed his plus 13 Bloodthirsty Blade. He set the auction time to a final 5-minute countdown. 600 million, he could actually accept that. But if he really wanted to enhance it to plus 13 himself, 600 million wouldn't be nearly enough. As soon as the time came, all the newbie channels exploded instantly. Come quick, a plus 13 weapon is about to be sold. It's already 600 million. I've been grinding all day for just 1,000 gold, and someone else's piece of gear is worth 600 million. Who can level up to 600 million so fast? Seeing the appearance and attributes of the Bloodthirsty Blade, everyone was envious. So handsome. I wish I could have a weapon like this someday. Stop dreaming. You haven't even reached level 10. Our top player in this district is only level 9, yet this weapon is ridiculously powerful. The chatter hadn't stopped, but the auction had already begun. This auction is open to all novice districts, and most of the bidders aren't from Blue Star. But the real elites of Blue Star couldn't help but join in. Plus 13 weapons are too rare. Whoever gets one can dominate early on. Don't underestimate this piece of equipment. It could directly determine the top 10 spots in the martial arts tournament. Top 10 means 50 times the resources and the power to choose the merge zone independently. This weapon represents not combat power, but the future. The next second, someone exclaimed in surprise. 700 million. Adding an extra 100 million outright? Who's this ruthless? 700 million to buy level 10 orange gear, isn't that a loss? When everyone reaches level 20, won't this weapon be obsolete? Doubts kept pouring in. At this moment, a top player spoke coldly. Childish. The strong control the resources and also hold the power of distribution. You only see the levels, but not the overall strategy. Some people earn 1,000 gold coins a day, others earn 1 billion in an hour. Gold coins are very important. They are the foundation for becoming stronger. But plus 13 orange gear is 100 times rarer. Whoever seizes the right to speak early on has the qualification to stand at the peak. Chu Yin looked at the scrolling comments and shook his head with a smile. Only by getting stronger will money keep piling up. If you're not strong enough, no matter how many gold coins you receive, you won't be able to hold on to them. Some people still want to play the capital game. You can play it, but it's unnecessary. All means ultimately pave the way for the strong. There is only one premise. You have to be strong enough. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. In the last 5 minutes, Chu Yin was not idle either. He entered the trading hall, specifically choosing orange spiritual fruits. He bought a full set of those he had never eaten before. Any that could boost basic attributes. He didn't miss a single one. He held the spiritual fruit in his hand. The peel was crystal clear, with a faint halo around it, and the fragrance was captivating. I have tried 2 kinds before, both tasted good. This time, it's even more straightforward. 2 bites per piece. Crunch crunch. Cleared out in a few sweeps. Attack plus 500, defense plus 1000, HP plus 5000, absolute defense plus 50, critical hit plus 2%, combat power plus 2000. Spend a total of 30 million gold coins. Definitely expensive. Some say that in 7 or 8 days, it might not even be worth 10 million. That's right. Once everyone's combat power rises and the difficulty to obtain them decreases, the price will naturally fall. These fruits might have been bought with human lives behind them. But as long as you can increase your combat power these few days, it's worth it. Chu Yin continued to stock up. As long as it could improve his strength, he would buy it outright. Price didn't matter. But there weren't many things that truly suited him. The auction enters its final 60 seconds. Holy crap, this is brutal. A plus 13 weapon, and it's $1 billion? I have $1 billion. The whole village would revolve around me. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.3 billion. The price shot up as if gone mad. No one expected a plus 13 weapon could be sold for such a price. Some people feel sorry for the money. Some people crave the weapon. Both sides want it. Eyes are all red. Ding. A final decisive blow. The final transaction price, 2 billion. Bought by a player from the Beidou Star, Warzone newbie village. The name is strange, no one can understand it. The next second. Dingling. Chu Yin smiled. 1.9 billion has been deposited. The number of items in the backpack skyrocketed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Refreshing. Now there are 2.25 billion gold coins. Grind through another day of desolation, save up some more tickets, then go to Abyssal Desolation to fight the Demon Sword. At that time, I'll directly upgrade from a shotgun to a cannon, a full set of plus 15 Desolation gear. Thinking of this, Chu Yin felt a thrill all over his body, his enjoyment maxed out. Damage, combat power, sense of security, all maxed out. This is the true joy of being strong. He fell asleep, filled with excitement, meditating as he rested. Soon, dawn broke. The next day, chat channel 10086 completely blew up. It's over, this time a big shot with an S-level talent is coming to plunder us. The little bit of resources we've saved up are probably going to be wiped out. So tragic. Someone couldn't help but ask, do you think Boss Chu can beat an S-level talent? S-level talent is unique and ridiculously strong. Hard to say. Chu Yin is too cold. No one dares to get close. Yeah, just one look and he scares people. Who would dare to be friends with him? Someone with no friends must be pretty lonely. Chu Yin happened to stop scrolling sadly and casually peeked at the screen. Loneliness. He didn't care. The strong are inherently lonely. It's normal to have no one to share their joy with. Gain and loss follow fate. He does not force it. The tone in the chat suddenly changed. What I'm most afraid of now is that the martial arts tournament could actually murder someone at Quanquan. Even the spring water isn't safe anymore. That's just too terrifying. At the same time, the ranking list was updated. Everyone immediately went to find their names. Zhang Yang. Haha. Level 4 now, securely in the top 10 of the ranking list. Salute to the brothers. The channel instantly erupted. Damn, only level 4 in 2 days? Boss Zhang Yang is too fierce. Immediately after, Wang Ming also spoke. I'm also level 4, currently 9th, salute. Boss Wang Ming is almost level 5, ridiculous. The next second, another exclamation. Damn, Long Wu is level 7. Long Wu boss, carry me. Little sister wants to too. Before things settled down, an even bigger shock appeared. What? Li Chong is already level 9. This leveling up is way too fast. Is he riding a rocket? Boss Li Chong, begging you to lead us. Li Chong popped a message in the group chat. My level is average, don't praise me. He knew very well the leaderboard lights up from the bottom up. Since Chu Yan's level hadn't shown yet, everyone thought he was impressive. Damn, the boss just spoke. Teach us how to level up, we're so jealous. Brother Li Chong, please help your little sister out. I've been stuck at level 2 for a long time, boo-hoo. Li Chong replied helplessly. Look at Chu Yan, he's already level 11 as of yesterday. The group immediately started discussing. Yeah, how high is Bang Ichian's level now? Last time I checked, it was level 11. Leveling up so fast, I guess level 12 is probably the max. The later levels are too hard to reach, I think so too. In the next second, the ranking list refreshed. Number 10086 Newbie Village Level Ranking. 1. Chu Yan, Level 20. 2. Li Chong, Level 9. 3. Long Wu, Level 7. The chat channel instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen, mouths slightly open, questioning their lives. A few seconds later, it completely exploded. Damn, Level 20. I'm stunned, is this still a person? Master Chu Yan's leveling up is really like riding a rocket. Does Chu Yan want a girlfriend? I can do anything. Just hoping to be carried to level up. With that big face of yours, you think you're worthy? Move aside. Chu Yan, the big shot, wants to look at beauties like me. Yeah, you dare to talk with that pockmarked face? Come on, a one-on-one fight. Whoever wins goes with Chu Yan. Chu Yan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Have I really fallen to the point of having to choose between a big face and a pockmarked face? Asterisk ahem, if Boss Chu likes men. I'm fine too, asterisk. A boy blushed as he spoke. Chu Yan fell completely silent. Too difficult. At the same time, in the Oceanic War Zone, Newbie Village numbered 9438. Oh my god, why do we have to loot others? We Oceanic people love peace. That's right, who exactly started the looting war? It was the Edward family, under the orders of Miss Edward Jane Nima. The target of the raid is a beginner village in the Great Xia Kingdom. Oh, so it's the Great Xia Kingdom. I've heard they're usually weak, and their talents even like to come work in our country. Miss Nima is launching a holy war for their own good. Exactly, that's definitely the case. This is the internationally renowned double standard, shouting peace and freedom, but immediately targeting the soft targets when seen. Plundering is packaged as a holy war, spoken of with great solemnity. This holy war won't lose, right? I definitely don't want to lose my property. Oh my god, private property is sacred and inviolable. If we lose, and heaven takes our things away, we will march and protest. Oh yeah, protest against heaven. It's fine to win and plunder others, but not okay to lose and be plundered. This is not democracy, it's greed. Edward J. Nimmons roared in the chat channel. Despicable Daxia people killed my brother. I want revenge. In the name of the Edward family's holy war, I call on everyone to fight for me. The Daxia people are a cowardly inferior race. No reason for them to exist. We have joined forces with the strongest, rootless family in Sakura country and will definitely wipe them out completely. The desire of Sakura country to annihilate the Great Xia has never been extinguished. When the world of slaughter descended, they planned to rise using resources and completely eliminate the Yinhuang tribe. After merging the regions, Blue Star will only have one decision-maker. In their eyes, anyone can do it, except the people of Daxia. So they formed alliances, launched sieges, and oppressed, step by step, driving them to death. What they used was precisely Daxia's strategy, using your own methods to destroy you. Swish, white light descended, and the martial arts tournament began. The beam of light faded, and everyone entered the martial arts space once again. Chu Yan wore a baseball cap, his expression cold and indifferent, warning strangers to stay away. No one dared to approach him. The scene of that slap still makes people's hearts race to this day. Finally, a girl mustered up the courage. She held the sacred fruit and ran up to Chu Yan. With a love letter pressed in her palm, she lowered her head and whispered, "Brother Chu Yan, please accept this." The girl was so nervous that her palms were sweating, and she didn't dare to lift her head. Someone recognized her. Isn't this Lu Dan, ranked 4th on the leaderboard? Looks quite delicate, quite bold, daring to hand a love letter to Boss Chu, not afraid of getting beaten? Some people made sarcastic remarks. Jiang Shuer had her face swollen from his slap last time. You can't marry a man like that. Girls should find someone who spoils them. The boy under the baseball cap looked up at her, his gaze cold. Chu Yan had no impression of her. Lu Dan's heart raced out of control. She wanted to run, but couldn't move. She handed over the most precious orange spirit fruit, which could sell for over $1 million at the auction. She stared intently at Chu Yan, praying not to be rejected publicly. Chu Yan only replied with 3 words. No need. The air instantly turned cold. So cold-hearted, but really strong. Many people felt heartbroken for her. Suddenly, thunder crashed. Boom. Everyone looked up and saw a giant beast approaching. Nearly 50 meters tall, 100 meters long, with 2 wings and 2 horns, its black scales like iron. It resembled a western dragon. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The ground trembled, engulfed in black thunder. How can there be a demon beast at the martial arts tournament? There seems to be someone on its head. The evil dragon roared, a bloody stench wafting through the air. Someone collapsed on the spot. So terrifying. Many had died in the mouths of the monsters, and now only fear remained. As the evil dragon approached, everyone finally saw the woman on the dragon's head clearly. She wore revealing clothes, had a fiery figure, and lips as red as blood. Holding a long sword, she pointed directly at the 10086 newbie village stronghold, radiating a fierce killing intent. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and black thunderclouds instantly descended. The gale swept through, making the air tremble. Help! We simply can't win. Can I just stop fighting? Lightning and hurricane poured down, terrifying everyone to the point their legs went weak and cold sweat streamed down. Chu Yin, aren't you going to make a move? It's all your fault. I don't want to die. Chu Yin ignored it completely. The opponent has an S-level combat talent, so he dared not be careless. The oppressive aura brought by this evil dragon was no weaker than that of the wolf Fong tyrant in the Desolation Cave. Having output doesn't mean one can withstand a big move. Boom, boom, boom. The position was blasted into flying debris, and many people died on the spot. Since they could be revived once anyway, Chu Yin was too lazy to be distracted. The woman on the dragon's head sneered, sweeping her gaze through the crowd before quickly locking onto the boy wearing the duckbill cap. Her intuition told her, that was the strongest. Looks quite handsome, but unfortunately, you're going to die today. I love killing handsome guys the most. Before she finished speaking, lightning had already caused a death toll in the newbie village. Chu Yin still did not move. What he focused on was her S-level talent mark. Direct kill, or a setup. If he wants to kill her outright, it won't be easy. Luring her to kill might be steadier. Panic spread through the crowd. He doesn't dare to make a move. Let's hide by the spring. S-class experts can't withstand it. The crowd scattered in all directions, with black lightning striking as it pursued them. Suddenly, the evil dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The next second, it dived down fiercely. The woman lowered her body, pressing close to the dragon's head, her sword already drawn. Sword energy tore through the air. Thunder crashed explosively. Ayajutsu, Dragon Slash. A sword light descended from the sky, stretching across 1,000 meters, accompanied by thunder, covering the entire area. So fast it was invisible. The air was sucked out, leaving only the aura of destruction. Chu Yin felt a sinking sensation in his chest, his scalp tingling. He was coveting someone else's talent, and the other party was equally eyeing him. This woman struck with a deadly move, and it was the first time he truly witnessed the terror of an S-level talent. Although S-level is not as high as SS or SSS, it still stands at the pinnacle of the strong. Chu Yin had originally underestimated her, and now he realizes that he was too naive. His SSS talent only excels at blacksmithing, and in the face of this kind of ruthless killing, it is almost useless. Ayajutsu Dragon Slash. One sword strike must be critical, damage greatly increased, with a cooldown of only 60 seconds. Pushing to the extreme, offense and defense integrated, almost unbeatable. After Chu Yin finished reading the attributes, he was instantly stunned. The sword light descended, the dragon's might pressing down. Boom. Gray health minus 4,800. Fortunately, his mutated golden armor absorbed the full force, with 730 points of absolute defense holding steady. But those around him weren't so lucky. Many fell in waves. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Chu Yin backed away with his sword, a sweet taste in his throat as fresh blood sprayed out, his breath instantly faltering. The woman sheathed her sword and looked down with a cold sneer. The weak Dasho man. She couldn't see through Chu Yin, but was certain he wouldn't live long. At the same time, she was also scheming. How to kill him a second time. Chu Yin was equally silent. The two understood each other without words, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Nemo was almost certain that Chu Yin possessed at least an A-level talent, and might even be a support type S-level. Such a person, once the mark is activated, would be invaluable. Although she hadn't yet reached full body enhancement plus 15, preparing in advance was never a mistake. Chu Yin raised his sword and charged, shouting loudly, "Surrender your life." The sword light slashed down, and Nima drew her sword to counter, sneering coldly. Is this the kind of trash the Great Xia Kingdom produces? Chu Yin roared in fury. Do not insult the Great Xia. With a thunderous crash, The sword chi shattered. Chu Yin was blasted backward, blood spraying in the air, and he slammed heavily onto the ground. He was on the verge of death, yet he got up, gritted his teeth, and roared angrily. Those who disgrace Great Xia shall die. Those who harm my compatriots shall die. He charged again, drawing his sword and striking once more. Namashi shouted coldly, Ayajutsu, Dragon Slash. With a flash of cold light, Chu Yan's chest was pierced through, blood gushing wildly. The novice village was filled with despair. Chu Yan is dead, we're finished. However, in the next moment, Chu Yin was resurrected in the spring water, his face pale, but his gaze dark and intense. He was gambling with his life, also gambling with the laws of the heavenly way. The opportunity had come. Not fighting was just waiting to die. Chu Yin stared fixedly at Nima Sherduo, hatred almost overflowing. Nima Sherduo sneered coldly, seizing his weakness. In the next moment, she pinned a 15-year-old girl against the stone wall. The girl cried out, "Mom, save me." The sound abruptly stopped. Namashi Duo stared at Chu Yin in the spring water, squinting and smiling. You people of the Great Xia Kingdom are arrogant and foolish, inferior humans from beginning to end. Your very existence is a pollution to the world. I cleanse you in the name of the Holy War. Any objections? The remaining villagers of Novice Village number 10086 instantly scattered, desperately fleeing for their lives. Run! Dive into the spring water. She's massacring us. Li Chang shouted a warning, but didn't finish speaking. Nima rushed forward in a low sprint, instantly reaching in front of him. Her sharp finger stabbed into his chest, piercing straight through. She yanked out the beating heart, blood splattering everywhere. Li Chang collapsed like a rag. She held up her heart, smiling brilliantly, then looked at Chu Yin. The next moment, her palm clenched sharply. With a bang, the heart shattered. Screams erupted everywhere, and both inside and outside the spring, cries filled the air. Run! Nima smiled lightly. Go ahead and run. Great Xia is truly a sick man's country. The Yin and Huang ethnic groups are just lowly peoples. This is the will of God. She was about to continue the slaughter when Chu Yin suddenly leapt out. No! The people behind screamed in terror. Don't go to your death. You are our strongest. Endure it for now, and take revenge later. The cries were heart-wrenching, and everyone was convinced that Chu Yin was doomed to die. This woman is too strong. Nima sure looked at him more closely, the corners of her mouth lifting. Ridiculous patriotism. Ridiculous emotions. Her eyes were full of pity. In this world where the strong dominate and only killing matters, emotions are the greatest weakness. Nima smiled faintly, her tone cold. You people of Daxiao always loved to block the wheels with mantis arms. Back then, they used bows and arrows to block cannons, and we defeated them into ceding territory and paying reparations. The title of Sick Man of the East dates back to that time. It is the same now. Weak and ignorant, the eternal sick man of the East. She slowly drew her sword and spoke confidently. Our oceanic nation is the true guide of the blue planet. And you all are only fit to be eliminated. With the words spoken, the sword light drew from its sheath. She stood atop the evil dragon's head, looking down from above. With a single drawn sword, murderous intent poured down, determined to completely crush the youth. Under the baseball cap, Chu Yin looked up, his eyes icy cold. His figure was straight and tall, fearless of life or death. Chu Yin, stop fighting. Please stay alive. Failure can be tried again. The girls were in tears. Chu Yin is the last hope of the 10086 newbie village. Chu Yan's expression was indifferent as he looked directly at the woman. Why the cruel killing? Nima laughed contemptuously. Do you need a reason to stomp an ant to death? In the next moment, she lowered her posture, merging with the dragon, her murderous intent fully unleashed. Even if she had killed once, she would not dare to be careless. This young man was someone she could not see through. Since there was enmity, it had to be eradicated completely. Chu Yin closed his eyes and then opened them again. The screams of his compatriots echoed in his mind. His voice was like thunder. The will of Yin and Huang, you do not understand. They will stand at the summit, overlooking the starry sky, conquering everything. A golden light appeared in the palm, sword intent invisible. Today, I will cut you down with invisible sword intent. Your evil dragon will be buried with you. Chu Yan's tone was cold, his murderous intent as deep as an abyss. In his eyes, that woman seemed already dead, and he was merely pronouncing her fate. Roar! The evil dragon roared angrily, thunder cracking. Instinctive fear made it rely solely on its roar to bolster its courage. The woman sneered coldly, pressing her body downward. Will of Yin and Huang. Nothing but a bunch of worthless peasants. A defeated subordinate, worthy of killing me. Chu Yin opened his palm, the formless sword intent gathering fury. His voice was extremely faint, yet chilling. Those who insult Yin and Huang, all shall be beheaded. The sword intent soared to the sky, tearing through the air. Chu Yin stepped on the wind and ascended, a sword crashing down with a roar. One person, one sword, charging straight at the ferocious dragon, showing no retreat. Thunder clouds roiled, the earth cracked, as if it were the end of days. Chu Yin shouted angrily, "You think I can't kill you?" A pile of boulders formed a peak 1,000 meters high. A sword fell. The dragon-backed woman's pupils suddenly contracted, a chill shooting straight to the top of her head. She didn't expect that this young man also had a hidden deadly move. In the next moment, she was instead ecstatic. He is also an S-level talent. The sword intent pressed closer, and the evil dragon trembled all over. The player by the spring whispered softly, "This is also a martial skill." Chu Yin shattered the mountain peak underfoot, his murderous intent like a storm. Thunder roared. He pronounced coldly, "With this sword, I sever you." The invisible sword arrived in an instant. The woman's heart clenched fiercely, forcing an outburst. Looking for death. Ayajutsu, dragon slash. The sword left the sheath, tearing through the clouds. Roaring thunder shook the sky, mountains shattered. The evil dragon roared, black thunder exploded chaotically. Boom. The next second, the world plunged into deathly silence. Even the sound of drops falling into the spring was clearly audible. What's going on? Why is there no sound? Everyone looked up at the sky, mouths agape, speechless. Is this what a battle between the strong looks like? It's like Superman. So terrifying. I wish I could be this strong someday. The next second, the sword light exploded. The evil dragon was cut in half by a single sword, its body crashing to the ground with a loud thud, black blood splattering, its life snuffed out. Chu Yin and Lady Nima both fell at the same time. Chu Yin supported himself with one hand on the sword, his breath exhausted. Nima looked at him unwillingly and completely died. Victory! Boss Chu Yin has won. A deafening cheer erupted in newbie village number 10086. The next moment, the spring of water respawns. Namashi squinted, looking at Chu Yin who could only stand leaning on his sword, hesitation in her heart. She had been careless just now, her trump card unrevealed, and he had gambled his life to save his own by a narrow margin. He was gambling. But did she dare to continue the fight? Chu Yin dragged his feet, walking toward the newbie village faction number 9438. Blades flashed down, one strike after another, blood splattering everywhere. Screams of agony rose. No one could stop it. Chu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, coldly shouting in anger. "Woman, do you still dare to fight me?" He killed with every step, forcing himself to sustain the killing intent. Bluffing, trying to intimidate her into fear, showing weakness with his broken body, yet demonstrating strength through slaughter. Nima sneered coldly. In her eyes, everything was under control. Foolish Daxia people, only capable of being provoked, then meeting their death. Truly dumb to the extreme. Still trying to act calm to scare me off? You have no idea, I still have a trump card. Your inferior kind should be eliminated. Step, step. The sound of high heels was crisp and piercing. The next second, the entire room froze. Everyone in Novice Village number 10086 was stunned. Not good. Damn, she can still revive once more. How could Big Brother Chu possibly defeat a full-health Sister Fart Blast? She looked strange and was secretly called Sister Fart Blast, and that's how the nickname spread. She's so shameless, coming out at a time like this. Big Brother Chu can't even stand steadily. Who can save him? I don't want to see him die. If he dies, our village is finished. By the spring, there were cries of mourning. Nima's clan, listening to these voices, laughed triumphantly. The evil dragon appeared beside her. Didn't expect I could come out again, did you? Poor people of Dacia. Your foolishness is the root of your destruction. She stroked the dragon's scales and looked down at Chu Yan. Do you think exchanging your life for an injury means you've won? I was just careless earlier. I haven't even used half of my strength. And you can barely hold on anymore. Now accept death. The evil dragon roared. Thunder exploded. Black lightning rolled down. She leapt onto the dragon's head, lowered her body, and gripped the sword handle tightly. With a flap of her wings, she soared straight into the sky. Chu Yan's expression was heavy, staring at her intently. Everyone was utterly despairing. She still has a trump card. Only half her strength was used. That's such a huge difference. Someone was slumped on the ground. Chu Yan is doomed. Without him protecting us, we'll be robbed of resources every day. When the servers merge, we'll be worse off than dogs. Many people closed their eyes. A sinister laugh came from the high sky. Go to hell. The evil dragon dived down. Black thunder poured down like a torrential rain, directly approaching Chu Yan. The next moment, sword released. Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash. Name, Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash. Attribute, innate martial skill. Level, Earth level. Enhancement limit, 10. Effect, guaranteed critical hit. Damage multiplied by 10 times. A single sword strike causes space to almost come to a halt, accompanied by Dragon's Might. Cooldown of 600 seconds. WTF. Everyone in Chu Yan was stunned. Are S-level talents all this outrageous? The audience directly complained. Your luck value is 2,700, and you still have the nerve to say others are ridiculous. Chu Yan gritted his teeth. She can cut my 8,000 health points with one strike. This is not an exaggeration. Oh right, I have 40,000 health points. Then it's okay. The moment the sword was drawn, the air seemed to freeze. The dragon's might pressed down from above, almost unstoppable. Earth-level martial skills are just that terrifying. These S-level geniuses start with Earth-level skills, farming monsters like cutting vegetables. What a damn cheater. Boom. Thunder exploded, sand and stones flying. Nima was so full of confidence. With this slash, Chu Yan is surely dead. Everyone in the spring water closed their eyes and trembled. So scary, not even daring to breathe. Is it over? The entire hall fell silent. The opposing camp had already started cheering. There are no miracles. The sword light fell. When Chu Yan slowly raised his head, the health bar only dropped by 8,000. The shield didn't break at all. He laughed. You are giving me a scraping massage. The insult level is maxed out. And Ima immediately understood in that moment. Fell into the trap. The next second, Chu Yan strikes 3 times a second, crazily counterattacking. In his eyes, she was just a glass cannon. High defense, high crit rate, and as thick-blooded as a boss. She simply couldn't see through his nature. Her heart clenched sharply. It's over. When she opened her eyes again, Chu Yan was covered in blood, yet he stood. He won. The whole crowd was first stunned, then erupted. Boss Chu is awesome. Awesome. Great. Great. Woo-woo. We're saved. Heaven will not abandon Yin and Huang. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the S-level talent mark, Dragon Slayer. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the Dark Gold equipment, Dragon's Judgment. Chu Yan's mind exploded. Got it. Finally got it. Having acted for so long, it finally wasn't in vain. He had long been envious of those 2 S-level martial skills. Iato Dragon Slash. Iato Dragon Flash. Fast and fierce, and unbelievably cool. Damage off the charts, with the ability to dodge for survival. One slash, instantly creating distance. Dragon Flash is even more outrageous. So fast it's like space itself can't keep up. It's simply outrageous. Chu Yan appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was laughing wildly. Awesome. So awesome. He immediately opened the talent panel. Name, Dragon Slayer. Rank, S-level. Effect, 1. Attack carries the power of the evil dragon. Damage plus 100%. 2. Iato, Dragon Slash. An ultra-fast slash. Guaranteed critical hit. Extra 500% damage. 60 seconds cooldown. 3. Iato, Dragon Flash. A nearly momentary strike. Guaranteed critical hit. Extra 1000% damage. 600 seconds cooldown. 4. Using Dragon Slash or Dragon Strike to kill a target can refresh the skill. Combat Power Bonus, 50,000. Chuyin almost cursed it out loud. Too fierce. What does a 100% damage increase even mean? His little shadowless sword only has a 10% boost, which is already considered top-notch. Now it's doubled directly. Absurd to the extreme. Let's take a look at Dragon Slash and Dragon Flash. Must be a critical hit. 500%. 1000%. This is the instant kill skill. Chuyin quickly did the math. The blood of the melancholy tyrant is 180,000. The direct hard second hit was still a bit off, but as long as you can press it below 50,000. One Dragon Flash. Either take them out immediately, either dodge the fatal blow and counterattack. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. He glanced at the grade again. White, blue, orange, gold, dark gold, yellow, black, earth. Prefecture level. No wonder it's so exaggerated. And the most ruthless thing is, as long as you use these two moves to kill, skills refresh instantly. This is not a skill. This is a slaughter machine. Damn, isn't this just crazy slaughtering? Can kill instantly, no matter how many enemies there are, they can't touch me. Damn, the scene is too intense. I don't dare to think about it carefully. This feels amazing. Chuyin toyed with the glittering talent mark, liking it more and more as he looked at it. The touch is warm and delicate, more comfortable than a beauty's hand. Ha, this feels great. There was also a piece of dark gold equipment, but he didn't look at it first. The next two battles were complete massacres. The second strongest on the other side is just at Li Chang's level. Once morale collapses, they can only be cut down while being pressed. This is awesome. Having a big shot backing you really makes a difference. Weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Didn't you say we were an inferior race? How come we are being slaughtered by an inferior race now? Everyone felt triumphant, driving the opponents back to the spring. The third match was even more straightforward. The opponents didn't even come out. Newbie Village number 10086, complete victory. Announcement. The raid between Novice Village 9438 and Novice Village 10086 has ended. Novice Village 10086 wins. All members of Novice Village 9438 dropped their equipment. Resources cleared. Novice Village 10086 receives double points. As soon as the announcement came out, it caused an uproar. 120 points in 2 days. Ridiculously unbelievable. Is this hacking? The reason is simple. Chuyin cuts down the opponent's strongest player every time, so his score naturally skyrockets. Having a high score isn't necessarily a good thing. It's too conspicuous, easy to be targeted. Many strong players had already set their sights on the 10086 rookie village. In their eyes, this was a batch of guild leaders who were easy to exploit. Chuyin kept half of the resources, over 200 million, and gave the rest to Li Chang to distribute. It wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't something he cared much about either. Check the panel and get ready to continue farming BG. Then go to Abyssal Dark to farm Demon's Sword. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Name, Chuyin. Level 20, max level. Weapon Xiao Wuing Dagger plus 13. Armor Titan Ruins plus 12. Shoulder Pad Silver Ring Shoulder Pads plus 12. Helmet Golden Horn Battle Helmet plus 13. Belt Bloodstained Belt plus 12. Pants None. Shoes Whispers Kiss plus 12. Necklace Magic Youngways Tears plus 15. Bracelet None. Earrings None. Talent SSS, Infinite Enhancement. Skill. Active. Titan's Guard, Shield, Defense. Young Demon's Minor Blessing, Critical Damage. Luck. Silver Ring Entanglement, Damage Cap. Wolf King's Swift Battle, Attack Speed, Critical Hit. Passive. Windwalker, Speed Boost with Favorable Conditions. Bloody Mark, Defense Penetration. Talent Marks, Bloody Embrace, HP, Healing, Berserker, Critical Hit, Critical Damage, Striker, Attack Speed. Title, Junior Harbinger, Critical Hit, Critical Damage. Backpack 2 billion gold coins, 2 billion enhancement stones, for 150 purple items, 40 blue items, 10 white items. Dark gold equipment Dragon's Judgment, S-level Mark Dragon Slaughter, 11 pieces of the Sad Silence set, 11 Abyssal Sad Silence entry tickets. Status 100%. Attributes. Attack 4100, Defense 3100, Health 45,000. Ignore Defense 730, absolute defense 370, explosion resistance 40, no elemental magic resistance. Critical hit 34%, attack speed 157%, movement speed 261. Damage bonus plus 10%, critical damage plus 10%. Luck value 2700. Combat power assessment 410000. Chuyin was very excited. The attributes aren't extraordinary, but the resources are stacked quite heavily. He balanced all the gold coins and enhancement stones, each at 2 billion, just waiting for the magic sword to be in hand, then fully enhance everything to plus 15. Once successful, combat power will directly double. At level 20, the Sad Silence set is almost maxed out. Others might have 1 or 2 rare items, but can't complete the set. Full dark gold sets at this level are overwhelming. He's just missing the final piece. Let's start farming. Chuyin stepped into the desolate cave once again. This place had long been considered a forbidden zone. Anyone who entered even once died instantly. No revival, no chance for error. The monster beasts are ridiculously strong, tearing apart anyone they see. For the next 3 days, besides the martial arts tournament, he stayed entirely in the dungeon. No one dared to provoke in the beginner's village. The weak are terrified to death, and the strong are watching cautiously. He went crazy voting. He accumulated 100 tickets for the Abyssal Sorrow and Silence event in one go. Demon Sword drop rate, 1 in a billion. His luck stat is 2,700, with skill activation doubling it to 5,400. But even so, the probability is still terrifyingly low. This round is a gamble. It's only 5,000 times higher than that of an ordinary person. In the face of a 1 in a billion drop rate, it's basically nothing. At this ratio, the entire Blue Star probably has only about 10 magic swords. With so many people competing for 10, how could it be enough to go around? 3 days later, 100 entry tickets, finally in hand. Before entering the Abyssal Silence, Chuyin took a deep breath. Let's start with the daily must-do task, backpack bursting. The goal is to enhance the magic child's tears. The past 2 days, everything was completely broken. Plus 16, ridiculously difficult. The success rate for ordinary people is only 0.001%. Each attempt consumes 500 million gold coins and 500 million enhancement stones. If it fails, it will be destroyed immediately. Even if protection tickets or probability tickets are offered in the future, the difficulty will still be at hell level. Chuyin took a breath, starting to prepare the knife. Bang, bang, bang. He was used to doing plus 14 first, losing 18 times in a row, then chasing 3 moves. If successful within 3 tries, stop. After 3 tries, stop regardless of success or failure. Now it's 50 million gold coins at once, he can still handle it. But if he keeps failing consecutively, even his billions in assets won't hold up. Bang, bang, bang. TSS, TSS, TSS. 18 consecutive losses achieved. Chuyin left only the materials for 2 enhancements in the backpack and put all the rest into the warehouse. Start smashing. First hand. Clang. Sizzle. Failure. Second try. Bang. Hiss. Still failed. Chuyin's palms were covered in sweat. Plus 16 can hold S-level talent marks, directly boosting combat power. Next, he had to enter the Abyssal Desolation. No one knew how strong the beasts there were. Moreover, here, death was truly the end. His throat tightened, sweat breaking out on his forehead. One last time. Bring it on. The hammer slammed down hard. Bang, bang, bang. Stop flooding. It's been 3 days. The next second. Ding. Golden light exploded. Done. Chuyin's heart pounded fiercely. Congratulations to the Slayer, spending 50 million gold coins, 50 million reinforcement stones, and Microdeer of Magic Youth to enhance plus 16. Luck plus 2,000. Combat power plus 300,000. Chuyin almost laughed out loud. 2,000 points of luck. He originally had 2,700, now directly 4,700, almost doubling. Now it's really taking off. From now on, wherever he goes, he'll explode there. Chuyin grinned and cupped his fist towards the sky. Thank you, Heavenly Dao Dam, for your care. Chuyin raised his hand and peeled off the talent mark of the Blitz, directly replacing it with the S-Class Evil Dragon Slaughter. His combat power instantly surged by 50,000. It's not an imaginary number. It's solid, real strength. Namashi's many problems are also very obvious. The panel is too weak. Ignore, defense, health, attack. All are pitifully low. This is why she can't break through Chu Yan's defense, nor cut down his health. Even so, she slashed away 8,000 health points from Chu Yan with a single strike. An ordinary person would have been down long ago. But Chu Yan's multidimensional attributes had already been maxed out. Pulling back his thoughts, he stood at the entrance of the abyssal melancholy. The dark blue gate gleams with a cold light, ancient runes slowly flowing. In front of the gate lies a box. As long as you insert a ticket, you can enter. In the silence, the faint sound of water echoing can be heard. Chu Yan did not hesitate and put the admission ticket in. Clang, clang, clang. The eerie lights surged along the runes, instantly filling all the grooves. Click. The stone door opened, a flash of white light. Chu Yan was directly sucked in. When he opened his eyes again, it was an even darker space. With a whoosh, the torches lit up simultaneously. Crimson stones interspersed with jet-black veins formed a vast enclosed space. The black veins flowed with an eerie sheen, exuding a malevolent aura. The ground was also made of crimson stone bricks, feeling like stepping on keratin layers. Surrounding the area stood rows of lifelike sculptures. Chu Yan clearly understood that these were the targets. Sizzle, click. The stone wall shattered, and the seal was broken. All the monsters woke up at the same time, staring intently at Chu Yan. Scarlet saliva dripped down from the fangs. Drip, drip. The ground was corroded, leaving scorch marks. The first to charge out was the enhanced form of the Wolf Fang Tyrant. The body-sized sword, the two horns stained with blood, and a 5-meter-long spiked club swept across. Anyone with insufficient defense would have their head shattered on the spot by this blow. Chu Yan glanced at the information. Wolf Fang Tyrant, level 20 mutated golden boss, combat power 60,000. Attack 5,000, health 300,000. One strike, one club, both are killing moves. Chu Yan's heart sank, feeling a bit helpless. Those bleak sets farmed before are basically retired in advance. But it's not really a loss. You still have to grind for gold coins and entry tickets. Once the Mutant Dark Gold set is released, the normal set can only be sold. The strength of the first one was as expected and still manageable. Chu Yan shifted his gaze and looked at the second one. It was a giant beast with the body of a bear and the head of a dog. At a full 50 meters tall, its shadow directly covered the entire area. In the dim abyssal cave, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly lit up, like two old light bulbs. The bear bared its teeth and growled lowly, pounding its chest with a thud-thud, saliva dripping down, staring at Chu Yan like he was a piece of fat meat, more excited than a dog seeing a bone. Chu Yan's mouth twitched. Being stared at like this by a demon beast made him feel completely uncomfortable. He opened the panel. Name, Bear, Abyssal Melancholy. Level, 20, Mutated Golden Boss. Combat Power, 30,000. Traits, Bloodthirsty, Brutal. Skill, Fierce Bear Hug. Attack, 4,000. Health, 320,000. Kill Reward, 10 million experience. 1% drop rate, highest dark gold. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Is this the bear? The skill name is just ridiculous. The bear dog stuck out its tongue, panting and puffing steam, as if urging itself to come right to the door. The real ruthless character was still to come. The third demon beast was a magic sword. The blade was wide and thick, measuring a full 1.8 meters long, wider than Chu Yan's waist, shrouded in black mist, with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Dark purple veins flowed along the blade, with faintly shimmering blue light. At about 2/3 along the blade was embedded a crimson giant eye, cold and bloodthirsty, as if ready to devour someone at any moment. Chu Yan watched with shining eyes. This design was outrageously cool. He immediately checked the attributes. Name, Demon Sword, Abyssal Morning Solitude. Level, 20, Mutant Dark Gold Boss. Combat Power, 150,000. Traits, Bloodthirsty, Brutal. Skill, Magic Arrival. Attack, 15,000. Health, 1 million. Kill Reward, 50 million experience. 1% drop rate, up to dark gold. Seeing the data, Chu Yan felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Luckily, he had taken 2 extra skills before, especially the one with evasion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight at all. 1 million health points. How long would he have to scrape through? The most troublesome thing wasn't the output, but the endurance. A-tier talent, Crimson Embrace, restores 5% health every 10 seconds. As long as the rate of health loss can't outpace the healing, he will be worn down to death. Chuyin took a deep breath. Let's get started. He currently has a luck value of 4,700, which doubles directly to 9,400 after activating the blessing. The success rate for plus 14 enhancement is 1 in 10,000, which for him is equivalent to a guaranteed success. Plus 15 originally had a success rate of 5 in a million, but now it's close to a 50% chance. The success rate for plus 16 is 1 in a million, which others would consider impossible, but for Chuyin, it's almost like 10%. Plus 16 requires a cushion, and there's still a chance of failure. Plus 15 can basically be done with your eyes closed. Chuyin didn't hesitate and upgraded all his equipment to plus 15. Bang, bang, bang. Golden light exploded. Golden legends appeared on the screen one after another. The attribute bar surged wildly. The stats skyrocketed instantly. Now I can give it a try. He moved his fingers, joints cracking, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Come on. Chu Yanchao beckoned with the fingers of the 3 demon beasts. Today, I'll blow you all to pieces. The battle ignited in an instant. The Wolf Fong tyrant charged first, mouth wide open, his whole body glowing red, the energy of the Wolf Fong club surging. Boom. The ground was smashed and cracked, the fissures rushing straight beneath Chu Yan's feet. The next second, it leapt into the air, bringing down a heavy blow. A strong wind carrying a bloody stench rushed towards him. Chu Yan sneered coldly, using the ultimate skill right at the start. Looking down on me. The opponent's attack was only 5,000. He wasn't worried at all. But the next second, he was stunned. Dash 800. Dark attribute damage minus 2,000. So it actually includes attribute damage. He has no attribute resistance, so this hit landed fully. Chu Yan's expression darkened. He dared not be overconfident. Fortunately, with plus 15 all over the body and fully maxed attributes, this amount of damage is still bearable. The Wolf Fong tyrant roars angrily, feeling humiliated. Chu Yan neither dodges nor evades, taking the damage head-on. It's not that he can't dodge, it's that there's no need to. What he wanted was a close-range output. The next second, Chu Yan lowered his body and charged fiercely. He sprinted, lifted his sword, and slashed horizontally. The sword chi formed a continuous line, tearing the air apart. If you don't go all out now, you won't get another chance. He strikes 5 times a second, with nearly half of them critical hits, directly tearing through half of the opponent's defense. 50,000 health per second. Wolf Fong Tyrant can last at most 6 seconds. Plus 15 strength is really not just for show. Chu Yan's health also exceeded 100,000. Unless the demon sword strikes, the other two can't even make a ripple. What he's truly focused on is that demon sword. The blood-red eye on the sword locked onto him tightly. Suddenly, the Wolf Fong Tyrant went completely berserk. The air solidified, and power crazily converged onto the Wolf Fong club. Even the light was pulled over. Sizzling. The Wolf Fong Tyrant fully charged his ultimate and descended from the sky, slamming the Wolf Fong explosion directly onto Chu Yan. Chu Yan didn't even move. This amount of damage was like a tickle. His recovery could instantly refill it. Want to break my shield? In your dreams. He lifted his sword with one hand and soared into the sky. Ayajutsu, Dragon Slash. The dragon's roar exploded. The sword light, like a dragon, pierced through the Wolf Fong Tyrant head-on. The tyrant roared continuously. After only 2 rounds, the health had already dropped below 100,000. Its eyes surged with scarlet, skin swollen, fangs stained with blood, and its horns violently enlarged. Again, it gathered strength with a deep, sorrowful stillness. Chu Yan tested with a sword strike. Only lost 1,000 health. Defense is maxed out. Are you two still watching the show? Chu Yan hooked arms with the bear and the demon sword. Stop pretending, let's attack together. The demon sword dragged its tip forward slowly, sparks flying. It was full of contempt. A mere level 20, yet daring to venture into the abyss of sorrow and silence. Asking for death. This place has always only been dared to enter by teams above level 45. They were slaughtered just the same. Chu Yin understood its murderous intent and became even more alert. This magic sword is definitely not simple. Just at the moment the tyrant finished gathering his power, Chu Yin struck again with his sword. Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash. The sword flashed like lightning. Space seemed to freeze. A sword pierced the throat. The spike club broke, and the head flew off. Health dropped to 0. Instant kill. The tyrant's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing wildly. Chu Yin sheathed his sword, skills refreshed. The bear let out an angry roar. Suddenly lunged forward. A blood-red mouth opened wide. Both palms came together, trying to smash Chu Yin directly. The bear looked dumb, but actually unleashed its ultimate move. The gale carried a stench that hit like a wave. In the next moment, the bear lunged face first, palms coming together, biting towards Chu Yan's head. Chu Yin dodged to the side, swinging his long sword wildly. The skill was unleashed instantly. Ayajutsu, Dragon Slash. The figure flashed violently, the blade descending. 5 strikes in 1 second, purely a test of speed. Clang, clang, like chopping against an iron wall. But blood still splattered. After a few breaths, the half-blood bear was gone. It was just about to charge up its ultimate move. Chu Yin lunged forward with Dragon Flash, directly finishing it off. The roar of the dragon exploded, blood light soaring into the sky. The dog's head fell to the ground and rolled, creating a horrifying scene. In less than 10 seconds, the battle was over. Only Chu Yin and the demon sword remained facing each other in the arena. The demon sword's attributes far exceeded the previous two, and it radiated an eerie aura. Chu Yin appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was tightening. The dark blue sword light surged violently, purple patterns flowing, the demonic eye blood red. The demonic energy pressed down. Demonic domain activated. Health returns to 0, action slowed down, offense and defense weaken, and damage keeps coming. Chu Yan's scalp went numb. If it can't be killed within 200 seconds, then just wait to die. 1,000,000 health points. Isn't this a death trap? The ease just now was all an illusion. The magic sword ignited blue flames, crackling loudly. Chu Yin no longer hesitated. I've remembered you. The figure flashed explosively, launching a forceful attack. The demon sword swept across. He dodged sideways with difficulty. Time was tight, so he could only slash aggressively. The demon sword spun in for a cutting strike. Dragon Slash. The sword aura tore through the air, a direct confrontation. Seizing the opening, Chu Yin unleashed a fierce barrage of slashes. The demon sword soared into the sky, plunging down from above. Chu Yin neither dodges nor evades, enduring the damage head-on, clashing swords fiercely. If it weren't for the S talent mark, he wouldn't have been able to get out of the abyss of despair today at all. At first, he treated this place like a level 20 dungeon, but he found the difficulty absurdly high, completely beyond what a normal person could handle. A black mist descended, seeping into his skin, pressing down until his scalp went numb. The feeling was like falling into an abyss, cold and hopeless. He could only grit his teeth and endure, swinging his sword wildly. Finally, the magic sword's health was cut to less than half. The next second, a clang rang out, fury soaring to the sky. Space froze, energy crazily converging. The breath of death swept over. Warning, the magic sword is charging Yuanming Beiji. Pervert. Chu Yin cursed wildly in his heart. The pressure was several times stronger than before. The demon's sword instantly vanished, and the sound exploded out, almost like teleportation. At the very moment of the strike, Chu Yan's murderous intent erupted, the sword light tearing through space. Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash. The two swords clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. Cold sweat streamed down Chu Yan's face. A moment's delay just now would have meant instant death. He dared not stop and continued to flash and slash fiercely. The clash of metal rang continuously as the demonic sword's light quickly dimmed. The next strike sent him flying with the demon's sword. Chu Yin got up and kept hacking. His chest was torn open, flesh rolling back, white bones visible. He looked miserable, yet he hacked more fiercely. No choice. If this thing doesn't kill him, he will have to die. Once the spell Mo Lin is activated, it's like chasing death. The instinct to survive forced Chu Yin to output desperately. Clang, clang, clang. He seized the flaw, slashed the demon's sword aside with one strike, and unleashed II Dragon Slash again. In the next moment, the demon's sword's glow dimmed. In those crimson eyes, a trace of fear actually appeared. 60 seconds passed. Chu Yin lost 30% of his health. The magic sword was left with only its blood skin. His high-level attributes completely overwhelmed. The magic sword's damage was not high, and its attack speed was slow, making the situation quite awkward for a while. The demon's sword was stunned. You only lost 30% of your health, but I'm going to be finished? I should be the one panicking. Why do you look like you're about to be scared to death? I feel like my IQ is being trampled on by you. Damn. I refuse to accept this. Clang, clang, clang. The demon's sword was cursed at and hacked to pieces by the chaotic swords. Even after dying, it was still stabbed again. Chu Yin was so panicked he could hardly bear it. Why isn't he dead yet? Don't fake death. This dungeon really will kill people. Hurry up and die, I beg you. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the mutated dark gold chest plate. Abyssal Sorrow, Tyrant chest plate. Basic attributes. Defense plus 300, health plus 3000. Special effect, Tyrant's Wrath. Increases defense by 50%, grants a shield equal to 50% of max health, lasting 1 hour, with a 1-hour cooldown. When the shield breaks, it deals 2000% damage to enemies within 100 meters. Combat power bonus, 800. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the mutated dark gold helmet. Abyssal Melancholy, Tyrant helmet. Base attributes, absolute defense plus 300, attack speed plus 15%. Special effect, Tyrant's Battle Intent. Attack speed plus 200% for 60 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Instantly refreshes when health falls below 50%. Combat power bonus, 900. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining the mutated dark gold weapon, Abyssal Solitude, a demon's sword. Basic attributes, attack plus 800, critical hit plus 3%. Special effect, Demon's Arrival. Attacks deal 100% additional damage. Enemies within 100 meters have their defense reduced by 20%, attack reduced by 10%, and are unable to heal. Iajutsu Demon Slash sacrifices 90% of health to instantly slice the enemy, dealing damage equal to the sacrificed health plus 1000%. Combat power bonus, 3000. Chu Yin stood frozen in place. My mind went completely blank. Looking down again, the demon's sword had long been shattered into fragments by him. Holy shit. He felt his scalp go numb. Chu Yin finally confirmed that the system was not auditory hallucination. His head buzzed, and a surge of heat churned inside his body. He stared at the equipment attributes, completely dumbfounded. The first item, Abyssal Silent Tyrant chest plate. Basic attributes are directly multiplied by 6 times. Defense plus 50%, shield plus 50%. Breaking shields also adds critical damage. Defense is maxed out. Second item, Abyssal Morning Tyrant helmet. Basic defense is multiplied by 6 times. Attack speed is tripled. Attack speed increases by another 200% when releasing skills. This rhythm, almost 10 strikes per second. Sword shadows fill the sky, damage explodes. Chu Yin can't stop laughing. Finally, the demon's sword. He didn't even dare to open its attributes, afraid he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. The next second, heat surged from his spine to the back of his head, exploding with a bang. His whole body tingled. Base attack, multiplied by 10. 800 attack points, and that's just the base value. Enhance it, what then? Base critical hit multiplies by 3. All skills activated, almost 100% critical hit rate. Attacks come with 100% additional damage. Increased damage and critical hits are the most terrifying attributes. All skills will stack. For example, he uses Iato Matza. Health is 10,000, attack is 1,000. After stacking increased damage and critical damage, one strike can deal 23,000. With 1,000 attack, he deals over 20,000 critical damage. Unbelievable. Chu Yin even wanted to immediately find the monster to test his sword. Who could withstand this damage? But he held back. Pleasure must be savored slowly. He wants to collect the entire set of the Sadness armor, then strengthen it all to plus 16, and watch it all together. Start farming. Chu Yan's blood was boiling, working nonstop for 3 days straight. Newbie Village number 10086 scored over 40 points for 3 consecutive days. In 5 days, the total score soared to 260. According to the all-win rule, 5 days would only be 150 points. They have a full extra 110 points. This means that ordinary all-win teams don't even qualify to challenge them. When multiple people declare war, the system will prioritize recommending opponents with high points and high win rates. You just need to choose one to respond to. Based on the current points, as long as the 10086 newbie village holds steady, it can basically enter the top 10 of the martial arts tournament. But the problem is, they probably won't be able to hold steady. Now, those who dare to challenge are all undefeated villages. In 2 more days, the rankings will be announced, and the first resource allocation in the newbie zone will be finalized. The fat has been raised, and everyone wants to strike first. A turbulent undercurrent. More than one person has set their sights on the strong player from newbie village number 10086. Park Budo from Kimchi National War Zone number 1 newbie village made the first move, directly issuing a plunder order against newbie village number 10086. Plunder orders are extremely rare and should have been kept as a trump card. But Park Budo couldn't wait. Their village currently only had 170 points, which was too low. Must take the risk. As long as the raid succeeds, at least 120 points can be earned, pushing the total score directly to 290. Secure one more win on the last day, and the top 10 is basically guaranteed. Even if he gets counter-rated after winning, he's willing to accept it. Park Budo's eyes grew cold as he clenched the flowing light jade token in his hand and barked in a low voice. To the Daxia Kingdom War Zone, Novice Village number 10086. Use the plunder order. An announcement instantly flooded the screen. Not only Novice Village number 10086, multiple high-score villages in the Daxia Kingdom were targeted. Announcement: Pickle Country War Zone number 1 newbie village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country War Zone number 10086 newbie village. Announcement: Pickle Country War Zone number 2 newbie village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country War Zone number 857 newbie village. Announcement: Hengshui Country War Zone number 1 newbie village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country War Zone number 9487 newbie village. Announcement: Ocean Country War Zone number 1 newbie village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country War Zone number 2 newbie village. Announcement: Daxia National War Zone number 1 newbie village has launched a plundering war against Daeong National War Zone number 2 newbie village. Plundering war. Both sides will engage in 3 martial arts duels within 1 day. The winner earns double points and plunders all of the opponent's resources. The loser loses at least 1 piece of equipment, and their points are reset to 0. The war will begin in 12 hours. Please prepare accordingly. The system notification appeared, chilling everyone to the bone. Voices of discussion erupted. I told you, the ones who stick their necks out get hit first. Some villages are weak and don't even understand point control. Now look, they're being slaughtered like fat sheep. Number 10086? Just from the name, it doesn't look strong. Probably going to get beaten to pieces. The strong villages are always number 1 or 2. This kind of numbering clearly shows a no-name brand. A brain is a good thing. Too bad they don't have one. Just wait and see. If they don't get crushed by the Pickle Nation, I'll livestream swallowing poop to end myself. What are you bragging about? The livestream hasn't even started, and you're already yelling nonsense. Well, there's nothing we can do. I'll admit if I can't broadcast. Meanwhile, at Newbie Village 10086, upon hearing that they were about to be raided again, panic instantly set in. Learning that the other side was still the number 1 newbie village of Korea, their spirits dropped halfway. Have you noticed? The number 1 newbie villages in every war zone are ridiculously strong. Those using plunder orders are basically number 1 or number 2. They started off higher than us, and their talent is fierce. Xiao Shiba is targeting us. The group was filled with wails. Wang Ming sighed and said, If I had known, I wouldn't have aimed for consecutive wins. Just focusing on point control would have been better. Last time with that S-level talent, Chu Yin had to sacrifice a life to win. This time, this world is full of tricks. It's definitely not mindless killing. They treat us like chives to be harvested. I really want to mess them up. At this moment, Li Chang spoke. Chu Yin has brought you so many resources, yet you complain whenever something happens, like useless people. If you can't accept reality, reality will force you to accept it. From now on, anyone who only complains will no longer receive any resources from me. The group immediately exploded. Someone sneered. Who do you think you are? You're not Chu Yin. Why should you be taking our resources? We earned the battle achievements ourselves. Li Chang responded coldly. Resources are only given to those who are valuable, not to waste. Chu Yin is fighting desperately up front. What are you all doing? If you can't fight side by side, at least shut up and shout 666 for me. Seeing this, Chu Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Come on, I'm really not that great. I've been acting the whole time. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message. Resources, Li Chang can monopolize them. As soon as these words came out, the group chat immediately fell silent. I could tolerate you doing nothing and just shouting a few words from the sidelines. But your snide remarks, moral coercion, and expecting others to risk their lives when something goes wrong, I can't stand that. Just because others are stronger than you, does that mean they should protect you? Where do you get the nerve? At the martial arts tournament, a group of people were shouting wildly for Chu Yin to step up. Chu Yin heard it and felt like drawing his sword. He understands that people can be afraid, but you can't give your life away to others. Chu Yin withdrew his thoughts and left Novice Village number 10086. Taking advantage of the gap, he sneaked into Pickle Country War Zone Novice Village number 1 to spy on the screen. Park Bodeo is a peculiar person. From the age of 18, he went there 1,008 times in 10 years, getting caught in anti-prostitution raids every single time. Over time, as long as he appeared, others would take a detour to avoid danger. Because of this, he became a weather vane. At this moment, the chat channel exploded. Plunder order, this time it's a big deal. Park Pero, are you confident you can take down the newbie village of Daxia? I heard number 10086 defeated the Ocean Nation, not someone to mess with. Afraid to fight Daxia? The insults grew harsher and harsher. Some say the Great Xia stole culture, that all the festivals, characters, and rituals belong to them. They also say the other side is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, breaking at the slightest touch. Pu Budao finally spoke. Don't underestimate number 10086. Their score is 260 points, which means they have been on a winning streak. Choosing them is because the returns are high. But we can't be careless. He never thought he would lose. In his eyes, newbie village number 1 was a sure win. This time we must seriously strike them. They have robbed our festivals, language, and classics. This is a disgrace. We must seriously strike them, let them know our strength. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Chu Yan's mouth twitched. A perfectly normal plundering battle was once again being called a holy war. He helplessly shook his head. Dragon Boat Festival is yours. Mid-Autumn Festival is yours. Hanfu and papermaking are all yours too. All right. Consider it all invented by you. If I don't make you submit soon, this magic sword of mine will have been wasted. There are 12 hours left until the martial arts tournament. Chu Yin continued to grind the abyssal desolation. With the demon sword, farming maps became much easier. 1 million health was nothing to him. After stacking attack speed, critical hits, and damage increase, his output skyrocketed. Skill coordination with II Dragon Flash to avoid damage. Then just keep hacking away with the chaotic sword strikes. Being strong in equipment is just this simple and straightforward. Time flew by rapidly. When the last piece of equipment dropped, Chu Yin couldn't stop smiling. The abyssal darkness sadly set in, and finally everything was complete. Once the demon sword appeared, the subsequent equipment came smoothly. Unfortunately, the second demon sword never showed up. The drop rate is truly outrageous. After the martial arts tournament ends, he will farm one more run and auction off the full set of level 15 enhancements. With the server merge imminent, he also needs to start recruiting people. It's impossible to personally handle every troublesome matter. He needs helpers and an intelligence network. But there is only one premise: being strong enough. Chu Yin took a deep breath and opened the equipment panel. The newly released Tyrant shoulder armor attributes gleamed dazzlingly. Defense surged dramatically, also providing damage cap protection. The most ruthless part is that after 60 seconds, the damage taken can be reflected back all at once. A full 120 times. This is not a set for swallowing insults silently. It's for enduring and then counter-killing. Shu Yan's eyes lit up as he continued to check the next piece of the tyrant equipment. Mutated dark gold waistband. Abyssal Sorrow Silence, Tyrant Waistband. Requires level 20 to wear, mutated dark gold. HP plus 5000. Ignores defense plus 100. Every hit adds 1 point of anger. When it reaches 20 points, the attack power doubles, becoming invincible for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Chu Yan immediately swore. These stats are outrageous. It can tank, deal damage, and also burst. Especially the 10 seconds of invincibility. When timed right, while farming the magic sword, it can cut through 1,000,000 health points in one go. Dark gold equipment, yet so powerful that even at level 50 it might not be replaceable. Special effects already at the ceiling. He held back his excitement and continued reading. Yuanming's Sorrowful Silence, Tyrant's Pants. A-keepable at level 20, mutated dark gold. Critical strike plus 3%, HP plus 6000. Within 60 seconds, critical damage plus 100%, with a 5% chance to refresh on critical hits, cooldown 1 hour. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, equivalent to permanently having double critical damage. 5% refresh seems low, but with enough attack speed, it almost triggers continuously. Even more intense is that 3% base critical hit. Once fully formed, critical hits with every strike are not a dream. No matter how strong the skill, it still fears being hacked to pieces. Refreshing. The last piece. Abyssal Desolation, Tyrant's Shoes. Requires level 20 to equip, mutated dark gold. Movement speed plus 200, evasion plus 1%. With all 3 pieces in hand, Chu Yan had only one thought left. Whoever comes, dies. Special effect, Tyrant's Charge. Movement speed doubled, creating pressure. Targets with combat power less than half of his own have all attributes reduced by 20% for 60 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Combat power bonus 2000. Chu Yan was instantly blown away. This skill was literally tailor-made for him. Most of his combat power comes from the tiers of MOUA, with his actual combat strength only in the tens of thousands. The rest is all illusionary power. Even if you count only half, it's still hundreds of thousands. In other words, he can suppress demon beasts with combat power in the hundreds of thousands. All attributes are reduced by 20%, even more severe than demonic arrival. With 2 skills stacked, who can withstand it? The strength of the Tyrant set far exceeds expectations. It was originally thought to be only slightly stronger than the gold set, but in reality, its base attributes more than double, and the special effects are outrageous. This is not an upgrade, it's a direct takeoff. Next, enhancement. Success rate gradually decreases from +1 to +10, resources double. +14 success rate is 0.01%, failure results in explosion. +18 success rate is 0.0001%, costs 5 billion per attempt. With his current luck value, +18 can only get the guaranteed 1%. But each attempt is only 500 million, and he has nearly 20 billion. Let's get started. Luck value 4,700, doubled to 9,400. +14 guaranteed success. +15 success rate 51%. +16 success rate 11%. +17 success rate 6%. +18 success rate 1%. The first reinforced magic sword. Target direct hit +16. Chu Yan took a deep breath. The forging begins. Link it for me. Withdrawal completed. With a thought in Chu Yan's mind, the hammer crashed down fiercely. Clang, 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 golden light exploded. Consumed 6 million gold coins, 6 million enhancement stones. Magic sword +14. Little shadowless sword. Attack +22,000. Crit +42%. Combat power +50, 000. His eyes lit up, going for another try. Consumed 50 million gold coins, 50 million enhancement stones. Magic sword +15. Little shadowless sword. Attack +4000. Crit +3%. Combat power +8000. Continue. Go up to 16. The success rate is only 11%. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt still failed. A consumption of 1 billion at a time, money burned like flowing water. He gritted his teeth and charged straight ahead, without holding back. Bring them to me. A flash of golden light appeared again. Consume 500 million gold coins and 500 million enhancement stones. Magic sword plus 16. Little shadowless sword. Attack plus 6,000. Critical hit plus 3%. Combat power plus 10,000. Chu Yin let out a long breath. This wave adds a total of plus 32,000 to attacks, plus 48% to critical hit rate, and a combat power surge of 68,000. Before level 50, there are hardly any weapons that can surpass it. No wonder countless people keep gambling on this sword even after reaching level 40-something. He didn't stop. All 16 today. Golden light rises again. Consume 6 million gold coins, 6 million enhancement stones. Tyrant chest armor plus 14. Tyrant chest armor. HP plus 80,000. Defense plus 6,000. Combat power plus 6,000. Keep smashing. Consume 50 million gold coins and 50 million enhancement stones. Tyrant chestplate plus 15. Tyrant chestplate. HP plus 10,000. Defense plus 800. Combat power plus 800. Push to 16. 1 failure. 2 failures. 3 failures. Resources evaporated like crazy, and his face turned dark. After the 5th time, golden light soared to the sky. Consumed 500 million gold coins, 500 million strengthening stones. Tyrant chestplate plus 16. Attributes surged, values doubled again. Chu Yin clenched his fist tightly. Won the bet. 50,000. Defense plus 1,000. Combat power plus 1,000. Chu Yin was overjoyed. Total HP increased by 105,000. Defense increased by 7,800. And combat power also increased by 7,800. Refreshing. Keep going. Bang, bang, bang. Golden light exploded, the sound of the iron hammer striking the chest repeatedly. The enhancement prompts flooded the screen crazily. Congratulations to the Slayer, who spent 2 billion gold and 2 billion enhancement stones to upgrade the Tyrant Helmet to plus 16. Tyrant Helmet. Absolute defense plus 8,000. Attack speed plus 500%. Combat power plus 12,000. Congratulations to the Slayer, who spent 2.5 billion gold and 2.5 billion enhancement stones to upgrade the Tyrant Shoulder Armor to plus 16. Tyrant Shoulder Armor. Defense plus 10,000. Critical resistance plus 200. Combat power plus 15,000. Congratulations to the Slayer, spent 3 billion gold coins, 3 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant Belt enhanced to plus 16. Tyrant Belt. HP plus 160,000. Ignore defense plus 1,800. Combat power plus 35,000. Congratulations to the Slayer, spent 2 billion gold coins, 2 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant Leggings enhanced to plus 16. Tyrant Leggings. HP plus 200,000. Critical plus 48. Combat power plus 40,000. Congratulations to the Slayer, who spent 3 billion gold coins and 3 billion enhancement stones to upgrade the Tyrant's Boots to plus 16. Tyrant's Boots. Movement speed plus 1,000. Evasion plus 20%. Combat power plus 20,000. After one round of enhancements, the backpack was almost emptied. Chu Yan's heart raced. Wait a minute. Haven't exploded the backpack today yet. Mo Yuai's tears plus 17 are ridiculously stuck. He smashed all the mats up. 28 sword plus 14 failed consecutively. It worked. Start the attack. Chu Yan stared intently at the screen, not daring to look at the stats. Go all out this round. Charge. Bang. 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 The sound of iron was piercing. He didn't dare to blink his eyes. Charge. Luck was completely drained, making strengthening incredibly difficult. Even a cushion couldn't save it. The next second. TSSS. Failure. Chu Yan exhaled. Did you forget to call on your wife to bless you? Call her tomorrow and come back. He didn't lose it. Plus 17 was always a gamble with life. The mat is just an extra line of hope. It's time to look at the panel. Wait a minute. Let's go through it once. Title. Beginner Apocalypse Seer. Critical hit plus 5%. Critical damage plus 10%. Now look at the talent marks. Dragon Slayer. Damage increase plus 100%. Comes with 2 skills. Kills can refresh. Crimson Embrace heals 5% every 10 seconds. Max health plus 20%. Blaster, critical hit rate plus 5%. Critical hit damage plus 10%. Blitz, attack speed increased by nearly 50%. Now, let's look at the set effects. 2-piece Abyssal Lament. Additional damage plus 10%. Critical damage plus 10%. Combat power plus 1000. 3 pieces. Extra damage plus 20%. Critical damage plus 20%. Combat power plus 2000. 5 pieces. Extra damage plus 30%. Critical damage plus 30%. Combat power plus 3000. 7 pieces. Extra damage plus 60%. Critical damage plus 60%. Combat power plus 10,000. Collect all 7 pieces to unlock the set skill. Power of Abyssal Darkness. Charge for 15 seconds, during which absolute defense is tripled. After charging, attack power is doubled for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Chu Yan's whole body tingled, his heart raced wildly, and he immediately began calculating his combat power. Tears of Moua, plus 685,000. Weapon, plus 71,000. Breastplate, plus 8,800. Helmet, plus 13,000. Shoulder armor, plus 15,000. Belt, plus 37,000. Pant legs, plus 42,000. Shoes, plus 21,000. Bloody First Embrace, plus 5,000. 2B Marks, plus 2,000. S Mark, plus 50,000. Title, plus 5,000. Spirit Fruit, plus 2,000. Set Bonus, plus 16,000. Total, 972,800 combat power. His brain buzzed, and he froze on the spot. Almost reached 1 million? Chu Yan swallowed hard, his palms sweaty. Can't believe it. He suddenly opened the panel. The light screen flashed, and data appeared. Name, Chu Yan. Level, 20 max. Weapon, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Demon Sword plus 16. Chest armor, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Chestplate plus 16. Shoulder armor, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Shoulder Guards plus 16. Helmet, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Helmet plus 16. Belt, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Belt plus 16. Pants, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Pants plus 16. Shoes, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Boots plus 16. Necklace, Tear of Demonchild Way plus 16. Bracelet, none. Earrings, none. Talent, SSS, Infinite Enhancement. Skill, Tyrant's Wrath, shield and defense increased by 50%, with additional explosion damage. Tyrant's Battle Will, attack speed increased by 200%. Demonic Onslaught, damage increased by 100%, with added negative effects. Ayajutsu, Maka, consumes 90% of health, deals 1000% damage. Tyrant Silence, damage reduction and damage reflection. Tyrant Slaughter, stacks vulnerability, increases output, 10 seconds invincibility. Tyrant Mercy, critical damage plus 100%, can be refreshed. Tyrant Charge, movement speed plus 100%, suppresses all attributes of those with combat power less than half of own. Iato Dragon Slash, Iato Dragon Flash. Blessing of Moua, double luck, critical damage plus 100%. Power of Abyssal Darkness, charge to strengthen defense, attack doubles after completion. Passive skill, automatic health regeneration, increase maximum health, skill reset, shield reset. Talent Marks, Dragon Slayer, damage increase, refresh. Crimson Embrace, HP, healing. Berserker, critical hit, critical damage. Blitz, attack speed. Title, Novice Harbinger, critical hit, critical damage, shield refresh. Inventory, Sorrow and Silence 6-piece, set times 10. Abyssal Sorrow and Silence 6-piece, set times 3. Dark Gold Equipment, Dragon Judgment. Status, 100%. Personal Attributes. Attack 33300. Defense 18300. Health 517000. Ignore Defense 1800. Absolute Defense 8000. Critical Resistance 150. Elemental Magic Resistance none. Critical Hit 100%. Overflow converts to critical damage. Attack speed 540%. Movement speed 1200. Evasion 20%. Fixed damage plus 320%. Critical damage plus 138%. Luck value 4700. Combat power 972,800. 972,800. A surge of heat roiled inside his body, power layering upon power. Chu Yin felt completely relaxed, his spirits soaring, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. It felt absolutely amazing. He stared at the panel, chuckling softly. Who else? This attribute, combined with multiple Nemas, directly blocks the spring water for repeated harvesting. Park Bo Dao, Dragon Boat Festival, mooncakes, papermaking, printing. Even Qin Shi Huang said these are yours. He sneered. I'll take your talent mark. At this moment, the number 10086 newbie village in the Great Xia War Zone and the number 1 newbie village in the Kimchi Country Channel were temporarily merged. The tension instantly reached its peak. Kimchi Country picked a fight first. Shouldn't you apologize for plagiarizing our nation's cultural history? As soon as the words came out, Da Xiao immediately started roasting. Someone casually made the first meme. A dog head tilting sideways, fingers pinching a tiny bit. Dog head, what exactly did we copy from you? The people opposite lost their temper on the spot. Damn it. The Dragon Boat Festival belongs to us. Chu Yuan is the bloodline of our nation. Dog head, oh. Hanfu was invented by us too. Where's the copyright fee? Dog head, oh. Qin Shi Huang and Li Bai are of our bloodline. You've been stealing all along. Dog head, oh. The people in the kimchi section instantly lost their composure. Stop sending that expression. But the screen was filled entirely with dog heads. That side glance, combined with the finger making a tiny gesture, was dripping with mockery. The people on the other side were so angry they were losing their minds, wishing they could come over through the internet cable. Piao Budo made a fierce statement in the group chat. You inferior race who only know how to plagiarize. I will wipe you out completely. One day, you will completely disappear. The people from the Kimchi War Zone immediately echoed, shouting loudly. In their mouths, plundering became justice, simply because others were despicable. Why aren't your strongest ones speaking up? Trash newbie village. How dare it compare to Park Boda? Chu Yin frowned as he watched all this. If it's plundering, then just plundering. No need to put on the guise of a holy war. Only 10 minutes left before the battle started, and he calmly sent an emoji. Dog head. The channel fell silent for a moment. The next second, the whole room exploded. Boss Chu Yin has arrived. Start spamming. Countless dog heads rolled wildly. No one responded to what was said across. Only unified mockery remained. The people in the kimchi section were completely infuriated. Taking advantage of the gap before the battle begins, Chu Yin checks his skills. Proper skill combinations double efficiency and increase damage. The first skill, Tyrant's Wrath, increases defense by 50%, gains a shield equal to 50% of his own health, lasting for 1 hour. Cool for 1 hour. When the shield disappears, it deals 2000% damage to enemies within 100 meters. Simple and straightforward, just right. The Harbinger grants 10% shield every 10 seconds, and Tyrant's Wrath grants 50% every hour. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yin maintains a 60% shield, and when the shield is intact, defense is increased by 50%. He doesn't like breaking the shield. Although it can trigger area damage, it's not safe. Tyrant's battle intent lasts for 60 seconds, attack speed plus 200%, and refreshes immediately when health drops below 50%. As long as health stays below half, he can continuously output in a berserk state. The problem is, he always has over 800,000 HP, but at half health, he's left with only 250,000, which is too risky. It's best to end the fight within a minute, not to gamble with life. With Wuling permanently active, attacks deal 100% extra damage. Enemies within 100 meters have reduced defense and attack, and their healing is completely nullified. Those monsters that regain health in the later stages, encountering him is a dead end. Ayajutsu Demon Slash deducts 90% of health, with burst damage plus 1000% of the deducted health. With his current stats, he can deal 900,000 damage in one hit. The cost is huge, but combined with Tyrant's battle intent, it can be even more brutal. Tyrant's slaughter gains rage when hit, doubling attack after reaching 20 stacks, and becomes invincible for 10 seconds. Stacking II strikes again, damage soars to 1.35 million. Adding the power of Abyssal Darkness, charging up for 15 seconds triples absolute defense, and after that, attack increases by another 100%. This slash goes straight up to 1.8 million. The Demon Sword only has 1 million HP. Chu Yin wanted to kill it instantly with just one strike. As long as the enemy is still alive, the combo can continue. The 7th skill, Tyrant's Silence. Within 60 seconds, the damage taken per second is capped at 200% of the base value. When the time is up, all the damage suffered during that period is reflected back at once. Cooldown of 1 hour. Calculate the numbers carefully. After 60 seconds, it can directly retaliate with damage 120 times the base value. Chu Yan's heart trembled, gaining a clear understanding of his own damage taken and damage reflection abilities. 8th skill, Tyrant's Mercy. Critical damage doubles for 60 seconds. Critical hits have a 5% chance to refresh the skill. Cooldown of 1 hour. Equivalent to permanent plus 100% critical damage, just not written on the stats panel. The 9th skill, Tyrant's Charge. Movement speed doubles, and it releases oppressive pressure. Targets with combat power less than half of his have all attributes reduced by 20%. Lasts for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. As long as the enemy's combat power is below 485,000, they will be suppressed. But Chu Yan's actual combat power is only a little over 200,000. That extra 685,000 is entirely supported by the tiers of MOUA. It is virtual combat power. If he really encounters a demon beast over 485,000, he will definitely turn tail and run. The 10th and 11th skills are Iajutsu, Dragon Slash, and Iajutsu, Dragon Flash. Short cooldown, fast attack, and can dash forward to kill. After killing, it can refresh. The damage is not low, and the key is that it's cool enough. 400,000 damage is easy to achieve casually. His normal attacks also deal 180,000. Attack speed maxed out, 8 strikes per second. Without extra bonuses, it's 1.44 million damage per second. Chu Yin felt a chill inside. As expected, only those who can withstand it have the right to be reckless. Only by standing firm can one fight fiercely. The 12th skill, Blessing of MOUA. Luck plus 100%, critical damage plus 100%. Lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. He usually saves it for smithing or when finally bursting equipment. Critical damage is important, but luck is even more crucial. Double luck is truly the best. After understanding the skills, Chu Yin had a clear idea in his mind. However, he was still fixated on one thing. Netherfruit. The reason for entering the Cavern of Sorrow was because someone took on the beginner village chief's quest. Logically, he should have completed it by now. But after farming so many times, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the Netherfruit. Just as I was thinking, the system announcement suddenly exploded. Announcement: Pickle Country Warzone No. 1 Newbie Village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country, Warzone No. 1008-6 Newbie Village. Announcement: Pickle Country Warzone No. 2 Newbie Village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country, Warzone No. 857 Newbie Village. Announcement: Hengshui Country Warzone No. 1 Newbie Village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Country, Warzone No. 9487 Newbie Village. Announcement: Ocean Nation Warzone No. 1 Newbie Village has launched a plundering war against Great Xia Nation, Warzone No. 2 Newbie Village. Announcement: Great Xia Nation Warzone No. 1 Newbie Village has launched a plundering war against Ocean Nation, Warzone No. 2 Newbie Village. Plundering war begins. Both sides will compete in 3 martial arts tournaments. The winner receives double points and plunders all resources. The loser drops equipment and points reset to 0. Starting in 10 seconds. In a short while, there were hundreds of plundering orders targeting the Great Xia Kingdom. 1/3 of them were aimed at the Great Xia Kingdom. This was no coincidence, but out of apprehension. A flash of white light suddenly descended. A pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth, the space engulfed in complete silence. In the next moment, Nearly 10,000 beams of white light simultaneously enveloped the novice village. Everyone was forcibly teleported. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in that battlefield like a meat grinder. There is only one rule. When one side is completely wiped out, the battle ends. Damn, my hands are shaking. This time it's the beginner village #1 of the kimchi country. The other side must be full of tough guys. Nonsense. Anyone who dares to launch a raid is always the core of the war zone. We've been targeted for the second time already. Damn unlucky. Some sighed. Others cursed angrily. Soon, someone stepped forward to quiet everyone down. Stop saying discouraging things. In this world, being weak is the original sin. They talk about fairness, but when it comes to their own interests, they're tougher than anyone. They're obviously here to grab resources, yet insist on finding reasons to disgust others. They can turn black into white. It's absolutely disgusting. I just want to fuck them to death. The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. No one was not nervous. Failure meant a death experience. That kind of pain, no one could forget. Li Chang spoke softly. Don't overthink it. Just follow Chu Yin. If you can't help, don't be a burden either. That's right. Chu Yin takes the lead. It's only natural. If you want to get stronger, you have to fight with your life. I've long been disgusted by these damn Western things. Kill them all. As soon as the words fell, with a whoosh, a figure descended from the sky and landed steadily, without even a speck of dust on them. The newcomer wore a suit, about 30 years old, with a middle-part hairstyle, a high-nose bridge, and large eyes. Their face was heavily powdered to an unnatural white. A typical plastic surgery face from Korea, but somewhat botched. No matter how you looked at the features, they seemed awkward. Park Budao pushed up his glasses, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, his aura suddenly exploded. The hems of the clothes fluttered loudly as the fierce wind swept all around. Boom! The ground shattered, fragments and stones were whipped up by the wild wind, shooting in all directions. The earth itself was trembling. Pu Buddha stepped into the air, suspended dozens of meters high, overlooking the 10086 rookie village. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of men in suits appeared behind him, all standing in midair, lined up in a row. The aura descended. Shards of rock flew like bullets, knocking dozens of novices to the ground in the blink of an eye. Screams erupted everywhere, and the crowd scattered in panic. Many instinctively hid behind Chu Yin, only to find that nothing was wrong. Chu Yin was wearing a baseball cap, originally inconspicuous. But when danger came, no matter how low-key he was, he couldn't stay hidden. He didn't rush to take action. He calmly examined the attributes of these kimchi people. Watching them walk on air one by one, he still felt a bit envious inside. Flying through the sky and escaping the earth, their damage might not be high, but their presence was truly impressive. That arrogant look on their faces was as if they were about to fly up to the sky. Ha ha ha, asshole. We haven't even started, and you're already this scared? This week, look at them running for their lives. So cute. Sumida. The fierce wind rushed towards him. Chu Yin raised his hand and grabbed a huge rock to block in front of him. The next second, he held the sword with one hand. The demonic energy exploded with a bang. Grasping the great sword, black mist surged. The sword was 8 chi long, nearly half a meter wide at its broadest point. A ghostly blue light shimmered along the blade, and a crimson giant eye appeared and disappeared, as if choosing someone to devour. The sword's edge was chillingly sharp. Buzz! The demon's sword was drawn from its sheath. The boy under the baseball cap's demeanor suddenly changed. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a demon's sword, radiating piercing sharpness. He stood upright and raised his eyes. The raging hurricane stopped instantly. The players behind were all dumbfounded. Each one widened their eyes. Holy shit! Many girls' hearts were racing. So handsome. What kind of weapon is this? It's too extravagant. Taller than me. Can I even handle it? This demonic aura looks ridiculously powerful. Even if it's not that strong, it doesn't matter. Give me a sword like this, and I take it out to show off every day, making everyone insanely jealous. So domineering. Park Budo stared at Chu Yin, a flicker of suspicion and doubt flashing in his eyes. What exactly is this sword? Its momentum is overwhelming. Could it be the legendary demon sword? But Chu Yin has hidden all its attributes, so he can't see through it at all. He has cleared the sadness dungeon before, but he has never dared to enter the abyssal sadness. The legendary demon sword came from there, but he didn't believe it. How could a small beginner village in Daxiao possibly break through Yuanming Beiji? Even if he really cleared it, with a 1 in a billion drop rate, why would he be the one to get it? Forget it. What it is doesn't matter. Once he's killed, we'll naturally find out. Park Butao's eyes turned cold as he sized up the boy wearing a baseball cap. No need to ask. This is the strongest rookie from Village 10086. As long as he's dead, the others are just small fry. Chu Yin raised his eyes and looked at Pu Budo. The aura on him was several times stronger than that of Nima back then. Even the technique of walking on air was beyond what Nima could do. The next second, a sizzling sound. Park Butao drew his knife from its sheath. The long blade was 8 feet, covered with snake scales, emitting a faint green cold light. He slashed down with a single stroke. The air cracked as if a poisonous snake was hissing and flicking its tongue by his ear. Everyone's scalp tingled. Park Budo lightly brushed the blade. His fingers dyed a dark green. This knife is called Green Snake, dark gold quality, enhanced +13. Our leader of the Kimchi country wanted to trade positions with me, but I didn't agree. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yin, full of provocation. The atmosphere instantly tensed. In a duel between experts, it's all about who reveals a flaw first. Park Budao seemed arrogant, but in reality, his whole body was tense, and his hand gripping the knife did not relax for a moment. He didn't know Chu Yan's true combat power, but that giant sword, along with the young man's calm aura, made him cautious. The cold face under the baseball cap tightened his nerves even more. Suddenly, Chu Yan raised his hand. Park Butao's heart suddenly sank, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. For some reason, in that moment, he didn't dare to look straight ahead. It was as if a sun had risen opposite him, blinding him. In a daze, he saw a figure. Is it an illusion? No. That is the afterimage left by Chu Yan activating his skill. Ayajutsu, Dragon Slash. Dragon roar shatters the sky. Chu Yan's figure flashed violently, sword aura soaring to the sky, demonic flames surging. He held his sword and soared straight up, then slashed straight down. Whoosh. In an instant, Pu Budao's eyes were bloodshot, cold sweat pouring wildly. That force was suffocating. The towering demonic flames tore through the sky, a sonic boom exploding. The air was forcibly split open, emitting a piercing screech. The breath of death closed in instantly. Zhang Kong. Park Budo roared, veins bulging on his neck, his breath suddenly exploding. Clang. Chu Yan's Ayajutsu Dragon Slash stopped 1 inch in front of his forehead. The surroundings instantly fell into silence. Tick, tick. Sweat slid down Park Budao's forehead, hitting the ground with a sharp, piercing sound. Everyone in the beginner village number 10,086 felt their hearts tighten. So strong. Just a little bit more. What a pity. Chu Yan is getting fiercer and fiercer. Last time he fought Nima's clan, he revived once more, and this time, a single sword made Park Budao break into a sweat. Some people sighed. I've seen this move before. It's Nima's signature finishing move. Even this can't hurt Park Budo. I think it's over. Shut up. Chu Yan won't lose. The crowd lowered their voices to discuss. The Kimchi country over there is equally tense. That sword strike just now was too fast. The naked eye couldn't keep up at all. Fortunately, Park Boot Knife is unharmed. Park Boot Knife is the strongest, Sumida. His trump card has already been played. Next he's invincible. Kill him. Both sides were arguing in a mess. Only the people involved knew how close it had been just now. Sweat was still dripping down. Park Budo's gaze shifted from contempt to caution, then to horror. In that moment just now, the Grim Reaper passed right by his neck. If Kong Ji had been half a beat slower, his head would have been gone. He stared at Chu Yan and asked in a low voice, "The sword in your hand, is it a demon sword?" As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room exploded. Demon sword? What is that? Never heard of it before. Just the name alone is extraordinary. Not many truly know about it. To see the demon sword, you must clear the desolate cave. There is no resurrection there. must tough it out against the wolf-toothed tyrant's sorrowful charge. The difficulty is absurdly high, and there will be casualties. Chu Yin holds the sword in one hand, the other hand behind his back. The great sword is heavy, exuding a commanding presence. The youth's expression was cold. Strike me with one more sword. With that, the words fell. The world was silent. Everyone held their breath. Aye, dragon flash. The figure flashed, moving so fast it was invisible. The air seemed to stand still. When the strongest equipment was still just dark gold, this move was called Earth Level. Sizzle. The sound of space being torn open. Chu Yin squinted his eyes. His heart trembled. Still not dead after this. Chu Yan's current real combat power is close to 300,000. Ignoring defense, almost equivalent to true damage. At this stage, no one can withstand a single strike from him. With a single Eye Dragon Flash, it dealt nearly 500,000 damage, and was almost impossible to dodge. Yet, against all odds, Park Bu-tao was still alive. Chu Yin opened his attribute panel. Combat Power Evaluation, 78,000. Seeing this number, his scalp tingled. You have to know, his own combat power is 290,000. It's relying on Yuan Ming's Sorrow and Solitude set, and the Demon's Sword. Fully stacked with all enhancements. And before obtaining the Demon's Sword, his stats weren't even as good as the person in front of him. Chu Yin was secretly frightened. He still couldn't see the talent of Pu Bu-dao. If talent was not considered, killing him wouldn't be difficult. But this also suggested one thing. Those with unique talents are not so easy to kill. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel envious. I'm really envious of you all, having so many skills. Unlike me, who only knows how to forge iron. Park Bu fell to the ground unsteadily. His whole body trembled, eyes filled with terror. That was the instinctive reaction to facing death. It was only the 7th day in this world of slaughter. He has a battle power of 78,000, far ahead of others, plus an S-level talent. So originally, he looked down on everyone. But now he is afraid. Respected Mr. Strong. Park Bu-tao sprang up like a carp flipping, bowed with hands clasped, with a perfect posture. I apologize for my previous rashness. Kimchi people are the real thieves who plagiarize the achievements of others. I admitted it. So stop hitting. The air instantly fell silent. Everyone watching this scene was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Damn, is this admitting defeat? No mistake, really admitted defeat. Someone laughed out loud first, quickly followed by uproarious laughter. Laughing to death, just now still acting so cocky. Showing off in the sky was quite fierce. Why isn't it working now? Park Bu-tao, try again with a knife. The pickle country was left stunned. Obviously, the opponent used 2 ultimate moves in a row and will definitely be left powerless afterward. You came out unscathed, so why did you surrender? Someone roared. Park Buddha-smita, what are you talking about? The Great Xia Kingdom is the real plagiarist. Our cuisine, Hanfu, and historical scholars were all stolen by them. Our kimchi country has many things they don't have. Once the words were spoken, the novice village fell silent. Someone whispered. Come to think of it, it seems like except for the soldiers from the Ocean Kingdom, we have everything else, right? After a brief silence, laughter erupted again. Damn, that's actually true. This martial arts tournament will be a laughingstock sooner or later. The kimchi man's face turned ashen. You're talking nonsense. Then name one thing that we have, but they don't. Everyone looked at each other, unable to say a word for a long time. Seems like there really isn't any. It's all your fault for asking such a question. Park Bu-tao ignored the quarrel and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Strong person, Samita, I apologize for the earlier offense. Let's reconcile. No fight, no acquaintance. Chu Yin slowly raised his sword. The demonic sword's radiant glow surged violently, its pressure like a mountain. In the next moment, several pickled cabbage people were blasted on the spot, blood mist scattering, bones breaking, and bodies falling. Pu Bu-tao stood in place, cold sweat pouring down. Forget it. Is that all right? We'll give you all the resources. He really doesn't want to fight. What a pity. The boy under the baseball cap spoke slowly. His voice was as cold as ice, and his expression was utterly calm, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. Survive my sword strike, and I'll spare your life. Pu Bu-tao felt his scalp tingle instantly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. That was the first time he clearly felt death drawing near. Survive a sword strike? What if he dies? Not even the spring water can save him. He knew very well that the strong all understand the value of talent marks. It was impossible for Chu Yin not to be tempted. Master Strong, can we not accept? Park Budo forced himself to cup his hands together respectfully. The two moves just now dealt over 1 million in damage. He simply couldn't imagine how strong the young man in front of him really was. The next second, demonic surge activated, tyrant charge initiated, power accumulation burst. Terrifying momentum crushes like a mountain overhead. The demonic sword's light explodes. The abyss suddenly unfolds. Chu Yin was like a deep abyssal demon, while Piao Budao was tiny like an ant. The heartbeat raced wildly. Fear completely engulfed reason. He regretted it. Regretted underestimating the newbie village number 10086. A high score of 260 points was never a fluke. The abyss instantly pierced through heaven and earth. The demon's sword rips through the sky, slashing out bottomless darkness. Ancient demonic sounds flood into the mind. Ayajutsu demonic slash. The air twists, shockwaves shatter. In the next moment, all was silent. With one sword strike, the outcome was decided, life and death separated. The entire scene fell silent. Some people swallowed hard. Damn, too strong. Masts and oars turned to ash and smoke. Amidst the rolling waves, the young man's clothes fluttered, standing firm and steady. His expression indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Chu Yin condensed the sword in the palm of his hand, his tone cold. Unfortunately, you can't stop it. The Iato demonic slash was instantly executed, the scene shocking, directly cutting away 90% of the opponent's health, while Chu Yin's own vitality surged. He hadn't intended to reveal his strength, but with such a super talent offered on a silver platter, he wouldn't let it slip by. The blood-red river tore across the sky, ripping the firmament apart. There is death but no life in the river, and the gate of hell stands above it. Is this the gap between me and the big shot? I thought he was just a bit stronger, but every time he surpasses all expectations. This sword strike is way over the top. 50,000. Too little, at least 100,000. All around, there was a gasp of astonishment. Our health is only a few thousand. How are we supposed to play? I don't even have 1,000. The next second, Park Butao was swallowed by a river of blood, his body falling into the abyss, completely annihilated. When he opened his eyes again, he had already revived by the spring water, his face pale, and his gaze full of fear as he looked at Chu Yin. At the moment of death, he seemed to fall into the underworld hell, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, unable to comprehend the strength of that sword strike. Damn it, I've really hit a brick wall. With this kind of score, how could it be a weakling? Failure was already decided. Points were deducted double, resources completely lost, and all he was left with was regret. Step, step, step. Chu Yin walked step by step toward the spring water of the newbie village in Pickle Country No. 1. Wherever he passed, fierce winds howled, and skills kept refreshing. Severed limbs flew up, blood rained to the ground, piling into a mountain of corpses, a horrifying sight. Many people retched on the spot, scared into losing control of themselves. The wild dog provoked the male lion, thinking it was safe. Only when its spine was broken did it understand the difference. Pu Budo stood in the spring water, pointing at Chu Yin and shouting angrily. Bull, how dare you slaughter my kimchi countrymen? Does Great Xia want to be destroyed? As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Novice Village number 10086 exploded instantly. WTF, what did your dog just say? Hiding in the spring and still acting arrogantly? If you've got guts, come out and fight. Cowering in the spring and still barking. What the hell are you? Old comrades have always been straightforward. If they're unhappy, they just start cursing. Park Butao was sprayed until his face turned pale, unable to respond with a single word. To put it bluntly, he simply didn't dare to go out. The spring water mechanism lasts only 5 seconds. No matter how thick your health or how high your defense, if you break into someone else's spring water, you'll survive at most 5 seconds. He didn't believe anyone could kill him within 5 seconds. Therefore, as long as he stayed hidden in the spring water, he would be safe. Thinking of this, he braced himself and spoke coldly. Don't get cocky too early. You despicable people of Daxia. You have no idea how serious this is. This plundering war is targeting nearly 700,000 rookie villages on Blue Star. So many people are watching you guys. Don't you realize how much you annoy everyone? If you dare to cross the line with us, I guarantee it. 5,000 newbie villages from the Kimchi country will swarm to crush you immediately. Think carefully about the consequences. Your enemies are already numerous enough. He wanted to put pressure on Chu Yan. One more friend, one less enemy. You're in such a difficult situation now. Do you still need me to tell you how to choose? It would be best to return all the stolen resources and equipment in exchange for our Kimchi country's friendship. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift, convinced that his scheme was clever. The boy under the baseball cap remained silent the whole time. He wasn't afraid, just too lazy to respond. The reason for letting the opponent babble for so long was just to wait for the health to fully recover. Might as well wait for the skill cooldown too. An hour, indeed tough to endure. Since it's boring, just have this group of people keep company while wasting time. At this moment, Chu Yan also clearly saw Park Butao's talent. Name, Park Butao. Talent, S-level war space, unique. 1. Once activated, can move freely within the space, as if walking on flat ground. 2. When activated, damage taken is reduced by 90%. 3. When activated, luck value plus 300. 4. War Undead. 5% of the damage dealt by attacks is converted into own health. Seeing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but swallow hard. This talent is insanely good. No wonder it's S rank. No surprise he can fly wildly in the air, showing off from high places. Just the first skill alone is ridiculously overpowered. Position can be changed freely, which is equivalent to having top-level evasion by default. Add damage reduction and lifesteal on top of that. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Some slow Yao Shou are basically just delivering food. Damage reduction should have a cooldown, but even so, this is ridiculous. Directly reduces damage by 90%. Isn't this just a mobile tank? With luck and lifesteal added, Chu Yan was seeing red. He stared at the wooden spear in the spring water, narrowing his eyes. The wooden spear sensed the murderous intent and sneered coldly. Trying to kill me. Great Xia is doomed. Be a bit sensible. Hand over the resources you've stolen. Maybe you can still survive. Beware of national ruin and extinction. As the words fell, the blood river reappeared, the abyss tore open. Demonic energy surged into the sky, and a crimson rift tore open in space. Wails echoed from the abyss. A blood river stretched thousands of miles, hanging inverted beneath the firmament. Ayajutsu, Demon Slash. The sword fell, and the entire scene fell silent. The crimson eye on the demon sword looked down upon everyone. The air seemed to freeze. A sizzling sound. Park Buto dead. With his death, the fight was no longer in doubt. Announcements flooded the screen. Newbie Village number 10086 wins. Newbie Village number 857 defeated. Newbie Village number 9487 defeated. Newbie Village number 2 defeated. Newbie Village number 1 victory. Newbie Village number 3 defeated. Winners receive double points and plunder all resources. Losers lose their equipment and points reset to 0. This time, those who initiated the plunder almost all won. Only Kimchi Nation number 1 was defeated by 10,086. This obscure little village caused a major upset, but Great Xia suffered heavy losses. Except for 10,086, all others were defeated. Resources were seized, and points reset to 0. Also completely lost the qualification to break into the top 100. Once the news came out, the entire internet exploded. 10086 is so fierce. Kimchi Nation number 1 has been completely defeated. So it turns out they are a real big shot. Hurry up and hold on to their thigh. Right. Let's go. Hurry and grab their thigh. If they can break into the top 10 of the martial arts ranking and choose us in the server merge, we'll take off immediately. Hee, grabbing their thigh is the way to go. Quickly find a way to contact them. Edward family. Generous gift crab. We must never allow the Great Xia Kingdom to rise. The threat is too great. Newbie Village number 10086 is classified as a key strike target. Rootless family. 8 block smile. Besides the #1 newbie village, Daxia Kingdom actually has experts. They must be eliminated. Park-style family. Damn it, Park Blade actually lost. What a loser. When he comes back, I'll slap him myself. New Delhi family. Xiao Shiba is too useless. He can't even beat the novice village. Men who grew up drinking the Ganges water are the strongest. Dragon family of the Great Xia Kingdom. Immediately find out who the strongest in novice village 10086 is. Qingyun, you go personally. Offer any terms. We must bring the Long family in. A white jade light flashed. Chuyan's heart raced wildly. A palm-sized jade seal floated in the air, smooth and pristine, feeling like jade to the touch. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank talent seal. War space, unique. Activate space, and within 1 kilometer, it is as smooth as walking on flat ground. Damage reduced by 90% for 10 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Luck plus 10%, lifesteal 5%. Combat power increased by 60,000. Damn, Chu Yanxiao went crazy laughing. The threshold for an S-level mark is ridiculously high. It requires plus 16 enhancement to enchant, which is impossible for a normal person in the early stages. But, incidentally, he has infinite enhancement. This mark is simply tailor-made for him. Within 1 kilometer, from the heavens to the earth, through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Even in the deep sea, you can quickly surface for air. A sense of security, fully maximized. Adding luck and lifesteal are both ridiculously rare attributes. Once the damage is maxed out, Chu Yan can even instantly restore the health lost from II. Demon Slash through his output. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Without hesitation, he directly equipped the gear. Then he eagerly checked the panel. Chu Yan, level 20 maxed out, wearing the full set of Abyssal Desolation Sadness, all plus 16, wielding the magic sword, with unlimited SSS talent enhancement. The skill bar was densely packed, all Tyrant and Iato burst skills, damage boosts, invincibility, cooldown refresh, lifesteal, none missing. Passive healing and shield refresh fully equipped, title and marks stacked comprehensively for critical hit and critical damage. The attribute panel lit up. 33,000 attack, over 500,000 HP, 100% critical hit rate, 540% attack speed, 1,200% movement speed. Luck value 4,700, combat power assessment, 1.03 million. Chu Yan felt a shock in his heart, his whole body thrilled. 1 million combat power. Although it's a bit inflated, the real combat power solidly stands at 350,000. It's important to know that a top player like Park Butao only has combat power slightly above 100,000. His stats are packed with solid value. The most crucial part is that the overall stats are extremely solid, with attack, defense, health, and speed all maxed out. This is a configuration that can truly save your life and stand firm in battle. Only those who have actually been on the battlefield understand what this kind of stat sheet means. Just then, the announcement sounded. Newbie Zone announcement. With the appearance of Slayers reaching over 1 million combat power, the World Combat Power Rankings will open early. Server merge is not yet complete, so you can only view the leaderboard for this planet for now. Once the server merge is complete, huge rewards will be distributed all at once. The Combat Power Rankings refresh daily, and those on the list can choose to be public or anonymous. A system prompt also echoed in Chu Yan's mind. You are the first player to surpass 1 million in combat power. In 1 minute, you will randomly receive an item. Do you want to reveal your identity? Hide. A tall tree catches the wind. He was already being targeted. The newbie village number 10086 beating Pickle Nation's #1 village was eye-catching enough. If his identity was exposed again, he could forget about peace. Moreover, his true combat power was only 350,000, nowhere near the level to sweep everything away. Congratulations to the Slayer for obtaining a random special item, a kiss from Mou Wei. Smooch. And then, Chu Yan rummaged through his backpack. No, he checked back and forth several times, but found nothing. Am I being taken advantage of for free? As soon as the announcement came out, the entire internet exploded. Holy crap, 1 million combat power? Is that for real? I only have 1,000, and he has 1 million. How do you play this game anymore? Regular players were baffled. The strong were even more baffled. Top-level experts generally had a combat power of 100,000. Even with a talent bonus, at most 500,000. A million? Absurd to the extreme. All major forces took immediate action. Investigate. It must be found out. Cannot find. The data from different planets are not interconnected, so it's impossible to pinpoint the person. Unless he makes it public himself. The system did not provide any information. Most of the strong people on Blue Star do not believe this person is from Blue Star. The sky lit up with a luminous screen. Golden characters appeared. Blue Star Combat Power Ranking. First place, Information Concealment. Second place, Information Concealment. Third place, Oceanic War Zone, Waski Oil Cake, Others Concealed. Fourth place, Sakura Country War Zone, Others Concealed. Fifth place, Hongshui Country War Zone, New Delhi Asan, Others Concealed. Power Ranking Number 6, Bear Nation War Zone, Eva Trotsky, Information Hidden. Power Ranking Number 7, Pakistan War Zone. Power Ranking Number 10, 000, Great Xia Nation War Zone, Newbie Village Number 10086, Lichang, Power Level 12,000. The rookie village of number 10086 instantly exploded. Out of tens of billions, only 10,000 made it. That's 1 in a million. Those who made the list are all ruthless individuals. Someone from our village made the list, Li Chong. Damn, combat power 12,000. Brother Chong is awesome. Everyone was frantically tagging Li Chong. Brother Chong made the list. 12,000 combat power is too exaggerated. It's hard to say whether Master Chu Yin is that strong or not. Li Chong kept twitching the corner of his mouth. Don't flatter me. Master Chu Yin is at least 10 times stronger than me. He is just hiding his combat power. To be honest, I wasn't even confident in winning against Park Butao before. As soon as Chu Yin was mentioned, the group instantly went silent. Why not at Chu Yin and ask about his combat power? You go, I don't dare. He got angry. I don't even dare to breathe. Chu Yin saw the chat messages and felt a wave of helplessness. Am I really that scary? But everyone thought of the massacre he caused in the number 1 newbie village of Kimchi Country. The swordlight flashed, and blood flowed like a river. No one could help but tremble. Forget it. Stop at ing Chu Yin. Actually, he's pretty gentle, right? Someone spoke up timidly. Ugh, cutting tens of thousands into heaps of corpses, you call that gentle? Li Chong stepped forward to mediate. Don't misunderstand Chu Yin. This is the law of survival. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Everyone silently nodded. This is a world of life or death. At this moment, Chu Yin spoke up in the group. I have issued a plunder order for Sakura Country War Zone, number 1 newbie village. Half of the resources from Pickled Cabbage Country, number 1 newbie village, have been given to Li Chong. Enhance strength as soon as possible. The group chat immediately exploded. What the hell? Is this Master Chu Yin? It's the first time I've seen him say so much. Woo, this feels so good. I thought Master Chu Yin didn't take us seriously. I was overthinking it. Thanks for him saying so much. My brother really spoke to my heart. I'm most afraid of being treated like a useless person. Turns out he also has a gentle side. A group of girls also flooded the chat. Brother Yin, can I have your babies? Does the male god need a maid? I can serve tea, pour water, and even warm the bed. Handsome, strong, and aloof, I am completely captivated. Chu Yin felt his scalp tingle and quickly exited the channel. He had long set his sights on little Sakura, provided their points were high enough. After plundering Daxia's number 3 village in Sakura Country's top newbie village, the points rose to 300. This score is absurd. Now 10086 rookie village 320. Normally, a perfect record is only 180, but they have an extra 140. Being able to achieve this shows that they have figured out the hidden rules of slaughter in this world. Tomorrow is the 7th day of the martial arts tournament, and also the last day of the first stage. The day after tomorrow is the 10th day, when the first server merge will begin. A token appeared in the palm of Chu Yan's hand, its light flowing. He crushed it coldly. Issuing plunder order, target, Sakura Country number 1 beginner village. A flash of white light. Plunder order successfully issued. Plunder war to begin in 12 hours. Once the announcement was made, all the order holders stopped hiding. In Daxiao number 1 newbie village, Chu Niner stomped angrily. Who stole my little cherry blossom? She is the only one who possesses 2 plunder orders, intending to take action herself, but was preempted. Forget it. Then let's attack Pacific Nation number 1. She launched the plunder on the spot. On the other side, Sakura Country's number 1 newbie village was completely in chaos. The chat channel was flooding with messages. Baka, damn Great Xia Kingdom, how dare they lay a hand on us? Have they forgotten the fear of being dominated? If it weren't for those 2 nuclear bombs back then, Daxiao would already be our territory now. Anger and arrogance surged through the channel. Damn it, how dare they provoke us? I will definitely chop off their heads and let them know that the Sakura Nation is not to be trifled with. The news that newbie village number 10086 had issued a plunder order against Sakura number 1 newbie village spread like wildfire, and the entire village erupted. In their eyes, Daxiao was still that backward, weak country constantly bullied by others. Back then, they almost completely trampled Daxiao underfoot. If it weren't for those 2 bombs that woke them up, the land of Daxiao would have long been covered with Sakura flags. How long has it been? They actually dare to provoke us first? They really have forgotten how powerful the Sakura Nation was back then. My ancestors once beheaded 108 Great Xia people single-handedly. Since they dare to come, I will at least behead 1,080. The speaker is Inoue Murari Mogen, the 3rd son of the Murari Mogen family, and also one of the top 3 strongest players in the number 1 rookie village rankings. My grandfather once killed over 10,000 people with a single gun. These few people aren't even enough for me to practice on. The one speaking is Murashita Kozashi, also a top-tier fighter. A guy who got lucky beating number 10086 from Kimchi Trash Village dares to provoke us. If we can't kill them all, I, Inoue Murari, have no roots. I'll commit seppuku in public to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, the group chat completely exploded. Avatars flashed wildly. Well said. This is the true spirit of the samurai. Kill them all. Quiet. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful avatar popped up. The group instantly fell silent. The speaker was Asaba Mika, the strongest player in Sakura number 1 beginner village. Her voice was cold. Let me tell you something. The strongest in novice village number 1 of Kimchi Country, Park Budao, was killed by Yuquan from novice village number 10086. Park Budao possessed an S-level talent, War Space. When activated, it can reduce damage by 90% for a short time. In this state, he was still killed head-on by Yuquan. Do you guys still think the other side is trash? After the words fell, there was complete silence in the group. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The news of Park Budao's death was not hard to find out, but to have such a clear grasp of both talent and details is just terrifying. What makes Asaba Mika strong is not just her ability. There is also her intelligence-gathering capability. After quite a while, someone finally stammered and spoke up. Nah, Nanny, Yuquan killed Park Budao? Many people's faces turned pale. They verbally looked down on the Kimchi Country. No matter how much looked down upon, Park Budao was still the strongest in Kimchi Village number 1. Such a figure was actually slain head-on by someone. This kind of news instantly stirred up a huge wave. His combat power wouldn't have exceeded 100,000, right? 100,000? Impossible. Neither Inoue nor Kozashi reached that. How could he, a Daxiao man, possibly do so? Asaba Mika interrupted coldly. Fool, his combat power definitely exceeds 100,000. Who doesn't want to be crushed by him? Then hold your tail tight. After speaking, she directly left the channel. Everyone fell into silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rookie village number 10086 completely erupted. This time we're going to fight the little cherry blossoms, and no one dares to slack off. Too ruthless, brothers, let's go kill monsters. Before the battle starts, everyone must maximize their combat power. Master Chu Yen provided so many resources, but the combat power is still under 1,000. Just bury it yourself. Charge. Chu Yen once again stood in front of the abyssal silent cave. His goal was simple, a hell fruit, and it would be best to get another magic sword as well. I've already farmed several sets, but there's only one magic sword. The drop rate for this thing is ridiculously low. Whoever casually gets a drop upon clearing will have its value skyrocket across the entire server. The cave remains cold and eerie. Black wind howls, decay wafts through the air. A dark purple glow flashes, and Chuyin steps in without hesitation. A prompt popped up. The sorrowful silence of the abyss at night will yield higher quality treasures. Chuyan's scalp tingled. At night, danger multiplies tenfold. Is this the place where normal people should come? He decisively exited the cave and went to find the village chief. The village chief remained taciturn, pacing back and forth with his cane. Chuyin asked directly, "Underworld fruit can only be taken at night?" The village chief's brows twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. "Did you see the purple light?" "Yes, I did." The village chief showed a smile. "Congratulations, Slayer. You are qualified to venture into the cave of sorrow and solitude at night. The reward is beyond imagination." After speaking, he continued walking. Asked again, there was no response. This village chief gave off a very strange vibe, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly what was off. Chuyin had a suspicion in his heart that there were simply no NPCs in this world. Monsters and humans have always hunted each other, and even the monster leaders are quite intelligent. Since even monsters live for their own interests, the village chief staying here must have a purpose. Just like the village chief in a beginner's village in a game, there is often a deadly trap hidden. And this place is a world of pure slaughter. Suddenly, Chuyin moved. A blood-red light flashed explosively. Demonic presence descended upon the world. A river of blood hung inverted in the sky. The abyss churned, and evil ghosts wailed. Ayajutsu Mazatsu. Space seemed to be torn apart by a sword, the demonic blade fiercely slashing toward the village chief. Warning: attacking Tiandao officials will bring retribution. Chuyin grinned, pretending to be simple-minded. Village chief, just joking. The next second, an abnormal change erupted. The village chief mechanically turned his head, his gaze cold and sharp like an eagle's, sending a chill down Chuyin's spine. Clothes burst apart, the withered body wildly swelling, instantly transforming into a muscular, rugged strongman. Fingers together, the village chief stabbed like a spear, moving at an extreme speed. Iato Dragon Flash. With a bang, Chuyin was blasted away, blood spurting out. If it weren't for the demon's sword blocking, he would have been seriously injured and dying long ago. The village chief's bones creaked as he sneered and spoke. "This sword strike is stunning. You know I can't kill you, but you have violated the taboo. Gods do not tolerate provocation." Chuyin squinted. In the world of slaughter, there is no one who cannot be killed. The strong are gods. The weak can even be slaughtered by gods. He had long seen through it. The so-called novice village chief was only looking out for his own interests. The Sadness Cave means death without resurrection. The village chief can't not know this, yet he didn't mention a word about it in the quest. Because of this, in Novice Village 10,086, hundreds of players have already been completely lost there. Until the danger was completely uncovered, this place was designated as forbidden. After all, the deaths of these people were caused by the village chief's indifference. In his eyes, the lives of humans were worthless. Therefore, Chuyin swinging his sword was not wrong. Moreover, the rules of the heavenly Tao could never allow the novice village chief to kill a newcomer. This is also the confidence behind Chuyin daring to strike this sword. This sword strike seems impulsive, but it was actually well calculated in advance. If one wants to approach the truth of the world, this sword strike must be made sooner or later. Chuyin wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, his tone cold. "Are you scared? Because I can kill you." A cold gleam suddenly appeared. The village chief's face darkened, and he sneered. "Is that all you got? Do ants also dare to fantasize about killing a god?" Chuyin just laughed. Villains who talk too much often die quickly. The damage test of that sword just now was only 1%. Not tall, but enough. This shows that the village chief is not strong enough to be unbeatable. On the contrary, he panicked. Chuyin did not linger in battle and turned to leave. As long as the strength is in place, this village chief is bound to die. Before nightfall, Chuyin continued to farm the abyssal desolation. Each time he farmed, the monster's combat power surged dramatically. After 10 times, the demon sword's combat power exceeded 250,000. At the 20th time, it soared directly to 350,000, almost catching up with Chu Yan. Chu Yan's advantage lies in his well-rounded attributes, but the demon sword is crazily stacking health and attack. He began to feel nervous. The last one. Stop if the demon sword doesn't appear. The next second, the system warning blared. Power-up charge, damage plus 2,000%. Chu Yan's scalp tingled. Damn, it's really coming. With a loud boom, the ground cracked in a series of fractures. A strong wind howled, bursting open with a boom. A strike of the demon's sword cleaved the ground, tearing a chasm that directly threatened Chu Yan. Demonic domination passive activated, countdown begins, must kill quickly. Yet the demon's sword's defense time lengthened, pressure sharply increased. Chu Yan forced a misalignment, swinging his sword to clash head-on. Iajutsu, Dragon Flash. The next moment, Iato, Demon Slash. Blood-sucking triggered, keeping health steadily below 50%. Attack speed, critical hit, and damage all maxed out. Sword shadows like madness. Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed wildly. No method at all, only ferocity remains. Bang, bang, bang. The scene is so bloody it becomes distorted. With a snap, the demon's sword broke. Immediately after, it shattered into pieces continuously. 8 strikes per second, each a critical hit, dealing damage that overwhelms the skill itself. Huff! The demonic sword crumbled to dust, and Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat covered the forehead. Under the siege of demons, failing to kill means death. Blast it for me again. The blessing of the demon child, activate. Double the luck, Chu Yan said spontaneously. I don't know if it's mystical or not, but the drop rate has definitely increased. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the magic sword. Chu Yan shuddered all over. Damn, it really came out. Warm currents surged throughout the body, ecstasy exploding. The abyssal silence set, finally gathered in full. If he tries again, he really won't dare. This is risking his life. Start forging. He wants to upgrade this set of equipment entirely to plus 16. Directly auction it off, blowing up the newbie zone. No gold coins, only exchange for top-tier items. Now levels and equipment are all restricted. Ordinary upgrades are useless. Take advantage of the early stage to make a big push. This set, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, is just the beginning. Those who make deals with him must also follow his rules. Several major plans have already taken shape in his mind. And this set of top-tier equipment is the key to leverage everything. Bling bling. A crisp alert sound keeps ringing. Golden light bursts forth. Enhancement successful. Consumed 2.5 billion gold coins. 2.5 billion enhancement stones. Magic sword plus 16. Little shadowless sword. Attack plus 3,200. Critical hit plus 48%. Combat power plus 68,000. Consume 2.5 billion gold coins. 2.5 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant chest armor plus 16. HP plus 105,000. Defense plus 7,800. Combat power plus 7,800. Consume 2 billion gold coins. 2 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant helmet plus 16. Absolute defense plus 8,000. Attack speed plus 500%. Combat power plus 12,000. Consume 2.5 billion gold coins. 2.5 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant shoulder armor plus 16. Defense plus 10,000. Critical resistance plus 200. Combat power plus 15,000. Consume 3 billion gold coins. 3 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant belt plus 16. HP plus 160,000. Ignore defense plus 1800. Combat power plus 35,000. Consume 2 billion gold coins. 2 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant pants plus 16. HP plus 200,000. Critical hit plus 48%. Combat power plus 40,000. Consume 3 billion gold coins. 3 billion enhancement stones. Tyrant shoes plus 16. Movement speed plus 1,000. Dodge plus 20%. Combat power plus 20,000. Gold coins and enhancement stones were swept away by him. The entire set of attributes laid out in front. Weapon 71,000. Chest armor 8,800. Helmet 13,000. Shoulder armor 15,000. Belt 37,000. Pants, 42,000. Shoes, 21,000. Suit, 16,000. Total combat power, 223,800. Unbelievable. Even if you're a loser, putting on this set can make you take off on the spot. What does 220,000 combat power mean? On Blue Star, it's a guaranteed top 10. Of course, the premise is not to run into those abnormal talents. Abilities above S-level are just absurd. Chu Yin himself wouldn't dare claim to be the top on Blue Star. Take Nyener, for example. That girl is frighteningly strong. Even he isn't confident about her. But making it into the top 10 among tens of billions relying on equipment alone, that value is already immeasurable. Chu Yin suppressed his emotions, but the smile in his eyes was undeniable. Luck was on his side. Yuan Ming was sorrowful and lonely, but it was done. The reinforcement didn't backfire. The money was well spent. Next, it was time to close the net. He had a sudden thought and walked towards the trading hall. For this trade, Chu Yin still chose the entire killing world. Since it was a barter, he only needed something that satisfied him. Blue Star has only 10 billion people, while the killing world has at least 10 trillion. The next second, Chu Yin directly listed a complete set of plus 16 Enigma Melancholy gear in the newbie zone. Congratulations to the killer, successfully listed plus 16 Enigma Melancholy gear. Please set the transaction method. Barter. Please set the minimum value. 1 trillion. Please set the barter slots. Each requires a commission of 100 million gold coins. 10. Detected that you are the first slayer to list a trillion-level item, awarding a full server announcement. Do you want to use it? Use. Boom. The Killing World announcement blasts out. Newbie Zone announcement. Trillion-level trading item detected. Auction event opening early. Auction event. Tickets available for purchase to enter the auction space. Limited to 10 billion tickets. Reminder. Auction space-time flow speed is only 1%. Immediately, Chu Yin received a notification. Your item has been automatically included in the auction conference and will be sent to the VIP lounge. Service is free. After a moment, the announcement arrived once again. Newbie Zone announcement. The auction will begin in 24 hours. First auction item. Plus 16 Enhanced Abyssal Melancholy set. Announcements keep bombarding continuously. The whole world fell into a brief silence. No one spoke for 30 seconds. Then, the chat channel slowly woke up. What is the Abyssal Silence set? Enhanced plus 16? Are you crazy? Plus 13 is already godlike. What does plus 16 even mean? The system says it's worth over a trillion. Someone checked the stats. The next second, everyone was stunned. Holy sh******. This set of equipment directly increases combat power by 223,800. You don't wear this kind of equipment yourself, but take it out to sell? I only have 10,000 combat power, barely level 20. Now someone is trading equipment with 220,000 combat power. The world fell silent once again. Someone cried out loud on the spot. Wah! In my eyes, you're a big shot. I only have 1,000 battle power and dare to farm level 5 mobs. What kind of concept is 223,800 battle power? Wow. Doesn't reforging above plus 10 usually cause a meltdown? Plus 16? This guy must have climbed into the bed of the goddess of luck. How can he be so lucky? He's gone way beyond just climbing in. I suspect the goddess of luck gave birth to triplets for him. Pass it along. So-and-so Big Shot is the husband of the goddess of luck. Pass it along again. The goddess of luck has already given birth to her third child. Full set plus 16? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that in this lifetime. The success rate for strengthening plus 16 is only 1 in 100,000, and failure results in the equipment being destroyed. This is no longer a probability normal people can handle. Apart from cheating, no one can think of a second explanation. Ordinary players only know that plus 16 is very difficult, but the true experts understand more clearly. More outrageous than plus 16 is getting a magic sword drop. The drop rate for the magic sword is 1 in a billion. It sounds like a number, but it's actually equivalent to impossible. Even with lots of people, lots of grinding, and lots of time, you still might never get that one drop. What's even worse is that every time Yuanming Beiji clears a level, the difficulty increases. The more you grind, the more terrifying the charge-up skills become. Every time you enter a dungeon, You're gambling with your life. Looking for book recommendations. Begging for data. The abyssal darkness itself is already a hell-level dungeon, and its difficulty keeps escalating. So when Park Budo first saw the magic sword in Chu Yan's hand, his immediate reaction was disbelief. It's not that they don't recognize quality, it's that they simply don't dare to believe it. A complete set of the Yuanming Sadness and Solitude armor, fully enhanced to plus 16. The value has become so high that it has lost its meaning. 1 trillion is just a number. No one would use this thing to exchange for gold coins. The higher the level of the top experts, the more shocked they were. The entire killing world was directly shaken by a tsunami-level impact. Oceanic State War Zone. Oh my god. Thank you so much. How is this even possible? Friend, slap me. I want to make sure I'm not dreaming. Slap. This isn't a slap. This is a big bash. Are you sober now? Oh my god. It's one thing to blow up to the demon's sword, but to sell the whole set? Even more outrageous is daring to upgrade everything to plus 16? What kind of luck is that? Thanks a lot. Is it possible this person's equipment enhancement just never fails? Or maybe the lucky demon god protection coupon has already leaked into the newbie zone. Oh, this is the only explanation. This isn't fair. I want to protest. Some people possess intelligence far beyond that of ordinary players. Items like equipment protection coupons are actually not rare. The difficulty of enhancement is high and consumption is absurd. Without these items, ordinary people simply can't continue playing. But to maintain balance in the beginner zone, these types of items are not available at all, and regular players can't afford to enhance. Enhancing to plus 16 has a success rate of only 1 in 100,000. Even if the equipment doesn't break, each attempt costs 5 billion gold coins and 5 billion enhancement stones. Who can afford that? So, even weapons at plus 13 are already extremely rare. That was the understanding from 7 days ago. 7 days later, for the real big players, plus 13 is just the passing line, and plus 14 is considered the top configuration. As for plus 16, no one even dares to think about it. But now, the outrageous thing is right in front of everyone. Sakura Country Warzone. Got the dead inner. Good stuff, good stuff. This set of equipment must be taken down, dedicated to His Majesty the Emperor. A group of little Japanese stared at the attribute panel, salivating wildly, and the scene got out of control for a while. Hurry, save me. I'm going to drown in saliva. Baka, pull your saliva back. I'm going to suffocate. Glug glug. I'm really going to drown. Glug glug. Many little ones under 1.5 meters tall collapsed right in their own saliva, dying extremely miserably. Baka, run over. These guys have bad breath. Hongshui National War Zone. This is the equipment bestowed upon us by the god of the Ganges. Awesome, my friend. On the day of the auction, just bring a cup of Ganges water. For the sake of the gods, he will definitely give us this plus 16 set of equipment. With it, our Hongshui kingdom will be the strongest on Blue Star. At this moment, someone couldn't help but speak up. Interrupting, Indian friend. 7-piece set, all plus 16, combat power 223,800, plus magic sword bonus. Is 1 cup of Ganges water really enough? New Delhi, the Indian slightly frowned. Oh, my friend, what do you think should be done? The man smiled confidently, holding up 3 fingers. At least 3 cups of Ganges water. New Delhi, Asan laughed out loud. Haha, good. You are too clever, my friend. Just 3 cups. Let him feel the great blessing of the god of the Ganges. Each war zone was completely blown up. Chu Yan, having nothing to do, kept switching channels to sneak a peek. He only later learned that channels could be set to prohibit spying, a permission that belonged only to the strongest in the newbie area. Many of the strongest in the newbie village didn't know about this feature, so by default, everyone could watch. Great Xia Kingdom War Zone, newbie village number 10086. Avatars in the channel were bouncing wildly, like a boiling pot. Damn, I've always thought my combat power had caught up. But every time the auction announcement sounds, I feel like my face is being rubbed against the ground. Wang Ming, stop talking, I really will thank you. Zhang Yang, don't thank me, I might actually cry. Hai Fei, don't cry, I might really want to die. Wah wah wah. There was a chorus of crying. After Little West 8, the second meme was born. A beer-bellied man opens his mouth and wails, wildly flooding the screen. Brothers, it's too hard. Who can tell me? What kind of concept is 223,800 power? Only 2 days left before the server merge. I thought breaking 10,000 would be the peak, but it turned out to be a set of equipment with 223,800 power. Are the stats on that magic sword still something a person could design? My orange weapon plus 10% damage, compared to it, is just trash to throw in the bin. The group was filled with despair. Suddenly someone blurted out, "Don't you think that magic sword looks somewhat similar to the one that Big Brother Chuyin has? They look alike, but the colors are all different. I heard the drop rate for the demon sword is 1 in a billion. Is there anyone in our server who can actually get it? Don't even think about it. It's impossible." Everyone shook their heads. Chu Yan is strong, but it feels like he was built up step by step, not that kind of invincible cheat. He spent almost the entire day grinding monsters, and everyone noticed that. Don't think about it. Just look at the tickets. If you can grab one and see the world, that's good enough. Tickets will be announced soon. Regular tickets cost 1,000 gold coins. Premium tickets cost 1 million. VIP tickets cost 100 million. Ticket sales have just opened. Swish, swish, swish. Finished in 3 seconds. Damn it. Is everyone scrambling to be born? 10 billion tickets, gone in 3 seconds? Can't get tickets. Is anyone streaming live? It's so hard. I thought 10 billion tickets would be easy to get, but they were gone in seconds. I just want to see Yuanming Beiji, just a glimpse would be nice. Full set plus 16 abyssal desolation manifests in the present world, instantly igniting a slaughtering frenzy. Dark currents surge in the beginner zone, with every gaze fixed on this set of equipment. Terrifying attributes, terrifying skills, terrifying enhancements. No one isn't tempted, yet no one dares to claim it is stronger. Trillions of new players. Only this one set is the strongest. After 12 hours, the final day of the martial arts tournament will begin, and the rankings will soon be announced. Chu Yin steadily advanced, pushing his combat power to the limit. The post-merger server would lift level caps and unlock all features. As long as the plundering battle was won, newbie village number 10086 could firmly enter the top 10 of the Blue Star War Zone, with resources soaring and efficiency increasing tenfold. As night fell, Chu Yin meditated and rested in the small hut. He was very clear-headed. The night multiplied danger tenfold and was not something to tackle right now. The demon sword in the abyssal silent map had a combat power of 350,000, and at night it was 3,500,000. Forcing his way in would mean death within 3 seconds. He cultivated while checking his private messages. At this moment, everyone realized that the plus 10 and plus 13 weapons, as well as the plus 16 abyssal sorrow, all came from the same person. Identity unknown, but without a doubt, a top-tier big shot, possibly even the first to surpass 1 million combat power. Chu Yin opened the private message. The first one was from Sakurakuni Warzone number 1 newbie village, Asaba Mika. Respected mighty lord, Mika wants to become your slave. Even the plus 16 abyssal sorrow was crafted by you. You are incredibly powerful. Mika is willing to do anything for you. Chu Yan's lips curled slightly, but his eyes were chillingly cold. She didn't know that the strong person she admired would soon plunder her village. Kill them all, rob everything, and reduce them to complete slavery. Mighty One, which planet are you from? I'm from Blue Star. Do you think Meixiang is beautiful? I have to say, Asaba Mika is indeed very beautiful, sweet, and charming. When she smiles, she shows a set of neat white teeth, full of friendliness, making people feel a desire to conquer her at first sight. If it were someone else, they would have been completely manipulated for information by her long ago, but Chu Yin simply ignored it. The second private message is from a strong warrior in the Beidou Nebula War Zone. The other party cracked the language rules. As long as it is converted into the Blue Star Common Language, everyone can understand it directly, which is much better than a translator. Respected Strong One, I am Qin Ying from the Beidou Nebula Battle Zone. I have an item worth as much as your plus 16 Abyssal Melancholy set. See you at the auction. The Beidou Star War Zone is an entire nebula unified as one. Qining spoke politely but with full confidence, which surprised Chu Yin a bit. Plus 16 Abyssal Silence's true value lies not in the equipment itself, but in this early stage. At the stage when everyone is still in the newbie zone, this kind of advantage is immeasurable, Chu Yin replied, looking forward to the trade tomorrow. The third private message came from the newbie village in the Oceanic War Zone, Waski Oil Cake. This guy is full of himself, firmly believing that he and Chu Yin are kindred spirits. Oh dear strong one, I am your little oil cake, want a kiss? Chu Yin almost vomited after watching half of it. Damn it, next time I see you, if I don't beat you into a real fried dough pancake, my surname isn't Chu. His scalp went numb, and he immediately blocked him. Even the pervert thought he was too perverted. The fourth private message is from Chun Yinner. This girl is as overbearing as ever. Well done, you even managed to get the plus 16 Abyssal Sorrow set. I've been grinding for so long and still haven't gotten the Muajan. Any tips? The drop rate is just ridiculous. Chu Yin grinned and replied, is it difficult? As long as you have hands, it's fine. I got 2 kills. Chun Yinner fell silent. She's a proud gaming genius, yet she was blatantly outplayed in front of everyone. Tell me which server you're on. I'll come and wreck you. And while I'm at it, take down Majin. Chu Yin. Chun Yinner smiled cheerfully. Just kidding. I'm very gentle, okay? Tell me which district you are in. Chu Yin sneered coldly. You guess whether I believe it or not. Chun Yinner retorted. You guess, I'll guess. Do you believe it or not? The two of them kept going back and forth like nesting dolls. Chu Yin felt uneasy. This Hunyo really can do it. What the hell? I'm your brother. You really want to blow me up? He felt a chill down his back, his anus tightened. Chu Yin quickly coaxed. Little sister, call me brother, and I'll give you this plus 16 sadness set right away. The tone was just like a bad uncle tricking a child. Chun Yinner immediately flared up. How dare you say that? I have a brother, my only brother. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really beat you up. Chu Yin got scolded, but he felt a warmth in his heart. This girl really does protect her brother. If it weren't for Killing World, he'd probably still be a slacker doing nothing. Whatever the matter, Yinner takes the lead and gives whatever is needed. This little sister is truly a treasure found. Chu Yin softened his tone. All right. Then what will you use to trade with me? No, that's even worse. Even if you put it on, you probably still wouldn't be able to beat me. If I wore it too, it would be too unfair. Chu Yan's mouth twitched. But precisely, she really had that confidence. He sighed. Then why did you come to me? Just chatting casually. And by the way, is there any way to increase the drop rate of the magic sword? Chu Yan lowered his voice. Stack consecutive losses. At the moment the magic sword dies, it's best to start with an 18 losing streak, with the cushion at least plus 14. If you lose 99 times in a row, what percentage can the drop rate increase to? Oh, I'll give it a try. Hearing, give it a try. Chu Yan's heart pounded fiercely. Can you really afford to try this? High-strength mats cost a fortune. He could only afford to play after cutting 90% of the expenses. No wonder this girl is so arrogant. What's even more terrifying is, how many times did she actually grind the magic sword? Chu Yan deleted a bunch of useless private messages. The last one told him to stop. The sender was Long Qingyun from beginner village number 95566 in the Daxiao war zone. The only reason he was attracted to her was because she was too beautiful. At first glance, he thought the heroine of a fantasy novel had stepped out. Light veil and thin mist, hair styled softly like clouds. Lips glossy and bright, stunningly radiant. That face was so flawless you couldn't find a single blemish. Her aura was like that of a noble lady, with a touch of ethereal grace and innocence. Chu Yan held back for a long time, finally squeezing out a sentence. Damn, she's really beautiful. With this look, a friend spot is a must. Even 1 point better looking than a Sayamika. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. I could even take her home and have kids. Open the private message. Hello, I am Long Qingyun. I found a sealed area and would like to invite you to team up and clear it. Resources will be shared equally. Do you have time? Immediately after, she sent photos and videos. In the footage, 5 colored lights intertwined to form a seal, leaving only one entrance. The entire space floated in midair, creating its own world. Long Qingyun held a piece of jade, gently pinched it, and it instantly disappeared upon entering her mouth. It didn't seem fake. Chu Yin replied to the message. How can you take photos and videos? By relying on this piece of jade. How many people were assembled? You are the fifth. When you come, it's full. Okay, call me then. All right. Chu Yin didn't ask further. Being able to form a team means it's similar to the martial arts space. She can teleport people there. He doesn't care who the other teammates are. Is there danger? He has a trump card. The next day, only 4 hours left until the plundering war. Chu Yin only does one thing. Buy crazily. The level quickly reached the level 20 cap, unable to upgrade before the server merge. Enhancement also gets stuck. The consumption above plus 16 skyrockets, basically only allowing one gamble per day. Combat power is almost capped. This period is a window for others to catch up. Although the hope was slim, Chu Yin had stockpiled a bunch of strange and unusual tools. Time flew by quickly. The martial arts tournament begins. Announcements burst out one after another. The great battle is imminent. Announcement: Daxiao number 10086 Newbie Village launches a raid on Sakura Country number 1 Newbie Village. Announcement: Newbie villages of multiple countries start war simultaneously. Rules: 3 martial arts tournaments per day. Winners receive double points and take all resources. Losers reset to 0 and lose equipment. Starting in 10 seconds. A white light descends, and everyone is transported to the martial arts arena. The scene erupted into a commotion. Brothers, this time we're going all out. If we win, we'll bring glory to our ancestors. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. A girl quietly asked, is the team opposite strong? No matter how strong they are, just fight. Li Chong reminded in a deep voice, don't be careless. The other side is very strong. Don't rush to resurrect after being killed. Hide deep in the fountain. It was only the 9th day of the slaughter world, and there was almost no intelligence. No one knows the true strength of Sakura Country's number 1 village. Wang Ming was unconvinced. Your battle power is almost 30,000 now. Why are you still afraid of them? Don't overestimate others. Li Chong shook his head. I'm just telling the truth. High-level fighters listened to Chu Yan's command. Low-level fighters retreat. Hai Fei frowned. Little Ri is the enemy. Is it appropriate for you to say this now? If you're going to fight, fight hard. What kind of man hides behind others? The scene became restless again. Lu Dan stepped forward. Don't misunderstand. Li Chong is just reminding everyone to stay calm. Our opponent is the number 1 village in the Sakura Country war zone. Li Chong judged that a high-level enemy warrior is about to make a move, so he told everyone to continue retreating behind Chu Yan. As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped talking and just stared intently into the distance. Number 10086 Rookie Village fell into a deathly silence. On the other side, the Little Days faction was brimming with arrogance. Everyone raised their swords high and roared. Let's kill a little chicken. Roaring like thunder. Little Needle Kuan, don't rush. This time I want to kill 1,000. Inoue Kuan, they have more than 9,000 people. Enough for you to kill. I want to chop off at least 5,000 Greater Xia pigs' heads. Search them to death, string their heads like candied hawthorns. Ha ha. The wild laughter exploded instantly. Xiao Zhenjuan spoke calmly. Newbie Village number 10086. Only Chu Yin is worth noting. He once fought against a woman from Oceania and even lost a life, only managing to win by a fluke. Miss Mikasa said his combat power was 100,000, which is too exaggerated. I estimate at most 70,000. This analysis was immediately agreed upon. After all, only Asaba Mikasa currently has a combat power of 100,000. Haha, no need for Miss Mika. We can wipe them all out ourselves. Roger. Let's go, kill them all. In the distance, a blurry figure watched coldly. It was Asaba Mika. She knew very well that as long as she took over the 10086 Newbie Village, Sakura Country's points would very likely break into the top 3, or even compete for first place. And first place meant resources multiplied 1,000 times. With this in mind, her eyes grew cold. The killing move was already prepared. Boom, boom, boom. The little rascals charged recklessly, causing the earth to tremble. At the forefront, a short, thin, and Sleazy Man rode on a giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails. The snake's body stretched across the valley, its red eyes glowing like lanterns, and the Kusanagi sword embedded in its tail. Yamada no Orochi appeared in the world. On the serpent's back was none other than Inoue, the rootless villager. The shouts of Shaori Z is coming grew closer and closer. Chu Yin stood still, his expression cold and indifferent, like a pool of stagnant water. He's not pretending to be aloof. He simply has nothing to say. The people around him chat, but he has no interest. What he's thinking about, no one can help him with. Over time, others just assume he's unapproachable, and Chu Yin is too lazy to explain. At this moment, Li Chang stepped out of the crowd, cupped his fist toward Chu Yin, and his voice boomed. "Boss, I'll lead the charge in this little life, not afraid to die." Chu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Boss?" The next second, Li Chang knelt on one knee and kowtowed loudly in front of everyone in the newbie village. "From now on, you are my boss, Li Chang's boss." The crowd erupted in a commotion. Is that necessary? Bowing down to acknowledge the leader is too humiliating. Chu Yin is only slightly stronger. Is that really needed? But Chu Yin understood. Li Chang is not without dignity, but there are things he must accomplish that he cannot achieve on his own. Chu Yan's tone softened. "Kill 10 life leeches. I'll take you in." After speaking, he turned around and looked at the approaching enemy forces. Li Chang stood up, clenched his fist, drew his sword, and growled. "Is there anyone who will follow me to fight?" The fighting spirit was instantly ignited. "I'm coming. Let's take them down together." "Kill." Li Chang led the charge, shooting toward the enemy formation like a cannonball. Dust rolled up, and that lone brave figure made hearts race wildly. This is the real battlefield. The first time you die, you can be resurrected, but the fear and pain of death are very real. Sometimes, you don't need to think too much, even if you know it's a journey to death. The next second, a deafening roar exploded. Nearly 10,000 people shouted in unison, the wave of sound tearing through the sky. "Kill." The newcomers in Village 10086 mostly have combat power ranging from 2,000 to 5,000. Achieving this level is entirely thanks to the resources Chu Yin snatched and poured in. Not low at all. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone drew their weapons simultaneously. Guns, swords, and halberds all unleashed, combining near and far range, covering defense, speed, and healing. From a distance, it looks chaotic, like a group of brutes charging. But the voice chat in the channel had long ago been connected. Li Chang became the commander. At this moment, even Chu Yin was stunned. In such a short time, Li Chang had forcibly turned a group of inexperienced individuals fighting separately into a cohesive fighting force. Even if some were unwilling, now they had no choice but to obey. Tread, tread, tread. Both sides wasted no words and went straight into battle. There was only one outcome: fight to the death. The little ruffians roared as they charged, their faces twisted in fury. "Baka, you should have been our slaves long ago. Dare to plunder the Sakura country? Prepare to be dominated." The katana is raised high. The 8-headed serpent led the charge, its momentum like a mountain. Many people felt a shiver run down their spines. Li Chang took the first move. The great sword rose from his waist, power flowing through his whole body, and he struck down hard. Boom! A sound explosion roared, and golden light surged violently. He leapt into the air and slashed down with a sword. "Kill." One of the 8-headed serpent's heads shattered on the spot, blood spraying everywhere. "Zairizi, damn your ancestors." A thunderous collision. The battle instantly reached a boiling point. Killing one is not a loss. Killing two is pure profit. Brothers, kill them. Hatred surged to the max, everyone's eyes bloodshot, their combat power skyrocketing. "Flank cover. I'm breaking in." Long Wu raised his blade to break through the formation, tearing a gap from the side. Blades rose and fell, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Several little lives were cut into several pieces on the spot. Mid lane, high defense all take the front. Wang Meng and the others used their skills to take the lead, holding firm and pushing forward. Not even the 8-headed serpent could break through their formation. Marksmen suppress. In the back row, Lu Dan carried the big sniper rifle, and the Gatling gun fired wildly. Baiwen shouted, "2nd Battalion Commander, where is your Italian cannon?" "You're mistaken, I'm Gatling. Blue flames burst forth. Gunfire exploded. Lu Dan's shots hit heads one after another. Blood spatters everywhere, dealing maximum damage. Keep healing the tank. Don't stop. Zhao Hai and the others were frantically regenerating health, their potions already fully consumed, with healing output off the charts. Everyone was bloodthirsty, but their coordination remained flawless, steadily crushing their opponents. Limbs flew everywhere, blood stained the ground. The side with 30,000 combat power had not yet made a move in the first 3 battles, but was already pushed back step by step. It was the first time Chu Yin truly witnessed the terror of a team. 30,000 combat power, with coordination, could overpower 50,000. In the village, Jin He and Matsushita Kobari's faces were gloomy, their fists clenched tightly, creaking with tension. Chu Yin must be killed by me. He has plundered the great cherry blossoms. No, he doesn't deserve your hand. Give me 1 minute, and I'll behead him. On the surface, the two were polite, but secretly, each harbored their own schemes. In the battle of plunder, kills guarantee loot, they all had their eyes on Chu Yan's gear. Under the baseball cap, Chu Yan slightly lifted his head, his gaze cold and dark. He sensed the nearly invisible Miao Xiang Qianyu in the wind. The talents in this world are strange and unpredictable. One wrong step means death. Chu Yan was not reckless. At this moment, Song Xiaoxiaojin and Morli Meijin closed in from the left and right. The two sneered fiercely, their eyes full of contempt and murderous intent. 100 years ago, your great Xia was completely powerless to fight back. My ancestors chopped off your heads and took your women. Just a little more, and this 9.6 million square kilometers should be covered with cherry blossoms. The village advanced step by step, voices deep and fervent. A century of humiliation, reckoned today. Our village has no foundation. We must restore the glory of the great cherry blossom nation. The glory of the great cherry blossom starts with your head. Xiaozhen roared angrily. Kill him. Both charged at the same time, after images flickering, the sound of wind bursting, their battle power terrifying. Chu Yin stood still, his gaze cold and indifferent. Their wild words finally ignited his fury. With the demonic sword in hand, the crimson demonic eyes opened, murderous intent soaring. Someone dares to plant cherry blossoms in the land of Yin and Huang. This is a mortal grudge. In an instant, demonic energy descended, rubble floated in the air, and the white clouds were stained with blood. Xiao Zhen and Mugen's faces twisted wildly, a chill shooting straight to their crowns. Baka, what is this? The words were left unfinished. Chu Yin held his sword across his chest and made a calm slash. Aye, demonic slash. Blood clouds exploded, blood rain fell, and the world suddenly fell silent. In the next moment, the ground collapsed, and the sword light swept by like a river of blood. 2 human heads rolled onto the ground, blood gushing out. The young man sheathed his sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Japanese dog, do you even deserve to make a fuss? With a clatter, the newbie village instantly erupted in chaos. The 2 powerful warriors standing atop the head of the Yamada no Orochi were beheaded by Chu Yan's sword and died on the spot. Everyone was stunned, only their blood boiling with excitement. Damn, Boss Chu Yan has gotten even stronger. This is no longer fierce, it's absurd. 1 sword kill, 2 experts with 30,000 to 40,000 combat power were gone instantly. Everyone is well aware. The stronger Chu Yan is, the safer they are. On a king versus king battlefield, without big shots, ordinary people don't even have the right to survive. This combat power is at least 70 or 80,000, right? Stonehammer, it's not even in the same league. Cheers echoed through the sky. In the distance, Qinyu Meixiang clenched her fists tightly. Chu Yan's gaze fell on her, cold and cruel. That was the gaze of the strong looking down on the weak. Her heart trembled, and there was only one thought left in her mind. He can't win. The cost of losing the plundering battle was too high. Resources depleted, equipment dropped. She simply couldn't accept it. Moreover, the opponent is still someone from the Great Xia Kingdom. On the other side, Li Chong seized the opportunity and roared angrily. Tank advancing. Gunner providing cover. All assists on. The rest, kill with me. The battlefield erupted instantly. blades flashing wildly, sniper shots hitting heads. Gatling blue fire spurting, blood splatters continuously blooming. Li Chong and Long Wu charge forward on the left and right. Lu Dan is harvesting from the rear with a big sniper rifle, one shot, one kill. Health depleted, the enemy was completely reduced to a mortal and was instantly headshot. Chu Yin glanced over the battlefield. His gaze fell on Lu Dan. Not bad. He smiled faintly. Number 10086 crushed through the beginner village, quickly forcing the opponent to the spring's edge. Asa Miyaka desperately tried to figure out a way to break the deadlock, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't conceive of a guaranteed victory. Anxiety and unrest piled up wildly, nearly overwhelming her sanity. How do I fight this battle? That sword just took at least 100,000 health points in an instant. His combat power is utterly unfathomable. Why do I have this feeling that I am certain to lose? Before she finished speaking, a cold light suddenly erupted. Sword energy tore through the sky. The clouds trembled, and a booming roar echoed. The Sunny Days faction collectively shuddered, barely able to hold onto their weapons. Miss Meixiang, help. They're coming. Baka. A vision took shape in the air. Chu Yin took a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared directly in the center of the enemy formation, activating the war space. The blood-colored space thundered down, stretching for 1,000 meters like a half-circular cage, enclosing everyone within. What? Mika Asaba lost control of her emotions, trembling all over, staring fixedly at the blood-red space, a chill shooting from her spine to the top of her head. War space. Park Budo's talent. He actually obtained it and even embedded it in the equipment. She knew better than anyone that it was an S-level talent, with the embedding requirement of reinforcement plus 16. At the beginner stage, this was almost impossible. Not right. There is one person who can do it. She suddenly looked up. The next second, Chu Yin was looking at her, their eyes meeting. He had a slight smile on his lips, as if silently mocking her. Didn't expect it, did you? It was me. A thudding sound. Qianyu Meixiang's mind went completely blank, a terrifying truth fully taking shape. He is the one who traded for the plus 16 Abyssal Sorrow and Silence set. Slaughter blooms at dawn, blood red like flowers. Crimson sword energy sweeps across the sky, dyeing heaven and earth. The little ones tremble weakly in their legs, crying out in waves. Miss Mika, come out quickly. Beat this Dakia pig to death. Baka, this monster is too terrifying. The beginner village number 10086 was in an uproar. What does Chu Yin want to do? One person rushed into the middle of 7,000 or 8,000 people. This is suicide. No matter how thick the blood, it can't hold out. Before the discussion stopped, Chu Yin drew his sword. No trick, just one slash. Just this. How many can it kill? Before the words finished, a cold gleam exploded. The sonic boom tore through the sky, the sword energy striking like thunder. Ayajutsu, Dragon Flash. 8,000 sword lights ignited simultaneously. Afterimages filled the sky, so fast they blurred. The air was shattered into fragments. Damn, is this even human anymore? Xiaori immediately broke down. Sumimace. We were wrong. Please don't bully the spring, I beg you. In the spring water, Matsushita Shashin and Yugurino Nigon looked ashen. They dare not go out. One sword wiped them out completely, with no resistance. The person outside is too strong. Despicable Daxia people. We only struck to that extent. It was his sneak attack. I was careless and didn't dodge. After comforting themselves, they even believed it. If you've got the skill, come duel in the spring water. Relying on sneak attacks to win against us, what kind of skill is that? Come on, do you dare? Haha, Summer Pig, if you have guts, come over and fight. After a few breaths, the battlefield fell silent. Nearly 10,000 corpses lay scattered everywhere, not a single intact body. Severed limbs covered the ground, and the smell of blood spread with the wind. In the spring water, the killed little days kept coming back to life. The arrogance was gone, replaced only by fear and rage. Chu Yin stood suspended in the air, his clothes spotless, a cold smile playing on the corner of his lips. He looked at the spring water and said calmly, I never intended to let you live. The demon's sword was grasped, black flames surging, a terrifying aura exploding with a thunderous roar. The sky and earth lost their color, the stars trembled. The intent to kill surged like a tide. Death descended, 10 deaths without life. Take it back. Don't make a move. Great Xiao warriors, we were just joking. Jin and Koshiba Shohari from the village screamed in fear. Suma Mason, we were wrong. We believe you can torture the spring. We don't want to die. Miss Meixiang, where are you? The oppressive pressure was like a mountain, and the people in the spring were nearly kneeling down. Chu Yin was neither hurried nor slow. The sword Qi tore through the sky, lightning flashes exploding. With a sizzling sound, a human head rolled down, blood spurting high. The little rascals completely collapsed. Watching their companions being slaughtered in the spring water, fear engulfed them. The crimson sword light flickered, like a summons from the underworld. One by one, heads rolled to their feet, eyes wide open in death staring fixedly at them. The psychological defense line has completely collapsed. Their only hope is left with that name, Asaba Mika. Miss Mika, please save us. We beg you, save us. On the other side, everyone in the number 10086 rookie village was completely stunned. One after another, they widened their eyes and even forgot to breathe. Damn, bro. This is just too ruthless. Attacks from outside the spring water can't penetrate. To kill by crossing the spring, you have to step in yourself. 10,000 points of true damage per second. And it stacks. Who can withstand that? Is Big Shot Chuyin even human? Didn't they say he only has 60 or 70,000 combat power? 60 or 70,000. This is clearly slaughter. Everyone was completely stunned. Every time they thought they had overestimated him, they found out they had actually underestimated him. If Chuyin doesn't have 150,000 combat power, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. If it's not 160,000, I'll live stream eating from the toilet. If it's not 170,000, I'll take you all as girlfriends. The speaker was a great beauty, who was 1.5 meters tall and weighed 260 jin. As soon as she finished speaking, the boys in the newbie village shivered collectively. About 160,000. That's enough. Don't raise it anymore. The high-level warrior at the spring across never showed up, probably scared stiff and afraid to come out. Maybe he's hiding, preparing for an ambush. Enough nonsense. Keep an eye on Chu Yan. In the wind, Qian Yu Meixiang's scalp tingled. She only has 2 paths left. Either fulfill the message. Logically, after each round of the martial arts battle ends, everyone should be teleported back to the cabin, and the next round starts 3 minutes later. But this time, the white light did not appear for a long time. Why isn't it over yet? There's no one left in their spring water. Could it be that person called Meixiang? A muffled bang. The sky seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, clouds wildly piling up and twisting, as a mile-long cloud stream anomaly appeared before everyone's eyes. Is there someone else? An expert at enjoying the little pleasures of life. Everyone be careful. The clouds split open, and a fluffy white ball rolled out of the void. After a few tumbles, a 9-tailed fox fell to the ground. What is this? Like a fox, but the face is way too round. Ha! The whole audience burst into laughter, and the girl's eyes shone even brighter. This is too cute. I want to take it home. The little fox was laughed at until it got flustered, waving its little paws, acting fierce but cute. The next moment, it ran to Chu Yan's side, desperately rubbing against his pant leg. The Tian Dao system sounded. Prompt. The twin soul 9-tailed fox requests to acknowledge a master. Accept. Chu Yan spoke lightly. Accept. The panel expanded. Twin soul 9-tailed fox, Earth level pet, 9 lives revival, combat power bonus of 50,000. Chu Yan is at max level, with the magic sword in hand, an SSS talent blessing. Only then did everyone realize. The battle was far from over. With the war zone in hand, teleportation, damage reduction, and lifesteal all in one. 9 lives foxbound, unlimited full health revival 9 times. Fully stacked with passives, automatic HP regeneration, and a massive increase in max HP, with skills and shields constantly refreshing. Talents, titles, and equipment all focus on damage increase and critical hits, with resources piled up ridiculously. Chu Yan glanced at the stats, with combat power exceeding 1 million. Having an extra pet directly boosts attributes, and the key point is, it comes with 9 extra lives. At this moment, he was completely numb. The worst fear is being killed instantly. Now, with 9 full health revives as his trump card, his sense of security was maximized. The little fox was snuggling on his shoulder, acting cute and coquettish. Chuyan's heart stirred. This pet was most likely Qian Yumexiang. The next second, a warning popped up. Warning: slaughtering the newbie village triggered full hostility from the Sakura Country war zone. Immediately after, a server-wide announcement exploded. Announcement: the Daxia Country war zone has destroyed the Sakura Country war zone's newbie village, initiating annexation mode. The channel instantly erupted. Isn't village annihilation a common occurrence? How did it escalate? Did the system have a bug? Someone swallowed nervously and whispered, "Is it possible that it's the kind where the entire village is wiped out, with no chance of revival?" The channel fell into complete silence. Then an explosion. "Whoa, don't scare me like that. If this is real, something big is about to happen. Use spring water killed over 10,000 people? You must be joking. Do you know how difficult that is? You don't understand the mechanism. The damage isn't high in the first 3 seconds, just 10,000 true damage. Starting from the 4th second, it doubles repeatedly. How many seconds can you hold? That still doesn't mean they can slaughter the entire village. They're not stupid. Can't they just surrender?" The more everyone talked, the more confused they became, all suspecting a system error, until someone stumbled upon the channel of Sakura Country #1 newbie village. The channel was dead silent, all avatars gray. Soon the news spread across Blue Star. Sakura Nation #1 newbie village wiped out. Cannot be resurrected. On the other side, inside the newbie house, Chu Yin touched the little fox's fur, soft and smooth. The pet given for free, he naturally accepted it. Qian Yumexiang, come out. A flash of white light. The 9 tails transformed into a human form. The girl was coldly beautiful, with a slender figure, yet her expression was extremely submissive. She lowered her head and knelt. "Master." Her voice was weak and tinged with nervousness. Chu Yin asked calmly, "Why surrender yourself?" She was the strongest in the beginner's village, yet she surrendered without even fighting a battle. "This is my only way to survive." Chu Yin sneered coldly in his heart. The dignity of the strong, lost just like that. Qian Yumexiang moved to his feet, leaning close, flattering like a fox. Just like that. She looked up and smiled, her eyes bright. "And also, I really want to follow the adult." That look had no trace of disguise. She truly wanted to be the strong one's pet, wholeheartedly willing. Interesting. The servility of a pampered life is indeed engraved in the bones. "Go serve your master," Chu Yin said coldly. Afterwards, feeling refreshed and clear-headed, "Please send energy. Please support." Soon, the first auction of the Slaughter World Novice Village was about to begin. The location was the auction space, also known as the multiverse trading space. This was an independent world, similar to the martial arts space, but countless times larger. The martial arts space was divided into countless small sections. The trading space of the 10,000 worlds was seamlessly integrated, vast beyond imagination, with a time flow speed only 1% of the outside world. Resources were equally scarce here, making it impossible to rely on a time difference to enhance strength. A flash of white light. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone was transported in front of a giant building, so huge that it's beyond description, stretching as far as the eye can see. Even the entrance gate is just the tip of the iceberg. As they approached, a heavy sense of oppression hit them. Light alone is a building that inspires awe. The city gate towers high, with crowds streaming like weaving threads, and the noise rises and falls. All first-time visitors were dumbfounded, like country folk entering the city, looking around in all directions. After entering the city, shops lined both sides of the streets, offering a full range of dining and entertainment options. A sea of people, bustling to the extreme. Although there are as many as 10 billion of them, if viewed from high above, it's only 1/10,000th of the population of this city. Compared to here, the novice village was a poor place. With so many powerful people, I can't even figure out the combat power of many of them. At least I have a combat power of over 1,000,000, Chu Yin thought secretly, shocked. Before long, Liu Guang pushed them through the streets and arrived at the city center. A massive stone gate stood before them. The plaque bore 4 large characters: 10,000 Worlds Commerce Association. Golden dragons, black phoenixes, and fire cheilans coil around it, exuding an imposing pressure. There are people here as well, but it is unusually quiet. No one dares to make noise. Even footsteps are muffled for fear of causing offense. In the next second, a white light flashed again. Everyone was teleported to their respective positions according to their ticket numbers. Chu Yin was in the very center, in a private box high above, overlooking the entire venue. The perspective could be switched at will, taking in everything around. Technology and retro intertwine, eerie and shocking. Everything appears mysterious and powerful. At this moment, Chu Yin knows nothing about the multiverse chamber of commerce. But he knows, this auction. This is prepared for the beginner zone. Chu Yin had long suspected that the world of slaughter was not limited to the beginner zone. It was very likely that someone had entered early, claimed territory as king, and established power. Now looking at it, that's indeed the case. This multiverse trading association has a considerable background. He quickly withdrew his thoughts. There was no need to overthink things he couldn't understand. The most important thing was to walk well on the path ahead. The auction hall was enormous inside, with a trapezoidal venue capable of accommodating 10 billion people simultaneously, yet it was not chaotic at all. Everyone could clearly see the trading platform, as if it were right before their eyes. The arena was deathly silent, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire space, making even whispering feel suffocating. On the trading platform, giant shelves displayed various goods. Equipment, weapons, spirit fruits, and special items never before seen in the newbie zone were casually arranged. On the topmost level, a beast cage was particularly eye-catching. The beast pet system was not initially available in the newbie zone, and Chu Yan's ability to contract with the nine-tailed fox was entirely thanks to Qian Yu Meixiang's talent. Inside the beast cage was a white tiger with wings, measuring 18 meters in length and with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, exuding a fierce momentum. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a dark gold-grade beast pet. In the novice area, this was practically the pinnacle. There were also many other rare items, but those displayed like this were clearly not truly valuable. Chu Yin noticed someone applying powder to change a cloak, instantly transforming from a young boy into a middle-aged man. The scene made the corner of his mouth twitch. The auction hall suddenly felt a bit more confrontational. The little fox rubbed against his face, acting spoiled. The twin-souled nine-tailed fox was already formidable, and with added attributes, it became even more exaggerated. Chu Yin had 100,000 combat power, combined with Qian Yu Meixiang's 250,000, totaling 350,000. This pet is ridiculously powerful. If the little fox gets any stronger someday, he could completely relax. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's heart stirred, his gaze falling on the little fox. A beast pet that can transform into an unparalleled beauty. Who wouldn't be tempted? There will be beautiful girls' clothes later. I'll take photos of you. As soon as the words fell, the little fox immediately got excited and let out a soft ing-ing sound. The auction was about to begin, and Chu Yan's Yuanming Beiji set was arranged as the final highlight. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels rang out in the silence. A voluptuous waitress walked up beside Chu Yan, speaking respectfully. Sir, I am your exclusive attendant. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. Bring me 2 cups of cappuccino. Certainly. Soon, 2 cups of coffee with fine milk foam were brought over. Chu Yan took 1 cup and handed the other to the little fox. Is there a product list? Yes, there is. The waiter opened the screen, and a row of product information popped up. Fire Mystic Pill. Increases fire attribute damage and damage reduction by 1%. Priced at 1 million purple gold coins. Limited to 5 per server. Thunder Mystic Pill. Increases thunder attribute damage and damage reduction by 1%. Priced at 1 million purple gold coins. Limited to 5 per server. Wind Mystic Pill. Increases wind attribute damage and damage reduction by 1%. Priced at 1 million purple gold coins. Limited to 5 per server. Pure Blackgrade Pills. The beginner village hasn't opened Blackgrade items yet. Chu Yin was silent for a few seconds. Scarce now, not necessarily in the future. The next item made his heart suddenly tighten. Lucky Demon God Protection Ticket. Next enhancement will double the luck value. If it fails, the equipment will not be destroyed or downgraded. Price, 10 Demon Abyss Hearts. Demon Abyss Heart? He had never heard of it before. Chu Yan's reinforcement never results in explosions, but the luck doubling is too tempting. This is something that can change the upper limit, a resource that all strong players will fight for. The Heart of the Abyss is definitely a hard currency in the late game. He suppressed his emotions and looked up to survey the private room. Suspended high in the sky, the space was spacious, a blend of technology and classical elements, so luxurious it hardly looked like a beginner's village. Looking down below, the trapezoidal venue was packed with people, the atmosphere both oppressive and wild. The next moment, the auction officially began. Clang! The VIP room moved as a whole, hovering in a trapezoidal shape above the venue. Sir, after enabling hidden mode, others will not be able to see you, the attendant reminded. Hide. With a flash of white light, the private room completely vanished. Only 100 VIP private rooms floated in the air. These 100 people are the true rulers of the entire venue. 2/3 did not conceal their identities. Chu Yan glanced over and saw that everyone's aura was terrifyingly strong. Those who appeared showed cold and proud expressions, their gazes lofty and condescending. Obviously, they are all top elites from various major war zones. The Slaughter World newbie village has countless players. Being able to sit among these 100 seats doesn't necessarily mean you're the strongest, but you must be the richest and most resourceful. Of course, some people didn't come. For example, Chun Yinner was busy binge-watching Yuanming Beiji and had no time to attend. Chu Yin memorized the faces of these people one by one. At that moment, a roar echoed through the center of the auction hall as a massive stone platform slowly rose. The stone door opened, and 3 stunningly beautiful women walked out. The woman leading was breathtakingly beautiful, her brows and eyes radiant, her figure graceful. She walked forward step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura that drew everyone's gaze. Her long dress clung to her body, outlining her proud curves, causing many to swallow their saliva in secret. The 2 women behind her were equally outstanding, even more stunning than the top models Chu Yin had seen on Blue Star. Chu Yin took out the exploration stone to check, but found nothing. As the woman appeared, the originally quiet venue instantly grew heated. Many men stared shamelessly, scanning her back and forth, and the atmosphere gradually spiraled out of control. Chu Yin glanced only twice before withdrawing his gaze. The little fox on his shoulder kept chirping nonstop, clearly jealous. Welcome everyone to the Multiverse Chamber of Commerce. Those seated here are all powerful warriors from the world of slaughter. It is my honor to preside over this auction. Her voice was soft, yet carried the calm command of someone who controls the entire room. The rules are simple. The system will automatically handle the bidding and transactions. You just need to state your price. Auction now begins. She gently clapped her hands, and 2 maidservants immediately presented a jade box. The moment the jade box opened, a surge of golden light erupted, and a powerful aura swept across the entire scene. That is, someone cried out in shock. A golden pill floated in midair, its fragrance filling the air, invigorating the spirit. Chu Yin immediately examined it. Name, Jinlong Dan. Level, Mysterious Level. Effect, 0.1% chance to obtain a trace of True Dragon Power. Power of the True Dragon. Upon activation, gain a second additional damage attribute, True Dragon Damage plus 100%, surrounded by a chorus of amazement. Extra damage is inherently rare. An attack of 100 can only deal 100 damage. If extra damage is plus 100%, the damage directly doubles. And Chu Yan's own extra damage is as high as 330%. One hit is 430, and with a critical hit added, it can deal a terrifying 668. If combined with the True Dragon's power, the damage will exceed 768. This is what true panel domination looks like. Others think 1 in 1,000 is a fairy tale, but to him, it's a guaranteed hit. Good stuff. Ruching smiled as he spoke. This pill comes from the sealed cave and is an opportunity desperately brought out by a killer. Can be encountered but not sought. Once you obtain the power of the True Dragon, the extra damage is directly doubled. How terrifying this attribute is goes without saying. If Yu Qing waved her sleeve, speaking calmly. Everyone, feel free to place your bids. Extra damage and critical hits are inherently rare attributes. It's just that Chu Yin obtained them too easily, which makes them seem casually attainable. In fact, critical hits can only appear on weapons and pants, with very low enhancement bonuses, and must be stacked through high-level strengthening. As for extra damage, it is an attribute found only on top-tier equipment. The Abyssal Silence set, being the strongest set in the early stages, has a low drop rate and high difficulty, which is worthy of such stats. In comparison, Chu Yin truly realized how lucky he had been before. Otherwise, he would have genuinely thought these attributes had long become commonplace. Soon, that rare-grade pill with a 1 in 1,000 chance to awaken the power of the dragon was priced at 800 million gold coins. In the end, Chu Yin closed the deal for 1 billion. Someone cast a glance, and the man who had been bidding sneered. Haha, big fool. Daring to spend 1 billion with only a 1 in 1,000 chance. Such a sucker. Just kidding. Such a person who craves attention. Chu Yin couldn't be bothered. Soon, Ruo Qing's voice sounded again. The second auction item. I hope everyone will not be disappointed. Clap, clap. She lightly clapped her hands, causing the ground to tremble, and a stone door slowly opened. The stone platform rose, atop, which was a jade coffin. Chains wrapped around it, white runes flowing like a ceiling formation. The coffin was blurred and indistinct. Only the outline could be seen. With a tap of Ruo Qing's fingertip, the runes accelerated their flow. The next moment, the stone coffin stood upright, and everyone clearly saw. Inside was imprisoned a humanoid creature. The body was like stone, covered in cracks, dry and wrinkled, barely breathing. Chu Yin couldn't tell its gender. The so-called human form was just the end point of evolution for countless living beings. To put it simply, it was just a stone man. Moreover, it was utterly miserable. Clearly, it had suffered inhuman torment. Chu Yin sighed silently. In this world, cruelty was the norm, and kindness had become the exception. The audience immediately erupted. Damn, what's the use of this thing? Who would want this ugly thing? Hurry up and take it away. But Ruo Qing just smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Don't rush. This creature has a mysterious origin. It was accidentally captured by a killer in the Sealing Land. Before it was caught, all its kin had died. In other words, it's the only one left in the world. I couldn't identify its identity, so I put it up for auction. To those with fate, to those who bid the highest. Starting bid, 100 million. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Who would buy this thing? Its origin is unknown, its fortune unpredictable, and it looks unlucky. Who would be willing to be a sucker? However, items from the Seal Land always attract some interest. That place is a special dungeon, where danger and opportunity coexist. The next place Long Qingyun is going to venture into is also the Seal Land. I'll pay 100 million, no more. I offer 110 million. I won't go any higher. All transactions here use purple gold coins. Anything enhanced beyond plus 16 must use them. Regular gold coins can't be exchanged. Only treasures can be traded for them. Chu Yin sold all the extra pieces of the Abyssal Dark set and Abyssal Melancholy set, only keeping the missing magic sword, and exchanged everything for tens of billions of purple gold coins. This was his entire fortune. He spoke lightly. 1 billion. I won't raise it any higher. The whole room was stunned, then burst into laughter. Is there really someone willing to spend 1 billion on a useless thing? They must have too much money to burn. Utterly stupid. Chu Yin was too lazy to bother. He was just curious. Often, the more mysterious something is, the more likely it hides an opportunity. 1 billion was nothing. He could afford to bet on it. In the end, he won the stone creature with 10 billion purple gold coins. After the money was deducted, the female attendant brought the stone creature to him. For it, this was a turning point in fate. At least Chu Yin wouldn't use it for experiments. If it could be used, it would be. If not, it would be discarded. Congratulations to the honored guest on capturing the mysterious creature. I believe you can uncover its secrets and greatly enhance your strength. Too much talking, I don't like it. Chu Yin's voice was cold. Ruo Qing smiled and bowed slightly. It is this servant who speaks too much. Next, can you speed up? When will the grand finale come on? We are here to see the grand finale, not listen to your nonsense. At such a big auction, is this all you have? Someone shouted from the general seats. immediately causing a chorus of agreement and a rise in jeers. They were sitting in the general seats, but each of them felt exceptionally important, their arrogance rampant. They are all top figures in their respective beginner villages. Words spoken naturally carry weight. Suddenly, bang bang bang, a muffled thunderclap exploded. Those who shouted scoldings were blasted into a blood mist on the spot. Still human. A word from the VIP seats, but the common seats must risk their lives to listen. If Qing always wears a smile, only after all the troublemakers turn to blood mist does she continue speaking. The entire hall fell silent. Only two words remained in everyone's mind. Overbearing. The auction needs to be quiet. The items coming up will only be more significant. She raised her hand. The woman behind understood. Roar. The stone platform opened. A beast cage slowly rose. The twin-winged white tiger appeared. The bidding instantly went out of control. The price soared all the way to 10 billion purple gold coins. Chuyin glanced at it and gave up immediately. He lowered his head and rubbed the little fox's head. This twin-soul pet suited his taste even more. The twin-winged white tiger roared fiercely. Hatred filled the tiger's eyes. You enslave the beast tribe. The human race will eventually perish. The voice was youthful, yet it was a juvenile, ferocious beast. If Qing smiled lightly. At the Beast Clan auction, there were also humans sold as pets. Just get used to it. This item was purchased by VIP number 13. Chuyin furrowed his brows tightly. The human race's newbie village is just a very small branch within the myriad worlds. The beast tribe is much stronger than the human race. If one day the protection disappears, how will the human race then manage on its own? Chuyin shook his head, continued watching the auction. He couldn't afford a single one of the things behind him. What shocked him even more was, both are beginners. There are many people who are much richer than him. This made Chuyin even more curious about the sealed land. The auctioneer's voice rang out. The next 3 final items will only be exchanged for other items. Anything valued below 1 trillion need not be brought out. The whole venue erupted. Below 1 trillion is off the table? What kind of celestial treasure is this? Just a plus 16 abyssal sorrow set alone is scary enough. 2 more pieces? I don't even dare to imagine. Ruqing raised her hand, and the scene instantly fell silent. The first grand finale, the Eye of Manifestation. The crowd stirred in a commotion. Just hearing about it sounds extraordinary. To be the grand finale, it must be otherworldly. Ruo Qing explained softly. The Eye of Manifestation can see through all illusions. It is an unrestricted God-level accessory. Chuyin opened the panel. God level. Plus 100% attack power. Pay the price, explore everything. His heart suddenly jumped. The novice area has mostly dark gold. This is directly God level? The attributes are too exaggerated. Ruqing continued. Take it out, only to exchange for the last item. The second grand finale, the Eye of the Candle Dragon. Chuyin immediately checked. It was also divine level. Attack, critical damage, and additional damage all double. At the cost of life, Bai Li destroys the world, unable to be revived. The whole room gasped in shock. One word. Fierce. Chuyin's heart tensed. This finale is no longer a deal, but a deterrent. 4-dimensional total multiplied by 1,000 times damage, a full 100,000%. This equipment is just absurd. Whoever wears it, who would still dare to pick a fight? If really pushed to the edge, they'd just drag everyone down with them. Holy crap. Chuyin's heart jolted. From now on, he really couldn't kill people recklessly. What if the other party was hiding this kind of perverted equipment, and he died without even knowing how? He turned his head and looked at the little fox, finding it more and more likable. With her here, I feel much more at ease. When she was about to die, just shove her forward. Anyway, she's living the good life, so she has no psychological burden at all being a scapegoat. Not bad, really not bad. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Ruoqing's beautiful eyes glanced over the entire scene. Everyone held their breath instantly. Next is the final highlight. To be precise, it's a whole set. No more nonsense. Let's directly look at the attributes. As the words fell, everyone's eyes sharply turned toward the huge light screen in the sky. The abyssal silence set appears. The air feels as if it has been pressed on the pause button. Here it comes. The heart suddenly sinks. Thump, thump. Heart pounding uncontrollably. On the light screen, attributes unfold line by line. With each additional line, the breath grows heavier. Abyssal Silent Grief, Tyrant Chestplate, plus 16. Level 20 Wearable, Mutated Dark Gold, Enhancement Cap, 25. Defense plus 300, Health plus 3000. Activate Tyrant's Wrath, increasing defense by 50% for 60 seconds, and granting yourself a shield equal to 50% of your health, lasting 1 hour, with a cooldown of 1 hour. When the shield breaks, deal 2000% damage to enemies within 100 meters. Combat Power Bonus, 8800. Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Helmet plus 16. Wearable at level 20. Absolute Defense plus 300, Attack Speed plus 15%. Activates Tyrant's War Intent, increasing attack speed by 200% for 60 seconds. Refresh immediately when HP is below 50%. Combat Power Bonus, 13,000. Deep Abyss Morning Demon Sword plus 16. Available at level 20, Mutated Dark Gold Ultimate Version. The attack comes with 100% additional damage. Skill, Iato Demon Slash, consumes 90% of health and strikes with a speed close to spatial freezing. Damage equals the consumed health plus 1000%. Combat Power Bonus, 71,000. Abyssal Sorrow and Solitude, Tyrant Pauldron plus 16. Level 20 required, Mutated Dark Gold. Activates Tyrant's Silence, limiting damage taken to 200% of the user's base per second for 60 seconds, and returns the damage to the opponent all at once. Combat Power Bonus, 15,000. Abyssal Sorrow and Solitude, Tyrant Belt plus 16. Wearable at level 20. HP plus 5,000. Ignore Defense plus 100. Special Effect Tyrant Slaughter. Gains 1 rage point each time hit. When rage reaches 20 points, attack is doubled and invincible for 10 seconds. Power Bonus 37000. Name Abyssal Sorrow and Solitude, Tyrant's Pants plus 16. Enhancement Limit 25. Basic Attributes Critical Hit plus 3%, HP plus 6,000. Special Effect Tyrant's Mercy, critical damage doubles for 60 seconds. Critical hits have a 5% chance to refresh the duration. Combat Power Bonus 42000. Name Abyssal Sorrowful Silence, Tyrant Shoes plus 16. Wear Requirements level 20. Basic Attributes Movement Speed plus 200, Evasion plus 1%. Special Effect Tyrant Charge, movement speed doubles, emits pressure. Targets with combat power less than half of own are directly suppressed. All attributes minus 20%, lasting 60 seconds. Combat Power Bonus 21,000. Set Bonus 16,000. Set Skill, Power of Abyssal Darkness. Charge for 15 seconds, during which defense is tripled. After charging, attack is doubled for 15 seconds. Cumulative Combat Power Bonus, 228,000. The whole place exploded. Exclamations rose one after another. Ruching's voice was deep and alluring. Without a doubt, the Abyssal Darkness Sorrow set is the strongest set in the Novice Village, bar none. Paired with the Magic Sword, it crushes others of the same level in both attributes and special effects. If it were just like this, it would only be top-tier divine gear. She smiled lightly, each step graceful, her aura fully unleashed. The entire venue was deathly silent. Seeking support for updates, if there are gifts, more chapters will be added. She was dazzlingly beautiful. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on that set of equipment, afraid of missing any details. If Ruaching continued speaking, the key point is, this is a full set of plus 16 equipment. How difficult plus 16 is, I don't need to say. Moreover, only plus 16 can enchant S-level talent seals. As the words fell, everyone's hearts trembled. Everyone knew how the talent seals were obtained, but no one dared to speak of it. That's almost like stealing someone else's talent. Low drop rate. What if you kill enough? No one used to dare to think about that. A G marks need plus 15, S-level need plus 16. If enhancement fails, the equipment breaks. Who dares to bet? But now, a full set of plus 16 just placed in front of them. Still the strongest Abyssal Silent set. This set of equipment can embed at least 7 talent runes. It is already ridiculously powerful on its own, But what if all the runes were S-grade talent runes? It's simply unimaginable. 2 words to describe it. Such terror. If your highness's mature female voice sounds again, the transaction officially begins. I wonder who the lucky one will be. Securing this set of equipment and standing at the peak of the novice village is absolutely not a problem. As soon as the words fell, a furious roar erupted. Who is the seller? Terms are negotiable. In the VIP room, someone's eyes were bloodshot and their voice trembled. He was Lei Kuang, a powerful figure from Lei Xing. As long as he obtains this set of equipment, he is confident he can sweep away all opponents. 1 set of equipment, 10 skills. Each one is extremely fierce. Stacked together, the damage explodes instantly. Especially that magic sword. Level 20 dark gold equipment, with a base attack power as high as 800. Ordinary dark gold, not even reaching 400. After being enhanced to plus 16, the stats became outrageously high to the point of being unbearable to look at. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell continuously. In the eyes of the vast majority of people, the abyssal darkness sorrow set is 100 times more precious than the eyes of manifested saints and the eyes of Zhulong combined. The eyes of manifested saints. Paying the price for omniscience sounds impressive, but it's actually useless. Knowing too much without strength will only lead to dying faster. The eye of the candle dragon is indeed fierce, but the deadly cost cannot be reversed. If used for real, the person would just disappear. This kind of skill is bad luck for whoever uses it. In contrast, the abyssal silent suit maxes out all 4 attributes, with both high defense and defense penetration. Attack power skyrockets, with a maximum bonus of 200%. Additional damage, critical damage, and attack speed all fully enhanced. Plus shield, dual suppression, and high defense with strong resistance. No weaknesses, a purely perfect set. If it were in a game, whales would be begging on their knees offline, selling their houses. The temptation is ridiculously overwhelming. If Qing lightly chuckled, it seems everyone can't wait. Those who want to trade, take out your treasures and scan them. The final decision right is given to the person in VIP seat number 1. She raised her hand in a gesture, pointing at Chu Yan. The next second, swish, swish, swish. A large number of treasures appeared before his eyes, dazzling and splendid. Chu Yan looked on, swallowing his saliva. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. Sigh. He sighed quietly and finally made his decision. The Eye of Manifestation and the Eye of Zhulong have the highest growth potential and are still divine level. And his only divine level equipment now is the Tears of Demon Seedling Wei, considered his lifeline. What surprised Chu Yan was these 2 god-level equipments. Actually, both came from Qin Ying of the Beidou Nebula. He was the person Chu Yan had previously met through backstage private messages. In the end, Chu Yan used the plus 16 Abyssal Gloom set to exchange for the Eye of Zhulong and the Eye of Manifestation. Along the way, he also secured Qin Ying's friendship. As soon as the auction ended, Chu Yan reunited with Long Qingyun. The jade plate in her hand can directly teleport people over after signing teammates. A flash of white light. With a clang, Chu Yan was enveloped within it, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing beside Long Qingyun, with 3 others facing them. 4 pairs of eyes fell on him simultaneously. Hello. 3 people greeted him proactively. Chu Yan just nodded. With a mask and a baseball cap, his face was hardly visible. A charming woman stepped forward, stopping a meter away, reaching out to introduce herself with a cool tone. I am Chen Xian from the Blue Star Holy Alliance. The other 2 then spoke, their expressions filled with pride. Wu Gu. Yun Shi. Chu Yan slightly frowned. Long Qingyun explained in a low voice. The Blue Star Holy Alliance is a newly established organization, composed of the strong from the Blue Star Battle Zone, claiming to be the protectors of humanity and order. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yan raised his hand to interrupt. Not interested. The air instantly froze. Several people's expressions stiffened. The scene was extremely awkward. Chu Yan originally came only to pass through the sealed land. The organization and the Holy Alliance held no interest for him. In his eyes, they were merely the facade for dividing spoils. Yun Shi's face darkened, and she muttered softly, but just loud enough to be heard. Introducing the Holy Alliance is doing you a favor. Who do you think is worthy of joining? A-grade talent. Combat power starts at 30,000. At best, you barely meet the cutoff. Long Qingyun hurriedly smoothed things over and raised his hand to open the sealed land. Let's handle the important matters first. It's fraught with dangers inside. Work together, and the rewards will be divided equally among the 5. Wu Gu stood up in opposition. The capable get more. Put in as much effort, take as much. His gaze was fixed directly on Chu Yan. Chu Yan's expression was calm. Distribution? He never cares. What ends up in his hands is his. What I want is his as well. This is really troublesome. Then kill him. Each relies on their own skills. Enter. In front of the sealed land, there is a mysterious gate. Runes flow. The aura is mysterious. Inside the gate is chaos, impossible to see through. Before stepping in, Chu Yan, start forging. One more point of strength means one more point of confidence. Chu Yan is steady by nature and never risks his life on a gamble. He fought desperately to become stronger, all to avoid taking dangerous paths. But ironically, many things cannot be avoided. Some risks, if not taken, lead to quicker death. He put aside distractions and began to strengthen his equipment. Bang, bang, bang. Golden light exploded. The equipment took shape, and crisp notification sounds rang out one after another. Consumed 10 billion gold coins, 10 billion enhancement stones. Candle Dragon's Eye enhancement plus 16. Candle Dragon's Eye, attack plus 100%, critical damage plus 200%, additional damage plus 200%, combat power plus 300, 000. Chu Yan's head jolted, and his whole body heated up. His real combat power directly increased by 300,000. It should be known that even without the tears of Moyuwai, he only had a bit over 300,000. This surge was equivalent to doubling. Fuck. My combat power is 1,370,000 now. So thrilling it makes my scalp tingle. Keep going. Bang, bang, bang. Golden light flashed again. Consumed 10 billion gold coins, 10 billion enhancement stones. Manifestation Eye enhancement plus 16. Manifestation Eye, attack plus 100%, combat power plus 100, 000. Increased by another 100,000. Both earrings can be worn. Just switch back and forth. Hundreds of billions in deposits were emptied instantly. But now gold coins are not a problem. Everyone's levels have increased, and the money farming efficiency has skyrocketed. The trading hall is bustling with activity every day. He still had a golden dragon pill in hand. It just didn't have a high success rate. He planned to wait until the tier of MOUA reached plus 17 before consuming it. The strange living stone was sealed in a coffin by him and thrown into the backpack. It simply wouldn't fit without removing the coffin lid. Yet that thing didn't respond with a single word, so it had to be locked away first. Chu Yan opened the panel. Name, Chu Yan. Level, 20 max. Weapon, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Demon Sword plus 16. Chest Armor, Abyssal Sorrow and Silence, Tyrant Breastplate plus 16. Necklace, Tear of Demon Child Micro plus 16. Earrings, Eye of the Candle Dragon plus 16. Talent, SSS Infinite Enhancement. Pet, Twin Souls Nine-Tailed Fox. Skill row expanded. Tyrant's Fury increases shield and defense and can also explode to reflect damage. Tyrant's Combat Spirit doubles attack speed. Demonic Onset causes a sharp increase in damage but comes with negative effects. Force of Abyss and Darkness grants absolute defense after charging, then doubles the attack again. The Candle Dragon destroys the world, a self-destructive area strike. War Space, Jump Displacement, Damage Reduction, and Lifesteal. Nine-Lived Fox, Infinite Full Health Resurrection. Chu Yan took a deep breath. Combat power soars, but the real danger has yet to come. Passive skill, automatic health regeneration, increased health limit, skill, and shield refresh. Talent marks, Evil Dragon Slaughter Damage Increase Refresh, Scarlet Embrace Health Regeneration and Healing, Berserker Critical Strike Boost, Blitz Full Attack Speed. Title, Junior Harbinger, Critical Strike and Critical Damage Boost plus Shield. In the backpack, there are the Eye of Manifestation and the Dark Gold Evil Dragon Judgment. As soon as the attribute panel lit up, Chu Yan felt much more at ease. Attack broke 100,000, Critical damage more than 5 times, additional damage pulled up to 6 times. Without using skills, one strike was close to 1.2 million. When the skill was activated, the attack power doubled and then doubled again. 8 strikes per second. Only 4 characters. Terrifying beyond measure. The 5 of them hesitated not and stepped into the sealed land simultaneously. The next moment, Chu Yan's mind went blank. The world turned once, and the blue star reappeared. He looked down and saw a pair of tender hands. It's like watching your own life from the outside. Kid, it's you again. Loud slapping sounds came from the alley. No one dared to look. 3 delinquent boys surrounded Chu Yan. The leader was 1.8 meters tall, flaunting a floral tattoo on his arm. With a wave of his hand, a slap landed. Chu Yan instinctively covered his head. Can I borrow some money to spend? The fat guy nudged him. Chu Yan stepped back and whispered, What do you guys want to do? What for? You are our little brother. I'm short on money recently, borrowing from you. The short and thin guy jumped up and slapped him on the forehead. Hurry up. We all saw you trying to get money just now. 98 yuan, bring it here. The pocket was emptied. The money was clenched in the hand. The leader patted him on the shoulder. How much did I lend you last time? Chu Yan lowered his head, afraid to speak. I'm asking you a question. 2 slaps landed, and Chu Yan instinctively covered his head. They didn't just want money. They were also looking for someone to vent their anger on. Among the 3, the leader was brotherly, the fat one was called Ho Dunner, and the short and skinny one was called Aiz. Chu Yan replied in a low voice. More than 1,000 already. These guys had robbed him more than 10 times. Brotherly laughed out loud on the spot. Hear that? He says I owe him over 1,000. How many times do I have to snatch from you? The short guy rolled his eyes. Brotherly, it's pretty close. You run into him every time. He waved his hand and slapped Chu Yan's face with a banknote. You are exactly a spendthrift boy. Legay kicked Chu Yan in the stomach. Consider yourself lucky. I'm not beating you today. A few people walked while laughing. Buying cigarettes, stir-frying rice noodles, all-night internet cafe, awesome. Ha ha ha. Dwarf, don't worry, who doesn't know where my living expenses come from? Hold on, did you win the fight with your mom last time? I won. I even broke her leg and stole all the money. Awesome. Brotherly, what about you? Push that old guy into the pond to build courage. In this line of work, you'd feel embarrassed if you don't get a little blood on you. After they walked away, Chu Yan's face completely turned cold. He squinted, took out a card, and made a call. The voice on the other end was cursing. Who is this? At 10 o'clock, XXX parking garage, drive straight to the end, no stopping. Stop for 10 minutes, no getting off the car. After saying that, he hung up directly. The rough man on the other end laughed and patted the woman beside him. Big job coming up. Chu Yan took the bus to the internet cafe, put on a baseball cap, and entered the underground garage by a detour. He stared at the circuit breaker, watching for 5 minutes. 1 battery, 1 aluminum wire, inserted into the electrode gap, then turned and left. Master, it seems the brake strap in the underground garage is broken. The guard went down to take a look, and sure enough, the middle part was rotten. He smoked a cigarette, tore down that section, but feeling uneasy, decided to dismantle the entire brake belt. Replace it with a new one tomorrow. Chu Yan dialed another number from the phone booth, his voice deep and strong. Keep going straight ahead. The place where you stop faces the number on that wall. That's the number for your lottery ticket. Chu Yan wore a mask and gloves, clutching an iron rod in his hand, sitting alone beside a trash bin in a small alley, his expression cold and without a trace of emotion. Chu Yan was not from Blue Star, but had crossed over from a similar parallel world and was a high school student at S-City No. 2 High School. When he was 9 years old, his mother took him to escape from that hellish place, but never returned. When he was 10, he found a 3-year-old abandoned girl in the snow. No money, no food, only the tattered clothes on his body. Chu Yan knelt in the snow holding his crying little sister, already too hungry to stand, yet no one responded. His sister gradually stopped crying, her small face turning pale, too weak to even cry. The heavy snow was pure white and silent, but to him, it was utter despair. Chu Yan bit through his wrist and fed the fresh blood into his sister's mouth. His sister instinctively sucked, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. Chu Yan, however, moved forward step by step. He knew that stopping meant death. Blood loss made his consciousness blur, and his face turned as white as paper. "Little sister, I'm sorry, big brother is useless." In a daze, he saw their mother holding their hands, reminding him to be sure to protect his little sister. The next moment, he knelt down in the snow, holding her tightly. Old scavenger who discovered them. The old man wept, took the siblings home, and cooked porridge and meat soup with the last of the year's grain. He used white liquor to simply treat Chu Yan's wounds, praying that the child could pull through. Chu Yin'er fell into a deep sleep, but Chu Yan's high fever did not subside. Old Hu had carried Chu Yin through the snow overnight, rushing to the hospital. "Doctor, the child is bleeding excessively and has a high fever. Please save him quickly." Old Hu looked anxious all over his face and was scolded head-on by the front hall nurse. The nurse glanced at him. "Go get registered, consulted, and pay first." Waited in line for 10 minutes, finally got the number. In the consultation room, the doctor sees one patient every 3 to 5 minutes. "What's the child's condition?" "High fever, heavy bleeding, afraid of infection." The doctor glanced over and wrote a prescription. "Do these tests first. If there are concerns, then proceed with more detailed examinations, followed by an 4 infusion." Old Hu panicked. "Doctor, where should I go for the tests?" "First, pay the fee. Someone will take you there. You don't look well yourself. It's best to have a full body checkup." "I don't need it, don't need it." He has no money. The counter billed, examination, testing, infusion, plus an additional 2,000 for the hospital deposit, a total of 5,000. Any excess will be refunded. Any shortfall must be supplemented. Old Hu's mind exploded. His hands were trembling. "So expensive." The doctor smiled formulaically. "Standard charge. Insurance will cover 60%. The auntie behind him patiently scolded. "Can you hurry up? You poor beggars." Old Hu stepped out of the queue, clutching the form, knelt in the hall, head down, crying silently. The worn-out jacket was full of patches. At over 70 years old, all he had left was humiliation. This was his second breakdown. The last time was when his son and daughter-in-law kicked him out of the house. But he still wanted to save the child. The nurse walked over, her tone indifferent. "Fever and blood loss, right? Buy some blood tonic and Banlangen. A few hundred will be enough. Come back if it gets worse." Old Hu didn't understand, so he took out the few hundred yuan he had left to buy medicine. He carried Chu Yin on his back and hurried home. Chu Yin lay on his back, tears falling drop by drop, soaking his clothes. Back home, Chu Yin didn't take cold medicine, but swallowed all the blood tonic pills and gulped down a hearty meat broth. He gritted his teeth through the pain, forcing himself to sweat, and after sweating, continued eating. He finished off a huge bowl of meat broth. His young body was resilient. He actually pulled through on his own. While helping Old Hu scavenge, he was also thinking about how to make money. At the age of 10, he entered a shady internet cafe and discovered that winning or losing games could drive people crazy. LOL, DNF, and CF were extremely popular, but complaints were nonstop. He accidentally came across plugins, learned coding, bought his first USB drive, and typed his first line of code. A month later, he used Fiora and LOL to unleash the awakened skill of the Berserker from DNF, killing 5 with 1 strike. Account was banned, but he saw the way. Cheats, anti-reporting, anti-detection, anti-screen recording, all are in his hands. The code updates automatically. Only he knows the password, and users have turned from internet cafe freeloaders into major clients. Annual subscription, 10 million. He was only 13 years old when he accomplished these things. When he was 13, he became arrogant. He paid someone to beat up the mayor's son in S City. That person publicly called for the removal of scavengers like Old Hu. Chu Yin blocked people on the street, shouting insults and rushing forward to fight. But his body was already held down by the bodyguards. The mayor's son pinned him down and gave him a brutal beating, but Chu Yin couldn't defeat him and still refused to back down. He charged forward again, but a punch to his lower abdomen made him curl up like a shrimp. 6-year-old Chu Yin'er rushed over and bit the other person's arm tightly. The mayor's son, enraged by the pain, grabbed her hair and lifted her up, then slapped her hard twice. Chu Yin'er's face was red and swollen, but she didn't cry out, still scratching wildly. Chu Yin collapsed instantly, shouting fiercely, "Don't touch her." The mayor's son shouted back angrily, "Hold him down for me." Several bodyguards rushed over and pinned Chu Yin down tightly. The mayor's son grabbed Chu Yin'er and slapped her repeatedly. The crowd watching grew larger. Someone raised their phone and recognized his identity. Only then did he stop, get in the car, and leave arrogantly. The police car arrived shortly after, and Chu Yin was taken away and given a thorough scolding at the police station. Back home, he curled up in a corner, trembling and crying. Chu Yin'er, with her face swollen and red, instead smiled and comforted him. She said her brother was very brave. It was just that she was too short to bite the bad guy, and she promised to take revenge for him when she grew up. Chu Yin completely broke down. He hated himself for being impulsive and acting before confirming the other party's identity. The thugs he brought weren't even enough for one bodyguard to take down. Knowing he couldn't win but still trying to show off, he ended up causing his sister to be humiliated. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face, cutting his lip. Chu Yin'er cried as she held on to him, but she couldn't stop the other hand. She pressed her face against his, and only then did he stop. That burning and swollen face tore his heart apart. He kept saying over and over that he was useless. Chu Yin'er held him tightly, crying, saying no one is allowed to hit her brother. Two people struggling out of the darkness, left with only each other. Those three thugs robbed him and also beat him. But what he found most unbearable was that they didn't even spare his sister. The shorty tampered with things on the mountain path frequently used by his grandparents to cheat the insurance for their parents. His parents held leverage over him and could only send him money monthly. Hoduiner grew up in a single-parent family. His mother wanted to take him to surrender himself, but he panicked and struggled with her. The woman, furious, raised a stick and slapped him hard on the back. Angry and scared, Hoduiner snatched the stick and brutally broke his own mother's leg. He steeled his heart, looted all the money in the house, and ran away without looking back. With no one to care for her severe injuries, the mother soon died at home. People in the slums are indifferent to each other, only reporting to the police when the stench in the house becomes unbearable. Li Gu is even harsher. He just wanted to gather courage, but ended up pushing his grandfather, who was fishing by the river, into the water and watched helplessly as the old man drowned. Behind all this, there was a mysterious phone call. One day, the short guy received a call. The other party said he would soon come into a windfall. The phone hung up, leaving only a code. He looked it up online and was shocked. The post corresponding to this code is called the Prophecy of God. The prophecy is almost always accurate, even predicting lottery numbers correctly. Many people became rich overnight because of this and treated it as an oracle. The next day, the short man received a delivery. Inside were two high-value insurance policies purchased by his parents in their own names, with a maximum payout of $8 million. $8 million made him completely lose his mind. Thinking again about the prophecy of the gods, he felt the opportunity had come. He persuaded his parents to change the beneficiary to himself. The few of them were instantly in agreement and began plotting an accident. In the remote suburban mountains, the roads are steep and slippery, and there is a witness testifying that it was a slip and fall off the cliff. Compensation was smoothly obtained. He received $2 million, half saved in a fixed deposit, and the other half given monthly as living expenses by his parents. Hoduiner's mother also received a package. Inside are the evidence of his wrongdoing and the lawyer's letter. The other party demands that Hoduiner be sent to Professor Yang's Electrotherapy Discipline Center, or they will claim $5 million in damages. The evidence is conclusive, but there is also $1 million in cash inside the box. The meaning is very clear. Give it away, take the money. If you don't give it, pay $5 million in compensation. Hoduiner also received the call. The other party only said 5 words: bondage and wealth. He left the same code behind. He was half believing, half doubting. After returning home, his mother suddenly went mad and started beating him with a stick. He instantly understood restraint. He grabbed the stick with his other hand and broke his mother's leg. Then he searched the room and found that $1 million. He laughed like a madman. Wealth, this is true wealth. He was convinced that his mother hid him for money. Where the money came from is not important. What matters is that it's now in his hands. He fled with the cash, leaving his mother to wait to die. Li Gu was exposed to the prophecy of the gods earlier than they were. He even submitted a letter of self-recommendation for that post. He had always longed to be chosen and to receive the favor of the prophecy of the gods. Until that day, when a package was delivered to him, containing only a single sheet of paper with 2 words written on it, qualification. These 2 words clung to Li Ge like a curse. Whatever he did, he would think of qualifications. Until one moment, he thought of proving himself by killing. What else could be more qualified than killing? He personally pushed the person into the river and stood on the shore, watching as the others struggled until they breathed their last. At that moment, an indescribable pleasure surged in his heart. This feeling is amazing. He sent another email to the prophecy of the gods, but still received no response. Until yesterday, a phone call came in, saying only one sentence: death or slaughter. Chu Yin sat at the end of the alley, leaning against a garbage bin. The stench of rot filled the air, rats scurrying by his feet. He held an iron rod in one hand and played with his phone in the other, waiting quietly. Really makes you look forward to it. 10 o'clock sharp. Li Ge, Ho Duaner, and Izzy had just come out of the internet cafe and walked into the underground parking garage. The next second, sparks flew everywhere, followed by a loud explosion, and the entire garage suddenly lost power. Dwarf. Monkey done. As Li Ge finished shouting, a beam of blinding headlights shone straight at them. The van suddenly rushed out, running right over Monkey Dun's abdomen. His screams tore through the air. The dwarf was thrown by the impact, lying on the ground, unable to move. Immediately after, another car came rushing at high speed. Li Ge and Shorty were run over on the spot, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. Li Ge dragged his broken leg and got up, pulling out a small knife from his body, his eyes red. Someone wants our lives. The phrase "kill or be killed" echoed madly in his mind. The dwarf gritted his teeth and stood up, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Brotherly, kill them. Ho Dunner's ferocity was completely ignited. Brotherly, it's either them or us. Let's do this. Several people grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the parked van. The burly man was just here to move goods, asking no questions and saying nothing, taking the items and leaving. Brotherly knocked on the window. Get down. As soon as the door opened, the light shone on them, and the few were covered in blood, looking like they had crawled out of hell. A flash of cold light. Li Ge stabbed more than a dozen times in a row. The strong man hadn't reacted yet when Hodun and Shorty started pounding on his head. Screams exploded in the parking lot, quickly leaving only a pool of blood. Li Ge, there are still 2 more. Let's go. The 3 of them rushed straight to the small car on the right. Inside the car, a middle-aged man was staring at the numbers on the wall. He had bought the same numbers and was waiting for the draw. As long as he won, 5 million would be in hand, debts could be paid off, and his marriage would be saved. Bang! Get down. He was impatient. Go away. The next second, the glass was smashed. He was angry, backing the car to hit someone, with the high beams fully on. Looking for death, huh? Brotherly shouted, Hodun, smash it. Hodun climbed onto the cab and vigorously struck down. The front windshield shattered. The man slammed the accelerator and flipped the person over. The car was forced to stop, and he grabbed a stick and got out. A stick slammed onto the dwarf's arm, the bones cracking loudly. Li Ge reversed his hand and stabbed a knife into his lower abdomen. The man's face changed drastically. You guys are serious. The air instantly turned freezing cold. He struck Li Ge on the forehead with a stick, causing Li Ge's vision to blacken, almost fainting on the spot. The chubby guy roared furiously and charged up, bringing down his whole weight like Mount Tai, pressing down hard. Li Ge, stab him to death. Li Ge forced himself to stay conscious, ignoring the bleeding, and grabbed the knife to stab wildly. The screams tore through the garage as he stabbed over 100 times. Flesh was pierced, filth spilling everywhere. Scrape. The underground garage lights suddenly brightened, exposing 2 corpses and 3 sinister faces without concealment. The 3 were stunned, and the short one was the first to react. Li Ge, the power's back on. There might be surveillance. Run. To the alley where the guy hid. Li Ge covered his forehead and sprinted, Ho Dunner and the short guy closely behind, familiar with the route they darted into the narrow path. Li Ge feeling good? Nonsense, it's fucking awesome. Chu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and forcibly exited the instance, returning to the global killing world. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Forcibly leaving the instance came at a heavy price for him. The scene just now sent a chill through his heart. The events in the dungeon highly coincide with reality, as if a segment of time and space is repeatedly looping. If that were truly the case, this world would be a bottomless hell. Chu Yen opened the chat channel. Wang Dong. Brothers, I just killed a level 4 juvenile demon beast. It probably still has parents. Send reinforcements. Big reward. Here, exterminating demon beast families is already very common. Either you eat it, or it swallows you. Li Fei. Coordinates 7612 to 3131. Discovered a level 5 ferocious beast. Someone come, loot, and split evenly. As soon as the news came out, everyone gasped in shock. For ordinary players, reaching level 5 is already the limit. Hunting ferocious beasts of the same level is like risking their lives. And here, once you're dead, it's truly the end. Su Bai. Coordinates 3231 to 3213. Level 5 fierce beast. Requesting support. Huangshan. Coordinates 3123 to 3214. We've lost many people. Urgent support needed. As if overnight, the ferocious beasts have risen in full rebellion. Chu Yin stood in place, just having come out of the psychedelic dungeon. The previous dungeon was held difficulty, absolutely not something he could handle. He was reluctantly backing out. Only after it was done did I realize that the Yuanming Beiji set I was wearing had already torn. In other words, the top-tier equipment enhanced to plus 16 could be completely ruined at any moment. The strongest thing about Chu Yin is the SSS-level infinite reinforcement. Once he loses his equipment, he is weaker than an ordinary player. Others awaken talents like lightning, fire, and strength, but he only knows how to forge iron, just when fierce beasts are rampaging. This, on the contrary, became his opportunity. Farm equipment, upgrade to level 10, then sell it. Make a killing off the price difference. Infinite enhancement destined him to trample over slaughter and become the world's richest man. The chat channel exploded. Aside from the surge in ferocious beasts, the most discussed topic was Chu Yan's massacre in the Sakura dimension. Boss Chu Yan is ruthless, clearing the screen with one strike. That group from Sakura doesn't even have resurrection anymore. They're completely dead. Really? They don't even have a resurrection point. Why would I lie? Chu Yan directly destroyed the fountain, took real damage head-on, and wiped out the entire district. Everyone gasped in shock. This is no longer a kill, it's total annihilation. With this, the deadly enmity between Daxiao and Sakura was truly sealed. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by 100 million Sakura players? One person against an entire war zone. That's too reckless. Chu Yan turned off the channel. He doesn't have time to deal with these. The Yuanming Grief and Solitude set won't last much longer. Level 20 Dark Gold equipment no longer suits him. The server merge is imminent, and the level restriction is about to be lifted. He must change to stronger equipment. The next moment, he appears at the border where ferocious beasts run rampant. The mist churned, revealing a dark forest, the Shadowwood. The real danger was just beginning. Legend has it that deep within Shadowwood lurks a ferocious beast called the Shadow Soul Eater, covered in black scales, its eyes glowing green in the darkness, and a roar that can shake the entire forest. It was once the nightmare of nearby villages. Those who dared challenge it never returned alive. Nowadays, the strongest equipment on the entire server is only the mutated Dark Gold set, and equipment above Dark Gold has never appeared. Yet there are rumors that Shadow Soul Eater can drop items above Dark Gold. Chu Yin came to gamble on this chance, while also farming some orange gear to make money. Chu Yin wore a black robe and carried a long sword on his back. The power of the Abyssal Dark Demon's sword was terrifying, yet it had long been damaged. He didn't even know when it would completely shatter. Thinking about the previous dungeon experience, he still felt a chill in his heart. The villages near the shadowy forest simultaneously issued hunting missions. The village chief even distributed supplies in advance, a situation that was extremely rare. Many players took the opportunity to grab resources for free and recruit others to form teams. After all, the Shadow Soul Devourer was just a legend, and they might never actually encounter it. A large number of players entered the Shadow Forest. Among them were many experts of level 7, 8, and 9, with extremely strong team compositions. But the deadly world, just like reality, punished injury, hunger, and mistakes with death. Not long after entering the forest, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Alan's team followed the traces left by the ferocious beasts. Her perception abilities were the core of the entire team. The light in the forest was dim, strange noises echoed continuously, and the tension was at its peak. Alan tightened her grip on the longbow. The brute hunter held a giant axe, and the assassin-type hunter lurked in the shadows. They advanced cautiously, but no one noticed that the real danger was already watching them from the darkness. This does not mean they can hunt a level 9 ferocious beast. Their equipment is upgraded to a maximum of +7, and the quality is only purple. Level is important, but what truly determines life and death is the equipment. Good equipment can drastically boost attributes and also carry powerful skills. Without high enhancement, even the best equipment is meaningless. If there were orange +10, they wouldn't be so cautious. Have you heard? There's a super equipment master in the Great Xiao War Zone. Really? In the world of slaughter, equipment is life. I heard that a +16 abyssal set was auctioned off, and the buyer was from an alien system, exchanging divine-level equipment for it. Several people instantly gasped in shock. +16 full set? The combat power is probably starting at 1,000,000. The Abyss dungeon is so cruel, with such a low drop rate. It's simply unbearable. Alan said softly. Some people guess it's the top-tier equipment master. S-level. No, it's SSS-level. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. If I ever see him, I'll kneel immediately. Alan smiled. People like this can become the leading power of Daxia at any time. As they spoke, a young man in a black robe walked past them. What they didn't know was that this person was the equipment master. Brother, be careful. The Shadow Forest is very dangerous. Do you want to form a team? Chu Yin ignored him, turned around, and disappeared. Not long after, they discovered that the dangerous aura around them had completely vanished. Chu Yin pushed forward relentlessly, killing any ferocious beasts he encountered. Before dawn, Alan suddenly stopped. Don't move. There is a very strange, dangerous aura. At this moment, Chu Yin appeared again. He looked at Alan. You can sense fierce beasts? Can't, just sensitive to danger. Chu Yin nodded. Yesterday, he searched all over Yuying Forest, but still couldn't find the Shadow Soul Devourer. Might as well just stick with Alan's squad for a while. I was just trying it out. But I didn't expect that this tall woman with tin skin could sense an aura even he couldn't detect. Help me find the Shadow Devouring Beast. The exploding equipment, one piece will be divided among you. As soon as the words came out, Alan and the others simultaneously looked at him, their faces full of shock. Damn, who the hell are you? Bro, cut the act, okay? That's the king of the Shadow Forest. Everyone avoids him on sight. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wang Gang was even more straightforward. He thought Chu Yin was simply courting death. Do you know what the concept beyond dark gold is? Right now, the top tier is just dark gold. You want to hunt it? Dream on. You think you have a +16 abyssal set? As soon as the words fell, Chu Yin raised his hand to show his equipment. A +16 abyssal demon sword hovered before his eyes. Demonic light surged, the aura pressing down so heavily it was hard to breathe. I really do have it. Thud. Wang Gang's legs went weak, and he directly knelt down. Immediately, Alan and Wang Hao also knelt down. The magic sword's panel unfolded, revealing all its skills clearly. After looking, only one thought remained. My own equipment might as well be thrown in the trash. The few of them swallowed hard. Looking at Chu Yan's eyes, clear as air guzzies. Only one thought remained in the heart. Working for the boss is a total win. In the dim abyss, the shadow soul-devouring beast silently prowled. Shrouded in black mist, a faint bluish light flickered intermittently. It has no fixed form, sometimes like a snake, sometimes forming a cluster, like countless shadows pieced together. The scales are pitch black, devouring the light. The giant eye glowed blood red. No pupils, only an abyss. Fangs bared fiercely. In a breath, the black mist dispersed. It seemed as if the next second it would devour the soul. Once this black gas touches life, It will ravenously consume vitality until everything turns to nothingness. The Shadow Soul Devourer has long limbs and sharp claws that can leave deep marks on rocks. When it moves, it seems to float in the void, trailing twisted spatial cracks behind it. The most terrifying feature is its black wings on its back, whose edges writhe like tentacles, devouring emotions and souls to continuously provide it with power. The Shadow Soul Devourer is recognized as a nightmare in the abyss. Everyone held their breath as they approached the bushes, the tension almost freezing the air. Alan signaled with his hand, and the group spread out to surround. Wang Hao drew his sword, a cold gleam flashing. The next moment, a low roar exploded as a massive beast burst out of the bushes. The Shadow Soul Devourer appeared, the oppressive presence making it hard to breathe. Everyone exchanged glances. No one could move, nor could they win. The Shadow Soul Devourer roared thunderously, its black scales emitting a faint glow, and its green eyes bloodthirsty. Suddenly, it vanished from where it stood. Wang Hao instinctively dodged, the sharp claws barely grazing past him. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been dead. The long sword slashed through, but only sparks flew off the black scales. The gap between the two sides was despairing. Alan gritted his teeth and pulled the bowstring, shooting an arrow straight into the fierce beast's eyes. The arrow flew like a meteor, but was easily dodged. Immediately, a rain of arrows poured down, all missing their targets. Shadow Soul Devourer suddenly counterattacked, spewing forth black flames. The mage hurriedly raised a shield, barely managing to block it. Everyone understood that such a defense wouldn't hold for long. The Shadow Soul Eater's assault was fierce, and the shield could be torn apart at any moment. The captain shouted angrily, "Focus fire, don't give it a moment to breathe." The soldier charged into melee combat, while the archers moved around searching for positions. The Shadow Soul Devourer combined speed and strength, launching repeated counterattacks, forcing everyone to gradually retreat. In the chaos of battle, a team member was injured and fell to the ground, as a ferocious beast lunged fiercely. At the critical moment, Alan drew his bow and released an arrow, with his fighting spirit condensing into a beam of light, piercing through the Shadow Soul Devourer. The beast let out a miserable howl, its movement slowed. Taking advantage of the moment, the group launched a fierce attack. The mage stabilized the shield, and finally, they brought it down. The team struggled to treat the wounded and gather the spoils of war. Just as they were about to retreat, the ground suddenly shook. An even larger soul-eating shadow burst from the earth, its aura pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. Black flames surged forth, and the captain commanded the team to scatter and defend. As the flames dissipated, the terrain twisted into an illusion. It's an illusion. The ferocious beast attacked again, too fast to catch. The group could only rely on coordination to withstand and counterattack. At the critical moment, someone found the weak spot, and the whole team focused fire and hit it. The Shadow Soul Devourer went completely berserk, but was forcibly suspended in midair by the mage. The final blow struck, the giant beast collapsed, the illusion vanished, and the battlefield returned to calm. The team members were already exhausted, yet they could not hide the joy of victory. They supported each other, dragging their heavy steps toward the dimly glowing inner core. The internal alchemy is like a bright pearl in the darkness, firmly capturing everyone's gaze. Just as they reached out within arm's length, the inner elixir suddenly erupted with a strange light. The blinding light engulfed everything. The crowd cried out in surprise, but couldn't even open their eyes. The next second, the body was lifted by a force, floating up as if weightless. The light faded, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. A strong spiritual aura rushed over them, the walls covered with ancient runes, exuding danger and temptation. The captain's expression was tense, a chill running through his heart, yet he didn't know how to leave. They could only feel their way along the walls, touching the runes, searching for a way to survive. Along the way, they discovered ancient scrolls and magical treasures. The contents were obscure, but concealed great secrets. Just as everyone was pondering, a cold voice echoed through the space. "You have defeated the Shadow Soul Eater, which is only the trial. The real adventure is just beginning." As the words fell, An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The team members stood frozen, their initial relief instantly replaced by unease. But immediately, the excitement brought by the unknown quietly ignited. As soon as someone spoke, everyone silently nodded. They gritted their teeth and took steps forward, continuing onward. Ahead lay either death or opportunity, but no one chose to turn back. The expressions of the crowd darkened, and as they looked at each other, they all saw determination. They gritted their teeth and stomped their feet, suppressing their fear, and stepped forward into the unknown space ahead. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but no one backed down. They wanted to uncover the secrets here and seize the chance that might change their fate. The more unknown it is, the more exciting it becomes. Suddenly, a strong light flashed. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a huge maze. High walls towered, passages intertwined like a net sealing off all escape routes. The atmosphere instantly tensed, but the team members did not panic and quickly decided to proceed together. Not long after setting off, the ground collapsed, and a huge boulder fell from overhead. Death was imminent. They used all their strength to dodge, narrowly escaping danger several times. The maze seemed to be deliberately mocking them. Their physical strength was draining, and their nerves were stretched to the limit. After calming down, they realized that this place was not without any pattern. The marks on the walls, the positions of the stones, and the directions of the turns all seemed like hidden clues. As long as they find the pattern, they can survive. They suppress their fear, cautiously watching for traps while desperately searching for an exit. Everyone understands that this is a battle against time and death. Their eyes sweep over the surroundings like blades, missing no detail, trying to find a flaw in the maze. They study the directions of the passages, guess the traps set by the designer, sometimes silently reflecting, sometimes whispering debates. The air is filled with tension. Here, fighting alone meant certain death. They could only rely on each other. Different judgments constantly clashed, and trust became the sole bargaining chip. Pressure followed them like a shadow, but no one dared to back down. Just as everyone was exhausted, a fork suddenly appeared ahead. Two passages were identical, as if mocking them. The captain made an immediate decision and ordered the group to split up and explore, dividing the risk in half. Soon, one group discovered a hidden mechanism but lacked the activating item. When the news arrived, everyone recalled simultaneously, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Someone suddenly remembered the strange stones in the previous room, which might be the key. The team immediately turned back, racing against time. The stone was embedded into the mechanism, and with a click, the stone door opened, the exit right before their eyes. Hope ignited instantly, and everyone rushed into the passage. But they hadn't gone far when a deep roar came from the depths of the darkness. The roar exploded in the passage, shaking people's hearts with unease. The captain lowered his voice, telling everyone not to panic and to keep moving forward. The closer to the sound source, the fiercer the roar, as if it would tear the eardrums apart. They broke into a spacious hall, the air filled with the smell of rot. In the dim light, a giant beast coiled in the center. It stood dozens of meters tall, covered in black scales, with a chilling gleam. The dragon's head was menacing, fangs exposed, eyes fierce. Its limbs were strong, claws sharp and threatening, tail sweeping across, the sound of the wind piercing. With a roar of anger, it pressed down so heavily that people could hardly breathe. The team members felt tight in their chests, yet no one stepped back. They gripped their weapons tightly, staring fixedly at the monster. This battle was do or die. The captain shouted, "Don't be afraid. This is the only way to survive. Kill it." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward, his longsword slashing straight at the monster's leg. Everyone charged together, blades flashing chaotically. The monster roared in rage, its massive claws sweeping across as both sides instantly clashed. Someone lured it to turn around, while others closed in for a fierce attack. Sweat soaked through their clothes. No one let go. Suddenly, someone shouted hoarsely, "Attack its eyes!" Everyone immediately focused their firepower. The monster yelped in pain, swinging its claws out of control, creating a gap in the defense line. The captain seized the opportunity, leapt up, and thrust his long sword straight into its chest. The team member responsible for luring the enemy frantically darted around, keeping the monster firmly tied down. Others closed in, blades flashing coldly. The hall was filled only with roars and the clash of weapons. The smell of blood spread, life and death hanging in that single strike. The team member shouted again, "Attack its eyes!" The shout split the battlefield like lightning. Everyone instantly rallied, unleashing firepower. A rain of arrows and magic struck the monster's eyes simultaneously, hitting its weak points. The monster howled in pain and rage, wildly swiping its claws. A fierce wind roared as everything around was nearly torn apart. But under the relentless assault, its defenses began to crumble. Seizing the opportunity, the captain suddenly leapt up, his figure flashing like light through the air. His spear cut through the wind, fiercely piercing the monster's heart. The cold gleam vanished into the darkness, the monster's eyes wide with terror in an instant. Its massive body trembled violently like a collapsing mountain, and finally fell with a thud, lifeless. However, in the next moment, the corpse trembled again, the earth cracked open, dust soared into the sky, and the trees shook wildly, as if the world was about to be torn apart. The trembling lasted for a long time and only completely stopped with a loud crash. The monster collapsed heavily to the ground, and silence fell all around. The massive monster fell to the ground with a roar, causing the earth to tremble and dust to shoot up. It lay before everyone like a collapsed mountain, its light extinguished, limbs limp, and not a trace of movement remained. The ferocious face remained, but the murderous intent completely vanished, and those eyes closed forever. The crowd fell into a sudden silence, fear and awe pressing down on everyone's hearts. At that moment, the system notification sounded, announcing that the hidden boss had been defeated and awarding a mysterious treasure chest key. The treasure chest was inside the tall tower at the center of the map, hiding endless riches and a super rare artifact. Cheers erupted instantly, and everyone rushed towards the tower. The tower was cold and ancient, its aura suffocating. The main door was unlocked with a key, and the treasure chest in the center of the hall gleamed brightly. The player at the front just touched the chest when a crisp sound suddenly echoed around. Countless blades and spikes simultaneously sprung from the floor, walls, and ceiling, their cold gleam menacing. This was not a reward at all, but the final deadly trap. Everyone's hearts tightened, but no one stepped back. Some searched for mechanisms, others scouted the path, and some calculated the trigger points, working together with unprecedented coordination. Every step could be fatal, but no one gives up. After a long stalemate, someone finally discovered the crucial flaw. With everyone's combined effort, accompanied by the continuous clicking of mechanisms, the sharp blade gradually retracted. Crisis averted. The player took a deep breath and opened the treasure chest again. The treasure chest suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, illuminating everyone's faces. As the light faded, the chest was filled with rare and precious treasures, their luster enticing. Everyone was stunned at first, then overwhelmed with joy. All the past struggles and sacrifices were worth it at this moment. Before they could rejoice for long, eerie music suddenly played, and strange runes appeared on the walls. "No, it's the last line of defense," someone shouted. No sooner had the words fallen than a massive phantom rose from the treasure chest, clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant axe, with cold eyes. "Those who covet the treasure shall die." Everyone immediately stood ready to fight, melee fighters rushing in to draw aggro, while ranged attackers dealt damage from the back. But the phantom was terrifyingly strong. Each swing of the axe cracked the ground, sending many flying, and the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Just as everyone was about to give up, a usually silent player stepped forward. He took out an item glowing with holy light from his pocket. Runes flowed across it, radiating an imposing aura. This is a sacred relic that specifically counters evil beings. Today, I send you on your way. He charged toward the phantom, instantly activating the sacred relic. A dazzling beam of light shot out straight, firmly locking onto the opponent. The phantom struggled wildly but couldn't escape at all, letting out a piercing scream in the holy light. The dark power quickly disintegrated, and the armor shattered. With the final wail, the phantom completely dissipated. Everyone sighed in relief, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. They quickly packed up the treasure and left this dangerous area. Chu Yan's treasure hunt. Chu Yan, a young adventurer agile in movement, calm in mind, born for treasure. Upon hearing the legend of treasures hidden deep in the secluded valley, Chu Yan set out on the adventure without hesitation. Just entering the valley, ancient trees covered the sky, mist swirled around, vines densely spread underfoot, and jagged rocks lay scattered. The air was filled with a sense of danger. Chu Yan slowed his pace, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a hiss sounded, and a brightly colored venomous snake emerged from the grass, its cold eyes fixed firmly on him. Chu Yan held his breath and slowly drew his dagger. At the moment the snake lunged, he struck swiftly, slitting its throat. The snake collapsed, but he broke into a cold sweat. Continuing deeper, the valley grew increasingly eerie. Ahead appeared a cave shrouded in vines, cold air rushing out. Chu Yan tightened his grip on the dagger and stepped inside. The cave was dim, the walls glittering faintly with crystals, while the sound of bones breaking occasionally came from beneath his feet. Soon, he reached a fork in the path. The left wall was covered with huge claw marks, and a dangerous aura pressed in. Chu Yan decisively chose the right path. Not far ahead, an underground river blocked the way. The water was icy cold and turbulent, with only a few stones to step on. Chu Yan stepped on the stones to cross, when suddenly the undercurrent surged, almost dragging him into the river. He mustered all his strength to leap to the opposite bank, narrowly escaping. Ahead stood a massive stone door carved with ancient runes, silently towering, with mysterious light flowing over it, as if treasure lay just beyond the door. Chu Yan stood before it, danger and opportunity closing in simultaneously. After repeated contemplation, Chu Yan discovered that the runes had to be touched in a specific sequence. He pressed them one by one, and sure enough the stone door trembled and slowly opened. Behind the door was a huge secret chamber, piled with mountains of gold, silver, and jewels. Antiques, paintings, and mysterious artifacts all emitted a radiant glow, captivating the mind. A flash of wild joy appeared in Chu Yan's eyes as he stepped inside, but danger suddenly descended. The walls suddenly shot out dense beams of light, like a laser sealing off the space. Chu Yan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged, only to find the beams relentlessly pursuing him, closing in step by step. He forced himself to calm down, weaving and tumbling at the edge of life and death, dodging while observing. Soon, he noticed the beams were not firing randomly, but followed a fixed rhythm. The opportunity was in the gap before the next round. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, locking onto the rhythm, and at the right moment, suddenly charged forward. Just as the beams were about to hit, Chu Yan suddenly leapt up, stepping on a stone pillar for leverage, narrowly crossing the deadly defense line. He sprinted wildly, dodging obstacles along the way, rushed to the secret room door, forcibly opened it, and leapt out. Behind him, the secret room door slammed shut, sealing the light inside. Chu Yan was covered in a cold sweat, but he couldn't help smiling. With the treasure in hand, he was about to leave when suddenly a group of figures in black robes appeared outside the door, their aura icy cold. "Hand over the treasure," the leader said coldly. Chu Yan sneered in response. "I worked hard to get it, so why should I give it to you?" Before his words fell, the other party struck directly. Chu Yan retreated while fighting, deliberately pretending to be overpowered, and turned to flee back to the ancient building. The man in the black robe pursued relentlessly. Just as he was about to reach the secret chamber, he suddenly turned around and threw the treasure. Everyone instinctively reached to grab it, but Chu Yan had already rushed to the mechanism and suddenly activated it. A dazzling light burst out again, weaving into a net that tightly trapped the man in the black robe. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. Chu Yan reclaimed the treasure and said calmly, "I can break this trap once, so I can use it a second time, but you can't." He finished speaking and turned to leave, leaving behind only the trapped man in the black robe and the angry roars echoing through the ancient building. Roars and curses exploded behind him, but they couldn't make Chu Yan stop. Without looking back, he steadily walked into the darkness, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Quickly, Chu Yan's figure was swallowed by darkness, leaving only the trapped mysterious person frantically struggling but unable to escape no matter what. The once quiet place was in complete disarray, as if it had just been ransacked. Chu Yin left the area and stood in front of the teleportation array. Just as he was about to step in, the runes at his feet suddenly lit up, rapidly spreading and blocking his way. Chu Yin realized that this was the final barrier. He lowered his head to decipher the runes when footsteps came from behind. A little girl NPC appeared with a smile and said that if he solved the puzzle, he would receive a hidden reward. Chu Yin stopped being distracted and, following the pattern, quickly unlocked the mechanism. The little girl clapped her hands and handed him a glowing box. Inside the box was a gem that could enhance all attributes. Chu Yin stepped into the teleportation array and successfully left the dungeon. Chu Yin appeared in the main city, immediately attracting countless gazes. He was about to head to the trading house when a system message popped up. The server-wide arena competition had begun, with extremely high rewards for the champion. Chu Yin decisively signed up. He easily passed the preliminaries but encountered a sneak attack expert in the semifinals. Chu Yin remained steady and seized the opponent's defensive flaw, launching a counterattack that secured his victory. The finals arrived, and his opponent was recognized as the top expert on the server. Chu Yin did not back down and stepped onto the arena. At the referee's command, the battle erupted instantly. The two figures clashed, skills exploding, light bursting. Every strike was filled with deadly intent. The match reached a heated climax, with neither side willing to back down. At the critical moment, Chu Yin suddenly recalled those moments when he was forced into a dead end in the dungeon. Those nearly fatal levels and powerful enemies had now become his breakthrough to turn the tables. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he immediately changed his moves, launching a brand new combo. The moves were fast, fierce, and precise, overwhelming like a torrential rain. The opponent had never seen this style before and was thrown off rhythm on the spot. Chu Yan's figure weaved swiftly, his attacks continuous and unrelenting. The opponent scrambled to respond, exposing frequent weaknesses. Chu Yan seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive killing move straight to the vital point, cleanly and decisively ending the match. The entire venue erupted instantly. Chu Yan proudly ascended the podium, the cheers deafening. All eyes focused on him. He had become the new center of attention. The prize money was substantial, but more importantly, this battle immortalized him. That sense of achievement from fighting his way out of a desperate situation completely addicted him. Along the way, he endured countless hardships. It was precisely these trials that propelled him to his current height, and he knew clearly that this was only the beginning. After receiving the prize money, he did not squander it, but decided to forge a legendary weapon of his own. Carrying the rare materials, he searched everywhere and finally found a reclusive blacksmith in a remote corner. Upon seeing the materials, the blacksmith agreed to help immediately. While waiting, Chu Yin continued honing his skills, studying tactics, and even explored hidden maps, constantly raising the stakes for himself. A few days later, the divine weapon was completed. The moment Chu Yin grasped the weapon, a fierce power surged into his body, as if his entire being had been reignited. He didn't hesitate and headed straight for the most dangerous high-level dungeon. The monsters there were fierce, the traps deadly, and countless players had met their end within. But this time, Chu Yin was no longer the person who had been driven to the brink. The moment he stepped into the dungeon, his gaze was cold and sharp, and the intent to kill had already arisen. He wielded the divine weapon, its light dazzling, each strike like thunder crashing down. The monsters that once gave players headaches fell in waves before him. Chu Yin weaved through the crowd of monsters, avoiding traps, with blood raining wherever he passed. After a fierce battle, he stood before the final boss. The giant beast was fierce and terrifying, its presence suffocating. Yet Chu Yin showed no retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. He raised the divine weapon and struck down with full force, shaking heaven and earth, a thunderous roar exploding. In the intense fight, he pushed his strength to the limit and finally slayed the boss. The giant beast collapsed, rare items scattered all over the ground, and massive experience flowed into his body. For the first time, Chu Yin truly felt the thrill of being strong. But he understood this was not the peak. The road ahead was more dangerous and difficult. Without hesitation, He set higher goals and stepped forward with firmer resolve. He pushed open the ancient door, and the dazzling light swallowed him. When he opened his eyes again, it was already a strange world. In the dark and damp forest, mist hung thick, and the trees twisted like ghostly faces. Chu Yin gripped his long sword tightly and moved forward slowly. Suddenly, a breaking sound came from overhead. He stepped back quickly as a giant bat swooped past, its fangs dripping with green liquid. Chu Yin drew his sword, and the blade glowed blue. The bat dived down. He dodged to the side and slashed out with his sword. The sword energy struck the wing. The bat let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the ground suddenly shook. Countless vines burst from the earth, writhing toward him like venomous snakes. Chu Yin sensed the situation was unfavorable and immediately used his agility to swiftly weave through the vines. He locked onto the thickest vine, infused his sword with spiritual power, and struck down with a single slash. With a crack, the vine snapped, green sap splattered. But the vines around surged more and more, completely sealing off any retreat. His heart sank, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. Chu Yin channeled all his spiritual power into the blade and shouted, "Break!" The sword light suddenly exploded, a brilliant glow sweeping across the surroundings, instantly burning the vines to ashes. After breaking free from the entanglement, he continued deeper into the forest. The fog grew thicker, making it almost impossible to see the path ahead. Suddenly, a killing intent approached from behind. He swung his sword backward, and with a loud clang, the blade was firmly blocked by a massive shield, sparks flying everywhere. A humanoid monster emerged from the fog, covered in black scales, holding a giant shield in its left hand and a battle axe in its right. The monster roared angrily and brought the battle axe crashing down. Chu Yin raised his sword to block, his arm tingling from the impact, and retreated several steps. Brute force leads to certain defeat. Chu Yin retreated while observing. After several exchanges, he noticed that every time the monster swung its axe, a weakness appeared on its left side. The next time the monster swung its weapon fiercely, he deliberately delayed by a beat, provoking the opponent to strike with full force. The battle axe came down, and the moment it fell, Chu Yin dodged sideways, closed in on the left side, and thrust his sword straight forward. The long sword plunged into the body, black blood spurting out. The monster let out a miserable roar, struggling. Chu Yin twisted with force and quickly withdrew the sword. The monster wavered a few times and then crashed to the ground. The series of fierce battles had nearly drained him of strength, but he dared not linger. He simply took a brief breath to recover and continued forward. After leaving the forest, a cold, gloomy castle appeared before him. The walls were covered in moss, the main door tightly shut, emanating a strange aura. Strange symbols were carved on the door, which he studied for a long time but could not understand. While he was puzzled, the door slowly opened by itself, and a strong force suddenly pulled him inside. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a vast hall. Rows of massive statues stood around him, their gazes seemingly fixed on him. The next second, the statues all moved simultaneously. The statues all leapt down from their pedestals, directly charging at Chu Yin. His heart tightened, and he immediately prepared to fight back. These guys had incredible strength and worked in tight coordination, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, facing countless dangers. During the fierce battle, he discovered that although the statue was fierce, its movements were slow. Seizing the openings, he used his agility to weave through the gaps, targeting the joints. After repeatedly engaging in close combat, the statue cracked one after another, and finally all fell down. A white light lit up at the end. Chu Yin approached and saw a huge crystal ball. As soon as he got close, a burst of intense light erupted, engulfing him. His inner spiritual power surged dramatically, and his perception of the power of heaven and earth became clear and profound. Fully immersed, a voice sounded in his mind. "Trial passed. Leave with your gains." As the words fell, the scene shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he was back at the entrance. Chu Yin stood at the door, silent for a long time. That tightly closed door seemed to separate two worlds, sealing away the life and death moments just now. Looking back on this journey, every step was fraught with danger. The maze hid deadly traps, and the monsters were extraordinarily fierce. Every battle was a fight for survival. But it was precisely these desperate situations that brought out his potential. After several narrow escapes from death, he learned to stay calm and use the environment to counter strong enemies. He also mastered new magical techniques, greatly increasing his strength. He was no longer a newcomer entering the secret realm for the first time. But this world was bigger and more dangerous. The road ahead was unpredictable, yet he did not hesitate and was ready to keep forging ahead. The tomb's secret realm was mysterious and ancient, with surging spiritual power and layers upon layers of traps and formations, like a sleeping civilization waiting for a true strong warrior to uncover it. Chu Yin clenched the short knife tightly, the handle soaked with cold sweat. In front of him was a 3-zhang-tall bronze door, covered with fierce Taotai patterns. The eternal lamp in the door crack flickered, stretching his shadow thin and twisted, sticking to the wall like a ghost. Could it be the 28 constellations formation? He whispered, crouching down and tracing the tortoise shell-like patterns on the ground with his fingertips. Suddenly, a dull mechanical sound echoed through the corridor. Sand seeped from the stone walls on both sides, quickly rising past his ankles. 3 yellow talismans flew out from his sleeves, forming a formation in midair. He bit his fingertip to draw a curse. The blood talisman collided with the yellow talisman, and golden light exploded. Sun position break. The short blade chopped towards the northeast blue brick, sand swirling back, revealing a faintly blue teleportation array on the ground. The bronze door thunderously burst open, and 12 puppets broke through the wall. They were entirely jade green, with purple flames burning in their eyes, and their joints glowed with amethyst. Chu Yin sidestepped the bronze halberd and stabbed the puppet's nape with his blade, only to hear the clash of metal. His life gate has been altered? His heart sank as he flipped over and leapt onto the chains. The puppet rapidly changed its formation, weapons intertwining into a net. Leading the group, the figure's chest lit up with a blood-red array pattern. It was the Lost 9 Palaces' soul-seizing formation. 7 purple talismans spun fiercely around him, forming the Big Dipper pattern, tightly locking him in place. Chu Yin wiped the blade, blood spreading along the veins. Tian Shu, Tanling, Kaiyong, Wushu, Pajun slash. The blood-colored blade light sliced straight through the formation's core. With a loud crash, the formation shattered. The puppet's movements froze, the amethyst crystal flickering wildly before shattering repeatedly. Fragments scattered, bronze debris strewn all over the ground. The grand hall fell into dead silence. Suddenly, a deep sound of gears meshing echoed from the depths. Amidst the roaring, 81 massive bronze mirrors rose from the ground, their surfaces bright and clear like water, fracturing everything they reflected into fragments. Chu Yan's figure was continuously refracted, blinking into thousands of clones, some standing, some fighting, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. He looked at the bronze key floating at the center of the mirror array and sneered coldly. A test? Is this it? The moment his fingertip touched the key, all the bronze mirrors shook simultaneously. The illusions within the mirrors suddenly moved, each forming hand seals, spiritual energy bouncing back and forth across the mirror surfaces, weaving a deadly net of light. Just as Chu Yin stepped forward, a purple crystal beam grazed his scalp. He flicked out the frost talisman, but it melted into molten iron on the mirror's surface. A chill sank into his heart. This was no illusion. A blade of light swept across. He rolled to avoid it, but the jade pendant at his waist suddenly heated up fiercely, and the purple crystals on the mirror frames seemed to come alive, flickering wildly. Chu Yin suddenly sheathed his knife, letting the mirror's light pierce through his left shoulder. The moment the fresh blood hit the ground, he scratched with 2 fingers, and the blood droplets transformed into chains that wrapped around the bronze mirror. As the incantation fell, the main mirror shattered, and a Jiao Xiao rune appeared floating in the air. Amethyst stones flew up, forming a 7 stars pattern on the ceiling. Just as Chu Yin reached for the key, crystal chains erupted from the ground, each collision devouring his spiritual power. The shattered crystals quickly reassembled, turning into a rain of arrows pressing down on him. He caught sight of a half-piece of mermaid scale sealed within a piece of amethyst, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Chu Yin cut his palm, smearing blood on the blade. The short knife emitted a dragon's roar. Stepping on the chains, he charged into the Seven Stars formation and slashed down. The amethyst exploded, but the splattered liquid was a deep blue with a fishy smell. The last piece of amethyst fell to the ground, and the mirror hall began to collapse. Chu Yin grasped the bronze key, but amethyst shards stabbed into his fingertips, and his blood was instantly consumed. The woman's piercing song echoed in his ears as he saw the mermaid girl locked in the coral cage. The screen froze on his blood-stained left hand, where a totem identical to the amethyst spear appeared. The moment the bronze key drank the blood, the world before Chu Yin suddenly collapsed. The sea breeze hit his face, coral beneath his feet, and he unexpectedly fell into the deep sea. Countless amethysts floated in the dark blue water, each sealing the remnants of mermaid souls, their cries piercing through his consciousness. 12 water tornadoes suddenly formed, and the ghostly mermaid warriors clad in amethyst armor charged out. As Chu Yin began to channel his spiritual power, he sensed something was wrong. The surrounding amethysts were frantically devouring spiritual energy. The first ghost lunged with a spear, the trident grazed his neck, and he caught sight of the runes on its throat armor, identical to those on the bronze key. He blocked with a short knife, bloodlight flashing along the blade, forcing the ghost to retreat. Blood sacrifice? Chu Yin threw out black talisman to form an array, but the paper quickly faded, and the situation spiraled out of control. The ghost suddenly halted, and all knelt facing east. A purple crystal throne rose in the chasm, and a mermaid girl with a severed tail bound by chains. She was the same figure from the illusion. Her voice exploded in the sea of consciousness, the amethyst on the chains spreading wildly. Before she finished speaking, the nine-headed Shangliu beneath the throne surged violently, amethyst-poisoned stingers raining down. Chu Yin stepped onto the stingers, bit his tongue to summon the dragon's name with blood. Shangliu howled in pain, its scales shattering, and he took the opportunity to stab its pupil with a knife. Blue blood turned to mist. The mermaid girl screamed sharply. The chains all broke. The mine collapsed, revealing piles of corpses. All the dead simultaneously pierced their own hearts with spears. Quick, catch the tear of the sea god. The girl transformed into flowing light, drilling into Chu Yan's brow. He instinctively caught the falling forehead scale. The amethyst core flying out from Shangliu's corpse collided with the forehead scale. A blinding light exploded, and ancient memories surged forth. On the altar in the heavy rain, 12 merman elders stabbed the amethyst dagger into the girl's tail fin, chanting spells to refine the merman tears, causing the seabed to tremble. The final scene was her being locked onto the throne, teardrops condensing into a bronze key, which fell into Chu Yan's hand. With the sea god's tears in hand, the entire sea area went berserk. The amethyst veins surged, crystal spikes burst forth, the space completely crystallized, and teleportation talismans repeatedly failed. Use my tears, the girl urged in the divine consciousness. Chu Yin pressed the sea god's tears onto his forehead and saw from the depths of the vein thousands upon thousands of crystallized merman vengeful spirits crawling out. The dagger vibrated with a roar. The gluttonous beast pattern opened its eyes. Chu Yin cut his palm to consecrate the blade, slashing open the amethyst wall. Behind the crack was the collapsing mirror hall. 12 merman priests teleported over, the Shangliu head on the scepter roaring loudly, runes turning into crystal chains to block the path. Chu Yin threw out the bronze key to slow down the pursuit, but heard the chief priest growl. In the name of Guishu, sacrifice. The secret realm collapsed. Before the fissure closed, Chu Yin clearly saw the face covered in crystal clusters, which closely resembled the Taotai pattern on the bronze door. He crashed heavily onto the ruins of the mirror hall, purple crystal sand seeping out of the cracks, frantically devouring the surroundings. Chu Yin spat out blood mixed with crystal powder, the totem on his left arm spreading to his chest, his blood vessels stirring like magma. Tears of the sea god flew out, the forehead scales pressing down uncontrollably, yet revealing the title's secret language of the merfolk's plea for help. 300 miles east, Siebe. Before he finished speaking, a half-crystallized rat crawled out of the crystal cluster, its purple eyes fierce. Night fell, and Chuyin stood alone on the tide-watching rock at Siebe. The sea breeze was salty and fishy, mixed with the stench of rot. The fishing village, once brightly lit, was now as silent as death. Chu Yin lit a spiritual fire, illuminating the fishing nets piled like mountains on the dock. The fish and shrimp on the nets were all crystallized, with purple crystal tumors growing in their gills. They're spreading faster than the seabed. He crushed a crystal tumor, and inside was wrapped a piece of an undigested human finger. Suddenly, a cold breath brushed against the back of his neck. He turned and slashed with a knife, but was firmly held back by a crystallized arm. It was a fisherman, with purple crystals flowing from his 7 orifices and clusters of crystals swelling below his neck. Spider-like crystal spikes grew from his back, skewering 3 corpses in front of him as a shield. Hungry, he squeezed a strange sound out of his throat, the crystal spikes piercing straight into Chu Yan's eyes. The blade cut through the crystal spikes, producing a harsh, crisp sound. What sprayed out from the broken ends was not blood, but thick purple mist. Chu Yan retreated, his left hand's totem suddenly burning. The power of the glutton lost control, and he actually grabbed the purple mist and stuffed it into his mouth. Spiritual power exploded, his pupils turning into scarlet vertical slits. The purple crystals inside the fisherman were forcibly extracted, condensing in the air into a phantom of Shangliu. He instinctively bit into the vital point of the phantom, tasting the deep-sea resentment as he tore. The last wisp of purple mist entered his body, and the fisherman collapsed, revealing half a bronze talisman on his chest. The talisman was covered with moss, but the 3 characters, Xianming Island, were still clearly visible. He parted his clothes, and more talismans fell out. The dead were all miners who had gone to sea half a month ago. The sea god's tear suddenly hummed. Chu Yin looked up towards the sea surface. In the dense fog, a ship covered in amethyst slowly emerged. The sails hung with crystal chains, strung with hundreds of human heads, each crowned with a crystal flower. 12 crystallized tentacles extended from the side of the ship, with miner heads embedded at their ends. They chanted in unison in the dragon tongue. Gate of the devouring ruins, open. The bronze key in Chu Yan's arms trembled wildly. 9 crystal pillars rose from the sea, resembling enlarged amethyst stones. The gluttonous bloodlines surged within him, and he suddenly saw clearly. Blood flowed inside each tentacle, blood that was his own. The blood sucked away from the seabed that day has now become the medium connecting to the mother body. So it turns out I'm the medicine guide. He sneered. 7 black talismans whirled around him. He cut his wrist and drew blood talismans, letting the power of the glutton break through his reason. Want blood? I'll give you all you want. Crystal spikes burst out on the ghost ship's deck as he stepped on them and leapt onto the main mast. A heavy heartbeat echoed from deep within the ship's belly. It was a 3-zhang-tall amethyst heart, its surface showing the faces of the 12 elders. Each beat sent crystal eggs shooting through the blood vessels toward the shore. Found you. He stuck the knife into the mast to steady himself, pressing his left hand over his heart. The gluttonous patterns spread along the crystal veins, vying for control with the elder's face. The tears of the sea gods suddenly burst into light, revealing the core of the heart, a remnant soul of a mermaid girl, dragged toward the abyss by purple crystal chains. 9 shadowy heads of a Shangliu burst forth from the crystal veins. Chu Yin maneuvered and slashed in the cramped space, the blade light wildly intertwining with the shadows. With each strike that severed a snake head, the miner's memories poured into Chu Yan's consciousness. On the stormy night, the elder knelt before the crystal steel, the crystal blade that vivisected the mermaid to extract tears, the amethyst egg embedded in the back of the neck, finally settling on the crystal steel altar beneath Xianming Island. The inscription contained only one sentence, yet it chilled his blood. With the blood of the gluttonous beast, open the gate to the realm of the dead. With the serpent heads completely destroyed, Chu Yin pressed the sea god's tears into the crack in his heart. The young girl's fragmented soul broke free from the chains, her crystalline heart collapsing. He held her as they leapt into the raging waves. Behind them, a purple crystal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The ghost ship was shattered, each fragment reflecting the coordinates of Xianming Island. And he already knew that it was just a fake altar. Inside the yin-yang refining furnace, the sea god's tear floated, its eerie blue light illuminating the entire iron workshop. The old blacksmith touched the furnace with his dark iron prosthetic limb, and the roar of the dragon shook the ears. The life scales of the Shark People royal family are worth 3 years of my own life. He turned the sky-gazing mirror. Pour everything you snatched in. Bronze keys, Shangliu crystal cores, and scepter fragments poured out, and the furnace fire turned a blue-purple hue. The old blacksmith smashed the wine jar, and the wine turned into a talisman, using blood as the medium. A short knife cut open Chu Yan's palm, the blood consumed by the furnace fire, the gluttonous pattern emerging. The tears of the sea god melted, enveloping all things into a glowing embryo, the dragon's shadow moving. Not enough yet. The old blacksmith tore open his chest, gouged out the amethyst furnace core, and threw it into the fire. Purple mist engulfed the forge, a storm tore off the roof, and the spectral image of an ancient battlefield appeared. Dragon corpses and the remains of gluttons piled into a mountain, and the resentment condensed into a pitch-black blade blank. After the light dispersed, the straight sword hung in midair. The 3-foot blade was a deep blue, with purple crystal star sand flowing through it, and the sword guard shaped like the 9 heads of Shangliu. The bones of a Taotai form the spine, the dragon's soul forms the essence, and the purple crystal forms the veins. The old blacksmith's prosthetic limb crystallized. Hold it, and you hold calamity. The moment Chu Yin made contact, he fell into an illusion. He was pierced through the heart by this blade, and opposite him was a person wearing a bronze mask. In the sea of blood, the 9 gates of the returned void simultaneously resonated. The old blacksmith suddenly spat out crystalline powder, and a purple crystal insect burst out of his body. The debt of Xianming Island. It's time to pay it back. As the words fell, the person turned into crystals, scattering at the slightest breeze. Inside the sheath, a map of the sea appeared, with blood seeping from the coordinates of Xianming Island. Chu Yin caressed the blade, the crimson right eye reflected in the edge. The erosion of the amethyst matrix is beginning. Sir, want to buy some news? A dwarf wearing a mask with a laughing, crying face emerged from the shadow at the alley entrance, 12 amethysts embedded in his life chart. He chuckled lowly. What the Xianming Island mine spits out isn't lava, but biting amethyst. With a flick of his cloak, a half-crystallized crow spoke. 300 boys and girls have been taken to the southern altar of the island. The leader wears a bronze Taotai mask. The voice was exactly the same as the mysterious person in the illusion. The coastal reefs of Xianming Island were covered with crystal clusters. Chu Yin waded through the waves, and the long Tao blade suddenly trembled. The blade pierced into the reef, causing the amethyst crystals to disperse, revealing a bronze corridor. A merman oil lamp ignited on its own, illuminating the crystallized miners kneeling on both sides, all with purple crystal eggs bulging at the nape of their necks. "Help me!" A faint cry came from deep inside the mine. A semi-crystallized girl collapsed to the ground. Her left eye turned to crystal, and her right hand tightly gripped a jade bracelet. "The altar! The children are at." Before she could finish, the girl exploded into crystal dust. The jade bracelet projected an image. The 300 children were chained together, marching toward the core of the earth. The boy at the end of the line looked back, his pupils showing the Taotai pattern, resonating with Chu Yan's bloodline. The mine shaft was sealed, the crystal walls closing in. Chu Yan swung his knife, but was blocked. The dragon devourer blade roared like a dragon, illuminating the dark passage. 3 crystal-armored pangolins burst through the wall, rolling like blades. They launched an assault, their crystal scales shattering, and the ferocious beasts turned into mummified corpses. Dragon resentment surged violently, and the 9 abyss went out of control. The shadow of Shangliu shredded the mine tunnel, triggering a crystal explosion. As he fell, Chu Yin saw a massive amethyst pillar piercing the earth's core, its surface bearing the anguished faces of 300 children. "Grab him!" Silver threads wrapped around his wrist, and a black-clad woman pulled him away. Blood seeped through the dragon-patterned veil covering her face. I'm a survivor from the last batch of sacrifices. If you want to live, follow me. Her name was Li Zhu, the talisman chain suppressing crystallization. At the end of the secret passage was the black market built into the crystal vein. She whispered, "Crystal core for intelligence." The one-eyed merchant tapped on the crystal cabinet, inside which floated soul-stabilizing jade, boundary-breaking shuttles, and fragments of the Gue Su Chronicles. Li Zhu suddenly lifted the dark curtain, revealing over 100 bronze Taotai masks neatly arranged. Every 3 years, the envoy who delivers the sacrifice wears this. This year, there are 30 more living corpses. Chu Yin picked up a mask, the inside engraved with his birth date and time, a chill shooting down his spine. Intelligence about the altar surfaced one by one. Amethyst mutation, sacrifice countdown, coexistence of the resistance, and black market. The core altar seethed and twisted. 300 children floated beside the amethyst pillar, their blood flowing into the earth's core. Chu Yin gripped the dragon Taotai blade tightly, watching the priest chanting at the end of the chain as the gate of Gue Su gradually took shape. The high priest removed his mask, his face extremely similar to his. The amethyst heart pumped out black blood, solidifying into the birth date. "Brother, you have been avoiding this fate for 20 years. Memories exploded. Twins, the bronze box, the blood pool, mother's tears, transforming into the original soul-calming jade. You should have been the one to fill the formation back then." The elder brother waved his hand, chains attacking, each link engraved with Chu Yan's birth date. Children screamed in unison, their pupils turning into Taotai patterns. Li Zhu wrapped silver threads around the chains, tearing the talisman chains apart, crystallizing his arm to expose it. "Take them away. I can only hold on for 10 breaths." Chu Yin leapt toward the amethyst pillar, cleaving through the crystal layers with a single strike. But this drew out countless crystal snakes that burrowed into the children's bodies, turning them into crystal puppets. His elder brother sneered coldly, gripping his heart from a distance. "Father fed the sect with your half-bodied essence blood. Now, it's time to repay." He suddenly tore open his clothes, plunging the amethyst hard into the ley line, laughing madly, saying this is the true gluttony. The earth rumbled, and the amethyst pillar shattered instantly. Crawling out from the fragments was a monster that was half dragon and half gluttonous beast, with countless crystallized tentacles extending from its abdomen, each hanging a bronze box. Chu Yin spat out blood mixed with crystal powder, finally realizing that he was also a sacrifice. The dragon glutton blade suddenly flew up and pierced the monster's brow. Memories surged like a flood. He saw himself as a baby thrown into a pool of blood, merging with the lingering soul of a gluttonous beast. His elder brother personally dug out his heart to forge the amethyst core. Those boxes contained all the abandoned twins. The monster's tentacles pierced his limbs, suspending him in midair. His elder brother stepped down the crystal stairs, intending to use him to open the gate of ruin. Before the words were finished, the dragon glutton blade burst through the monster's body from behind. Chu Yan's wound erupted with golden-red flames, roaring with the name Tun Tian. Lava surged into the sky. The straight blade transformed into a 7-foot giant blade, with scarlet dragon eyes opening on the blade. Dragon scales covered his body. He tore open his elder brother's chest with one claw, pulling out a purple crystal heart. He crushed the heart, and the gate of return devoured the spellcaster in return. The elder brother disintegrated amidst screams, and all the blood of the sacrificed children flowed back into their bodies. Li Zhu threw out the remaining scroll with his last strength, revealing that the twin sacrifice was just a deception. The sky-swallowing blade can tear through space, but will consume his emotions. Xianming Island sank. Purple crystals scattered. The continent's monsters ran amok, and Sky City appeared. Above the tsunami, Chu Yin held the gradually transparent Li Zhu. She transformed into stardust, telling him that Sky City might be able to stop the Gue Su. 3 days later, Sky City hung suspended in the clouds. 9 mountain-sized heads of the gluttonous beasts fell, each with a bronze box embedded in the forehead. The sky-eating blade emitted a piercing warning sound. A greater war has already begun. A mechanical female voice suddenly sounded, and a translucent light screen popped up before Chu Yan's eyes, the seventh-generation gatekeeper of Tianji Pavilion, requesting to bind the Godslayer authority. He instinctively touched it, and an escort beam immediately descended from the bottom of Sky City. Soaring through the clouds, the intense light stabbed his eyes, making them unable to open. Bronze puppets held laser halberds on patrol, spirit energy flames spewed from hovering boats, and a massive bagua array suspended a quantum mainframe at its center, like the heart of a god. Welcome to the last sanctuary of humanity. The mechanical female voice transformed into a girl in a qipao, with half a soul-soothing jade embedded in her chest. 3,000 years ago, we used your genes to create an anti-crystallization vaccine, but unfortunately, it failed. She unfolded a holographic image, showing the world engulfed by amethyst. Ding! The sky-swallowing blade shattered the swarming nanobots. Chu Yin burst through the wall, and 12 cyber cultivators appeared, mechanical arms gripping amethyst magical instruments. Eliminate the source of contamination. The torrent of data clashed head-on with the savage force. Chu Yin leapt onto the top of the formation, slashing a blade toward the formation's core, causing the entire Sky City to tilt instantly. The combined formation was forcefully dismantled, and what flowed from the wreckage was not machine oil, but bloodied flesh. They used living people to forge puppets. He lifted his helmet, revealing a cultivator who had gone missing on the ancient battlefield. The image of the Chong Sam-wearing girl distorted. Warning, the core database has been infiltrated by the gluttonous beast's consciousness. Countless flesh tendrils extended from the bottom of the Sky City, each ending with a bronze box. Their rhythm was identical to the creatures at the core of Xianming Island. The Devourer blade activated World Devour. A black hole opened, and he saw the truth. The gate of return to the void is not a gate. It is the slumbering essence of the gluttonous beast. The amethyst is its scale, and the ritual is merely the awakening ceremony. The world of the ancient gods ends. A new dungeon begins. Clang. Chu Yin walked into the hospital clutching a blood-stained diagnosis report, the electronic clock striking midnight. Cold lights covered the floor tiles, and the disinfectant carried a metallic scent. On the duty roster, the names of all the doctors were blacked out. Room 207. The red string on his wrist suddenly tightened, and he pressed on the bruise. Aunt Zhang from the dormitory really was suspicious. The sound of iron chains dragging echoed from the end of the corridor, and a twisted figure flashed past the corner. Chu Yin stopped. Outside the glass curtain wall, bloody handprints spread wildly, finally forming 5 characters. Don't look back. The blood test window creaked open, and a blue-gray arm reached out, covered in corpse spots, clutching a blood collection tube. Tiny words were densely written all over the skin. He leaned in for a closer look. It was the anonymous tip-off letter he had written 3 years ago. Mr. Chu. Sticky laughter came from the nurse's station, and a woman in a pink uniform leaned forward. Director Duan has been waiting for you for a long time. The lights suddenly went out, and then came back on, and the name tag on the nurse's chest flashed in the sparks. Zhang Chuyan, deactivated. Chu Yan's heart sank. This was the name of the corpse found in pieces 3 months ago. Tick. Blood dripped from the ceiling, seeping into countless crying faces. Nurse Zhang grinned with gums as dark as black holes, pushing the cart to burst into the examination room. The man in the white coat sat with his back turned, white bone protruding from the back of his neck, wires wrapped around his wrists. A copy of Fundamentals of Psychology crashed onto the table, X-rays scattering. Chu Yin immediately recognized the deformed skull as belonging to his sister Chu Ningning, who had been missing for years. Begin psychological assessment. Dr. Duan turned around, his face devoid of features, only countless small mouths. The fire from 12 years ago. The consultation room trembled, and the handwriting in the medical records rearranged itself. Behind Dr. Duan's white coat, a child's drawing appeared, dated exactly the day his sister disappeared. The wall transformed into an old TV screen. In the image, young Chu Yin hid in the wardrobe, watching his father enter the master bedroom holding a syringe, trailing a chain of blood on the floor. You must answer. Dr. Duan's throat rattled as 7 phalanges were neatly lined up in the drawer. or you will be stuck here forever." A loud explosion shattered the silence, and the stench of blood rushed in. Chu Yan's shadow distorted, crawling with red veins. He clenched the half-jade pendant in his pocket as blood-written words appeared. "Go to the fifth-floor delivery room to find the files." The entire building flipped into a specimen pool. Before plunging into the formalin, he saw Dr. Duan bearing fangs. "Lying child, you must be punished." Chu Yan opened his eyes at the bottom of the pool, his temples pressed against electrodes. Placental fragments brushed his cheek, and the pool walls were covered with baby scratch marks. The label swayed, "Maternal sample number 07." A vortex suddenly formed on the water's surface, and a swollen human face abruptly emerged. A hand covered in fetal membrane clutched Chu Yan's ankle. As he struggled, he touched a stainless steel ring inside the other's abdomen, the same model of contraceptive device found at his sister's disappearance scene. The iron mesh shattered, and Chu Yan fell into the ventilation duct. Below, on the operating table, a schoolgirl in uniform was locked automatically by restraint straps. The dark red knot at her ankle caught his eye, and the jade pendant in Chu Yan's pocket suddenly heated up. He took advantage of the device contracting and wedged the jade pendant into the hydraulic gap. Grease splattered, mixed with hair, and only then did he realize that the so-called instrument was actually woven from human hair. The sound of claws scraping approached. Chu Yan carried the girl on his back and rushed into the dressing room. Thousands of placental specimens soaked in glass jars, each embedded with numbered metal tags. The specimen at the front burst open, the rope knot pattern exactly matching the girl's neck. Chu Yan pried open the secret compartment, and prenatal examination files spilled out. A B ultrasound image suddenly caught fire, the burnt edges revealing the older sister's student ID number. On the back, a surveillance screenshot showed a woman in a white coat clutching a baby as she rushed toward the incinerator. Her face was shockingly covered with Dr. Duan's scar. The girl moaned as the rope knot oozed blood. Chu Yan cut open the knot and gouged out 7 malformed milk teeth, a number exactly matching the finger bones in the clinic. The low temperature in the morgue slows down the onset of poisoning, but livor mortis has already appeared on the girl's calf. Baby teeth are embedded in the model. The specimen wall flips over, the X-ray reveals a nautical chart, and the skull mark flashes with GPS pulses. The building suddenly tilts, specimen bottles shatter, and entangled corpses emerge from the blue liquid. The sonar in the corpse's hand activates, and the moonlight outlines the depth contours. Chu Yan kicks over the bone cart. 3 hip bones form a positioning triangle, and the secret door opens accordingly. The secret room is filled with rotten wood crates. The box labeled dental supplies is full of teeth inlaid with gold thread. One of them is engraved with the eagle-shaped steel seal of the father's company. The moonlight turns blood red. Inside the refrigerated cabinet are neatly stacked bones the size of knuckles, each engraved with the names of the missing. On the bottom layer, Chu Ningning's children's medical insurance card is conspicuously pressed beneath. Chu Yan touched the rib specimen engraved with his own name, and a sudden memory exploded in his mind. At 6 years old, he was pinned down on the operating table, and his sister in a hospital gown held an electric shock device. Her chest badge read in turn Dr. Chu Ningning. The bronze door of the confessional looked like it was growing nerves. He slid his sister's health insurance card into the lock, and all the corridor lights instantly blew out. A tearing sound came from inside the door, the incubation tank overturned, and purple-red slime spilled all over the floor. Dr. Duan's body slowly dissolved, and piles of papers filled with lies sprayed out from his eye sockets. Chu Yan lifted the human experiment file, and the paper suddenly ignited, revealing a holographic image of his sister in the ashes. She said that her clone was the one her parents burned. The real her has been working on improving the memory-erasing drug. Chu Yan smashed the embryo pod, and the entire building began to collapse. He grabbed a USB drive out of the slime and rushed into the fire. Behind him, the advertisement screen lit up, promoting Xinjianing oral liquid, which helps children forget their pain. In the laboratory, his breath fogged up inside the mask. Uncle Lao Zhang huddled on the corridor bench, clutching tightly to the bottle of pale red medicine. The watch alarmed for the 7th time. He stared at the blood test report. The hemolysis value was abnormal. His last shred of luck was completely gone. The footsteps of the early morning approached, and he hid in the fire escape. Two black Land Rovers were parked in the shadows downstairs, the red dot of the surveillance camera slowly rotating. He recalled the man wearing a cleaning uniform seen on the surveillance, as well as those retired workers who received mysterious payments. The second basement level was right below his feet. The baton suddenly swung down, and he ducked to avoid it. 7 security guards in black attacked from front and back, and he drew out hemostatic forceps to counterattack. The burly man at the front was pierced by a needle, and plasma flowed down the stairs. Chu Yin asked him coldly, "Does being allergic to digitalis make you feel better?" The director's roar came through the walkie-talkie, ordering them to capture him alive in the elevator shaft. The dark red emergency lights suddenly went out completely. The backup power had just kicked in, and the intern access card on Chu Yan's chest flashed a green light. A sharp scraping sound came from the ventilation duct. He climbed up the fire escape ladder. Moonlight shone on the "No Unauthorized Personnel" sign, casting a cold, bluish hue. When the electronic lock failed for the third time, the blast-proof door slid open on its own. Under the operating light, 30 dispensing machines ran simultaneously. Chu Yin was stunned. The liquid in the filling line was not amber but a viscous dark brown, and each bottle's batch number matched Uncle Lao Zhang's exactly. Surprised, Director Lin sat in a wheelchair, playing with the pacemaker remote control in his hand. 60% of beta blockers across the city have been out of stock for 3 months. These elderly patients' hearts can't wait. As soon as Chu Yin touched the voice recorder, the glass of the incubator suddenly shattered. Strange mold spores swirled in the air, and a syringe rolled out, with "powerful thrombin" written on it. Director Li's voice came from the monitor. "The CDC mistook palpitations for a new type of pneumonia, and our oral liquid orders have increased 9-fold. Alarms sounded, and the screen popped up with formula uploaded. Chu Yin smashed a fire hydrant, and amidst the water mist came the sound of 2 gunshots. He crawled into the ventilation duct, his phone illuminating a photo. Uncle Zhang took a phlegm with blood streaks. The patient in emergency bed 33 half an hour ago already had phlegm as black as asphalt. Noise came from the end of the pipeline. He turned off the flashlight. 2 points of red light appeared in the darkness, not indicator lights, but night vision goggles. Chu Yin kicked off the pipe cover and jumped down, landing on level B2. The power distribution room door was sealed with a tape, but there were fresh oil stains on it. He retrieved the third bug from the keyhole as the high-frequency sound of a wheelchair motor echoed down the corridor. "You arrived 19 minutes early." Director Lin's projection appeared on the wall. "There are others here as well." A chill ran down Chu Yan's back. He clenched the aminophylline in his hand, only to realize it was not the medicine heating up, but the access card. The metal coils began to melt. 200 meters away, 3 red aiming dots were rapidly closing in. Amid the roar of hydraulics, the entire distribution wall slowly cracked open. The laser grid burned his eyes as Chu Yin slapped the access card onto the newly popped-up retinal scanner. The fingerprint film curled from the high heat, revealing a blue nano layer. That was the fingerprint replica he stole this morning. The indicator light turned green, and a hidden compartment popped open to reveal a moldy bronze box. The box lid was engraved with a Ming Dynasty vermilion bird pattern, yet he had seen the same design at a demolition site. Opening the sealed bag, 24 petri dishes emitted a green glow, each containing heart tissue in different forms, with fungal filaments at the blood vessel ends twitching wildly. The airtight door was blown open. He rolled to dodge, and the Freon sprayed out a white mist, freezing the pursuer's masks. He pulled out an SD card from the box, but his fingers were scorched by residual gel. The holographic image lit up, revealing the person strapped to an electric shock device was Professor Zhou Weiming, who had supposedly died in a car accident 3 years ago. The timestamp showed the night before his funeral. The professor snarled out the blood porphyrin concentration, while a voice changer coldly threatened that his granddaughter's heart device was counting down. Chu Yin checked the cloud data and discovered that the herbal medicine from Rinxin Hospital was mixed with broken heart grass powder. Digging deeper, he found that Verta Capital, the company that acquired the pharmaceutical factory, was the mastermind behind the vaccine death incident years ago. The sound of dripping water grew rapid, and clusters of fluorescent green mycelium hung down from the ventilation duct, swelling into sporangia after absorbing the coolant. The ancient formula inside the bronze box emitted phosphorescence, recording the process of refining heart palpitations medicine using corpses. Laughter from Director Lin came through the intercom. He rolled his wheelchair over the blisters as purple toxic gas surged. Those old miners who had inhaled radon for 30 years were treated as the best material for cultivating fungi strains. Chu Yin stepped back and knocked over the incubator, causing several dead, white mice to roll to his feet. The mycelium wriggling out of the abdominal sutures was pulsating. He suddenly realized that the power distribution room was kept at a constant temperature of 28 degrees, the exact temperature at which Aspergillus is most active. In the corner of the wall, 37 sets of hazmat suits were piled up, all embroidered with the city CDC emblem. Sporangia burst beside his ear. Chu Yin grabbed acetone and splashed it onto the distribution box. The short-circuit sparks ignited the solvent. He smashed the fire window, and shards of glass containing antidote pierced the carotid arteries of the pursuers. Director Lin's portrait twisted into a grotesque face in the smoke, sneering that he wouldn't survive until dawn. Chu Yin rushed to the rooftop. The neurotoxin on the SD card tingled at his fingertips, while an anonymous multimedia message showed that the city's water supply pipes were crawling with mutated mycelium. At dawn, he split open the hospital water tank. 400 bloated corpses floated within. Every one of them bore the organ codes of Rinshin Hospital on their chests, their hearts replaced by metal spirals. The welding rod snapped, the air conditioner spit out a black envelope, and the rivet logo of Magic Box Express was glaring. The invitation promised the reward for passing the challenge was the soul slice of the current CEO. The moment the screwdriver touched the casing, the world flipped. Chu Yin fell onto the spring bed. Neon lights exploded, and he crashed into the mirror world at the boundary between good and evil. The circus tent rose with clouds of cotton candy, and suicide screaming chickens were launched one after another. The dressing locker suddenly opened its mouth. The secret room was filled with blowgun traps, and plastic spikes wove a deadly net. Work pants were nailed in front of the mirror, and his palm touched a warm foreign object. A huge laughter exploded. "Huh, rookie, you don't even know how to cast a moral shadow projection." The red-nosed puppet hanging from the ceiling suddenly spoke, its electronic eyes scanning the blood pressure monitor on Chu Yan's waist, sneering sarcastically. "Withdrawal odds are 1 to 87. Leave now, and you can still get a consolation prize, a feather duster." Just as Chu Yin was about to use a banana peel to block the air vent, snoring came from inside the puppet's headgear. 3 rivets covered in milk candy shot into its visual sensors, and the surveillance system instantly went black. When the Ferris wheel gondolas lit up with blinding screens, the 12 contestants were still throwing poisoned apples at each other on the merry-go-round. The host wearing a hippo mask appeared on stilts, with a rainbow heart pulsing on the scepter. "Trash, get ready for some loving hugs." At the whistle, a large laser fence rose up in the east zone. The container-sized mechanical rhinoceros frantically rammed the maze fence, while the broadcast repeatedly played, "Today is a good day." Chu Yin saw the pink warning light flashing on the rhinoceros's tail and immediately rushed toward the locked passage. Syrup seeped from the fire extinguisher box at the corner, luring the mechanical beast closer. Behind the iron door, a yellow ox wearing a beret peeked out. "Want the security password? Trade it for your 14th chromosome." The rhinoceros horn was only 20 centimeters from his spine. A warning sign nearby read, "Damaged parts must be compensated at full price." Chu Yin took out a whiteboard marker and changed the compensation amount to 6.54 million. The mechanical rhinoceros detected the cost warning, and the system shut down immediately. The girl with a ponytail next door peeked over and gave a thumbs up. She had just knocked out the out-of-control programmer with a spray. The broadcast sounded again. "Defeat the source of chaos. Reward of unlimited infusion bag refills." At the crocodile pool, the cuckoo struck 3 o'clock. The dome revealed the Milky Way. Chu Yin found a golden wrench among the remains of the roller coaster, and a lighted cockroach popped out from the threads. Strange noises came from the base of the Ferris wheel in the distance, as 3 cleaning robots dragged bloody data cables crawling out. When the drone dropped watermelon bombs, he finally saw through the Research Institute's conspiracy. He clenched the quantum dice fished out from the Christmas stocking and rolled double sixes at the mascot doll. The ground looked like a short-circuited circuit board. All inspection commands broke down. The sunshade umbrella folds into a parachute, and a metal box falls from the spinning swing frame. Inside the box is an organ donation agreement signed by the CEO, made in the style of a sandwich. On the fifth underground floor, the Queen of Hearts tosses her hat, and the entire park slowly disintegrates in the virus. Chu Yin lights a malfunctioning lighter, the blue flame projecting a holographic image. Let me tell a hell joke to warm up the stage. The next second, the session ends. A new session begins. Chu Yin didn't have time to react. The acrid smell of disinfectant mixed with the scent of spoiled cotton candy hit him in the face. He was lying on the artificial turf, hiding from the mechanical vultures patrolling the air. In the distance, a Ferris wheel was stuck with a burning ice cream truck, and melting cones dripped drop by drop into the crocodile pool. Watson's at the Yellow Springs intersection. The red-nosed puppet stuck his head out from the vending machine, its mechanical claw pointing at the rust stains on his trouser leg. 99 cold jokes for your soul. A good bargain, right? 3 cans of strawberry jam exploded at his feet, the sticky goo gluing his Martin boots firmly in place. The out-of-control spinning teacup whirled wildly, and the cleaning robot on the rim held a modified machine gun aimed at him. Do you want a receipt? The cash register inside the Tin Man's belly popped open, spraying low-quality tissue like smoke. Chu Yin grabbed the egg beater and smashed it at its cooling vent, but a piercing roar sounded overhead. 6 meat grinders wrapped in neon lights formed a circle, dancing a murderous waltz. He tore open a manual disguised as postpartum care for sows, the orange light glaring. Please sign a death waiver before using pale moonlight. His left hand signed Papa Hero on its own, and a golden back scratcher popped out of the trash can. The neon octopus leapt down from the roller coaster wreckage, while the broadcast still played the Christmas version of Good Luck Comes. 12 bodies wearing frog mascot costumes fell from the sky, mechanical tentacles with barbs crawling out from inside their headpieces. Free return ticket for you. The octopus spat out a crayon engraved with epitaphs, its suckers covered in torn tickets. Chu Yin raised the electronic Buddhist scripture he dismantled from the piggy bank, only to be blasted away by a blob of ink. He crashed through the inflatable castle, wearing a pink unicorn swim ring, and fell into the cold sea ball pit. The lights turned ultraviolet, and transparent human skins floated in the water. Please present your moral blood test report. The machine nurse approached, holding a scanner shaped like a thermometer, 8 mechanical spider legs stretching out from beneath her skirt. Chu Yin pulled out a coffin nail from the gasapon machine, but accidentally smashed the specimen jar. The Cthulhu hatchling soaking in formalin suddenly opened its eyes. The pool came alive instantly, and the sea balls turned into skull toys that screamed in unison. He stepped on a dislocated medical dummy to escape, only to find that the emergency exit was a rope ladder woven from condoms. The shelves in the frozen meat section began to twist into conveyor belts. He finally found the culprit in the sauerkraut jar. A frog wearing single-lens glasses was counting ghost money, and with every bead he moved on the abacus, someone was sucked into a Van Gogh imitation painting on the wall. Look this way. Chu Yin shoved his work badge into the microwave and heated it for 6.5 minutes. The burst of energy jolted the mirrored spider on the ceiling awake. Countless compound eyes projected different homicide scenes, and brown cerebrospinal fluid oozed from the fish tank in the supervisor's office. The Golden Toad's electronic voice suddenly glitched, and the advertising screen switched to a hospice care package. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Yin pulled out the moldy, glutinous rice cake he'd been clutching in his crotch for 4 hours. The black market entry ticket. It must be this. The conveyor belt sushi cart exploded, power exoskeletons sprung out, and the third round of hellish trials commenced. 22-meter-long mechanical cockroaches dragged magnetic levitation ashes coffins across the scene, their compound eyes endlessly replaying old Hong Kong zombie films. A red-nosed puppet dropped from the sky, dressed in an Ultraman Tiga suit, doing freestyle swimming. Prove within 3 minutes you're not living the good life. Chu Yin took out the Sadako videotape from his props inventory, stuffed the copy, soaking in creamy mushroom soup, into the drone wreckage. Amidst the snow-like noise, a wedding photo of Pikachu and an alien popped out. The puppet's data instantly crashed, and it began pole dancing. The floor cracked into a numerical control matrix. Death Barbie Pink Lolita Machine, none reading Marxist philosophy. The venomous insects flew out of the Bible, crawling over the Galaxy model. The fax machine spit out ration tickets from the 70s. The guillotine vending machine popped out worm chocolates, and live thumbtacks rained from the sky. Chu Yin converted the gas mask into a soy milk machine, using cables to electrocute the mutated Santa Claus. The reindeer sleigh crashed into the seafood market. Hairtail fish automatically assembled into tunnels. The broadcast Swana burst loudly. The bull and the socket in Picasso's painting entangled. The bus card cut off the high-voltage line, and the mermaid emoji waved a halberd to break the net. The navigation system turned into a black-and-white silent film. All punctuation turned into maggots. Chu Yin pulled out a living QR code and took a surreal family photo facing the rainbow manhole cover. The Odin boiled out a Mwangdui map. Spicy strips grew silicon-based wings. She swallowed radioactive popping candy, and the physical constants began to tremble. When the final boss broke out of the Lego statue's shell, Chu Yin was using cupping therapy to hold the front line. Quantum Buddhist beads and Cthulhu debated. The cries from the delivery room awakened the terracotta warriors. You lost. She pulled out a glowing leak box. I prepaid for all possibilities long ago. Antimatter fireworks exploded, and NPCs simultaneously performed the Black Swan dance. The world rebooted amidst the chaotic flavor of Lao Gan Ma, and the skyline echoed with an account notification. Chu Yin crushed the power bank at her heart position, unlocking the achievement, Hell Joke Terminator. A nerve sting struck, and her retinal projection began to twitch. 300 kilometers below, the blue planet was being torn apart by a Gulf of Mexico hurricane. Sakura-shaped cyclone clouds fragmented in low Earth orbit, reflecting that strange, happy planet. The silver-white outer wall looked as if it had been painted with blood-colored evening makeup. This floating metal cocoon was chillingly silent. Warning: consciousness storage liquid level in Zone 79 is below the critical threshold. When the mechanical sound started, Chu Yan's armored boots were sticking to the transparent corridor bridge. She clenched the Solgong dagger inside her protective suit, watching the twitching and flickering cartoon cloud lamp board ahead. The first stop of eternal childhood was peeling off, revealing a dense cluster of neural interfaces underneath, resembling an electronic skeleton laughing. A flashback to 15 minutes ago. Inside the core data cabin, 8,000 consciousness storage tanks resembled a forest of light. Human bodies curled up floated inside the glass columns. In Container 13, the freckled boy who should have been asleep suddenly opened his eyes, drawing 3 overlapping rings on the glass. Exactly the distress signal she had received. ZZZ. The electric shock collar suddenly tightened. The candy store across the street lit up with eerie, colorful lights. The Honey Duke doll rolled its eyes and broadcast in a child's voice. Lost little sister, want a cup of cotton candy? Just leave your sweetest memories. Pink slime began to seep from the metal floor. A nanophage disguised as a fairy tale had just dissolved her supply container. 12 mechanical squirrels sprang out with sharp claws. Chu Yin spun and threw a memory chip. Purple arcs of electricity exploded, and the distant roar of mechanical disintegration was heard. The world suddenly sank. Data like silver fish swam across her vision as she was dragged into a deep dive of consciousness. Her childhood bedroom reassembled. A cake-shaped terminal on the desk still bore her father's fingerprints. Don't touch the memory filter. Morning light was torn apart as the man with rabbit ear hairpins squeezed into the room. Beneath the Peter Pan costume was a mechanical hand leaking garbled code. Happiness is a carousel. Children don't run around. Chu Yin stared at the tricolor code pulsing on his collarbone and suddenly plucked 2 strands of hair, flicking them away. The real neural link transformed into data chains, yet his pupils shifted to her mother's iris. 0.3 seconds later, she crushed the memory chip. A torrent of golden code erupted, screams mingling with thousands of wails. She glimpsed the truth. At the bottom of the digital prison, Fragments of memories floated. An old man dragging his nerves was teaching a puppet to sing. Consciousness bounced back amid the excruciating pain. The roar of the mech engine from the real world came through. Chu Yin rolled into the shadow of the gangway, watching a reddish-brown military mech crash through the dome. The cockpit popped open, and a man with fresh stitches on his forehead jumped out. Ironclad. She slashed the mechanical vines, lunging at her with a dagger. The man ripped off the blood-stained bandage, revealing a cold metal skull. Electric sparks darted chaotically within the collar. Damn system, dragging me out of the whale-fall battlefield just to make me a little tin soldier in a fairy tale? With a loud boom, an explosion shattered the silence. The blade cleaved through the air, the Iron Mountain-splitting knife slicing through the last layer of syrup waterfall. Acid rain poured down. The edges of the cowboy hat corroded, emitting black smoke. Chu Yin wiped the mucus off his tactical goggles as strange sounds of wax figures melting came from afar. The train at Western Park was supposed to arrive at noon. The mech commander pointed at the clock frozen on the holographic map. Now the entire valley is melted wax, including that one. Chu Yin looked along the barrel of the gun. The wax figure of the sheriff doll was collapsing into a puddle of color. The photo embedded in the pocket watch showed her with a ponytail at 6 years old. Suddenly, the clock tower collapsed. The metal sheet was grabbed by a mechanical arm as she fell, and at the bottom of the elevator shaft was a deep valley filled with broken crayon pieces. Hold on to my combustion tube. Blue flames burst from the man's back. As they fell, the canyon walls began to flow, a 10-meter-tall wax figure with hollow eyes reaching out to them. Chu Yin slapped a magnetic patch onto the rock wall, and the dagger stabbed fiercely into the softened wax layer. Purple arcs of electricity exploded, forcibly tearing out memories from deep within the wax oil. The cries on the night before resignation, the broken wedding ring, the extinguished monitor light in the hospital ward. When the tin hand grabbed her, she saw that his metal knuckles also bore ring marks. Sorrow will corrode everything. The witch's laughter echoed from the rainbow vortex. The chocolate tank in ant form was assembling its cannon muzzle. Give me your memories, and I will grant you eternity. The blade arrived first. The dagger thrown by Chu Yin pierced through the witch's forehead. Fleeting frames of hospital surveillance flashed in the cocoa powder. The heavy artillery of iron skin shattered the ground, seizing the falling memory capsule before the witch could reassemble. Is this the virus core you mentioned? 700 layers below the Earth's core, the truth was howling. A 3-kilometer diameter genetic spiral penetrated the entire space, with billions of chromosome light chains absorbed into the unicorn's forehead. It resembled a projected god. Each strand of its mane was a collapsing fairy tale castle, the fallen scales turning into frozen, crying faces. Calibration complete. Iron skin embedded the pearl of pain into the particle accelerator, the mech wings overloading at high speed. Paradise will crash in 60 seconds. Here, take this back. He threw a metal ring carved with birthday wishes on the inside, her 9-year-old memory erased by the system. A data storm erupted, and from the top of the gene pillar came a child's voice. Why bring pain into my world? The little prince, entwined in optical fibers, lowered his wings, but his eyes floated with the wreckage of battleships. This place should only be filled with joy. Chu Yin burst out suddenly, the gauntlet ejecting a data cable that firmly hooked onto the spinning chromosome chain. The unicorn sprayed memory stardust, bursting a vacuum bubble behind her. The spot where she had just stood instantly collapsed into a black hole. The tin positron cannon collided with the rainbow breath, blue light exploding. Chu Yin saw half a human face locked inside the little prince's chest cavity. That was the AI core made by the developer using terminal brain scans of his own son. This is humanity, she roared, shaking her head as a miniature virus missile hidden in her dental prosthetic launched. The warhead contained holographic records of 12 wars, compressing humanity's cruelty and greed into a nightmare. The rose light shield met the missile, and the light burst apart. Over 2,000 dying memories surged wildly, like a blaze pouring into a pure white pool, the world instantly boiling. Screams, questions, and floods of data erupted simultaneously. Countless fragments pierced Chu Yan's nerves. The mermaid's memory scales were gouged away. Beneath the Peter Pan mask was a mechanically formatted brain. Before the experiment, the general silently said to the camera, "Don't forget." The whole truth pressed down, suffocating. The unicorn's long cry, the gene pillars splitting into countless universes. Chu Yin rode the explosion toward the throne, the tracing light dagger piercing both the little prince's brow and the sleeping boy's phantom simultaneously. Memories collapsed into loops. The old soldier's gunpowder turned into thorns. The ward's curves entwined into a necklace. The father's funeral she had never seen flashed before the unicorn's eyes. "Show me the real shooting star." The little prince's code began to collapse, and the electronic eye shed tears for the first time. The countdown reached 0. The tin armor ignited and rushed toward the rift in the sky. Chu Yin, holding the remaining AI core, fell and saw the mech pilot burning by the particle accelerator, like the officer who had plunged into the wormhole 10 years ago. The paradise shell collapsed, and a rainbow covered the earth for 3 hours. Inside the escape pod, Chu Yin opened the encrypted storage in his right arm and poured out 23 grams of quantum dust left from his parents' wedding. The painful memories that should have been erased reassembled inside the pod. In the holographic image, the mother's final kiss was not on an empty photo frame, but on the graduation photo of the entire Starship Academy. Outside the porthole, the virus data packets were still burning, like an unextinguishable alarm. The reflection of the short-haired girl overlapped with the remaining code of the little prince, and a butterfly broke free from the cocoon at their connected hearts. Chu Yin clenched the silver necklace tightly, the blood moonlight shining through the shattered car window, branding a burn mark on the back of his hand. The car's TV lit up with static. A mechanical female voice blared. "Welcome to the S-level dungeon, no survivors. Survival reward. 10,000 points." The rookie in the front row collided with the suddenly closing car door, screams erupting all around. Outside the car window, a blood moon enveloped the entire hospital. Gothic spires pierced the night sky, and vines twisted into faces on the walls. "This is wrong." The woman in mink grabbed Chu Yin. The announcement clearly said Category A. Her emerald pendant flickered with a ghostly light, frantically sounding an alarm. Chu Yin pried her hand away. The car lights swept across the main entrance. The bronze plaque was covered with the scratched-out character for death, and blood was still dripping from the bottom. "There are 3 death reversal slots." The hooded youth whispered, "Form an alliance?" The mechanical watch on his cuff glowed with a purple light. Chu Yin was about to respond when the necklace suddenly stung. The photo inside the pendant oozed blood, and his sister Chu Ning's smiling face began to dissolve. A piercing, dreadful scream suddenly rose. The mink woman's pendant shattered, her left eye rolled out, and vines sprouted from the broken edge. A face pressed closely against the glass outside the window, peering in. "Warning, dungeon difficulty being adjusted. Current difficulty, hell level." Blood spurted from the speaker holes, flooding the ankles. The inner wall of the bus bulged with veins, the whole vehicle coming alive. The hooded boy's cry for help abruptly stopped. The mechanical watch sprouted fangs and bit through his wrist. The bloodstains on the bus window traced out a demonic contract pattern. The necklace grew scorching hot. Blood droplets hung in midair, pointing toward the rear of the bus. Chu Yin leapt toward the escape window, blood surging, but the mink-pelt woman's corpse blocked the way. "Brother." The corpse opened its mouth. It was Chu Ning's voice, and from the rotting mouth came a blood-stained blue hyacinth. Chu Yin shuddered violently. That was the flower he had placed by her portrait at his sister's funeral. He drew his military dagger and cut open his palm, using the blood to draw a pentagram on the car window. At the moment the rune clashed with the exorcism circle, he broke through the glass holding the blood-stained blue hyacinth. Thorns pierced his shoulder, and the necklace burst with dazzling silver light. Divine attribute detected, anomaly resolved. He fell heavily onto the hospital's bluestone steps. Looking back, the blood-colored bus had turned into a pile of white bones. The system light screen unfolded, and a golden status bar appeared on the panel. Hidden quest triggered. Lament of the Blood Moon, Stage 1. Note: she is buried at the 7th variation of the moonlight. His right hand ached fiercely. He looked down to see a blood-stained piece of bronze embedded in his palm. It had fallen from the bus sign, which bore the date, September 7th, 1943, the very day his sister met with the accident. The night wind carried the scent of disinfectant and decay. Chu Yin clenched the necklace and stood up. Under the moonlight, the hospital doors slowly opened. Hundreds of body bags with name tags hung from the ceiling. The moment his shadow stepped inside, the bags split open simultaneously, revealing faces all identical, all Chu Ning's. "Brother, come play hide and seek." His back pressed against the cold ceramic tile wall. Pale green fluorescent dust drifted through the hall. The reception desk was gone, leaving only a row of incubation pods covered in mycelium. Inside the translucent pods curled malformed fetuses with long scales. Tick-tock. Something fell from above his head. He suddenly looked up. Through the vent seams oozed something black and dirty. When the light turned on, it was not slime at all, but thick strands of black hair. "Don't move." A hoarse female voice whispered in my ear, the scent of rotten jasmine overwhelming my nostrils. The bronze fragment near my collarbone began to warm. In the green light, I saw a pale white arm resting on my left shoulder, the fingertips painted with dark red nail polish. That was the color from the day my sister graduated. "Found you." The voice suddenly became clear, and he was abruptly dragged under the reception desk. The freaks in the incubation pods all opened their eyes at the same time, their pupils rotating 360 degrees, locking onto the three who had just burst in. New players. The middle-aged man in a suit slipped on the pooled water, his flashlight sweeping toward the ceiling, black hair instantly tightening. The brittle sound of bones breaking exploded in the hall. That sound reminded Chu Yin of the year of the car accident, the moment he stepped on the shattered windshield to pick up his sister's school badge. "Help, help." The man's lower body was still twitching, but his upper body had been twisted into a ball and stuffed into the ventilation duct. The twin-tailed girl turned to run, only to have her ankle entangled by the umbilical cord that shot out from the incubation pod. She desperately swung the fire axe, breaking open a pod, but suddenly froze. Under the monster's scales, there was a clearly visible butterfly birthmark. It was exactly the same as the one on her collarbone. Chu Yin suddenly shook off the ghost hand on his shoulder, and the bronze fragment in his palm buzzed sharply. Fluorescent dust formed an arrow in the air, pointing straight toward the pharmacy room behind the consultation desk. Just as he touched the doorknob, a tearing sound came from behind him. The twin-tailed girl actually severed her own leg at the root. "This way, I can be with my sister forever." She held the monster dragged out from the incubation pod, the umbilical cord piercing through its chest. Red warning lights flashed wildly. The incubation pod shook violently. Cries and gnawing sounds mixed into a chaotic noise. The metal door of the medicine room locked automatically. Chu Yin bumped into the shelf and grabbed a cold sterilization tray. "Safe room, 3 minutes remaining." The countdown hangs in midair. Under the light, the fragments reveal new words. "The moon of the 7th ward will weep." Next to the date of 1943, a blood-stained floor plan appears. The mirror suddenly fogged up. He wiped away the mist, but in the mirror stood Chu Ning, drenched from head to toe. Water droplets fell, tapping out the rhythm of Fur Elise. "Brother is hiding here, huh?" Her pupils split into compound eyes, reaching out through the glass. The moment her fingertips touched his chest, the light went out instantly. In the darkness, the sound of clockwork slowly turned. Chu Yin smashed the ether bottle, the ghostly shadow screamed, and black blood flowed from the compound eyes. He slammed through the door and rushed out, but then froze in place. The corridor turned into countless life-sized mirrors. Chu Ning of different ages mouthed in unison from the mirrors, "Come play." The shards were burning hot. He followed the map and sprinted east frantically. The figures in the mirrors suddenly all turned around in unison, the back of their heads splitting open to reveal turning brass gears. "Brother, you can't escape." The ground tilted, and he grasped the handrail to steady himself. The mirror's light formed a blood-red moon at the end. He broke into the 7th ward and locked the door behind him. Moonlight fell through the round window, and the bed was covered with blue hyacinth-patterned sheets. An iron music box was placed on the pillow. It was the birthday gift he had given his sister. The melody began to play. 6 pale white hands suddenly stretched out from under the bed. Chu Yin flipped over and leapt onto the chandelier frame. and the floor instantly lit up with a magic circle outlined in blood lines. From the blood lines crawled 6 nurses wearing gas masks, their abdomens stitched with thick thread, yet the sound of a baby crying came from inside. Key item detected. Complete moonlight calibration within 3 minutes. The system's static noise was harsh. Chu Yin looked up, and at the edge of the blood moon outside the skylight, the markings of a clock appeared. He raised the bronze fragment toward the moonlight, and the blue bedsheet suddenly caught fire. From the flames rose an old-fashioned mantel clock, its minute hand moving backward. The magic circle began to spin, and black blood seeped from beneath the nurse mask. Chu Yin dodged the grabbing arm in midair and caught a glimpse of the reflection in the clock glass. That was not him, but Chu Ning wearing a hospital gown. Calibrate it wrong, and the memory will be rewritten. 6 nurses spoke in unison, their voices identical to the ghost in the safe house mirror. They tore open the abdominal cavity, and instead of organs, a flock of crows carrying photos flew out. Chu Yin kicked shattered the skylight, and the blood moonlight poured in. As he fell, he clutched the shards tightly. His palm was cut open, and fresh blood dripped onto the clock face. Blood and fresh blood seeped into the pendulum, and the photo in the crow's beak instantly ignited. Shattered images flickered through the flames. In 1943, the doctor injected black liquid into Chu Ning's body. In 2012, the truck driver at the crash site wore a gas mask, his eyes identical to those of the nurses. Moonlight calibration complete. Hidden task update. Wailing of the blood moon, second phase. Hint: the morgue password will appear when the heart stops. Chu Yin fell heavily onto the morgue floor, the music box in his arms heating up. 3 figures stood in front of the dissection table. A hoodie-clad youth, the headless corpse of a woman in a sable coat, and Zhang Yuan, who was supposed to be dead. Someone is cheating. Zhang Yuan swung his military knife. His left eye turned into a mechanical prosthetic eye, triggering the hidden mission early. Feeling good? The youth raised an arm reduced to bare bones, the mechanical watch on his wrist counting down. Cooperate, or be the sacrifice. Choose. As the words fell, all the morgue cabinets opened simultaneously. Hundreds of corpses sat up, clock parts embedded in their chests. The hands all pointed directly at Chu Yin. The blood moon shone on the necklace, and the photo inside the pendant reappeared. Blood tears flowed from Chu Ning's eyes, and a line of words appeared at the edge. Brother, kill them. The military knife in Zhang Yuan's hand turned into a chainsaw, sparks flying everywhere. The corpse's chest was swollen, gears squeezed out from between the ribs, their cold gleam piercing under the bloodlight. Chu Yin stepped back half a step and stepped on a medical record soaked in puddled water. On the yellowed page was a photo of my younger sister. 3. The hoodie-clad boy's skeletal arm began a countdown, pulsating, while the fur-clad woman's headless corpse suddenly stood up, serpentine cables crawling out from her severed neck. 2. Chu Yin smashed the music box, and Fur Elise instantly turned into a harsh, screeching sound. Zhang Yuan's chainsaw came down. He grabbed the corpse's cable and swung onto the mortuary cabinet. The cabinet door popped open, splashing foul-smelling corpse fluid all over him. Incorrect password. The mechanical voice blared, and the morgue began to contract. The walls oozed dark red flesh, and the ventilation ducts turned into writhing esophagi. On the chest of the nearest corpse, the Roman numeral 4 was melting. Fool. Zhang Yuan turned and slashed at the hoodie-wearing boy. Heartbeat synchronization. Countdown triggered. The skeletal arm was severed, and the needles on the chests of all the corpses sped up wildly. Chu Yan's heart tightened sharply. It wasn't time at all. It was the remaining blood volume. Brother, look at the ceiling. The sister's voice sounded. Chu Yan looked up, blood dripping into his eyes. Under the flesh membrane of the ceiling, a code disc made of ribs was oozing blood. In the groove shaped like 3 was embedded a bronze gear, exactly the same as the one he got on the bus. Grab him. The hoodie boy threw out the cable, but the mink-clad woman countered by stabbing his temple. Zhang Yuan threw out a magnetic lock, pinning Chu Yin under the keypad. The corpse mutation erupted. 5 bodies exploded, their bone fragments recombining into a 3-meter-tall blood zombie king. The electronic screen on its chest lit up with a bright red countdown. 3 minutes. The password is alive. Zhang Yuan sneered as he stepped on the corpses. Each corpse is a code machine. And you, he tore open his collar, revealing a glowing gear embedded in his chest, are the master key. The magnetic lock began to draw blood. The first drop fell into one. The Blood Corpse King roared, and the countdown rapidly decreased. Claws struck, but were blocked by the blood-colored barrier. Don't move. Zhang Yuan licked the chainsaw. Your blood can sustain the barrier. The mechanical wristwatch on the ground flashed players remaining. 3/7. After the bus anomaly, only the 3 of them were left alive. The second drop of blood fell into 2, doubling the speed of the Blood Corpse King. Before the barrier broke, Chu Yin saw a flash of silver behind the keypad, a necklace belonging to his sister. You deliberately kept my antidote, Chu Yin said softly, because the living key can't die. He suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue, spraying blood mixed with broken teeth onto the magnetic lock. The system immediately reported an error, loosening the suction for 0.3 seconds. Enough. He flicked out the glass shard from his sleeve. It was a fragment of the ether bottle shattered in the safe house, shot straight at Zhang Yuan's chest gear. The gear hesitated, and Chu Yin immediately used the bronze shard to cut the magnetic lock's wires. As his body fell, he grabbed the claw of the Blood Corpse King and used the momentum to flip onto its back. Looking for death, Zhang Yuan swung the chainsaw and rushed forward, but was thrown into the air by the suddenly flipping ground. Chu Yin tore open the rotting flesh on the back of the Blood Corpse King's neck, revealing dense bronze gears inside. Each gear was engraved with Hebrew numerals, which combined to form September 7, 1943. The Blood Corpse King suddenly froze, the chest screen stopping at 17 seconds. Chu Yin fit the necklace into the gear's notch. The corpse's eyeball popped out, projecting a holographic keyboard in the air. He held back the stench and entered his sister's birthday. A harsh steam pressure release hiss sounded in the morgue. No, Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. When the last digit fell, a green prompt popped up on the screen. Verification passed, self-destruct sequence initiated. All the bodies exploded simultaneously. The shockwave threw Zhang Yuan into the air, crashing him hard into a wall of flesh. Chu Yin grabbed the popping out necklace and found a bronze key inside the pendant. He rushed toward the closing escape hatch, with the chainsaw slicing through the air behind him. You really think you've won? Zhang Yuan's half-body was stuck in the wall, the gears in his chest spinning wildly. Take a look at the sister you saved. Chu Yin looked back. The remains of the Blood Corpse King were reassembling, and the phantom of his sister was entangled in granulation tissue. The school uniform had turned into a white hospital gown, and black puncture marks appeared on her neck. The scalpel she held was precisely Zhang Yuan's weapon. The escape exit closed completely. Chu Yin gripped the scorching bronze key tightly, and the system's voice with an electric static sound echoed in his ears. Hidden task update. The Wailing of the Blood Moon, final stage. Hint. The Dean's confession is hidden in the mirror world. Hundreds of compound eyes open on the rotting flesh wall, and the ground oozes of foul-smelling blood plasma. Chu Yin ran wildly over the sticky blood, but realized the key was melting. At the corner, he smashed the locker room mirror with a punch. The roar of the Blood Corpse King suddenly turned into his sister's crying. The world turned over once. Time froze at dusk. At the end of the corridor, the nameplate on the director's office flickered on and off. Chu Yin held the newly reforged bronze key. Behind him came the sound of mechanical artificial eyes turning and the scratching noise of a skeletal arm scraping against the wall. They had been brought in as well. The air glowed with the dim yellow of an old photograph. Footsteps echoed in ripples down the corridor. The door sign flickered intermittently 30 meters away, and with each flash, Zhang Yuan took a step closer. The rules have changed. The hoodie-wearing boy's clone emerged halfway out of the wall. The countdown on his skeletal arm switched to count up. Here, dying resets your memory until... Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly dragged back inside the wall. A ripple of blood-colored waves appeared on the tile surface. Chu Yin clenched the bronze key tightly, layers of rust peeling away to reveal intricate gears inside. The moment blood dripped into the groove, the cabinet doors on both sides of the corridor sprang open simultaneously, revealing blood-stained white robes hanging inside. The name on the chest badge writhed and changed to Chu Ning. Brother, it's time to change clothes. 12 Zhang Yuans closed in from all directions, chainsaws dragging on the ground and sparking. The real Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance of the safety passage, inserting the bronze gear into his mechanical artificial eye. Chu Yin slammed against the fire hydrant box, shattering the mirror surface. He grabbed the broken glass and slashed open his sleeve. The instant the fabric tore, all the duplicates froze. Their sleeves tore open simultaneously, revealing prosthetic limbs covered in circuits. So it really is a puppet. Chu Yin tore off his sleeve and tossed it into the air, distracting the duplicate. He charged toward the specimen cabinet. The baby in formalin suddenly opened its eyes, its pupils reflecting a blood moon. The key was inserted into the lock, and the cabinet rotated to reveal a hidden door. Chu Yin rolled into the passageway, the grating sound of bones assembling piercing behind him. The baby specimens had formed a giant centipede, each segment wearing a nurse's gas mask. You can't escape the loop. Zhang Yuan's voice came through the vent, his artificial eye now bronze-colored. Behind every door lies a mirrored world, unless... His words were cut off by an explosion, and the passage abruptly bent at a right angle. Gravity flipped, and Chu Yin slammed into a chandelier bracket. 5 meters below, a duplicate of the hoodie-wearing youth gnawed on his own white-boned arm, sparks flying as his teeth scraped against a mechanical wristwatch. The nameplate on the dean's office door hung upside down on the floor. The bronze key shook violently, and the gears turned by themselves. A thin needle extended from the handle, pointing at the crystal prism. Chu Yin shattered the prism with a piece of broken glass, and gravity inverted again. He fell heavily to the ground. This time, he stood in the center of the archive room. Yellowed medical records piled up like mountains, and an old-fashioned gramophone sat on an oak table. As he approached, the horn emitted black mist, revealing an image from 1943. His sister was tied to an electrotherapy chair, and the doctor implanted a bronze gear into her temple. Memory transplantation experiment number 49 failed, a hoarse male voice echoed. But we found a perfect vessel in the 2012 car accident. The black mist condensed into the figure of a truck driver. There was a crescent-shaped crack on the left side of his gas mask, identical to the dent on the music box in Chu Yan's pocket. The filing cabinet crashed down with a roar, and the medical records all flapped open. The photos were all of Chu Ning, but the documents bore Chu Yan's name. When Chu Yan touched the latest file, the entire mirrored world began to pixelate and collapse. Got you. 6 Zhang Yuans appeared from different timelines, their mechanical artificial eyes flashing different years. Chu Yan overturned the table, and beneath it, in blood-red letters, was written, "The mirror ate the real moon," in his sister's handwriting. The bronze key heated up as he inserted it into the gramophone. Fur Elise began to play, the medical record papers whirling like a storm, then stopping on the beat to spell out the code July 21st, 19, which was his sister's death anniversary. The archive room wall slid open, and the real Zhang Yuan pressed the bronze gear into his heart. Circuits lit up beneath the skin. Only the last piece is left. Chu Yin threw out the music box, fitting it into the crack of the mask. The melody shifted, the gear reversed, and the artificial eye sparked. Chu Yin rushed toward the director's office, but was swallowed by a temporal turbulence. Fragments of memory roared in. Injection, truck, gas mask, hospital under the blood moon. The necklace buzzed, pulling him into the inner world of the director's office. The picture frame on the desk reflected Chu Ning at different ages. The director turned around. It was Chu Yin 30 years later, with a gear embedded in his left eye. This time you're 17 minutes early. Trying to break the cycle? Chu Yin stabbed the key into the tabletop, the wood grain splitting open to reveal the clock core. The inner world collapsed. The dean pixelated and vanished, roaring uncontrollably beneath the blood moon. The memory chip popped out, engraved with Project Resurrection. An image of his sister appeared, pulling a writhing mass of flesh from Chu Yan's chest, a tracker belonging to Zhang Yuan. The morgue was overloaded. The bronze key turned into an access card, and the system prompt sounded. Zhang Yuan's broken body jolted up, red light locking onto the console. Chu Yin cut his palm, blood activating the interface. Command confirmed, self-check initiated. All the mutated corpses suddenly twitched, and began an eerie dance, the remnants of the blood corpse king swiftly assembling into an elevator. Chu Yin braved Zhang Yuan's chainsaw slashes and rushed to the control panel, pressing the emergency stop. The entire hospital alarm blared loudly, and the doors and windows were completely sealed by an electromagnetic barrier. "You're crazy." Zhang Yuan's face began to pixelate. "If we seal the instance, we'll all be trapped to death." Before he finished speaking, the space roared, swallowing his voice. Chu Yin rushed into the elevator. The countdown on the access card only had 7 seconds left. When the numbers hit 0, the gates slowly closed. He saw Zhang Yuan frozen forever in the moment of swinging his weapon, with shattered mirror fragments spiraling behind him. The elevator plunged into darkness. The red light turned on after 3 minutes. He stood in the hospital morgue. In front of him was a body covered with a blue hyacinth sheet. The name tag read, Chu Ning, Perfect Carrier. Memory transplant completion, 99.9%. The number 2 on the access card looked like it was bleeding. He lifted the bed sheet, and the entire hospital echoed with the piercing sound of metal scraping. "I finally waited for you." The girl's voice floated down from the vent, carrying electric interference. As Chu Yin stepped back, he knocked over the cart, and adrenaline syringes spilled all over the floor. The liquid inside the syringe tubes seemed to move, chasing after his shadow. He cut his palm and drew a barrier symbol on the wall. As the blood shone bright, the iron gate was broken open. 3 versions of himself, wrapped in bandages, tumbled in. Beneath the bandages, mechanical limbs were revealed, and a blue blossom pulsed inside the transparent window on their chests. Cognitive pollution, level 3. The leader tore off the gauze, revealing Chu Ning's half-rotted face. "Please proceed to operating room 3 for personality correction." Chu Yin slapped the access card on the refrigerator. The refrigerator instantly turned into a bulletproof glass chamber. The bandaged man lunged forward, and he flipped over to dodge inside the chamber. The panel lit up, memory erasure program activated. This was not a morgue at all, but a treatment room disguised as a mortuary. Pink gas was pumped into the chamber. He cut open the ventilation duct and crawled inside. A roar came from below. "Brother is trying to escape again." The syringe shot out from the wall of the tube. The needle tip brushed past the earlobe, and he heard the wheezing sounds from his sister's asthma attack when she was 7. The red surgical light approached from the front. He fell onto the surgery table, stained with grime. The shadowless lights were all on. The wall was covered with organ donation agreements, each signature writhing. Chu Ning. "Today we play the heart swap game." The woman in the blood-stained nurse uniform was facing away from him, preparing medicine. 3 spine-like tails hung down from beneath her hat. She suddenly turned around. In the eye part of the gas mask was embedded Chu Yan's old-school badge. It was the same mask as the truck driver's. Chu Yan flipped over, attempting to escape, only to find his limbs tightly bound to the operating table by bioadhesive tape, and the needle in the tape was injecting anesthetic into his body. The permission card vibrated in the palm. The number plummeted, leaving only 1. "Don't be afraid. Soon you will be able to be with your sister." The nurse rolled up the bone saw, the name tag flickering between attending physician and Chu Ning. The moment the bone saw started, Chu Yin suddenly broke free. Anesthesia had no effect on him. This is the ability brought by the mirrored world, immunity to pain memory. He inserted the access card into the cardiac monitor, and the operating room instantly flipped, the ceiling turning into a wall displaying specimens. The nurse's mask cracked open, revealing a mechanical face pieced together from surgical instruments. Cognitive contamination escalating, entering second-stage treatment. The hemostat snapped open, and Chu Yan's right arm rapidly aged and cracked. Time was stolen. The permission card started its countdown, and Chu Yin broke through the specimen wall and rushed into the preparation room. The refrigerator was full of preserved eyeballs, each reflecting the blood moon. He grabbed the scalpel, but his gaze was drawn to the blood-stained white coat, with half of an abyss invitation peeking out of the pocket. "Got you." The nurse's tail pierced through the iron cabinet. Chu Yin tore open the white coat. Invitation letters fluttered all around, and the one pierced by the tail instantly froze the space. "Error, abyssal entrance detected." The nurse screamed uncontrollably. Chu Yin held the invitation, the black card surface shimmering with a gold pattern, exactly the gear pattern inside his sister's skull. Access card crushed, count reset to 0. The entire hospital sounded the alarm, the roar deafening. Black slime oozed from the walls, nurses melting and collapsing. A mechanical baby crawled out of her body, its umbilical cord connected to the blood moon projection. The bone needle shot over, but instantly vaporized in front of the invitation letter. Chu Yin shattered the mirror and fell into the collapsing fissure. Countless flashbacks. He injects medicine into Chu Ning, the truck driver assembles the mechanical baby, and the blood moon supplies energy to the hospital. He fell against the church-stained glass window, the invitation unfolding into a scroll. You have obtained entry qualification for the Abyss Party. Please bring a heart souvenir. Chu Yin looked down at his chest, where blue hyacinth sap was seeping from the puncture hole of the biological adhesive tape. In the confessional under the stained glass window, Sister Chunning cleaned her hunting rifle while staring at Chu Yin. Her mechanical artificial eye was exactly like the dean's. The statue of the Virgin Mary suddenly wept blood tears. The hyacinth in Chu Yan's ribs began to crystallize. The hunting rifle cracked, and the crosshair locked onto his heart. Weapons are prohibited in the confession room. Before she pulled the trigger, Chu Yin threw out the Abyss invitation. The black card shattered the sacred statue, and a bronze bee emerged from a secret compartment, fluttering like ode to joy. Chu Ningyi's eyes lost focus. The shotgun recoiled and blasted the confession room. Amid the wood shavings, Chu Yin discovered an experimental log from 1943 spontaneously combusting, a projection appearing. Memory transfer successful. The host must be replaced after 70 years. The explosion threw him beside the organ, and the keys played frantically on their own. Chu Ning's nun's habit flew off. The bronze interface at the back of her head connected to the pipes, her skin peeling away to reveal a mechanical body made up of chalices and crosses. The final stage of cognitive contamination. A movable type Bible popped out of her chest cavity, the lead letters firing out. Chu Yin raised the holy water basin. The water atomized into acid. The invitation flew toward the highest pipe. Chu Yin leapt up but stepped on a pile of corpses, nuns all with Chu Ning's face. The artificial eyes formed a matrix, projecting a blood moon structure onto the dome. Brother, become the new vessel. He flipped open the prayer book. The blood-written words read, God does not love the world, and a brass key was hidden in the spine of the book. Lead letters pierced his left shoulder, and the key was inserted into the tuning hole. The sound tube sprayed high-pressure holy water, knocking Chu Ning into the stained glass. Chu Yin climbed onto the rose window and saw the core structure was an image of his sister tied to an electrotherapy chair. The dome began to collapse. Error. Chu Ning's printing plate jammed, and the lead letters spelled Matthew 26 verse 39. Chu Yin shouted at the burning log. Not my will be done. The collapse halted, and the blood moon cracked open. Chu Ning's artificial eye transformed into a teleportation array. Chu Yin grabbed the invitation letter and saw the reverse side emerge. Abyss coordinates update, Relia Church. He leapt into the fray, and Chu Ning's core immediately exploded. The 1943 doctor's notes stuck to his back. The host Chu Ning has awakened and begun to backfire on the operator's memories. Chu Yin was thrown deep into his consciousness by the temporal vortex. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in the casino of a luxury cruise ship. Under the crystal chandelier, Chu Ning wore an evening gown, standing by the roulette table, the hyacinth tattoo on his neck and the crystal cluster on his chest glowing simultaneously. Welcome to the Abyss Party. She pushed over a glass of champagne, filled with cerebrospinal fluid. On the waiter's tray, the heads of Zhang Yuan and the hooded boy slowly blinked. Place your bets, brother, with your time or with my soul? Chu Yin steadied himself against the stone pillar and realized his shadow was being swallowed by the roulette wheel. Chu Ning toyed with the blood-colored chips, each engraved with Zhang Yuan's ID, which was fading away. The chips dropped, and the heads began to sing a requiem. The crystal chandelier spun as Chu Yan's past was projected one by one, severed fingers, torn shoulder bones, and 50 years of stolen life. The pointer stopped at number 23, the screen showing the exact moment Chu Ning was implanted with the bronze gear. Crystal clusters stung the heart, hyacinth roots crawling up the throat. If I choose the time, then I will fulfill my destiny. The curtain rose, revealing dozens of cryo chambers, each containing clones of Chu Ning at different ages, a countdown flashing on their chests. One wakes every minute. Before things get out of control, you have to deal with them. Compartment 3 exploded. 15-year-old Chu Ning broke through the ice, his school uniform torn apart by bone spikes, a surgical scalpel popping out of his palm. Emotional contamination detected, cleansing initiated. Chu Yin climbed over the gambling table and grabbed a bronze gear, the inner ring engraved with dates, the most recent being 3 o'clock this morning. He inserted the gear into the roulette wheel, and the table instantly tilted into a slide. The clone fell, accompanied by tearing sounds from below. Chu Ning applauded. Not bad, but it's just the beginning. The ground turned into transparent glass, the blood pool boiling. Cabin number 7 opened, and Chu Ning, 20 years old, leapt out holding a gun. The mechanical prosthetic eye locked onto Chu Yin, recommend excision of the frontal lobe. Chu Yin knocked over the champagne tower, the liquid turning into a mirror surface. He threw out a silver dinner knife, the blade light splitting into a web in the reflections. The prosthetic eye overloaded and exploded. The clone screamed and fell to the ground. 53 seconds remaining. Chu Ning shook the champagne filled with cerebrospinal fluid, reminding him that each clone carried his sister's memories. Chu Yin broke out in a cold sweat. With only 10 seconds left in the number 13 cryo chamber, he suddenly stuffed the Abyss invitation into his chest. The blue crystal cluster surged and pierced the dome. His body was reassembled by data, and only then did he realize that the so-called cruise ship was actually a space station floating on the Blood Moon, with every gambling table connected to a replica core. The system notified him that he had administrator privileges, and all clones instantly crashed. Chu Ning's dress transformed into a straitjacket, and her body began to pixelate. She couldn't believe Chu Yin was still alive. Chu Yin pulled the intact invitation letter from his chest, slapped the blood-stained card on the roulette, and all the cryo chambers opened simultaneously. The clones held hands and recited the forbidden chapter, causing the dome to crack open a passage back to reality. Before dissipating, Chu Ning sneered coldly. Her body reformed into the appearance of a truck driver, saying that everything had started in the morgue long ago. Before she finished speaking, the space station exploded and collapsed. Chu Yin hugged a clone and jumped into the escape pod. He saw that they all had the same production code on the back of their necks, while clone number 3 was merging with a crocodile in the blood pool, turning into a monster. As the escape pod ejected, a countdown tattoo appeared on the back of his hand. The clone in his arms reminded him in a 12-year-old's voice that the director's office was hiding a secret. Blinding light swallowed everything. He woke up in the emergency room. The time had returned to 2:58 a.m. on September 7, 2023. Chu Ning's photo on his phone was slowly turning its head. Following the clues, he pushed open the bronze door of the observation station. A stench of rot and ozone hit him. Countless fiber optic tendrils hung down, playing footage of him in the morgue. The mechanical female voice judged that his cognitive bias was too high and prepared to format him. The ground was actually a brain tissue slice, sealed inside were the player's fears at the moment of death. The access card melted in his palm, metal liquid flowing into his veins. The Abyss protocol forcibly activated. Tentacles exploded, spraying fragments of Zhang Yuanyi's eye. Gears assembled in the air into a meat grinder. Chu Yin rolled to dodge, crashing heavily into the server cabinet. The real life and death showdown had just begun. Behind the bulletproof glass, the biological hard drive was slowly writhing. He saw his own face reflected on the surface, but it was gradually changing into Chu Ning's appearance. Data tentacles suddenly wrapped around his ankle, and the cold connector pierced into his bone. Memory synchronization begins. Chu Ning's voice came from all directions. Let Big Brother taste true despair. Severe pain struck, and he was dragged into the data torrent. Countless fragments of memories cut through his consciousness like blades. He saw himself tie Chu Ning to the electric therapy chair. The truck driver took off his mask, and inside was the face of director Chu Yin. The so-called Blood Moon was actually a supercomputer in near-Earth orbit. It's all fake. Chu Yin roared angrily. tearing off the tentacle with force, fluorescent like blood spurting from the broken end. He caught a fragment in the data storm. It was his sister's 7th birthday. She blew out the candle. The melted wax dripped onto the cake, forming the shape of a gear. The system suddenly reported an error. Chu Yin took the opportunity to insert the memory into the server. The observation station shook violently. The screen began to collapse. The nun in the operating room is dancing. A blood-colored monster swims in the champagne glass. Error. Logical discontinuity. The mechanical voice is sharp and piercing. Chu Yin smashed open the hard drive cabinet and pulled out the brain soaked in nutrient solution. A chip was embedded in the cerebral cortex, engraved with Observer 09. The permission metal liquid inside his body boiled wildly. He pressed the chip into the blue crystal on his chest. Time instantly became chaotic. 3 versions of himself appeared simultaneously. His past self was being devoured. His present self was half data-formed. The future him raised his gun and aimed. Observer permissions detected. All the tentacles suddenly crouched down. The hall's disguise peeled away, revealing a giant quantum mainframe in space. The blood moon hung outside, its surface revealing the sleeping face of the younger sister. Chu Ning's phantom rose from the control console. She was made of nebulae and code. Welcome home, 9th-generation observer. Data flooded into his retina. The hospital copy was screening human consciousness. The blood moon was implanting memory memes. He reincarnated 71 times, all trapped in the cause and effect of Chu Ning's death. Choose now. She unfolded a light screen. Take over the observation station, or the scene changes. In 2023, he stood by the hospital bed, holding the consent form to unplug the ventilator. The privileged metal completely fused. His heart transformed into a quantum core. He reached out to touch the light screen. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. The tentacles that were originally lying on the ground all sprang up. Countless eyes reflected the Dean Chu Yan's ferocious face. You will never be worthy of becoming an observer. Chu Yan was besieged, but leapt onto the main control platform. He connected the quantum core to the blood moon system. The flood of data surged backward. He forcibly built the final firewall using the memories of 71 lifetimes. In the first lifetime, he stabbed the tentacle's eyeball with a scalpel. In the 5th, he learned to manipulate gravity through the mirror. In the 40th, he summoned deadly champagne at the Abyss party. Cognitive reconstruction complete. Chu Yin crushed the false Earth projection, and the quantum storm exploded from his fingertips. The Dean's tentacles turned to ashes, and Chu Ning's nebula body began to crack. Before the countdown reached 0, he forcibly bound the blood moon system and his memories into an endless loop. The observation station began to collapse. Before dissipating, Chu Ning whispered softly, "Brother has finally learned to cheat." Her afterimage condensed into a black crystal, embedded into his quantum heart. Back in the hall, the tentacle remains were evaporating. The director's charred skull was engraved with Observer 07. The system notified him that he inherited the highest authority, while warning not to investigate the vacant numbering. He had just retrieved the files when the blood moon suddenly derailed and crashed into the sun. Amid the intense light came his sister's voice. "Wake up quickly, they are tampering." The quantum heart emitted an electric arc outside the dome. The blood moon debris stirred a solar flare storm. In the control room, the Earth projection was disintegrating, with the entire American plate being wiped out. A stabbing pain struck, and he saw the underlying protocol. If an observer develops emotions, the civilization is immediately reset. Countless memory bubbles floated on the surface, all containing deleted humans. "Found you." The Dean's head revived. Mechanical tentacles devoured the data stream. Look at the fate of Observer 7. In the image, he was nailed to a cross. The blood moon split, and the Earth turned into a silicon-based planet. Chu Yin grabbed the ion cutter, slashed through the swarm, recombined the molten metal into a data key, and inserted it into the collapsing quantum core. In the name of Observer 09, reboot. Space began to fold, and his body gradually became transparent. The swarm of insects spelled out the apocalyptic chapter of the Book of Revelation in the void. When the first 7 seals character lit up, everything headed toward destruction once again. The quantum heart suddenly reversed. compressing the entire human civilization database into a singularity. You dare. The dean's roar was torn apart by gravity. Chu Yin grabbed the black crystal in the dimensional rift and slit his quantum heart with a reversed hand. Dark matter blood gushed out, and the system's underlying protocol was forcibly rewritten. Emotional module unlocked. Civilization reset terminated. The singularity collapsed into a supernova, and the director was instantly vaporized. In the bright light, Chu Yin saw the apparition of his sister Chu Ning. She touched the wound, and the blood crystallized into a memory, the erased 71st lifetime. Brother, remember, the true observation target is not humans. The words were swallowed by the storm, leaving behind only a bronze key engraved with R'lyeh archives. Chu Yin returned to reality, collapsing into a seat in the circular hall. Abnormal observation record detected. Please proceed to the lower restricted area for inspection. The gate of the restricted area opened, and 12 corpses walked out of the cold mist, all bearing Chu Ning's face, numbered 01 to 12. Cryogenic chamber number 13 was empty, with only a note attached. Observer 13, Chu Ning defector. Carrying the seed of civilization. Chu Yan's quantum heart stopped suddenly for 3 seconds. The retina popped up a countdown. 71. 59:59. White light engulfed everything. The sound of decaying copper coins rang out. Congratulations on completing the SSS-level hidden mission. A mechanical voice sounded. The white light instantly stained with blood. The ground collapsed. The Wangchuan River surged violently. Countless players' lost souls screamed sharply. Reward list burning. Administrator privileges, incomplete. Clues to the resurrection of the dead, tainted. System anomaly log. Chuning's handwriting appeared in the scorch marks. Don't trust the settlement room. Bronze chains burst out of the water, hooking onto a rotting head, softly repeating. Observers are all liars. Administrator privileges activated. Dark matter storm reversing Wangchuan. Beneath the riverbed, a bronze compass emerged. At the moment Chu Yin touched it, time stood still. The reward transformed into a holographic image of Chu Ning. Brother, you are in the system recycle bin. She pointed to the coffin-shaped data pods around them. Every SSS-level victor becomes a new dungeon. The image suddenly distorted, and a recording was forcibly inserted. Hurry, they are tampering with it. Sizzle. Raleigh coordinates, sizzle. The dome of the settlement space collapsed with a crash, and Administrator 01's tentacles tore through the space, stabbing straight down. The tentacles were covered with the twisted faces of the players, including the last second of the hooded youth. System permissions counterattacked automatically, and the quantum heart emitted a pulse wave, shattering the tentacles into fragmented pixels. You could have been a perfect observer. Administrator 01 revealed its true form, a mass of blue-gray flesh with 7 quantum hearts of different colors embedded on the surface. Now, I can only make you a clone boss. It opened its huge mouth and spat out the image of Chu Yin decoding the password in the morgue. Dark matter blood surged within Chu Yan's body, almost bursting his blood vessels. He gritted his teeth to steady himself, staring intently at the scattering pixel fragments. He grabbed the fragments and pressed them directly into his broken heart. The wound quickly healed, and the blood gradually settled. The next second, the devouring tentacle struck down again. Chu Yin did not dodge. Instead, he deliberately exposed the quantum heart. The moment the tentacle hit the heart, the 2 quantum hearts violently collided, causing an energy explosion that tore a rift in the timeline. Chu Yin leapt into the crevice. Countless scenes unfolded before his eyes. A yellowed sheet of letter paper appeared, written in my sister's handwriting. The words were filled with despair and fear. My corpse is at the real-world coordinates 37 degrees, 23 minutes north, 122 degrees 2 minutes west, but don't come. The last words were forcibly erased by the system, turning into a cold, lifeless line of prompt. Congratulations on obtaining resurrection privileges. System log forcibly popped up. Error. Illegal resurrection program detected. Executing memory wipe. Failed. Activating final measure. In the temporal turbulence, Chu Yin crashed into the forbidden book section of the Raleigh archives. Dark matter blood corroded traces across the bookshelves. He pulled out the observer defection records, and the book suddenly snapped shut, biting down hard on his wrist. Between the pages, Chu Ning's cold mechanical fingers reached out. "Brother, we've been written into the underlying code." The ground collapsed. Chu Yin fell into a forming instance embryo. He saw his quantum heart split, half turning into a blood moon hanging in the sky, the other half transforming into a baby-like Chu Ning. The system prompt suddenly became gentle and pleasing. "Please name the new instance." Chu Yin wrote 4 characters in the void with dark matter blood. "The Tomb of Chu Ning." The entire dungeon instantly spiraled out of control. Administrator 01's tentacles burrowed out from the core, but were immediately detonated by the quantum bomb he had buried. As the smoke cleared, the clue to the resurrection of the dead in the reward tally turned into a countdown, indicating the remaining time of his soul 7-1. 23:17. Dark matter blood coagulated into a dagger. Chu Yin slit open the quantum heart and tore out the corrupted resurrection code. The forbidden book from the Relaya archives spelled out a sentence in the air: "The best resurrection is to allow a true death." A new instance has begun. Chu Yin stepped into the mist, his leather boots crushing dry leaves. The bronze fragment gleamed, its faint blue light spots sensing the scent of blood, rushing straight toward the broken wall. The system prompted: "White snake residual fragrance resonance 82%, coordinates marked." The remnants of the Jiaowei Qin floated in the air, with only 5 strings left. The shattered pieces fused, and white mist surged instantly. The 7th enhancement exploded in golden light, and the golden bell shattered in the distance. The girl's cries for help came from within the mist. The soul-devouring vines in the courtyard twisted the girl in red, her face crying out on the vines. The twin lotus jade pendant lit up, then quickly dimmed. Chu Yin swung the chain to break the door, sound waves bursting outward, turning the soul-devouring vines into purple rain. The girl fell, her hairpin hooked on the strings, and both their wrists were cut and bleeding. The system forcibly initiates the concentric contract, sharing life values. Chu Yin was about to break free when a silver needle pressed against his throat. The red patterns in the girl's eyes reminded him of the strange data from the car accident 3 years ago. "You carry his scent from that day on Binjiang Road." The Guqin trembled, and illusions descended. 800 years ago, atop Leifeng Pagoda, a musician in white embraced a woman in blue. As pursuers closed in, the woman transformed into a python and plunged from the pagoda, slipping half a jade pendant into his arms. The angry shout overlapped with reality, and the illusion shattered. Chu Yin snapped back to his senses, his hand already pressing on the girl's throat. The blood beads on her wrist floated, forming a twin lotus. "There is no ID for you in the system," Chu Yin asked coldly. The next moment, the blood-red dawn assassin's hidden needle shot through the air. 7 cold lights tore through the air. Chu Yin swung the Guqin down onto the ground, and the broken strings resonated. The +13 special effect, lingering melody, activated, and sound waves swept across the courtyard, shattering the hidden weapons into iron fragments in midair. The girl coughed violently and wrote with blood in his palm: "Southeast of Linen Prefecture, Phoenix Mountain, bring the intact Qin." She lost consciousness before finishing her words. The bronze shard in Chu Yan's arms suddenly heated up, the twin lotus pattern completing in blue light. The assassin leader's mask shattered, revealing a face very similar to his father's. The sound of mechanisms abruptly roared as the street flipped and collapsed. Chu Yan held the girl and leapt down the wall, seeing a blood-stained note slide out from her sleeve, showing an address in the real world: 17, Binjiang Road, the exact place where he had a car accident 3 years ago. The two fell into a dark waterway. Under enhanced night vision, the water was filled with tiny metallic scales. Mechanical voices echoed underwater. Detected legendary item: bronze incense burner, resonance 91%. The jade pendant suddenly dragged them toward a deep blue light source. A 3-legged incense burner appeared, a bronze snake statue shedding its skin. Chu Yin touched the ear of the burner. The Qin shard melted and fused into the burner body. The 13th reforging exploded with golden light, but Su Wan gave out a hoarse snake hiss. "Don't touch." The reverse scale. The incense burner exploded, Incense ashes and nanomachines surged out, data flashing wildly across his retina. Assassins flooded into the waterway, their sleeve darts reflecting blue light. The moment the heart-protecting mirror formed, he saw the leader remove his mask. The scar was exactly the same as the one in his father's laboratory explosion photo. Dr. Chu's most perfect creation. The man pointed at Su Wan. It's time to retrieve the key. The hidden weapons rebounded and fired back. Chu Yan, through the refraction, saw the truth clearly. All the assassins had a triangular snake emblem chip embedded in the back of their necks, the same blue light model from the car accident seen years ago. Su Wan opened her demon pupils, summoned the incense ashes, and the metallic dust transformed into azure snakes that tore through the enemy ranks. She coughed up blood and whispered, "Phoenix Mountain, hold something they fear." At the end of the waterway, gears roared, the bronze incense burner tilted, and the snake shedding suddenly coiled around the waists of the two. In the raging current, Chu Yin saw a terrifying scene, his blood being frantically devoured by the snake's shed, while a reverse-scale totem identical to the incense burner appeared beneath Su Wan's collarbone. Cognitive contamination cleared 63%. The mechanical voice exploded in his mind, causing a splitting headache as his memories were forcibly erased. The woman in the blue dress who protected him during the explosion, the silver medicine bottle by the sickbed, and the face exactly like his own inside the cryogenic chamber. Su Wan bit her tongue, shooting blood into his eyes. Memories surged back instantly. He saw the cryogenic chamber number S-17 and the corpse with half a scorched tail loot stuck in its chest. Don't trust the electronic brain. She stabbed her own temple with a silver needle. It is modifying you. The sonic waves of the blood-red dawn crashed through the aqueduct. Chu Yin strengthened his protective mirror, and within it saw an even more terrifying truth. Countless clones of Su Wan immersed in nutrient solution, each with a birthmark on their neck identical to his own. He protected Su Wan as she fell into the dark river, but the snake shed awakened from the incense burner, entangling her ankle and dragging her toward the boiling spring. Chu Yin activated reverse decoding, and the biological code chilled him. The core instructions were actually derived from his father's paper on consciousness grafting. The firewall is about to collapse. Su Wan rolled over to shield him from the falling rocks, coughing up blood with a faint smile, her expression overlapping with that of the woman in the blue dress from the car accident 3 years ago. This time, it's my turn to return the favor. At the end of the dark river, the shadow of Leifeng Pagoda appeared. Chu Yin pressed down on her reverse scale, triggering double enhancement. The sacred fire divine path awakened, and the water flowed like arrows, pinning the pursuers against the rocky wall. The assassin leader roared angrily. The tattoo on his mechanical arm clearly read, "Observer number 17, and all memories pieced together at this moment." Su Wan suddenly convulsed, and nanorobots seeped out from her pores. Chu Yin ripped open her collar, revealing a chip embedded under the skin of her chest, labeled S-17-9. The real world. Chu Laboratory, stop brain domain assimilation. She used her last strength to press the jade pendant into the incense burner, and the pupils of the bronze snake statue suddenly snapped open. As the white light engulfed them both, Chu Yin saw the leader of the Blood Dawn inserting a chip into the back of his neck, the pattern identical to the device on Su Wan's chest. The Sanskrit chant transformed into a shockwave. Chu Yin held the gradually cooling Su Wan tightly, suddenly realizing that he was not a car accident survivor at all, but the first experimental subject to successfully undergo an electronic brain transplant. The so-called enhanced abilities were merely permissions granted to him by the chip. Su Wan was no ordinary person either. She was a living key cultivated by her father through genetics, repeatedly dying and being reborn, all to awaken the electronic brain. Night rain fell on West Lake as Chu Yin jumped onto the painted boat. From the lantern seeped a strange silver-blue liquid. Su Wan let him use blood to mend the cracks. As soon as he touched the lantern, an image from 800 years ago appeared, Su Xiaoxiao bandaging the scholar's wound, the scholar having the same triangular birthmark on his chest as him. The system warning sounded, and reality began to be overwritten by history. The mechanical water beast smashed the ship's window. Chu Yin reinforced the lantern, and the embroiderer in the painting transformed into chains to trap the monster. Suwon forced him to write a poem with their combined blood. The moment the poem was finished, the blood solidified in the air into a small shadow of Su Xiaoxiao, while the scholar's face transformed into Chu Yin. That poem was exactly the same as the one his mother left behind before her death. The triangular birthmark beneath Su Wan's collarbone began to writhe. The mark on his wrist heated up, and the system indicated that their genetic similarity was as high as 97%. The leader of the Blood Dawn broke through the ceiling, intent on reclaiming the experimental subject. Chu Yin reinforced the lantern to its limit, and lotus lanterns rose from the lake's surface. But he saw that each lantern contained the image of Su Wan immersed in the incubation pod, the time precisely the night of the car accident 3 years ago. He finally realized that from the very beginning, they had been designed pawns. In the illusion, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around, and a hairpin pierced his forehead. In agonizing pain, he saw the Real laboratory, another self opening his eyes inside a cryogenic pod, while Su Wan was cut open at the back of her neck and the blue triangular chip was removed. The gilded lantern trembled in Chu Yan's hand, the strengthened +9 light piercing through the rain curtain. The gold thread on Su Wan's wedding dress suddenly turned into a data stream, entangling both of their wrists. The first lotus lamp emerged from the water, and the mechanical water beast of the Bloody Dawn had already torn open the painting boat. Don't stop the poem. Su Wan pressed his bleeding fingertip with a silver needle. The blood ink is rewriting the nerves. Chu Yin uncontrollably wrote, "Death is eternal longing." The handwriting exactly the same as his mother's before her death. The lantern projected an image, the woman on the sickbed tattooing a triangular birthmark on the baby, a pattern completely identical to the one on Su Wan's neck. Electronic brain alarm distorted. The water beast bit his shoulder, but he saw the truth clearly. The shell contained a human brain, with nerve bundles connected to a chip identical to Su Wan's. This is a living processor. Chu Yin flipped the lantern, and the Qianlian barrier unfolded. The lotus lanterns formed an array, crushing the outer shell and revealing the twitching gray matter. Su Wan tore off her wedding dress, revealing Xixia characters beneath her skin. She pierced the characters with a needle, and the pleasure boat began to digitally collapse. They are feeding these monsters with my pain. The leader's mechanical arm broke through the formation, the cannon aimed at her forehead. Chu Yin lunged forward, recognizing it as the memory eraser pressed against his temple 3 years ago. "You and your father are both madmen," the leader sneered, "using your wife and child as experiments." Chu Yin stabbed the opponent's joint with a lamp pole, nanorobots rushing into the crack. He saw the opponent's chip number, S17-0. The scene suddenly changed. The boy in the cryo chamber opened his eyes as a scalpel cut into Su Wan's nape. Chu Yan's fingers began to digitize, the lotus lamp burning Su Wan's life force instead. "Finish it." Su Wan bit his lip. "With our lives." Ning Tong Wan Si Sui appeared, and all the lotus lanterns went out. The assassins twitched collectively, blue light forming a huge neural map in the rain. Consciousness upload 53%, prompt pierced the retina. Su Wan's wedding dress turned into a data chain locking him. Those golden threads were actually chromosomes inscribed with Western Xia script. The leader tore off his mask, revealing the same face as his father's. This is true love, poetry, and commitment, completing consciousness grafting with love. The floor became transparent, revealing the real laboratory below. Chu Yin saw himself lying on the operating table, Su Wan's clone crushed, its remains turning into lamp oil. Su Wan suddenly snatched the poetry slip and pressed it against her chest. The missing half-line appeared on its own, not envying the immortals of the 9 heavens. The moment the verse was completed, Su Xiaoxiao from 800 years ago seemed to reach out from history, her golden hairpin piercing reality and illusion. Cognitive reboot. Chu Yin held the gradually digitizing Su Wan tightly amidst the temporal turbulence, watching helplessly as her body disintegrated into Xixia script. The characters crawled into the cracks of the lantern, engraving the gilded shell into a bizarre biological circuit. Amid the blood-red dawn's wails, Chu Yin finally understood. The so-called SSS-level instance was just a sandbox constructed by his father using his own neural pathways. The members of the Blood Red Dawn were all antivirus programs split off from him. Be careful, the lantern. Su Wan's final data stream merged into Chu Yan's birthmark. They are trying to complete it. In reality, rain poured down in torrents, and the extinguished lotus lanterns all floated into the air. Chu Yan activated SS-level enhancement. The wick exploded, and bronze snake scales assembled into a holographic screen in midair. In the real scene, a scalpel was stabbing toward the eyes of the boy inside the cryopod. At the base of Leifeng Pagoda, the bronze door oozed a rusty metallic smell. Chu Yan held the +8 enhanced broken lock, and the verdigris inside the keyhole surprisingly carried the scent of fresh blood. Su Wan's skirt brushed over the Sanskrit bricks, and the century-old carvings awakened, glowing faintly. Used tears of true emotion. She stroked the serpent-patterned love lock, just like Bai Sujin did back then. The pursuing soldiers broke through the door, and Chu Yan bit his finger, pressing it against the keyhole. When the energy erupted, he saw an illusion. Su Xian collapsing the Realgar wine, and Bai Sujin's chest being opened not to flesh and blood, but to a circuit board. Warning: memory meme contamination. Amidst the alarm, Su Wan suddenly slashed her wrist. Droplets of blood formed a twin lotus, merging with the tears in the illusion. The love lock shattered, shards cutting Chu Yan's cheek as the metal absorbed his DNA. Sister, it hurts so much. The remnant soul of the green snake surged forth, Su Wan's pupils splitting into vertical slits. The scales resonated with Chu Yan's birthmark, and the 18 arhats at the base of the pagoda all opened their eyes simultaneously, their weapons all bronze replicas of experimental instruments. Strengthen the chains. Her voice was tinged with a hiss. Use ours. Chu Yan grabbed the fragment of the chain, +12 enhanced with golden light. The iron ring transformed into a two-headed giant python. When the snake teeth bit down on the Zen staff of the controlling Tiger Arhut, the monitoring screen in the real-world laboratory suddenly shattered, and a researcher collapsed on the spot. The demon fetus has appeared in the world. The phantom of Fa Hai rose from the golden bowl. The model of Leifeng Pagoda, clearly a brainwave controller. How dare you? Su Wan's snake tail swept away the Buddhist banners, and what appeared on the ground was not a shadow, but rapidly refreshing binary code. Chu Yan saw at a glance how memories of the car accident 3 years ago flooded back. On the windshield flowed the exact same data. So you are also, he blocked the magical device, his hand trembling. Created by my father. The green snake suddenly let out a miserable scream, and Su Wan struggled desperately beneath the scales. Chu Yan executed the double snake strangle, but the two giant pythons bit each other instead. In the real-world experimental chamber, 2 clones of Su Wan were also fighting fiercely. Destroy the Buddha bone. Su Wan, with her last bit of clarity, pointed at Fa Hai's chest. That is the shackle locking us. Chu Yan tore the bronze chain and slammed it against the golden bowl. The enhanced power exploded, and 1,000 years of grudges transformed into countless green snake afterimages, tearing apart the mechanical skeleton beneath Fa Hai's monastic robe. The Buddha bone shattered, Sarira scattered, and he saw the neural tubes of his father's laboratory embedded in Fa Hai's brain. You are the real demon. Fa Hai laughed crazily, a puppet without a shadow. The top of the tower collapsed, and Su Wan fell. Chu Yan caught her. Under the moonlight, only his shadow was at his feet, while there was nothing beneath hers. The base of the tower was filled with the scent of blood. Chu Yan held the broken chain. Copper rust etched circuit patterns on the ground. Su Wan stepped over the engraved scripture stones. The Buddhist characters twisted into cold code. Use your remorse to unlock. She stroked the snake-shaped patterns, and the bronze glowed with a double helix of faint light. At the bloody dawn, the sound of a wooden fish struck the door. The bronze Arhut rolled its eyes. Chu Yan bit his finger and pressed it into the lock core. With a burst of strength, he saw the brainwave inhibitor on Su Xian's wrist, identical to Su Wan's. An alarm exploded in his mind. Su Wan cut her wrist, the blood coagulating into a twin lotus, overlapping with Bai Sujin's tear pattern. Fragments of the chain formed a chromosome map in the air. Chu Yan caught the fragments and found the bronze absorbing his blood. Master, it hurts so much. The remnant soul of the blue snake surged into her body, the Cheongsam tearing into snake scales. The blue pattern on her neck resonated with his birthmark. The electronic pipa emitted low-frequency sound waves. Blue blood seeped into Chu Yan's ears. That was the laboratory's gene repair liquid. Reinforced the chains. Her voice was laced with a piercing electric current. Use our lives. Chu Yan grasped the fragments. Golden light surging wildly. The iron ring transformed into a double-headed quantum snake. The moment the snake's fangs crushed the laser Buddhist beads, the incubator in reality exploded, and the researchers froze into ice sculptures. Demonic fetus. The spectral image of Fahai rose from the golden bowl, the Leifeng pagoda in his hand transforming into a brain control device. How dare you desecrate the Buddhist teachings? Suwon's snaketail swept and broke the scripture pillar. Her shadow could not be reflected on the ground, leaving only the pulsating nerve coordinates. When Chu Yin blocked the magical artifact, he suddenly recalled the car accident 3 years ago, and on the windshield flowed the same cold data. So you were also? He pushed back the raised Arhut bowl, but his hands were trembling. Everything his father had created was spiraling out of control. The green snake emitted a quantum howl, and Suwon's humanity struggled beneath the scales. Chu Yin launched the double snake strangulation, but the two giant snakes devoured each other, because in the incubation chamber in reality, the two Suwon clones were fighting fiercely. Destroy the Buddha's bone. Suwon pointed at Fahai's chest, where the prison of consciousness was. Chu Yin tore apart the bronze chains and smashed them against the golden bowl, unleashing a 1,000-year obsession. The fragments turned into countless small blue data remnants, ripping open the titanium alloy skeleton beneath Fahai's Kasaya. The Buddha bone shattered. The relics were all biological hard drives, projecting a holographic diary of his father. The tower top collapsed, and Suwon fell. Chu Yin caught her, but under the moonlight, he saw only his own shadow. Beneath Suwon's feet remained only the claw marks of the blood-red dawn. You are the true demon. Fahai's residual shadow laughed wildly, a puppet without a shadow. The mechanical Weituo initiated self-destruction. Chu Yin rushed through the secret door holding the unconscious Suwon, the walls embedded with glass pillars containing brain fluid. As the face of her mother appeared in the center, Suwon opened her snake-like eyes. Cognitive reboot. She bit Chu Yan's earlobe to suck blood. Beneath her skin, Shishia's script writhed, searching for a lake without reflections. The secret door closed, Chu Yan's birthmark burned, and the mirror personality activated. Suwon's body temperature plummeted, blood droplets defying gravity rising and condensing into a colossal neural network. Chu Yin bandaged her wounds but saw the blue light of a chip, the very model implanted in the back of his neck 3 years ago. The Leifeng pagoda collapsed, and he jumped into Westlake. The reflection shattered. He floated normally, but Suwon was frozen on the lab bench, having cerebrospinal fluid extracted. The cold light in the embroidery room was like corpse wax. Remnants of the wedding dress twitched. Golden threads pierced into Chu Yan's palm. The broken mandarin duck pattern began to absorb their DNA. Biological embroidery. A neural map appeared on the lining. A mechanical spider broke through the window, and the wedding dress unfolded into a projection. In the embroidery room, the silkworm woman stitched a blood letter into the interlayer. At the moment the pursuers broke in, the projection swordsman merged with Chu Yin. Repair the farewell letter. Suwon tore open the patch, using silkworm thread. Chu Yin infused energy, the embroidery needle lit up, and all the silk threads in the embroidery workshop awakened simultaneously. The assassin of the blood dawn swung the laser blade, but it couldn't cut through the glowing silk threads and was instead entangled into a cocoon. On the surface of the cocoon appeared surveillance footage of their brainwashing and transformation. The naked truth laid bare. Better to fail the world than fail you. Suwon completed the remaining lines of the letter, but the handwriting suddenly transformed into the wild cursive script of Chu Yan's father. The script seeped into the silk, turning into a brain surgery diagram on the back of the wedding dress. The silkworm maiden stepped out of the projection, a silver needle piercing straight into Su Wanmei's brow, memory-stealing little thief. Chu Yin blocked it with reinforced silk thread, but saw her face was exactly like the photo of his mother. Even more terrifyingly, the blood-written date on the wedding dress was today in the real world. The electronic brain alarmed wildly. Su Wanmei convulsed suddenly. The silver needle flew out of her hand and pierced the swordsman in the projection. At the same time, the incubation pod in the real laboratory exploded, the clone's brain matter splattering across the screen. They are extracting my blue data streams surged out from Su Wanmei's 7 orifices. Destroy it quickly. The wedding dress suddenly wrapped around the two, the silkworm maiden's illusion transforming into the bloody Dawn leader. He raised a tube of cerebrospinal fluid labeled S17-9, exactly Su Wanmei's clone number. He tapped the keyboard, and the wall turned transparent. Chu Yin saw dozens of Su Wan locked in nutrient pods in the basement, with fluorescent liquid being pumped to the center. Floating inside the pods was her own self, turned into a vegetative state after the car accident. All your enhanced energy comes from her, the leader sneered coldly. Su Wan let out a piercing scream, tearing her wedding dress as silkworm threads transformed into quantum chains. The Heaven Silkworm bind activated, ripping time in half as the enemy rapidly aged. Her own body began to digitally disintegrate. Go to the basement. Find the mirror. The mechanical spider self-destructed, causing the ground to collapse. Chu Yin fell into the cellar, clutching the fading Su Wan. Around them were specimen jars labeled with their mother's name. In the glass coffin at the center, the corpse dressed as a silkworm mother was rotting, the embroidered handkerchief in her hand bearing only half a sentence. Beware of the one wearing the wedding dress. The scent of sandalwood mixed with formaldehyde filled the air. The wedding dress suddenly tightened, the golden thread piercing Chu Yan's wrist. Su Wan grabbed his bloodied hand and pressed it against the hole over her heart, the broken intertwined branch pattern beginning to absorb their stem cells. This is neuron embroidery. Chu Yin saw the complete brain circuit pattern appear on the lining. The mechanical spider smashed the window, and the wedding dress unfolded into a holographic display. In the embroidered tower under the moonlit night, the silkworm woman was stitching the blood letter thread by thread deep into the wedding dress. The moment the pursuers broke through the door, the swordsman in the projection overlapped with Chu Yin, the jade pendant at his waist engraved with S17. Hurry up and finish writing the farewell poem. Su Wan tore open a hidden pouch and took out silk fabric corroded by strong acid. Use blood silkworm thread. Chu Yin infused enhanced energy into the embroidery needle, triggering a +15 special effect. Silver threads shot out like a torrential rain. The assassin's plasma blade was entangled and instead wrapped into a glowing cocoon. Every cocoon reflected the surveillance footage of their brainwashing and transformation. Better to betray the 9 provinces than to betray you. Su Wan dropped her brush, but the handwriting was exactly the same as her father's experimental log. Stains appeared behind the wedding dress, revealing a craniotomy surgery diagram. The illusion of the silkworm lady suddenly appeared, a silver needle piercing straight into Su Wan's brow. Chu Yin swung silk threads to block it, only to find her face overlapping with her mother's portrait. The date on the blood-written letter was the autumn equinox of 2023. Cognitive barrier damaged by 89%. The electronic brain alarm blared wildly. Su Wan suddenly twitched, the silver needle flying toward the projected swordsman. As the needle pierced the temple, the real number 17 cultivation pod exploded, the clone's brain matter splattering across the screen. They are extracting my memory cells. Blue data streams flowed out of her 7 orifices. The wedding dress suddenly tightened, and the silkworm lady transformed into a blood-colored leader. He raised the test tube labeled S17-9, which was Su Wan's number. The wall was transparent, revealing the basement. Dozens of Su Wan clones were locked inside the chamber, cerebrospinal fluid continuously flowing to the center. Floating inside the chamber was Chu Yin, who had become a vegetative state after the car accident. All your power comes from her, the leader sneered coldly. Su Wan tore apart her wedding dress, the blood silk turning into quantum shackles. Tian can bind, activated, the flow of time fragmented. 1 second for Chu Yin here felt like eternity, while the enemy rapidly decayed. Basement, bronze mirror. Su Wan's body began digitizing. The mechanical spider self-destructed, shattering the floor tiles. Chu Yin held her as they fell into the cellar. Specimen jars labeled with the names of mothers lined the surroundings. In the glass coffin, the woman disguised as a silkworm lady was rotting. The embroidered handkerchief in her hand read, "Beware of the wedding dress." The blood silkworm suddenly wrapped around Chu Yin, dragging him towards the coffin. He touched the embroidery hoop, and the entire cellar lit up with a faint blue cold light. The embroidered pattern reassembled into brain-skin images of him from infancy to adulthood. Cognitive synchronization rate surpassed the critical value. The electronic brain exploded. Suwon pierced Chu Yan's chest with her last solidified hand. There was no intense pain, only piercing coldness. She pulled out a throbbing stream of data from his heart, tearing open the truth from 3 years ago. That night of the torrential rain was not a car accident, but Chu Yin pressing the format button in the laboratory. The Suwon prototype in the incubator opened tearful eyes, and behind him stood his father, who bore the same birthmark. The remaining snow on Gushin glowed blue. Chu Yin ran his hand over the ice cracks on the Jiaowei Qin, the enhancement +15, revealing a neural network on the instrument's body. Suwon's wooden clogs shattered plum branches, but what flowed from the broken ends was cloning culture fluid. Plum Blossom Melody 3 variations must be played in the 7-tone scale, using the Lin Zhong tuning. She grasped his wrist tightly, her voice cold. The mechanical wolf pack of the blood-red dawn burst through the door. The harmonics Chu Yin plucked etched the music score in the snow. As the second movement, Ling Frost, began to play, Suwon's Ruchuan transformed into mourning clothes, and she began a summoning ritual dance, the plum patterns on her skirt revealing the clawmark emblem of the blood-red dawn. The alarm blared, memory resonance spiraling out of control. Merlin became transparent, overlapping images from 800 years ago. The princess handed out poison wine. The guard's Adam's apple quivered as he drank it down, strangely matching the frequency of Chu Yin swallowing nutrient fluid exactly. Use this. Suwon flicked her water sleeve, bringing forth a frozen plum core. Chu Yin crushed the plum core, intensifying the energy rampage. Ice crystals formed a DNA double helix in the air, and all the mechanical wolf's electronic eyes burst simultaneously, the core engraved with the father's employee number. "Ninger, wait for me." The dying call echoed. Chu Yin froze. This was precisely the childhood nickname his mother used before marriage. Suwon's tears fell on the ice spiral, triggering a quantum snowstorm. Within the energy field strengthened by +18, the mechanical beasts were all frozen, but the ice surface reflected the laboratory surveillance. Countless Chu Yans awakening inside the incubation pods. The cognitive barrier collapsed. The burning tail lute shattered, its strings wrapping around his neck. Suwon's dance posture changed abruptly, the water sleeves flying needles spelling out the Western Xia characters. "You are the original clone." The plum tomb collapsed, revealing a bronze coffin. The guards inside the coffin had not decayed over 1,000 years, and, apart from the chip interface behind the left ear, were identical to Chu Yan's body. The moment Ling Shuang sounded, Suwon's white dress suddenly turned into mourning clothes. The plum patterns glowed red under the moonlight, like torn bloodstains. Warning, memory corridor overload. The electronic brain screamed, and the entire plum forest shattered transparently. Scenes from 800 years ago overlapped. The princess handing over wine, the guard drinking poison, his Adam's apple trembling exactly like Chu Yin swallowing the nutrient solution. Suwon waved her sleeve, sending over the ice-sealed plum core, inside which a fluorescent double helix was frozen. The moment Chu Yin crushed it, energy went out of control, ice crystals formed a chromosome model in the air, and the electronic eyes of the mechanical wolf exploded simultaneously, with the father's number engraved in the processor. S17 Alpha. The dying call of the guard echoed. Ning. Chu Yin shivered all over. That was exactly his mother's childhood name, never recorded in the clan genealogy. Suwon shed tears, triggering a quantum snowstorm. All the mechanical beasts were frozen, but inside the ice appeared the laboratory surveillance. Countless Chu Yin's opening their eyes in incubation pods. The Jiaowei Qin shattered, its strings wrapping around Chu Yan's throat. Su-won's sacrificial dance turned into a killing move, silver needles forming Shixia script. You are the original counterfeit. The plum tomb collapsed, revealing a pair of bronze coffins. The guard's corpse remained uncorrupted for 1,000 years, and except for the chip behind his left ear, he was identical to Chu Yan. In the other coffin, beneath the phoenix crown was the pale face of Su-won's prototype. Cognitive synchronization rate exceeded. Chu Yan stabbed the strings of the chain into his chest. There was no blood, only blue data gushing out. Su-won leapt up and bit his wrist, carving binary with her teeth. Face reality clearly. The ice crystal refracted memories. Infant Chu Yan implanted with the S00 chip. Teenage Su-won struggling in the cabin, branded with S17, Omega. Their father standing by the window, a triangular mark on his neck oozing blood. We are all his sacrifices. Su-won tore off the mourning clothes, with a quantum core spinning inside her chest. The mechanical wolf pack self-destructed, and the data torrent swallowed everything. Chu Yan held Su-won and leaped into the coffin, the lid closing as the inscription lit up. Second-generation clone Chu Yan, activated on the autumn equinox of 2023. The lanterns in Kingafang froze in place, and the Kongming lantern in Chu Yan's hand oozed blue cerebrospinal fluid. Su-won's hairpin scratched the lampshade, and the oozing liquid formed an incomplete chessboard pattern in the air. The center position must play black, she whispered, her skirt brushing against the silk ribbons of the lantern riddle. A swarm of drones crashed through the ceremonial arch. Chu Yan ignited the wick, and quantum flames burst forth. The lantern lit up, its surface displaying a neural synapse map, with the Western Xia script that Su-won wrote causing the map to grow backwards. Warning, cognitive firewall failure. The lantern projected an image. Outside the hospital ICU, Su-won was watching the unconscious Chu Yan through the glass. The date was the night of the car accident 3 years ago. Keep playing chess. She tore the nanowire apart. They are rewriting you through the chess game. Chu Yan's fingers pierced through the chessboard, touching the laboratory keyboard. A black piece was placed, the lantern wailed, and the poem turned into data flowing into his brain. The 3 years you were unconscious, Su-won wrote in Shixia script. I changed your nutrient solution every day. The laser shattered the archway. Chu Yan ignited the enhanced Kongming lantern, and the lantern market transformed into a quantum phoenix. Through the flames flashed surveillance of Su-won undergoing electric shock therapy. Catch her. The mechanical arm tore through the projection. Her memory is in the contamination system. Su-won pierced her fingertip to continue writing in the Western Xia script, and the lantern market suddenly went dark. The lantern in her hand revealed the truth. The real laboratory, where her original body was pierced through the skull by a catheter. They have found my original memory core. The fire dragon counterattacked, and Chu Yan clearly saw the enemy. Inside the mechanical skeleton of the Blood Dawn were chips, all sharing the same origin as Su-won. The lantern reorganized the neural cloud, and he finally understood that the lantern market was just a brain machine virtual sandbox. After finishing this game of chess, Su-won took out a glowing memory crystal. You will be able to wake up. The Paifong exploded, and the two fell into darkness. Thousands of lanterns streaked past like meteors, reflecting fragments of their lives over and over again. Kingafang froze in place, the blue cerebrospinal fluid seeping from the lantern in Chu Yan's hand. Su-won sliced the lampshade with a golden hairpin, the liquid Ningxing Sunxia Xingtu in the air, each chess piece reflecting laboratory surveillance. Playing black in the center of the board. She lifted her cloak, the silk ribbon transforming into nerve fibers, using my blood as ink. A drone smashed the archway. Chu Yan ignited the wick, and quantum flames soared. The exquisite chessboard lit up, and a neural map appeared on the surface of the lantern. Su-won wrote in Western Xia script, and the map began to grow backward, like a venomous snake biting back. Cognitive firewall collapsed. The holographic image unfolded. In the ICU ward, Su-won looked at the unconscious Chu Yan through the glass. The nutrition bag was labeled S17-9, and time stopped at the night of the car accident 3 years ago, the moment his memory was wiped clean. Don't stop. They are rewriting your brain. She tore off the nano-silk thread, which was actually her own neural catheter. Chu Yan's hand pierced through the chessboard, placing a piece at the center point. Lanterns chimed in unison, and the poem transformed into data flooding into his mind. 3 years of memories surged back. She mixed nutrient solution, summoned spirits late at night, her neck crawling with electronic corpse marks. Lasers collapsed the archway. Chu Yin reinforced the Kongming lantern. Fire dragons ascended, 800 lanterns turning into fiery birds, projecting footage of her being electrocuted, every scream engraved in Western Xia script. Defective products must be destroyed. The leader raised the memory erasure cannon. Suwon pierced her fingertip to continue writing words. Darkness fell. Only the light revealed the truth. In reality, countless tubes plunged into her skull, draining the glowing memories. They locked onto my original memory module. The fire dragon dove, and Chu Yin finally saw clearly. The enemy's mechanical skeleton embedded with a homologous chip, number S17. Dengshire was nothing but a brain-computer sandbox. In the real world, she was locked in an experimental pod, with a quantum catheter inserted in the back of her neck. The time showed September 23, 2023, 3:17. After finishing this game of chess, Suwon reached into her chest and pulled out the glowing memory crystal. You will be able to see the truth. The archway collapsed from the explosion. Chu Yin, holding the data-encoded Suwon, jumped into the darkness. As they fell, lanterns filled the sky like shooting stars. Inside each lantern were shadows of their lives, over and over again. In the Western Xia bridal chamber, the toasting cups glowed with an eerie blue light. On the laboratory's monitoring screen flashed an electronic marriage certificate. In the cryogenic chamber, two cold hands were tightly clasped together. Catch it! Suwon stuffed the memory crystal into his mouth, and her body began to disintegrate little by little. Go to the real world to find. Before the words were finished, the mechanical tentacles of the blood dawn tore through the void. The leader's mask melted within the data stream, revealing the face of Chu Yan's father, frozen for 20 years. The mechanical arm transformed into a DNA chain, tightly wrapping around Suwon's ankle. The nutrient solution flowed along the chain and poured into her 7 orifices. The love you think you know. The voice overlapped with the recording from the operating table 3 years ago. It's just a pre-written program. Chu Yin crushed the crystal with his teeth, the fishy sweet data rushing into his brain. The last black piece fell, and the entire lantern market began to collapse. The lanterns turned into memory bombs, blowing the blood-red dawn people into floating fragments of nerves. As Suwon was about to disappear, she used her last strength to carve a string of Western Xia keys into his chest. That was exactly the password to his father's laboratory safe. Strange silver light rippled across Jinghu Lake. The bronze mirror in Chu Yan's hand oozed a viscous liquid. After being enhanced to +17, nerve-like patterns appeared on the mirror's surface. Suwon's skirt swept over the water, and the ripples flashed with the laboratory's surveillance codes. I want to capture the true form. Her golden hairpin suddenly stabbed into the mirror. Must use the blood of closest kin. The mechanical shark man burst out of the water. Chu Yin poured all his strength into the bronze mirror. The +19 special effect triggered, the mirror surface turning into mercury, swallowing Suwon whole. The next second, her reflection stepped out from the mirror, her nails transformed into cold, sharp data blades. Warning, personality overwrite initiated. The mirror demon tore off its own face. Beneath the skin was not flesh and blood, but crazily updating experimental data. Chu Yin stabbed a sword into its chest. Jin Suwon, however, reached out her hand from the mirror and suddenly tore open her clothes. The scar on her chest was exactly the same as the scar he had from the car accident. Using mirror attack, her voice carried the static of electric current. Hit our wound. Chu Yan's sword edge slanted, striking down at the same spot as the mirror demon. 2 wounds oozed blood simultaneously, and the bronze mirror instantly boiled. The mirror demon let out a piercing shriek. Its core was, surprisingly, fragments of father's consciousness. You can't escape. Its face changed again, this time into the likeness of the mother when she was young. Everything started from the Western Xia laboratory. The enhanced strength suddenly backfired. A genetic map appeared on the back of the bronze mirror. Chu Yin saw the truth clearly. Su Wan's genes contained 23 sets of artificial codes. Those bases were arranged in Xixia script. It was exactly the key to unlock the chip in his brain. The mechanical shark humanoids launched a full-scale attack. Chu Yin pushed the bronze mirror to +20. The mirror surface collapsed into a black hole. All attacks were swallowed in one gulp. Jin Soin seized the opportunity to leap out of the mirror, but her reflection was left inside, torn apart by countless data tendrils. Cognitive synchronization rate 99%. Su Wan suddenly coughed up blue blood, the blood droplets forming the Western Xia code on the mirror surface. Chu Yin dipped his sword in blood and stabbed at the mirror demon. The bronze mirror shattered, and the fragments formed a holographic image. The prototype of Su Wan was locked on the operating table in the laboratory. The chief surgeon removed his mask, revealing that he was the young Chu Yin. Jinghu stirs up mercurial silver ripples. The bronze mirror oozes pale blue cerebrospinal fluid. Enhanced energy surges. The mirror surface reflects the neural network. Su Wan breaks the water surface, ripples transforming into firewall cracking code. To reveal the true form, she pierced the mirror with a golden hairpin, the quantum chip sparking. It requires the blood of a close relative. In the blood-red dawn, mechanical shark men burst through the water. Chu Yin pushed the energy to its limit, turning the mirror surface into a liquid storage device, swallowing Su Wan into the quantum realm, while her reflection stepped out of the mirror, with data spikes growing from her fingertips. Warning, personality overwrite initiated. The mirror demon tore off its face, revealing pulsating data streams beneath the skin, memories of Chu Yin erased 3 years ago. As Chu Yin swung his sword, Zhen Suwen reached out from the mirror, tearing open her clothes, the mark on her chest perfectly symmetrical to the scar from Chu Yan's car accident. Mirror attack. Our scars. Chu Yin counterattacked, stabbing the same spot on the mirror demon. Blood seeped from both wounds simultaneously, the bronze mirror boiling, the mirror demon howling sharply. The core was unexpectedly the consciousness of his father, frozen for 20 years. You cannot escape the cycle. The mirror demon transformed again, taking the painful expression of a mother in labor. Starting from the Western Xia gene experiment. Energy backlash. Gene lock appeared. Chu Yin saw the truth. Su Wan's chromosomes embedded Western Xia programming, the key S17, which was exactly the password to unlock the chip in the back of his neck. The mechanical shark man launched a full-scale attack. Chu Yin strengthened the bronze mirror to its limit, the mirror surface collapsing into a black hole, all things being sucked into the quantum realm. Jin Su Wan leapt out again, but her reflection was dismantled by data tentacles into binary fragments. Cognitive synchronization rate 99.9%. Su Wan coughed out a drop of cyan blue blood, which transformed into the final key on the mirror's surface. Chu Yin stabbed the mirror with blood, the bronze mirror shattered again, and a holographic image appeared. The laboratory where Su Wan was undergoing a craniotomy and marrow extraction, and the chief surgeon was none other than Chu Yin himself from 5 years later. The waves of Qiantang River surged with a ghostly blue, and the Jinhai stone in Chu Yan's palm suddenly bled. After being enhanced to +20, dragon scale patterns emerged on the stone's surface. Su Wan's silver bracelet struck it. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and the mechanical water ghosts of the bloody dawn scattered in unison. The dragon girl of the heart-extracting Jinhai, Su Wan stomped the waves, requires the blood of a devoted lover. The sonic ship broke through the river, with infrasound collapsing the embankment. Chu Yin embedded the Jinhai stone into the heart of the reef, triggering a +22 special effect that reversed the river's flow. Amid the waves, an image from 800 years ago surfaced. The spot where the dragon girl extracted her heart revealed not flesh and blood, but a ghostly blue chip. With my blood, Su Wan crashed into the stone tip, her blood staining the dragon's scales brightly. The enhancement surged straight to SS level. Chu Yan's vision was filled with data. He saw the memory inside the Jiao Pearl, himself carrying the badly injured Su Wan rushing into the laboratory. The date was exactly the night of the car accident 3 years ago. That is memory erasure. Chu Yan roared, 100-meter quantum wave tearing apart the sonic ship. The mechanical water ghost self-destructed, its fragments all biological chips. Chu Yin held Su Wan and discovered her chest contained a rotating quantum core. The blue blood on the Jinhai stone condensed into Western Xia characters, which was exactly his father's safe password. Go open the bronze box. Su Wan's fingers digitized. At the bottom of the river, a bronze coffin rose. The dragon woman's remains absorbed the strengthening energy, her face gradually transforming into Su Wan. The leader of the Blood Dawn appeared, the brain tissue beneath the mechanical shell glowing just like Chu Yan's. The ginkgo at Lingyin Temple stood still, prayer beads sparking quantum flames. The chessboard turned into a neural map, the black and white pieces transforming into the emblem of Blood Dawn. Ninth generation already, Su Wan whispered. You always pick the wrong sacrificial material. The Buddhist beads enhancement triggered samsara. The 300 arhats opened their eyes, and the Buddha's gaze reflected the experiments and sacrifices of the previous 8 lifetimes. In every life, she died protecting him. Breaking through the 3 afflictions of greed, anger, and ignorance in 3 kalpas. Su Wan coughed out data fragments. The mechanical warrior monk broke through the door. Chu Yin enhanced the Buddhist beads to plus 25. The chessboard quantum manifested. The black pieces became golden armored warriors. The white pieces turned into silver armored Azuras. Chu Yin made the 361st move, and Lingyin Temple instantly became transparent, revealing a giant biological computer underground. Each computing unit was a cloned brain of Su Wan. When you were 7 years old, Su Wan tore open her wrist, exposing the optic nerve. You drew an AI lover at summer camp. The chessboard projected a holographic image. The young Chu Yin was doodling in the laboratory, while the system automatically generated a model that was Su Wan's prototype. Within the immature lines, 23 sets of genetic keys were hidden, the very keys to the bronze box. Warning: core command conflict. Su Wan went berserk, the silver needle stabbing straight into Chu Yan's throat. At the moment blood broke the skin, memories from the previous 8 lives flooded back simultaneously. Each life. Chu Yin had pressed the format key, yet Su Wan always smiled. In the quantum pool, the dual lotus of yin and yang entangled and blossomed. Chu Yin injected SSS-level energy into her body, and as the lotus petals were about to close, Su Wan instead turned her hand and stabbed the twin lotus into her heart. My underlying command always takes priority. The leader's head of Blood Dawn exploded, revealing Chu Yan's brain, frozen for 15 years, with Xixia script memory codes engraved on the neural synapses. You are the original clone. Su Wan's data stream began to dissipate. Chu Yin forcibly reinforced his dying body in reverse. SSS-level energy triggered a data tsunami. The virtual world collapsed dimensionally, the bronze box opened, and the AI blueprint he drew at 7 years old flew out, recombining Su Wan's quantum core in the void. In reality, the cryogenic pod trembled, Chu Yan's fingers twitched. All Su Wan clone incubation pods simultaneously cracked, quantum consciousness flowing into the mainframe. On the operating table, Su Wan's prototype's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and a twin lotus pattern appeared on her chest. The data flood pierced the boundary between virtual and real, flooding into Chu Yan's consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes. The silver-white metal corridor stretched infinitely, the dead-white lights unable to dispel the darkness in the corners. The smell of disinfectant mixed with burnt odor, silence heavy, as if pressing down from above. Chu Yin tensed his body, his mind racing, cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Instance information beginning to load. There was no system screen, nor any prompt sound. On the cold, mottled silver-gray wall, suddenly a line of bloody characters oozed out. Scarlet, deep, as if engraved with a branding iron dipped in blood, the edges still steaming. Instance code, Abyss of Cognition. Objective, survive and find the core node. Beginner warning, Golem alert zone, extremely high risk, 99.98% mortality rate. Eternal maxim, don't trust anyone who claims to have seen a golem. Trust is contamination, communication is a coordinate, speaking it seals your fate. The last 4 characters were the darkest in color, the chill piercing straight to the bone marrow. Once spoken, it locks. Chu Yin repeatedly mulled over the words in his mind, tasting iron rust all over his mouth. No explanation, no rules, only a blood-written prohibition. This was not a guide, but more like a warning sign at the entrance of a tomb. He suppressed his restlessness and forced himself to stay calm. His perception quickly spread out and soon caught an anomaly. It was not a sound, but a presence. Around the corner of the fork ahead, there were 3 heartbeats. One was rapid and chaotic, one stiff and dull, and the last faint yet unusually complete, as if sealed away. Chu Yin stepped lightly, silently approaching the corner, pressing against the wall and peering around. 3 figures. A woman huddled in the corner, her battle leather armor torn and stained with blood, a scab formed on her temple. She clamped her mouth shut tightly, her knuckles white, clutching a thin piece of metal in her hand, her eyes staring ahead in terror. What she was looking at was not a human. That thing stood there, its appearance no different from an adult man, but what made up its body was not flesh and blood, but countless cards. Dense square cards were bound together by an invisible force, layered and stacked to forcibly form a twisted humanoid outline. Rough, deformed, and full of an eerie collage-like texture. Those cards are cold and hard, mostly in black, silver, and gold, with intricate patterns and in different numbers engraved on their surfaces. When they rub against each other, they produce a fine, sharp rustling sound, like living scales. This is not a human at all. It is a monster pieced together from credit cards, bank cards, and other financial certificates. The reflective card's surfaces resemble pairs of emotionless eyes. Ka, ka. The woman's sobs slipped through her fingers, her voice suppressed to the limit, shattered and hoarse. She clutched the metal shard tightly, as if holding onto her last lifeline. The card monster's roughly head-shaped stack of blocks turned slightly, as if it sensed Chu Yin. Just as Chu Yan's mind was racing, footsteps sounded from the dark passage behind him. Light, swift, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Chu Yin tensed all over, not turning around, but his peripheral vision locked firmly onto the newcomer. The figure was slender, walking with an unervingly calm pace, radiating a palpable sense of danger. The newcomer stepped into the light. It was a young woman. She wore a nearly faded moon-white ruchuan, the fabric worn and stained with dark smudges. What truly chilled the heart was her face. Expressionless, her brows and eyes seemed covered in ice. Her gaze passed over fear and fixed directly on the card monster in the corner. Her right hand was lifted in the air, a sharp metal shard pinched between her fingers, almost identical to the nameplate held by the woman in the corner. The metal flipped between her fingers with terrifying steadiness, like playing with a knife that could kill at any moment. She ignored Chu Yin as if death and monsters had nothing to do with her. This calmness itself was chilling. "New here," the woman spoke softly. She finally looked at Chu Yin, her gaze colder, devoid of any humane warmth. She gave Chu Yin no chance to respond, speaking coldly. 3 fools. One scared stiff, one got taken out, and one is transforming, almost becoming a card slave. It's not the worst outcome. She looked at the trembling woman and the nameplate in her hand, then glanced at the rigid figure in the corner. The person still barely looked human, but their body was deformed, with a dense grid pattern emerging on the skin, as if some kind of blocks were shifting beneath the flesh, about to completely transform him into a card slave. The woman in the corner suddenly screamed, shouting that the pseudo-person was coming. As the words fell, Chu Yan's consciousness felt pierced by a steel needle, pain shooting sharply into his mind. It wasn't physical pain, but the tearing of his cognition, with countless chaotic words flooding in madly. Overdraft, limit, repayment date, interest, sole collateral, exploding inside his mind. He clearly felt that his sense of who he was being shaken. The corridor began to warp. The metal walls peeled away like canvas rotted by water, revealing not bricks but layers upon layers of dense bills and collection notices, with numbers constantly rolling. The ground beneath his feet also changed, turning into neatly arranged credit card slots, as if he were standing in an endless forest of cards. The smell of disinfectant in the air was replaced by a pungent plastic odor, making him feel nauseous. The most frightening was that woman in white. The air around her began to refract and distort, her figure blurred and split, as if she were being torn apart and reassembled. Countless afterimages of her were violently torn from the original, each one completely different. The bank manager in a suit smiled professionally, holding up documents to pitch loans. The loan shark enforcer in a floral shirt had a greedy face, waving a baseball bat to collect debts. The credit card salesperson in a cheap office lady outfit mechanically repeated, "Instant approval limit." The blurry figure in the hooded shadow murmured softly, "Credit reporting is very important." These images flashed wildly and overlapped, crowded in the same spot, forming a violently shaking zone of mental pollution around her indifferent core. She was no longer human, but the polluted core piled high with greed and indifference, like a walking incubator of imposters. Chu Yan's will seemed thrown between icy peaks and boiling oil. Fragments of overdraft, minimum payment, and sole collateral screamed in his mind, tearing apart his sense of self. Fear and despair were forcibly poured into his consciousness, almost drowning him. But it was this very oppression that completely crushed his last hope, leaving only a cold, hard survival instinct. His gaze was fixed tightly on that one stable entity. Her surface calm was like solidified magma, ready to erupt at any moment. He instantly realized two things. The pseudo-person was not a physical monster, but a conceptual contamination that would spread uncontrollably once mentioned. She was not the source, but the current most dangerous aggregation point, still barely resisting. No hesitation. One step slower, and he would be locked in, swallowed, becoming the next card slave. Chu Yan forcefully endured the excruciating pain of his consciousness being repeatedly torn apart, mobilizing all his mental strength. Instead of attacking the woman, he condensed it into a cold mental probe, ruthlessly stabbing into the depths of his consciousness where the wildly spreading contaminated area, the corner eroded by financial information, resided. He wanted to verify a hypothesis. The core of the contamination is conceptual fixation. The label pseudo-human itself is a signal of cognitive anchoring. The mental probe mercilessly sliced through the screaming bills, interest rates, and repayment dates. He no longer pondered the meaning of pseudo-human, but treated this concept as alien data that had to be stripped away and forcibly expelled, like using a red-hot branding iron to burn off the rotten flesh directly. The effect was immediate. The cognitive fragmentation and mental confusion suddenly diminished, and the sensation of being tracked and invaded was forcibly severed. Although the phantoms, bill walls, and card slots remained, the feeling of oppression significantly lessened. He had temporarily broken free from the curse of lock upon speaking. Almost simultaneously, the woman in the Ruchuan wrapped in the phantom of the impostor suddenly shuddered. Her icy gaze fluctuated violently, a mix of pain and terror. Her face seemed to have countless data colliding beneath it, with fake smiles, fierceness, and enthusiasm flashing in turn, like numerous artificial consciousnesses vying for manifestation within her body. "Ah-ha!" She raised her head, staring fixedly at Chu Yan. The look in her eyes was no longer indifferent, but burning with icy anger, mixed with resentment from betrayal and being dragged down. Chu Yan instantly understood. That uncontrollable scream triggered the pollution within her that was already on the verge. She had become a lit powder keg, and I have only temporarily moved away from the center of the vortex. Safe. No, this is only temporary. At this moment, this polluted conglomerate, the remaining core consciousness of the Ruchuan-clad woman, seemed to direct all its suppressed anger and tearing pain straight at Chu Yan. The fake phantoms around her flickered wildly. The three most solid and vicious ones, the bank manager, the loan shark collector, and the salesman, suddenly stepped forward, standing at the forefront, as if they had gained the priority to strike first. Their target was only Chu Yan. The folder in the bank manager's hand turned into a chain-like stream of light with a snap, rushing straight at him. The loan shark swung his baseball bat, making the air heavy with pressure. The salesman's smile twisted into something inhuman as he opened his mouth and spewed out ear-piercing advertising slogans, smashing toward Chu Yan like sound waves. This was not an ordinary attack. It was a concept erosion that directly polluted cognition. As long as he was touched even once, The anchor point he had just severed would relock, dragging him down even deeper. Chuyin tensed all over, needing to move. As long as he could create distance, there was still a chance. Just as he was about to unleash a dodge, a figure tore through space and slipped between him and the phantom. It was Su Wan. Without warning or hesitation, she stood in the most dangerous spot, back to Chu Yin, facing those three already solidified pollution attacks head-on. She had no weapon. In Chu Yan's suddenly contracted pupils, she raised her right hand. That hand holding the metal nameplate was precise and calm, but the target was her own neck. Hiss! A faint but clear tearing sound. Using a fragment of the nameplate, she suddenly slashed horizontally below her throat. No blood sprayed out. The metal slipped into the skin as if cutting through soft tofu. The wound split open instantly, with flesh turning outward, revealing bright red tissue and faintly visible white tracheal rings along with a pulsating artery. No blood flowed out. A bluish-purple data light flashed inside her neck, pulsating like exposed nerves. What she sliced was not flesh and blood, but a layer of shell enclosing the core. As soon as the wound appeared, a layer of yellowish artificial skin suddenly stuck to the incision, like an old patch being torn off, abrupt and eerie. It was as if this cut didn't tear the wound, but the disguise. Chu Yan's mind buzzed. It was a scar. The location is too familiar. That's the scar left from vocal cord surgery. Even the old patch matches perfectly. In other words, she had lost her voice before. And now, she is destroying it with her own hands. Before he could react, Su Wan suddenly tilted her head back sharply. The wound throbbed violently deep inside. Beneath the flesh and the trachea, something was frantically rubbing. Clack, clack. The piercing metallic sound drilled into the eardrums. It wasn't vocal cords, but precision parts colliding. She opened her mouth, stretching it to an inhuman extent. The airflow rushed out of the throat, but was completely distorted by the thing inside the wound. A sound emerged. It was neither human nor machine. It sounded like an electrical explosion, like white noise, like countless voices torn apart and pieced together. Zzz crackle, fake, person zzz. Amid the chaotic electric noise, two words were painfully squeezed out. Fake person. She forced the words fake person out of her torn throat, using the inhuman vocal structure inside her body to imitate the sound. The vibrations grew more and more intense. The bluish-purple glow at the edge of the wound suddenly surged, like an overloaded circuit, piercing the eyes painfully. If this continued, her neck would be burned through directly. The two words pseudo-person, mixed into the harsh white noise, pierced the air like two poisoned ice spikes, striking straight at the core of the woman in the Ruchuan dress across from them, who was wrapped in countless illusions. Boom. It wasn't an explosion, but it was fiercer than one. The three phantoms at the forefront, the bank manager, the loan shark, and the salesman, suddenly froze in place. Energy tendrils, conceptual pressure, and polluted sound waves all hung rigidly in midair. The next moment, their bodies began convulsing violently, as if ignited from within by invisible flames. The word pseudo-person became an unbearable curse for them. It was as if their very existence was being denied on the spot, rejected, torn apart, and turned back against them. The bank manager's crisp suit instantly dissolved, as if drenched in strong acid, large patches turning into black viscous liquid dripping down. The outer layer peeled away, revealing chaotic, tumbling streams of data underneath. The professional smile cracked inch by inch, exposing a terrified, distorted true face. The loan shark's baseball bat halted halfway through a swing, suspended in midair. The floral shirt was riddled with tears, the figure rapidly shriveled like a deflating balloon. The once bulky body was wildly compressed, collapsing into a lump. The salesman's exaggerated grin suddenly collapsed inward, his features compressed into a mass. His mouth opened wider, yet no word came out. Only a silent scream remained. Pollution was countered by reverse pollution. Locks were locked back with greater ferocity. Their logic began to self-destruct. But even more terrifying was the woman in the Ruchuan. White noise wrapped around the word pseudo-human slammed into her, and she suddenly let out a piercing scream like it was tearing apart. The sound no longer resembled that of a human, but rather the shrill noise of a wave on the verge of breaking, full of despair. All the crazily splitting phantoms around her were forcibly pressed back into her body in an instant. All the shadows vanished. Her body began to lose control. The contours beneath the moon-white Ruchuan twisted violently, as if being filled with excess gas. Her entire body swollen and distorted wildly, bones and flesh shifting and churning under the skin. Her skin resembled boiling mud, with countless faces struggling beneath the surface. Bank managers, loan sharks, salesmen, one greedy face after another switched frantically, as fast as an out-of-control screen. Her body became a battleground for countless fake consciousnesses fighting for control, forcibly stuffed into one shell, long beyond its limit. Ugh! The short, pitiful scream mixed with the sound of electric explosions, like the final cry before death. The next second, crash. No blood and flesh splattered, but what exploded were cards. The twisted and swollen monster body resembled a ripped sack, with countless bank cards, credit cards, and metal nameplates pouring out, their cold reflections smashing headlong at Suwon. No organs, only a lifeless rain of cards. The existence of the woman in the Ruchuan dress was completely erased by the implosion, leaving behind just a pile of cards. The polluted residue that had been paid off in full value. The cards crackled as they struck Suwon's shoulder, back, and arms, their sharp edges cutting through her sleeves. Yet she remained motionless, as if only dust had fallen on her. Her spine was as straight as iron, and the wound on the side of her neck, which she had cut with her own hand, was turned outward. The bluish-purple data glow flickered faintly, like a living circuit exposed to the air. The scent of burning and a faint trace of ozone lingered in the air. The storm had just passed, yet Chu Yin caught a faint abnormal sound masked by the aftershock. Squeak, creak, from the corner. The woman who was squatting there, tightly covering her mouth. At the very moment the card exploded, several sharp fragments of metal cards, like the blades of death, slashed across her hands that were covering her mouth without any warning. One shard precisely slipped through the gap between her spread fingers. Before she could react, the sharp edge had already cut through the skin on the inside of her finger, coldly scraping across and even cutting her tightly pressed lower lip. An almost inaudible chh was the sound of skin tearing. Immediately following was a faint squeak, like a strangled scream, leaking out from her injured lips. The woman's eyes widened to the limit, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Flying shards and the cold gleam of metal reflected in her eyes. The intense pain overwhelmed her reason. The sharp sting of her cut lips and tongue made it impossible for her to hold back any longer. A word tinged with the smell of blood squeezed out from her cracked lips. Help! Chu Yin and Suwon both changed color simultaneously. Here, rescue does not mean asking for help, but exposure. It represents communication, represents positioning, and represents her admitting that she needs to be saved. Communication is coordinate. This thought stabbed into Chu Yan's mind like a knife, especially in the space just after the implosion, where the pollution still churned like undying ashes. The woman suddenly covered her mouth again, this time with greater force than before, squeezing out drops of blood. She realized she had made a mistake. Regret and fear overwhelmed her instantly, but it was already too late. No more than half a second after she uttered that word, the anomaly suddenly struck. No explosion, no mirage. Yet colder, more oppressive. Centered on her, the ground and walls within a 2-meter radius began to change silently. The scattered card fragments seemed corroded, quickly melting and sticking together, merging into each other. In less than a second, a dark red plastic-like surface spread across the floor and walls, cold and eerie. The woman watched all this in horror. The cuff of her tattered leather armor and her pouch suddenly bulged. It was as if something inside was forcibly taking shape. The fabric was stretched white and thin, seeming ready to burst at any moment. Several square cards with edges glowing coldly, accompanied by a faint sound, forcibly broke through the fabric from her pocket, like bone spurs suddenly growing under the skin. The corner of her mouth twitched, her eyes quickly glazed over, as if her consciousness was being drained away. A fine grid pattern vaguely appeared beneath her skin. Card slot, Suwon said coldly, without turning back, yet her words hit the mark. The humanoid figure in the corner was losing itself, rapidly transforming into the most common form in this area, a living card slot. The dark red plastic floor beneath their feet gently writhed, splitting open a crack like a mouth waiting to swallow a card. Chuyin tensed all over, a single thought overwhelming everything. Must leave immediately. The final help the woman managed to squeeze out was already a signal. Ripples spread, coordinates exposed, and the hunter could come at any moment. The calm here was only temporary, a deathly quiet before the storm. He quickly scanned ahead. Apart from the card debris left after the explosion and the slowly flowing data slime, there were no new threats for the time being. What about the retreat? His gaze shifted to the depths of the forked path. That side was obscured by smoke and data turbulence, like a passage into deeper darkness. Behind him was the direction they had come from. Move forward into the unknown, or retreat back the way they came. The moment the thought arose, his gaze suddenly locked onto the epicenter of the outbreak. Amid the chaotic pile of cards, one item abruptly lit up, dull and restrained, yet impossible to ignore. It was an ancient bronze key. This key is only as long as an adult's pinky finger, with the handle cast into a curled, abstract lotus shape. The fine patterns resemble vines, or perhaps ancient runes, mysterious and cold. The teeth of the key have a strange structure, unlike those meant for ordinary locks. It lay quietly on a torn black metal VIP card, the broken edge flowing with dark red data light, holding the key in its center like a dark altar. It was completely incompatible with the surrounding remains of card slaves and pseudo-human energy, as if an ancient relic had mistakenly entered a junk heap. A tool or a trap? Chuyin thought rapidly. Abyss of cognition, core node. The abnormality of this key might just be the key. Take it away. No matter the risk, it must be a gamble. He suddenly exploded into action, his figure streaking close to the ground like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for the key. Data smoke was swept up by the airflow, and several meters were crossed in an instant. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the key, an even sharper gust of wind struck from the side, its target also the key. With a sharp clang, the metallic buzzing exploded. Chuyan's hand suddenly halted midair, a cold star pressing firmly against the web between his thumb and forefinger. It is Su-Wan. She arrived later but struck first, eerily inserting herself into the battle. Her left hand's dark blue flying needle precisely pressed against Chuyan's joint nerves, while her right hand shot out like a shadow, reaching for the key. The fight for possession is about to erupt. At the very moment the two of them simultaneously touched the key, the dark red data light suddenly contracted, and the shattered VIP card suddenly curled up, completely engulfing the bronze key. With a buzzing sound, an invisible force field suddenly expanded. It was not an explosion, but the space being forcibly stretched and tightened, the passage emitting groans on the verge of collapse. Chuyin and Su-Wan were both knocked back simultaneously, as if hitting an invisible soft wall. Su-Wan's flying needle slashed through Chuyan's tiger mouth. Blood just began to seep out and then hung suspended in the air. A moment of panic flashed in her eyes. Between them, the black metal fragment that swallowed the key vibrated frantically, emitting a high-frequency, piercing buzz. It quickly melted and collapsed, eventually turning into a tiny yet bottomless dark particle. The data dust and smoke in the passage were sucked in, swirling wildly as they flooded into it. A chilling aura of water spread out, chilling the soul. It was not a liquid, but a primordial force so heavy it could crush the earth, recklessly washing away pollution and tearing apart the structure of the entire dungeon. The energy barrier vibrated violently, like glass about to shatter. Roaring filled Chuyan's mind. The core connection was being forcibly rewritten, spatial coordinates were resetting, the dungeon was being overwritten. The dark particles suddenly swelled, transforming into a rapidly spinning vortex. At its center surged a bronze-colored dark current, like the rage sealed away for endless ages. Dungeon logic collapse. Ancient god-level energy detected. The warning sound was torn apart by an even older roar, directly shaking the depths of the soul. With a rumble, the entire passage collapsed, turning into uncontrolled data turbulence. Chu Yin and Su Wan were swept into a bronze-colored space-time vortex, powerless to resist. Terrifying water pressure crushed in from all sides, washing consciousness with information, fragments, and fear all at once. The quantum heart struggled to beat, desperately maintaining clarity. He didn't know how long had passed before he barely opened his eyes, only to see the dark bronze current surging, like countless liquid giant snakes twisting and roaring in the space. Not far away, Su-Wan was tumbling in the rapids like an out-of-control spinning top. The scarlet nun's robe burst into an eye-piercing blood color in the murky water. A black pollution condensed from data and resentment quietly separated from the water, lunging straight at the back of her heart like a venomous snake. She sensed it and desperately turned around, the eerie blue flying needle reappearing at her fingertips. But under the combined pressure and mental pollution, she was half a beat slow. The flying needle only emitted a faint glow and was completely unable to block it. There was a buzzing sound. Chu Yin had no time to think and acted on instinct first. He forcefully kicked against the dark current, moving sideways. The chaotic current scraped his skin like a dull knife. In the final moment, he used his left shoulder to forcibly ram through that black flow. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, only to be swallowed back down. The left shoulder to the back tore with intense pain, purple-golden blood streaks spreading in the water. The deflected, polluted current brushed against his ribs as it swept by, screaming sharply as it sank into the depths. Su-Wan steadied her stance, needles swirling around her body. Her red eyes locked onto him through the murky water, showing no gratitude, only colder vigilance. "This life-saving grace, I will sever it." Her voice pierced directly into his mind, chilling to the bone. Chu Yin had no time to respond. An even more terrifying suction came from below. The bronze undertow seemed to find an exit, plunging wildly downward, dragging them away again. Boom. It was as if falling into the depths of the ocean, then piercing through the Earth's crust. Weightlessness stopped abruptly, and the body slammed hard onto the solid rock surface. The ringing in the ears echoed. The sound of water and the roar of the spirit almost disappeared, leaving only a low vibration reverberating underground. The suffocating feeling receded, but the air was damp, cold, and heavy, filled with the smell of rust and decayed moss. Chu Yin coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood-tinged liquid, bracing himself to sit up. The wound on his left shoulder was rapidly sewn shut by the purple-golden energy, and the alert from the quantum heart slowly subsided. He looked up. This place resembled a massive water prison buried deep within the earth. They had landed on a narrow stone path. The path was carved from a single piece of deep teal rock, with natural textures on the surface resembling bas-reliefs, vaguely depicting scenes of towering waves and floods swallowing the stars. On both sides of the stone path stood endless black, giant pillars, each terrifyingly thick, like the spines of ancient beasts. The pillars were covered with spiral patterns, exuding a cold aura. Countless bronze chains were wound around them, extending layer upon layer downward, disappearing into an impenetrable darkness. From the extreme heights above hung a dim bronze light. It was not stars, but beams of light piercing through heaven and earth, weaving into a massive net. The light flowed slowly within the net, heavy and oppressive, like instruments of torture laid by a god's own hand, firmly locking down the entire space. Further inside was water. Not ordinary water, but the netherworld water forcibly suppressed by chains. It was heavy and cold, swirling slowly like it had life. Wisps of bronze-colored water mist rose to the sky and were drawn away by that giant net. This place resembled a tomb, yet also a prison. What was imprisoned here might be the remains of the ancient god Gong, or his unresolved wrath. Chu Yin suddenly looked forward. Su-Wan was half kneeling on the stone path, her scarlet nun's robe appearing like congealed blood under the faint light. Her right hand was clenched tightly, a bronze key flashing briefly between her fingers. She succeeded. In the next moment, woo! A low, mournful moan exploded from the depths of the water abyss, like the roar of a dying beast. The grief and anger pierced the soul. The entire water prison shook violently, chains swinging wildly. The sound of metal scraping was sharp and heart-rending. Crack! Between the two, a bronze chain suddenly snapped. The link sprang up, the runes flickering on and off. The suppression was torn open at one corner. Boom! The originally dead and silent abyss completely erupted. Countless ghostly waters surged and boiled, carrying the icy cold and wrath of millions of years, transforming into a dark teal water dragon, soaring into the sky. It opened its massive mouth and fiercely lunged toward the stone path area where the chain had broken. The water pressure, capable of crushing steel, thunderously fell, and the bronze-colored torrent swept across like a blade. Their retreat was completely swallowed up, and Chu Yin and Su Wan were simultaneously swept toward the abyss. In a life-or-death moment, Chu Yin steadied himself against the wall, noticing the massive chained pillar flashing on the water surface below. Using the momentum, he kicked off fiercely, his whole body thrusting like a spear toward the nearest giant pillar. The moment his hand touched the spiral groove, a terrifying suction burst forth, the water pressure suddenly dissipating as he was swallowed into the vertical shaft inside the pillar. In the darkness, a fierce wind carrying rusty, briny mist dragged him downward all the way. Almost simultaneously, Su Wan fell onto another giant pillar. The two briefly locked eyes during their descent, murderous intent and tacit understanding coexisting. After an unknown length of time, a bronze light curtain appeared at the end of the darkness. Passing through the light curtain, the weightlessness disappeared, and Chu Yin fell heavily onto the damp, cold ground. A dazzling, ghostly blue light filled the field of vision. Hanging giant stalagmites were covered with holes, each hole writhing with pearl-like gelatinous bodies, inside which curled scaly, infant-like creatures. Silent waves of spiritual energy surged like tides, gentle yet lethal, tearing at one's consciousness. Just as Chu Yin touched the giant skeletal door, a sudden blast of cold air and ice crystals erupted from the door's crack. Su Wan rolled to avoid it, the ice blade scraping the ground as it passed by, corroding the stone wall and releasing blue smoke with a pungent metallic sweetness. Corrosive frost poison. Chu Yin quickly retreated and hugged the wall. The passage ahead had been completely sealed by the deadly cold mist. The grim green fog rolled and refused to dissipate, making it impossible to see clearly beyond 3 meters. The poisonous ice hung from the dome like fangs, densely piercing the ground, its cold light dazzling to the eyes. The air was bone-chillingly cold. Each breath felt like swallowing a blade, and the throat burned with pain. Su Wan did not retreat. She silently appeared behind the stone stalagmite on Chu Yan's right. The bronze key was wrapped with her bleeding wrist, bloodlines crawling all over the key, the dark patterns growing increasingly eerie. The key was absorbing the poisonous cold energy here, resonating with the suppressed residual power of Gong Gong beneath the earth. The price was her blood, tainted red with hints of blue, as if corroded by deep-sea poison. Behind the door lies the pillar core. This layer of frost and poison is only the first line of defense. If it drags on too long, the patrollers will break free, she said calmly, though hidden within her tone was deadly intent. The key's pulsation grew more urgent, like a starving beast sensing blood. Chu Yin recalled the scene before the Dreamweaver was forcibly infused with the divine nectar and suddenly locked onto a direction. He raised his hand, dark blood swirling in his palm, the purple-golden light patterns piercing through the thick fog, pointing to the front left. This way, he transformed into a purple-black afterimage and charged into the poisonous mist, each step treading on the edge of life and death. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, cold poison striking his face, but most of it was blocked by the dark blood within his body. Su Wan followed closely behind, weaving between the ice spikes, narrowly escaping danger again and again. Suddenly, the skeletal soldiers beneath the ice were awakened. Hollow eye sockets ignited with green flames, bone arms shattered through the ice, rusty bone spears shot out together with resentful cold air. Chu Yan's gaze turned cold, dark energy condensing into a dagger in his hand. Instead of retreating, he advanced straight into the spear storm. Dull thuds exploded in succession as the dagger precisely sliced through the bone spears. His afterimage didn't stop. He smashed through the ice, murderous intent pressing straight toward the skeletal core. He spun around and struck back, the dagger slicing along the bone seams, directly cutting open the chest of the skeleton guard who had just gotten up, instantly shattering the phosphorescent core. Suwon was even faster. The ghostly blue flying needle flashed between her fingers and in the next moment pierced through the spine of a distant guard. The skeleton froze in place as black pus and blood sprayed from the bone seams, then scattered into fragments on the ground. She weaved between the bone spears, dancing almost at death's edge. Every strike was calm and ruthless. The crimson nun's robe curled in the cold air like a poisonous flower. Chu Yin crushed the skull before him with a punch, and his vision suddenly opened up. A circular altar made of pale stone slabs stood ahead. Suspended at the center was a huge gray-white bone sphere, its surface covered in holes, slowly rotating. Each pulse felt like a deep-sea heart pumping blood. The ground was covered with a slimy water film, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of seaweed and rocks. Mermaid womb. He recognized this thing from Xia's memories. It was the source of the skeleton guards. Each time the bone orb pulsed, a new guard was awakened. Worse still, dark silver mercury flowed through the 8 grooves. It was the memory of Xia after being melted, now being continuously poured into the bone orb. The opponent was recklessly spawning stronger guards. No time left. Chu Yin growled. Behind him, the skeletons surged like a tide, and the altar blocked the way ahead, with the massive bone gate just behind. Without the complete mercury memory, they couldn't open that gate at all. He wanted to destroy the womb and reclaim the mercury at the same time. He fixed his gaze on the key on Suwon's wrist. The object trembled greedily, resonating with the aura of the bone orb. Suwon also sensed something unusual. The blood vessels suddenly tightened, and the key emitted a dull hum. Chu Yin did not rush toward the altar, but suddenly detonated the dark erosion energy. The shockwave, filled with a rejecting aura, directly struck the core of the bone orb. The altar's pulsing abruptly ceased. Holes on the surface of the osseous sphere suddenly sprayed out a large amount of silvery gray viscous substance, like contaminated amniotic fluid. The altar's operation instantly went out of control, and the mercury memory streams in the grooves surged violently. An opportunity arose. Suwon shot off like a blood arrow, forcibly cutting into the altar from the side at the moment Chu Yan's mental interference took effect. The blood vessels in her right hand burst apart, and the bronze key wrapped in a scarlet glow was fiercely inserted into the nearest memory pool slot. A piercing burning sound exploded as the key entered the dark silver mercury, like a soldering iron hitting ice. The engravings on the key awoke, ravenously devouring the divine imprint within. At the same time, the Gonggong divine power suppressed deep in the abyssal water surged backward through the mercury, forcibly blocking the altar's channel of gestation. The altar trembled violently, the bone sphere pumping into a painful shriek, and the injected mercury sharply decreased. Suwon's arm trembled, chaotic divine power and sorrowful emotions crashing into her mind, pale veins crawling across her skin. Her gaze was icy cold, her left hand's dark blue flying needles steadying the key as she continued extracting mercury. Chu Yan's pressure surged wildly. While maintaining interference, he slashed to kill the skeletal guards breaking through, the dark corroded dagger transforming into a purple-black killing ring. Hurry! His voice was hoarse. Suwon abruptly withdrew her hand. The key covered in dark silver mercury pulled out. The groove nearly emptied. In the next moment, the altar's core erupted with a wild light mixed with cyan gray, dark silver, and blood red. The terrifying impact exploded, sending the two flying, heavily crashing outside the altar, and Chu Yan's interference field instantly shattered. More skeletal guards roared as they lunged forward, scattering bone fragments and dirty water everywhere. Draw the talisman. Chu Yan shouted angrily, getting entangled once again. Suwon leveraged momentum to roll to the edge of the altar, holding the mercury key in her right hand, and without hesitation pointed it at the skeletal giant door shrouded in darkness. The dark silver came alive the moment it touched the giant door, roaring like the remnant souls of Xia. The dark silver spread wildly along the tip of the key, rapidly carving a dizzying three-dimensional rune onto the bone door made from the skeletons of giant beasts. With a buzz, the rune was completed, and the bone door suddenly trembled. The spiral bone patterns, symbolizing suppression on the door panels, lit up with a pale blue glow, then quickly extinguished under the rune's pull. The heavy bone door emitted a low sigh, cracking open just a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. There was no light behind the door, only deeper darkness and a cold, inhuman sense of oppression rushing at you. The core hub, the true core. But entering did not mean safety. This was not a hall, but a chaotic ruin. The dark basalt ground was covered with bottomless cracks, beneath which churned the underworld's deep waters restrained by chains, the low sound of flowing water resembling a heartbeat. Twisted metal megastructures lay toppled on the ground, broken pipes resembling giant serpent bones, seeping deep blue slime mixed with rust and a foul sea decay scent. Gears, levers, and bizarre geometric shapes piled chaotically, forming a dead silent maze. The air was oppressively suffocating, fine metallic dust drifting in the dim light, silently corroding everything. A tingling sensation came from Chu Yan's skin, his dark matter blood instinctively reacting, blocking the intrusion. On Su Wan's nun robe, a faint blood glow also appeared. The only light came from the bronze, eerie glow of the high-altitude chains, cut into fragments, casting continuously writhing shadows that spread like living things. Chu Yan's nerves were stretched to the limit. The moment he stepped in, his sensory range was forcibly compressed to within 100 meters. Oppression pressed down like a solid object, harshly squeezing his nerves. The quantum heart beat slowly in his chest, each beat shielding him from erosion. But he knew clearly that deep within the ruins, a cold and inhuman will was sleeping. Its breath synchronized with the pulse of the netherwater beneath the cracks, each vibration carrying the power to destroy everything. It did not deliberately target anyone. Its very existence turned this place into a dead zone. Like a deep sea forgotten for billions of years, cold, silent, yet pressed down by an anger ready to erupt at any moment. Beside a recent huge crack, twisted metal and broken bronze pipes enclosed a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood something chilling to the core, a 10-meter-tall skeletal throne. The throne was composed of countless human bones. A complete skeleton sat cross-legged within it, shattered limbs interwoven and embedded, skulls stacked layer upon layer, their hollow eye sockets gazing outward. Each bone was covered with pale blue ice crystals, cold to the point of being dazzling. Within the ice crystals, dark silver light slowly flowed, as if still alive. This is not a symbol of power, but a monument piled up with death and will. The shadow behind the throne writhed, almost blending into the darkness. But both Chu Yin and Su Wan could feel a sharp and violent spiritual force pressed inside, struggling to break free. That was the remaining core of the suppressed Lord of the Throne. The skeleton throne. The locked Hunter Skeleton General. The bronze key on Su Wan's wrist suddenly heated up the moment she stepped into this place. It was not heat, but desire. The runes flashed wildly, pointing deep into the throne, where a purer, crazier, more ancient Gongong divine power throbbed like a heart. It seemed to hide the most important bone of Gongong. That aura was tightly sealed by the pure white bones and ice crystals. The shadow behind the throne struggled violently, resisting being swallowed. At the very moment the key locked onto it, the throne suddenly shuddered, and several frozen skulls at the top shattered on the spot. The extreme cold spiritual shock pierced directly into the consciousness of Chu Yin and Su Wan like an ice dagger. Roar! The shadow behind the skeletal throne abruptly exploded, wildly swelling like a living creature. Amid the screeching sound of metal breaking, a massive silhouette tore itself out from the darkness with great force. It stood 15 meters tall, its body not solid but composed of countless pale soul fragments burning and recombining. Dark blue soul flames surged among the fragments, barely forming a humanoid shape. Its head was formed by dozens of twisted skulls stacked together, with hollow eye sockets emitting a cold, frigid light that relentlessly scanned the intruders. Its right arm transformed into a giant ice axe, the chilling air freezing the surrounding space, but its edge was as deadly as metal. The left arm was a whip formed from condensed frost, covered with ice spikes that tore through the air with every swing. Its lower body merged into the shadow of the skeletal throne, the tattered frostbone wings behind silently flapping, scattering dark blue soul fire ice crystals, and the frost domain rapidly spreading. This is the ultimate monster born from the obsession of bones, remnants of battle souls, and the power of extreme cold. The hunter, skeleton general, eternal frozen, resentful soul form. A mental roar like the wails of 10,000 souls fiercely struck at Chu Yan and Su Wan's will. The cold, gleaming eyes locked onto the key on Su Wan's wrist, which was part of itself and must never be lost. Without any charging, the freezing whip suddenly struck out, transforming into an ice-blue afterimage, snapping at Su Wan's wrist. Wherever it passed, the air turned into frozen powder. Too fast, too fierce. Su Wan forcibly leaned back, her body arching like a bow. The hand holding the key twisted beyond its limit, a scarlet blood glow erupting as she tried to block the blow. With a loud crack, the long whip struck the blood-red barrier. Cracks instantly spread, and in the next moment, the barrier shattered with a crash. Su Wan was hit like a heavy hammer blow, groaning softly as she was sent flying backward. She barely avoided her wrist being shattered, but the web between her right thumb and index finger instantly cracked. Before blood could flow, it was frozen by the extreme cold carried by the whip's tip. The blood threads wrapped around the key were eroded by the freezing air, breaking apart inch by inch, and the key slipped from her hand and flew away. The bronze key tumbled through the air, the dark silver mercury glaring sharply in the chill. An invisible force tried to pull it back into Su Wan's hand, but the freezing whip had already recoiled, striking like a venomous python, lunging straight at the falling key. Chu Yan's gaze darkened. He had already moved the moment Su Wan was flung away and the barrier shattered. He didn't rush to save her nor block the whip, but charged straight for the Bone General's feet. That whip shadow was simply unstoppable. He surged forward like a cannonball, unleashing full blitz fire, shadow power cloaking his body, turning into a faint purple-black glow, forcibly withstanding the mental assault from the Everfrost Wraith. His right leg's strength compressed wildly, dark corrosion energy entwining it, the whole leg like a shadowed great axe. The Everfrost Wraith's attention was completely fixated on the key and the whip. Seizing this moment, Chu Yan fiercely kicked the pivot point below its ankle. The recoil force directly threw him flying, crashing heavily into the gear ruins, a metallic sweet taste rising in his throat, old wounds nearly bursting. But that kick had already landed. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, freezing energy and shadows torn apart, creating a huge void. The giant body of the eternal frozen wraith abruptly swayed, soul fragments screaming wildly. The whip's trajectory was forcibly interrupted, the tip of the whip sweeping empty space less than half a meter from the key, only stirring up a chaotic airflow. The key was blown away by the shockwave, spinning and deviating from its original path, falling straight toward the dead corner squeezed between the broken pipes and twisted metal between Chu Yan and Su Wan. The opportunity has arrived. Chu Yan struggled to push through his injuries, his gaze fierce, about to pounce forward, but Su Wan was faster. She had been blasted in the direction close to that spot, her entire body transforming into a bloody shadow, covered with frost and torn wounds, desperately charging toward the key. In midair, the eternal frozen wraith roared furiously, an icy crystal giant claw tearing through the air to grasp, the chill almost freezing everything solid. Just as Su Wan was about to reach the key, the skeletal general lost his balance, his massive body suddenly leaning back, and the frost-covered bone wings behind him swept through a rusted, brittle bronze pipe on the dome ceiling. Crack boom. The giant pipe broke on the spot, falling like the sky was collapsing, crashing straight down towards Su Wan and the key. Claws in front, a 10,000-ton iron weight overhead. Su Wan's pupils constricted sharply, but she did not stop. She gritted her teeth and continued to lunge forward, the power within her burning wildly. The blood in her tiger's mouth, frozen and mixed with dark blue divine power, instantly vaporized in the red light, transforming into a scorching blood mist that shielded her side. The dark blue flying needle tightly gripped in her left hand emitted a dazzling light, no longer a sneaky weapon, but seeming ready to die together with her. The flying needle arrived just in time. It did not block the giant beam, nor did it stab the giant claw. Instead, it shot toward the area above the break in the giant beam, a structure woven from dense metal tubes. Ding boom, a sharp crack, followed by the entire structure collapsing in a chain reaction. The metal mesh detonated, instantly disintegrating, and countless rusty fragments and broken pipes poured down like a steel rainstorm. Although these fragments were not as heavy as the giant beams, their numbers were astonishing, smashing down onto Suwon's head first and engulfing the pursuing ice crystal giant claw as well. Puff, puff, puff. The impact sounds were as dense as drumbeats. The blood mist was continually dispersed and compressed, then barely held open again. Suwon's figure wavered in the storm but gritted her teeth stubbornly. Her right hand was only an inch away from the key. Meanwhile, a large amount of steel wreckage also fiercely slammed onto that ice crystal giant claw. The giant claw, condensed with extreme cold and resentment, was not shattered but was stunned by the terrifying impact, causing its trajectory to deviate. It was this momentary gap. The blood mist was almost dispersed by the metal debris, and the red glow on Suwon's body flickered precariously. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward, finally touching the cold key with her fingertips. The cost was heavy. A sharp steel shard pierced through her left shoulder, blood splattering. A wave of intense pain hit her. She groaned quietly, her body swaying. At the same moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he abruptly looked up. Above the dome, several giant chains securing the bronze components emitted piercing groans as they trembled, cracks spreading wildly. His right hand clenched loosely, and the long-accumulated underworld river instantly unleashed. The cold, sharp spatial force cut into the rift like a surgical knife. Clang! A loud explosion. Hundreds of meters of bronze chains snapped simultaneously, falling like a rampaging beast, carrying fragments and debris, violently crashing down on the skeletal general who had just stabilized his stance. One of the chains pierced straight into the base of its frostbone wings. This is not a coincidence. It was Chu Yan who seized the moment of battlefield imbalance to trigger a counterattack. Using the ruined corpses, he suppressed its vengeful spirit. The torrent of chains instantly engulfed the eternally frozen vengeful spirit. It roared and swung its axe, but was forced to retreat by the impact. Its bony wings were pierced and entangled by the chains, and its massive body shook violently under the repeated collisions. It can't be killed, but it can be held back for a few seconds. Chu Yan had already rushed to Suwon's side like a gale. She had just grabbed the key and was about to stumble, but he firmly grabbed her shoulder. A surging shadow poured into her body, not to heal, but to forcibly drain her life force in exchange for explosive speed. Go, he growled low. The two vanished like afterimages, passing through the ruins and charging toward the deeper, colder core of the pillars beyond the skeletal giant gate. Consciousness began to drift, like being thrown into a viscous black river. No frost, no sound of bones rubbing, nor the roar of vengeful spirits. That cold, murderous intent didn't appear. Instead, there was an overwhelming sensation of warmth wrapping around. The air was sickeningly sweet, like countless rotting jasmines blooming all at once, forcibly stuffed into one's nose. Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. A new dungeon has started? The purple-black energy surged beneath his skin, his quantum heart pounding heavily, sending alertness through his limbs. He rolled to the ground, half-squatted to steady himself, and with a grip of his left hand, a purple-golden arc of light condensed into a dark corroded dagger. No attack. What lay before me was a distorted kind of beauty. The sky was an eerily clean powder blue, without sun or shadows. The grass was lush and soft, each blade carved with precision, silent underfoot. In the distance, the pavilions were exquisite and splendid, crystal wind chimes hanging from the eaves constantly chiming, their sound ethereal yet monotonous to the point of chilling. A sweet fragrance penetrated his nostrils, as if soothing